Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 7 BP Chapter 216 Domination of the Sea. A devastating blow. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Drum. On Z. Damn, the ice is melting. Those bastards marine are so despicable. Damn it, the sea is boiling. It's so hot. Help, I'm going to be killed. The red light continued to streak across the sky. The temperature around it continued to rise. Along with countless hot magma bombs, they crashed down mercilessly again. Large areas of ice were directly evaporated and melted. Even if it was not directly hit by the volcanic bomb. A large number of pirates also directly lost their foothold and fell into the seawater. Even as the seawater was boiled directly, the New World pirates were burned to the point of screaming in agony. Even the ice surface on which the Moby DK was located has melted by half and turned into scalding seawater. The water is misty and steamy. It's like the end of the world. It shocked and horrified the 410 people. Bang bang. Marco fluttered his wings. Wrapping around Hockey's legs, he kept kicking away the incoming magma bombs. Do your best to protect the Moby DK. Jin and Lafitte, on the other hand, just watched indifferently. He didn't care at all and had no intention of helping. After all, what does it have to do with the Whitebeard pirates if their ship is destroyed? All three of them can fly anyway. Oh. With a stick, the incoming volcanic bomb flew away. Kaido looked at the copper and iron walls blocking Crescent Bay and could not help baring his teeth. It's been a long time since we fought side by side. He directly raised the mace and waved it. Newgate, are you still feeling unfamiliar? Of course. Gu la la la. There the Whitebeard Naginata danced like the wind. He started swinging his hand and shouted. Everyone, give way to me. Stay out of our direct range. Advertisement, Dad. Quick, dirty. Gulu. Are the two pirate emperors going to take action? The momentum of the two figures kept rising. Whether it's those marines or those pirates, they all couldn't help but feel a little frightened. The chill is rising. Crash. A large number of pirates, desperate for their own safety, swimming desperately towards the distance. Looking at the Moby DK. Kaido and Whitebeard took a stance. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others were a little embarrassed. Everyone can't help but feel a little surprised and uncertain, and always feel a little numb. Hey, Straw Hat crew. Some pirates from the Whitebeard pirates retreated in a hurry. They were busy there and yelled at Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others who were inexplicably shocked. What are you doing standing still? If you don't want to die, run away. Dad and Kaido are going to take action, not to mention these pirates. They are the Empress on Crescent Bay, Heavenly Yaksha, Bartholomew Bear, and the 7 warlords of the sea such as Hawkeye who has stopped fighting Foil Beasta. Everyone has sensed the danger. He stepped away immediately and made the same choice without any intention of trying hard. Could that move be? Buddha Sengoku's expression changed drastically. For the first time, I lost my composure and broke into a cold sweat. There he shouted anxiously. Quick, Kizaru. Stop them. Kuai, the 2-4 emperors are joining forces. This is not good. Perusalino also had a solemn expression on his face. A terrible crisis was perceived. Brush. I saw a flash of golden light, accompanied by dazzling light. He rushed over the Moby DK in an instant. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. His hands were intertwined. Kizaru launched a fierce attack directly. Boom. Boom. One after another, the light bombs were like a violent storm. The overwhelming force poured directly towards Whitebeard, Kaido and others on the Moby DK. Don't try to get in the way. Marco flapped his wings, transformed directly from human animal form into beast form. Immortal Thistle. Green regenerative inflammation. It turned into a huge buckler, blocking the densely packed incoming light bullets. Boom boom. At this moment, a dark figure flew over. Emperor Dan Gong. The dark flesh wings were like blades. Carrying unimaginable power, it struck Perusalino mercilessly. Boom. A dazzling golden light flashed. Kizaru's hair stood on end. He had already predicted this. Dianxian retreated violently. Brush. Swipe. Followed. Advertisement. Phoenix. Marco and Flame Calamity Ember. The two had an amazing tacit understanding at this time, not giving Kizaru any chance to breathe. One black and one green stream of light, extremely fast. 2 figures came to kill without mercy. Bang bang. The golden light flashed, and it was extremely random. The 2 figures were as fast as lightning and started chasing each other there. He tightly clung to Kizaru and refused to let him escape. Whitebeard and Kaido of the Beasts were both laughing there. The next moment, their eyes were stern and murderous. Wolf Lang waved the weapon in his hand. Gu la la la. Oh. The momentum reached its peak. The black and red electric lights all over his body were intertwined violently, filled with a terrifying and destructive aura. Buddha's impact. There were bursts of Sanskrit sounds, and the golden light was dazzling. A dazzling Buddha rushed towards him immediately. You were careless. When, the 4.4 unbreakable surrounding wall directly collided with the powerful shockwave, making a deafening sound of gold and iron clashing. Destroy the ancients. At a speed visible to the naked eye. It was twisted and torn apart by the overwhelming terrifying force. The entire Crescent Bay was directly destroyed and crushed. Countless Marines turned into blood mist before they even had time to scream. The unparalleled shockwave continues unabated. Rumble. Two extremely terrifying shockwaves converged together. Even the atmosphere was distorted. Great eruption. A flash of lightning. A red figure is willing to rush over. Fallen angel. Aokiji's face was distorted and he vomited blood. It blasted through the houses like cannonballs. Large amounts of smoke and dust were raised. Azazel, who had transformed into a human animal form in an instant, had a ferocious face and a cold face. He lowered his right leg that was entangled with Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. There he sneered and spoke. Aokiji, who also realized something was wrong, changed his face and stepped down. We must abandon Azazel as our opponent and rush to stop Kaido of the Beasts and Whitebeard. Damn. The other side. The huge fist of magma carries billowing heat waves. He faced the attack fiercely without showing any signs of weakness. The huge golden Buddha palm emits a shock wave visible to the naked eye. It hit immediately. Brush. Suddenly, dark red blood flashed in front of him. Azazel's figure appeared like a ghost, so fast that people couldn't react at all. Domination of the sea. Time and space seemed to be frozen. The dazzling light and brilliance make it impossible to look directly at it. On the entire battlefield, countless people looked over there in shock. Bang. Aokiji's eyes narrowed sharply, and there was a sharp pain in his abdomen. He was immediately kicked out hard. It blasted straight towards the square. Chapter 217 Peep Showdown, Collision Between Monsters, 3rd Update. Boom boom. Loud noise. Deafening, accompanied by fierce and unparalleled wind pressure. The golden light was dazzling, the heat wave was rolling, and the red magma liquid couldn't help but splash out. Advertisement, woo hoo hoo. A large number of Marines and pirates who were too close. He was directly blown away by the astonishing airwaves one after another. The two pirate emperors Whitebeard and Kaido launched a full blow. The two forces were perfectly blended together. The power could be said to be doubled, which was a bit exaggerated. Even with an overwhelming force, it directly destroyed the extremely thick surrounding wall. Still unabated and unparalleled, boom boom. The huge fist of magma is like an undersea volcano erupting, carrying unparalleled impact. The gleaming golden Buddha and the huge golden Buddha palm directly released a powerful shockwave. The two naval headquarters' highest combat powers are constantly confronting each other there. In the end, the extremely powerful forces cancelled each other out. Saved. I thought I was going to die. Sakazuki Admiral. That is. Marshal Sengoku, 23 inches finally appeared, Marshal Sengoku's ability. This is the first time I've seen such a gesture. Gulu. The surrounding wall that cannot be shaken even by Whitebeard's ability has been destroyed. On the square. Countless Marines turned pale and some broke out in cold sweat. Some people even sat paralyzed on the ground, gasping for air as if they were surviving a disaster. Looking at the completely destroyed Crescent Bay, I couldn't help but feel a little frightened. But he stared at the two figures, one large and one small, standing there. Their morale was boosted and they started shouting. Ooh, is this the Pirate Emperor of New World? Hey, are you a bit exaggerated? Not in the same dimension at all. It's like a monster, in front of Crescent Bay. On a piece of ice that has not yet melted, the Straw Hat crew who retreated here were all pale and horrified. The timid trio of Nami, Chopper, and Usopp shed tears and trembled. For the first time, they felt their own insignificance. Clearly understand what a monster is. Hiss, the wall has been destroyed. Advertisement, what a terrifying power. Is this the Four Emperors? Why do Dad and Kaido have such a tacit understanding? This move is too powerful. In other words, it's not just them. Even the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, together with the pirates under his command. They couldn't help but be shocked by the exaggerated combined attack between Whitebeard and Kaido. This was the first time they saw four emperors join forces. Moreover, it also exploded with such exaggerated power. Damn, it's really that move. Marine Marshal Sengoku transformed into a golden Buddha, standing there like a glaring King Kong. Gritting their teeth and staring straight ahead, Whitebeard and Kaido on the Moby DK asked, is this Rock's Pirates' combined attack technique, sea domination? Faced with such terrifying power, if it hadn't been for him and Akainu taking action just in time, maybe more than half of the Marines in the entire square will be wiped out directly. Not to mention the execution platform, it's the Marine building at the back. I'm afraid it will all collapse. Oh, the power is not bad. Aboard Moby DK, Kaido, the beast, carried the mace, bared his teeth and said with a smile, but I still feel that I have a tacit understanding with that guy Linlin. Gu la la la, Sengoku, how does it taste? Whitebeard, who was in poor health, took a breath. Holding his naginata, he looked directly at the Buddha Sengoku on the ruins of Crescent Bay, grinning and said, I think this move is familiar to you, right? Wow underscore. Is this the Four Emperors? Sure enough, he is incredibly strong. It's nothing special, we have the invincible Captain Buggy here. Damn it, Captain Buggy, we can't let them steal the spotlight. Yes. You are the man who wants to conquer the world. It's just the Four Emperors, how dare you be so arrogant? Captain Buggy, let's take the head of Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku. Captain Buggy, are you shaking with excitement? Tear it up. What a royal demeanor. as expected of a man who wants to become the king of the world. On a distant warship, countless prisoners stared wide-eyed. My jaw dropped to the ground in shock, but immediately, everyone's fighting spirit was high and excited. He was full of murderous intent, swaying the clown buggy, trying to get him to take action. Kill Buddha Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, and shock the world. Buggy the clown almost peed in fear. His legs were trembling with fear, and his whole body was trembling. Advertisement speechless. Pirates, as long as I'm here, you can't even think about taking a step across here. Akainu's eyes were cold. The whole body was filled with thick smoke and red lava. The magma-formed fists suddenly hit the Moby DK through the air, meteor volcano. Whoosh. Countless magma fists. It was like a volcano erupting, blasting out with terrifying impact. They were densely packed and bombarded towards the Moby DK. It was as if the entire ship was going to be burned to ashes. It is even more necessary to boil the entire sea directly. Lava Kid, you better go back and light the candles on the birthday cake. However, next moment, Whitebeard punched out suddenly. Boom. Click 583. Click, accompanied by a drum-like sound. The atmosphere was directly shaken to the point of cracking. The magma fist seals that kept coming in front of him were all blown away. Boom. Boom. A shockwave visible to the naked eye rushed out in a mighty manner. It hit Akainu, Buddha Sengoku and the others. Buddha's impact. Buddha's Sengoku has a stern look. With a palm blast, the heart released a powerful shockwave. With the shockwave that came, he was shaken hard. Fierce firelight gathered in the mouth. Akainu roared. Oh, boom boom. Great eruption. It transformed into an exaggerated magma giant fist and wrapped around Haki in high-grade arm colors. The whole person turned into a huge blue dragon, opened its teeth and claws, and flew out. It blasted towards Akainu and Buddha Sengoku who were standing there. A loud roar broke through the air. It fiercely sprayed out towards the ruins in front of Crescent Bay, hot summer. An extremely dazzling flame carrying terrifying high temperatures directly distorted the energy. He showed no sign of weakness, and a large amount of magma fluid kept pouring out of his right arm. Call out. Kaido, the beast, was full of fighting spirit and laughed loudly. Attack fiercely. Boom boom. Brush. He opened his mouth with a big mouth. At the same time, Chapter 218, One Pot, Captured Pacifist Legion, 4th update. Bang bang, boom boom, gurgling, on the battlefield. The shouts of killing reach the sky. The fire is soaring into the sky and the heatwave is rolling. A large amount of magma fluid keeps coming from the west. The huge dragon body of Kaido, 100 beasts, swept around, directly transformed into a human form, and rushed into the Crescent Bay. Thunder 8 trigrams, dog biting red lotus. Boom boom. A mace intertwined with black and red lightning. With lightning speed, Lien came out to kill him. A huge magma giant dog, extremely ferocious, came to kill. Akainu is covered in boiling lava and has murderous intent. He is fearless and fights with Kaido, the 4 emperors of the New World. Crash, without warning, before Buddha Sengoku tried to rush forward. Prepared to help Akainu and Japan suppress Kaido of the beasts. Huge bubbles suddenly appeared on the sea surface, attracting his attention. He couldn't help but shrink his pupils and his expression changed drastically. Is there any movement in the sea? Damn it, it's a foreign ship. The Whitebeard pirates have other ships. In the eyes of Buddha Sengoku and those marines, they were shocked and inexplicable. A huge foreign ship rushed out of the sea directly from the bottom of the sea. A large number of pirates soaking in the seawater. They were all rescued. Gee la la la, I didn't say that all our ships are here. Whitebeard laughed. There he was holding a naginata. The tall figure suddenly jumped onto the outer ship. Crash. In the blink of an eye, the huge foreign ship started directly and rushed towards Crescent Bay at an astonishing speed. The Marines had no time to stop him, a moment's work. In the extremely ugly face of Buddha Sengoku, Whitebeard raised his right arm there and shouted murderously, "Young men. Destroy Marine, rescue Ace, oh, the morale of countless pirates is high." There he was waving weapons and shouting excitedly. One by one, they jumped off the outer ship without fear of death and headed towards the square. Advertisement, Whitebeard, you can't even hope to succeed. Sengoku, the Buddha in the form of a giant Buddha, was furious and came to kill him. The golden giant palm condensed a powerful shockwave and came fiercely. Gyulalala, Sengoku, you can't stop me today. Whitebeard's eyes were stern. Without showing any signs of weakness, the stone house was suddenly built. The huge fist emits an incandescent halo. Carrying the terrifying power of vibration, it was shaken together with the incoming shockwave. Boom boom. Bang bang hash and at the same time. High in the sky above Crescent Bay, golden light, cyan light, black light. The three collided continuously, as fast as lightning. It's so dazzling that you can't react at all. From time to time, dazzling laser beams and astonishing flames poured out and blasted in all directions. There, Admiral Kizaru fought fiercely with the 4 Emperors' deputies of the New World 4 Emperors Pirate Group, Fire Calamity Jin and Phoenix Marco. Facing 2 such strong men at the same time, even he, the Admiral of Headquarters, had to be prepared. There was no time for him to care, and on the battlefield west of Marineford. Admiral Aokiji and Azazel, Admiral Candidate Momoshagi and Reign of the Rain, all had fierce battles there. Big Barrel, Bacchus Chode, King of Evil, Pizarro and others have already led people to break through Marine's defense line, but they have no intention of entering the square directly to support the Whitebeard pirates. Instead, the warships outside Marineford were frozen. Directly lead the manpower and continuously rush to those warships. Try to seize. Damn it, is their goal to seize the warship? And this time, on the execution platform. I don't know when, Vice Admiral Suru, the Marine think tank, replaced Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, was in charge of the overall situation. Noticed the movements of the Cross Guild. Her whole face was full of solemnity, and her face was a little ugly. And what on earth is that guy Zon Momomaru doing? Why didn't the pacifists take action? Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Crane Vice Admiral frowned tightly, his heart sinking to the bottom. Seeing that the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates had rushed to Crescent Bay one after another, she turned back and asked, "Where are the executioners? Are you not ready yet?" He publicly executed Fire Fist Ace himself, except to get rid of the Whitebeard pirates. I even want to take this opportunity to re-establish the prestige of world government and marine, and save the face lost in the past few days. Since it is a public execution, then try your best to ensure perfection. Even if the time of public execution is brought forward, it will not have much impact. If it is really necessary, if Marines like them kill Fire Fist Ace directly, they will not be able to directly achieve the best shock effect. Here we come, 2 executioners of different shapes. Under the urging of Marine-related personnel, he hurriedly ran up. But no one knows that at this time. Advertisement. On a warship on the left side of Crescent Bay, in the cabin. Pacifists who looked exactly like Bartholomew Bear stood there like lifeless machines. It was a big fat man wearing a red bellyband, covered in blood, and fell to the ground. Surprisingly, it was Zon Momomaru, the commander of the Marine Science Force. And on the deck outside the cabin, a Marine was foaming at the mouth and lying there unconscious. I'm sorry, I accept these pacifists without mercy. Beside, a young and heroic figure, carrying black wings and full of mystery, stood there. Shaking the blood beads on the blade. Astonishingly silently, he followed the clown buggy and others and left the deep-sea prison on a warship. But Ren and others never showed up on the battlefield. Lee Shishi, is this the authoritative ship? Looking at the strange items that Brian Tunney found from Zon Tamaru, Hualipato, standing on Ren's shoulders, was full of curiosity. Looking at the authority chip used to control the pacifists, Brian Tunney smiled strangely. Without this thing, Marine will not be able to issue orders, and the pacifists will not be dispatched. They never expected that Zon Momomaru, the commander of the Marine Science Force, would be killed before he could even issue an order. In other words, these pacifists are now all our spoils of war? Violet on the side looked at these pacifists, surprised. Gia my research on bloodline factors has made great progress. Brian Tunney said confidently. With the special ability of Munch Munch Fruit, we can completely transform them and turn them into peaceful masters who obey our orders. According to the information from Spandam, in order to prevent the pacifists from getting out of control and being easily seized by some special ability users, Dr. Vegapunk has set them up so that only those with authoritative chips can command them. Ren sheathed the words Hong Shuizo. He said calmly, otherwise, only Dr. Vegapunk or the 5 elders will be present in person to give them orders. Frankly speaking, such loopholes are huge. Rob Lucci carefully analyzed, but for world government, it can indeed minimize the risk of pacifists losing control. Soon. A pacifist. Isn't it a big risk? They were all taken into the castle space that Brian Tunney controlled in disguise. Ren sneered and said nonchalantly, while making use of his scientific research capabilities, he should also always be on guard against the other party. Thinking of so many pacifists, if they could be commanded from a distance. They all couldn't help but look at Ren with burning eyes. But is there really no problem in bringing so many pacifists into the castle space at once? Khalifa asked on the side. All the pacifists hidden on the warships have been recovered, a total of 100. Gia don't worry, I have made special modifications to the large laboratory in the castle. I'm really looking forward to it. Brian Tunney bared his teeth and smiled. All signals are completely blocked inside. Even if Dr. Vegapunk really hides some backhand, he can't command them. Lucci, Kaku and others were present. Although there have been some changes, it doesn't matter. It's almost time to start. The most important thing is that they don't trust Dr. Vegapunk. Hey, Sir Ren. On the side, he looked at Ren with a weird smile. Next, is it time to prepare for the next step of the plan? Brush. However, Hao Jiao is a good thing for us. Chapter 219. Stab, eviscerate your heart, stop delaying and execute Fire Fist immediately. On the execution platform, Crane Vice Admiral looked solemn and shouted orders to the executioner. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates and the pirates under their banners who had just washed ashore could not help but change their expressions. Ace, Whitebeard, who was fighting Buddha's Sengoku, had a sudden change in expression. His eyes sharpened suddenly. The right fist condensed with halo, trying to hit the execution platform. But how could Buddha Sengoku give the other party a chance? Don't even think about interfering with the execution. The Golden Buddha shouted loudly, like an angry-eyed King Kong. A powerful shockwave condensed in the palm of his hand, and it struck Whitebeard mercilessly. Sengoku. Whitebeard glared, but he had to fight back. Boom. The atmosphere was shaken to pieces. The unstoppable shockwave was directly blocked. The two of them collided powerfully there, constantly shaking each other hard. Woo-hoo-hoo. Ah, the earth cracked and collapsed. The astonishing airwave swept away, carrying countless pieces of gravel and rubble. It knocked away the marines and pirates who were relatively close. The two figures were in a stalemate there, it's impossible to pull away. And the rest of the Whitebeard pirates, they all went crazy, attacking Marine's defense line. Wants to prevent Ace's execution. Number 390 Dad, I'll help you. Big Vortex Spider, Schoolyard yelled while holding the blade. With that said, he chopped down several Marines who were blocking him. Regardless, he rushed towards Whitebeard. He looked like he was not afraid of death. Scarred, go quickly. Whitebeard frowned and shouted. But woo! In everyone's shocked eyes, a sharp blade ruthlessly penetrated Whitebeard's body from the back. Schoolyard looked ferocious. Go to hell, Whitebeard. Dad, countless pirates' expressions changed drastically and they shouted. Not to mention the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. The prisoners, Marines, and even Hancock, Hawkeye, Heavenly Yaksha and other 7 warlords of the sea were present. Advertisement: there are even people all over the world who are watching the live broadcast and are frightened by the apocalyptic, cruel and bloody war scenes, with some of their faces turning pale and their scalps numb. Everyone was stunned. No one expected it, at times like this. Whitebeard was actually plotted by his own people. Dad, on the chaotic battlefield. Marco, who was fighting against Kizaru, Diamond Josie, who was inadvertently controlled by Heavenly Yaksha, Foil Beasta and other captains, who were fighting against Hawkeye, could not help but change their expressions. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change. Phoenix, Marco, Foil, Beasta and other captains were even more hysterical. He immediately abandoned his opponent. No matter what, he rushed up. Fortunately, Kizaru, the admiral, is restrained by Fire Calamity and Ash. Mahawk, the world's greatest swordsman, only fought against Foil Beasta because he was happy to see the hunter. He's not the kind of person who really devotes himself to Marine. Hawkeye was never ready to go all out from the start. Didn't attack him while he showed any weakness. Boom boom. Magma fluid splashes. The earth was corroded beyond recognition. Holding a mace in hand, he gave Akainu a hard blow, and the two were locked in a stalemate. Kaido turned his head in disbelief and looked at Whitebeard, who was stabbed in the back. Hey, are you kidding me? Whitebeard. Are you this old? It was as if he had been betrayed. Kaido, who was originally looking forward to teaming up with Whitebeard, who was also one of the 4 emperors, to make a big fuss, was a bit unacceptable. The whole person was filled with anger, and he was shouting angrily. Crackling. A terrifying conqueror's hockey. Suddenly it swept out of him. Thump. Thump. All over the battlefield. A man named Marine, a pirate. They all foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground one after another. Even the 2 executioners who were preparing for execution were no exception. Either way, the Marines who were recruited to the naval headquarters to participate in the war were all elites from each major branch. Even the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates are extremely fierce and powerful pirates from the New World. I am afraid that most of the Marines and pirates fighting there will be directly stunned. Ahole, Lu Ma is here to deal with this. Pay attention to the opponent in front of you. Akainu is murderous. Red magma surged all over his body. He rushed forward angrily, wrapped his magma fist around the powerful armament hockey, and hit Kaido of the Beasts in the face. Car dog. Advertisement. Get out of here, lousy. Kaido, the Beast, is extremely violent. Black and red lightning intertwined. The mace wrapped around the powerful conqueror's hockey and blasted forward. 8 thunders. Boom boom. That Whitebeard. The 4 emperors of New World were unexpectedly attacked by our own people. What's going on? No matter, it's the Strawhat Pirates. They are still the cross-guild prisoners on the battlefield on the right. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, full of incredible. Scared, you. Whitebeard staggered. Staring blankly at the blade in front of him, blood bleeds from the corner of his mouth. He never expected that he would be stabbed in the back by his most trusted son. The power of vibration that was originally condensed. Dispersed with a bang. Chance, at this time. Buddha Sengoku, who seemed to have been prepared for it, had a sharp look in his eyes. The golden Buddha's palm condensed an extremely powerful shockwave, and he took advantage of the situation to pursue him. Without mercy, he suddenly charged towards Whitebeard. Buddha's impact. Boom boom. Whitebeard was there vomiting blood. Schoolyard, who stabbed him in the back, flew out before he could pull out the knife. Brush. What, however, without warning. A tall red figure suddenly appeared out of thin air from behind like a ghost. In an instant, before he could stabilize his body, the defenseless Buddha Sengoku's expression suddenly changed. The hair on his whole body stood up inexplicably, giving rise to a strong sense of crisis. He subconsciously wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Brush. Between the electric light and flint. The extremely ferocious sharp claws are surrounded by dark red flames and intertwined with black and red lightning. Kyla. With lightning speed, he tore apart the indestructible golden body of the Buddha, penetrated his chest from behind, and brought out a large amount of blood. You were careless. Buddha's battle, Marshal Sengoku. P.S. Sorry to keep everyone waiting for so long, it's a bit stuck. I've revised it many times but I'm still not satisfied with it. Chapter 220. the severely injured martial marine, a terrifying monster. Buzz, buzz, WW, boom boom, like an angry-eyed King Kong. A violent shockwave. The scaly figure with blazing flames was violently sent flying away. Buddha Sengoku staggered and couldn't help but kneel down on one knee. Vomiting blood there. Wow. The flames are raging and the heat waves are rolling. The atmosphere was directly burned and distorted, and the temperature of the entire area continued to rise. Suddenly, it became a bit hot and unbearable, which made people change their color. Ha ha ha. And the ferocious figure with an astonishingly tall body was directly blasted away, and blood could not help but bleed from the corner of its mouth. But the whole person just laughed unscrupulously. It hit a building hard. Large amounts of smoke and dust were raised. Martial Sengoku. Sudden upheaval. Countless marines were shocked. A look of disbelief appeared. He cried out loudly. Sengoku. On the execution platform. Vice Admiral Suru took over the overall situation in place of Buddha Sengoku, and the doctor's voice called out. Mr. Sengoku. How so? Just a moment of carelessness. And on the chaotic battlefield. Marine generals such as Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Momosagi and others are fighting against Kaido of the Beasts, Fallen Angel Azazel, Fire Calamity Jin, Rain Shiryu and others. Everyone couldn't help but their pupils shrank sharply and their expressions changed drastically. Gulu. Real or fake? Are you kidding me? Martial Marine Sengoku was unexpectedly attacked. Who is that guy? The ground has been burned into magma. Whether it's the Whitebeard pirates or the pirates and prisoners of the Cross Guild. Or Shichibukai such as Heavenly Yaksha, Mahawk, Hancock, etc. Even the people around the world are paying attention to the war situation, as well as the forces large and small in this sea. They were all shocked again. It's almost unbelievable. It was just a blink of an eye. It wasn't just Whitebeard who was suddenly stabbed in the back by his own men. Even Marine Marshal Sengoku Buddha was attacked in the blink of an eye. A sharp claw penetrated the chest from behind. Could it be? High in the air. Flame Calamity Jin, who was about to chase Kizaru, narrowed his eyes sharply. He looked at the ruins with billowing smoke and flames in disbelief. Of course he recognized Ren. It's just that the opponent's wings have been removed long ago, right? Why did it suddenly recover? And he remembered that the ability of the phantom species, the unicorn form, does not have wings, right? Oh, good job. Advertisement Kaido, the beast who was confronting Akainu. Holding the mace, he laughed and said, I was really shocked. I just said, how can this guy endure loneliness? Oh, hee. Seeing the Buddha, Sengoku was suddenly hit hard by Ren. Originally, because Whitebeard was suddenly stabbed in the back, he lost his expectations for this top-notch war, and he was extremely angry. My mood instantly became lighter. However, this is the first time I've seen such a form. Kaido was a little surprised as he recalled the terrifying and huge figure with wings on his back. It's not like he's never seen Ren's human animal form before. But after the other party transformed, in addition to the complete animal form, the human animal form was not so huge. And the true beast form is larger than the previous form. And the demon-like black wings that were exactly the same as Jin's were actually restored. It's really incredible. Is it that guy from Blood Prison Ren? Akainu, who was opposite Kaido, looked extremely ugly. He clenched his magma fist tightly, and his whole body was covered with boiling magma liquid. Unlimited murder potential. Ahem, damn. The tall body staggered and fell to one knee. Buddha Sengoku coughed up blood, his body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he exited the form of a giant Buddha. Covering the front and back, Bei's chest was badly burned by the terrible flames and was bloody. He glared at the tall figure that suddenly attacked him and was blown away by his own shockwave, then stood there like nothing happened. Recognized the other party. Blood Hell Ren Copper's Ren. He was extremely weak, his face was extremely pale and his head was covered in cold sweat. The shocking blood keeps flowing. Some were furious and even more filled with unwillingness. He didn't expect that he was just careless for a moment. The opportunity was actually seized by Blood Prison Ren. This man's ability was really terrifying. But, how did the other party suddenly appear behind him? Even if he was a little negligent because he instigated a rebellion against Big Vortex Spider, Scarred, his plan to assassinate Whitebeard was successful, and he directly took advantage of the situation to pursue him. Even in Blood Prison, Ren used the ability of the Paramecia Gate fruit of former CP9 member Bluno. It is also impossible to do it silently, so that a strong man like him cannot detect it. Buddha Sengoku, I heard that you Marines are looking for me everywhere. His body was covered in scales and armor, braving blazing flames. The claws were sharp, and blood was constantly dripping from them. Ren, who was completely different from the normal human animal form, with a body size of no less than 10 meters and a hideous face. Bloodline wiped the corner of his mouth as if nothing happened, and smiled ferociously. I came here specially to talk to you, Martial Marine. How about saying something that speaks from the bottom of your heart? Be sincere. As he moves forward, the ground beneath your feet is constantly being melted into magma. It makes one's scalp tingle. Hateful. So despicable. Go to hell, fire, kill him. Avenge the Martial, Marine present, glare at people. His eyes seemed to want to devour anyone, full of anger. Bang. Bang. Facing the dark red flames that no one can enter. A large number of bullets and cannonballs were vaporized by the terrifying high temperature before they even got close. Please give me flowers, a bunch of eyesores. Boom. 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 Advertisement, aw. People's eyes were indifferent, and they gave up. A terrifying dark red flame surged out. In an instant, it turned into a huge fire dragon, drowning the Marines who came up with red eyes to kill. Accompanied by bursts of shrill screams, they were burned to ashes. Together with the earth, it turned into a large area of magma. Horrifying. Hiss. What kind of flame is that? It's simply scarier than the magma of Sakazuki Admiral. Those Marines were all burned to ashes. Gulu, is he blood prison Ren? This horrific scene. The countless Marines and pirates on the battlefield couldn't help but change their colors and feel cold. Looking at the tall, demonic figure, I felt a little numb. I was afraid and didn't dare to get close. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. At such a young age, this guy is able to compete head-on with the Admiral of Headquarters and has a bounty of 1.5 billion belly on his head. It is indeed an out-and-out monster. There were only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. A walking disaster. He lives up to his name. Is that Ren? Above Crescent Bay. Use the weather stick to unleash stunning thunderstorms. Knock down several Marines who were charging forward, brandishing swords. Looking at the tall and ferocious figure in the distance, bathed in flames and with wings on its back, Nami cried out. Gulu, Ren is so scary now, like a monster. That kind of flames, even the earth was burned directly into magma. Chopper, Usopp and others couldn't help but swallow their saliva and turned pale. The Ren at this moment was completely different from the former vice captain in their minds. His face was ferocious and murderous, like an inhuman monster crawling out of purgatory. Just looking at it makes people tremble with fear. And Luffy, Sanji, Zoro et al. Ren, who was tall and ferocious and intimidating, looked down at Sengoku, who was too injured and unable to move. He gritted his teeth and glared at himself. He sneered and said, "Next, let me give you this in person. Take a ride with Marine Marshal." Also a little shocked. Mouth. The tall figure suddenly turned into an afterimage and rushed out at an astonishing speed. It hit the opponent's head straight. The words fell. Buddha's Sengoku, in everyone's shocked eyes, crackling. Sharp claws, clenched tightly. In an instant, he rushed in front of Buddha's Sengoku. One punch carried unimaginable heat. The huge fist seal was burning with hellish flames, causing the atmosphere to twist. Marshal Sengoku hit it hard, and attacked Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku. Shunpo. He stepped down and flapped his wings. I never expected that the other party would suddenly appear on the battlefield out of thin air. Chapter 221 Angry Marine and Pirates, First Update. Call out for a moment. The golden light is dazzling. A light speed kick tore through the atmosphere like lightning and came hard. I've been waiting for you, Kizaru. Ren, who had already predicted the future with his observation haki, sneered. The fist seal originally aimed at Buddha Sengoku was instantly intertwined with black and red lightning. It blasted high into the sky. Boom boom. The earth cracked and the light was dazzling. A violent wave of air swept across. Ren's whole body was shaken back by the exaggerated power. But safe and sound. I won't let you hurt Mr. Sengoku again, and jail. Golden light flashes. Perusalino appeared there. Protecting the Buddha's Sengoku behind him, he stared at Ren in front of him indifferently. His face was unprecedentedly serious, and he, who had always acted carelessly and nonchalantly, had a rare hint of cold murderous intent. Bloodhell. This be *********D, far away, on the battlefield west of Marineford, 657. Looking at this scene from a distance, Aokiji, who was fighting against the fallen angel Azazel, couldn't help but feel dizzy. Staring fiercely at the ruins in the distance, the tall figure walked out of the smoke slowly, like a demon, with an awe-inspiring appearance. Although the form was somewhat different, he still recognized the other party. Subconsciously I wanted to rush forward, but his face flashed with blood-red light. The figure of the fallen angel Azazel appeared, with a fierce fire condensing on his fist, and he said lightly, "I'm sorry, this road is blocked." He really didn't expect it. Ren had previously asked him to rely on the memory in his mind and use the ability of Pato to transform Marine Admiral August, who used to be a teleportation fruit user. He actually borrowed the teleportation fruit ability of August. Instantly appeared behind Buddha Sengoku, the Admiral of Headquarters. Attack and kill the opponent under such circumstances. And he succeeded directly. Hateful, clang the other side. Sparks sputter. The sound of gold and iron clashing is endless. Two figures had a fierce confrontation there. Admiral candidate Momoshage is full of worry and anxiety. After struggling to push back Shiryu of the Rain, he relied on his amazing jumping ability to continuously run through the air. Shiryu of the Rain, who has 3 heads and 6 arms and looks like a demon, has no intention of pursuing him. Hey, Momoshage Vice Admiral, this is your choice. His eyes flashed with bloodlust, killing other Marines without hesitation. Advertisement: the phantom beast species Ashura has the form ability, but the more it kills, the stronger it becomes. The accumulated murderous energy will be transformed into ghost energy, which is equivalent to an alternative haki. Such a battlefield is simply a feast for him. Travel in this time, in front of the ruins of Crescent Bay. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates rushed towards Whitebeard, who had just been thrown away and had just stood up in a panic, being seriously injured and vomiting blood. Guarding his father in the middle. At the same time, Phoenix Marco, Diamond Joe's and others directly caught the big string of spiders, Schoolyard who committed the crime, too. He looked like he wanted to tear each other apart. Extremely angry, on the execution platform, Fire Fist Ace shouted. His face showed pain and was full of worry. That guy Schoolyard, why? Wow. Blood flowed from the corner of Whitebeard's mouth. Holding the Naginata and Kongan Kiri, he knelt on one knee on the ground. A thin layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he braced himself for the injury. With eyes full of surprise, he looked at Schoolyard who was caught by Phoenix, Marco and others. Schoolyard, why? Stop blabbering, this is all because of you, Whitebeard. Schoolyard, who was injured by the aftermath of Sengoku's shockwave and was also in a state of embarrassment, yelled hysterically. A-hole, give it to me naturally. He was led before Whitebeard. He glared at the other person angrily, gritted his teeth and said, Ace is Roger's son. You knew it a long time ago, right? You clearly know the hatred between me and Roger, but you still let me call him brother on weekdays. There is nothing more humiliating than this. Besides, you've already discussed this with Marine, right? So far, most of the people attacked by Marine are its pirate groups, not your Whitebeard pirate group. Speaking of which, Schoolyard looked upon death as though he were dead. He shouted directly to the other New World pirates. Everyone, we were all fooled. Whitebeard betrayed us and gave our heads to Marine so that Ace could be saved. Now the ship is also frozen, and we can't leave at all. What? Daddy underscore, is this real? A-hole, what are you talking about? That guy Schoolyard, how is this possible? Dad can't be such a person. A pirate named New World was shocked, no matter how much you believe in your father's character. But looking at the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates, they were not attacked much. On the contrary, the pirate groups who followed them suffered heavy losses. For a moment, some were doubtful. Scarred. You be asterisk 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 D, what are you talking about there? Damn traitor. Advertisement and everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group was even more angry. Marco's face was livid, and he was so angry that he grabbed Schoolyard by the collar and wanted to teach him lesson. 0135105527 Filu 0324833321. Marco. Whitebeard stops Marco. His sharp eyes stared at Junyad. He raised his right fist with some difficulty. You should know the consequences of attacking Dad, right? I know that it is a miracle to be stabbed. Looking at the world's strongest man in front of him. Schoolyard's body trembled, but he still gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Come on, kill me. Bang. The huge fist did not fall. Thick arms hugged Schoolyard. Whitebeard's eyes were full of love, without any blame. Even if you are such a stupid son, I still love you. Schoolyard, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, opened his eyes wide. Who led your loyal loyalty into darkness? Whitebeard asked in a deep voice. Schoolyard responded dully, it's Marine's rebel factor Akainu. I see, are they taking advantage of you? Who is easily shaken by your ace status? It seems like their tactics are better. Whitebeard suddenly realized. He looked ahead at the Buddha Sengoku, who was protected by Kizaru and whose injuries were no less serious than his own, and said calmly. But, it's a pity that they overestimated themselves and seemed to get carried away. Scarred, Ace is not the only one who is special. All of you are my sons and my family. Whitebeard said to Scarred in his arms. I know you hate Roger, but it's ridiculous that a father's debt must be paid by his son. You and Ace have been fighting side by side through life and death. Is that brotherhood fake? You guys need to get along. Schoolyard, Hot Blood 3.2. There are also sincere instructions. Whitebeard's teachings. Schoolyard was stunned, looking at the tall and majestic figure in front of me with some disbelief. Dad, but, he suddenly woke up, holding his head there, crying bitterly. What on earth did he do to his father? Dad, hateful. Damn Marine. How despicable, that fool Schoolyard. I was actually deceived by Marine. Damn Akainu, damn Buddha's battle. HMPH, you brought it upon yourself, and you deserve to be attacked by others too. The New World Pirates present, after learning that Schoolyard was deceived by Marine. Everyone was filled with indignation, furious, and gnashed their teeth in anger. But looking at Buddha Sengoku who was suddenly attacked by Blood Hellren and was also seriously injured. All of them are a little happy, but full of enthusiasm. Chapter 222 Buddha Sengoku's Determination, Second Update. Bang. Bang. The golden light is dazzling, between the electric light and flint. Ren and Kizaru had a fierce confrontation there. Amazing laser beams kept pouring out. It exploded continuously all around, causing violent explosions. Blood Prison Ren, and this time, Akainu not far away. He decisively abandoned Kaido, his opponent, and charged forward with murderous intent. A magma fist seal entangled high-level armament hockey. Hit Ren hard. Marine Admiral Akainu, am I still afraid of you? The flames were blazing. The huge Ren has a stern gaze, showing terrifying speed and strength. Without showing any signs of weakness, his ferocious and huge fists were intertwined with black and red lightning, burning with the flames of hell. Attack fiercely. Fighting hard with Akainu. Boom, boom. Atmospheric distortion. The temperature of the entire battlefield rose sharply, A large amount of magma liquid sputtered directly there. Many of them were directly evaporated by the terrifying dark red flames. Woohoo! Waves of terrifying heat waves couldn't help but sweep across. 27. The heat is unbearable, and the heat is unbearable. The battlefield between the two of them was like purgatory. No strangers allowed in. Oh, giggle, this is the best battlefield. Without mercy, he smashed several marines who rushed forward without fear of death into pieces. Kaido, the beast, carries a ferocious mace. There he grinned excitedly. Mr. Kaido. Jin turned into a human form, came to Kaido of the beasts. Looking at the fierce battle with Akainu there, Ren managed to keep up with the situation in a short period of time. I was a little shocked to see him disappear in such a short time. The opponent's strength has been greatly improved again. Oh cluck cluck, Conqueror's Twine. Kaido's eyes are burning. Looking at Ren, who was constantly fighting against Akainu, the Marine Admiral, like a monster. That guy actually mastered it. He didn't expect that Ren would master Conqueror's entanglement skills so quickly. Advertisement. It's really incredible, Mr. Sengoku. There was a flash of golden light. Don't bother besieging Ren. Kizaru, who was on guard against the beasts Kaido and others, returned to Buddha Sengoku. There he asked with concern. Are you okay? Buddha Sengoku used to be his old boss. Just like when Aokiji was young and followed the hero Garp. When he was young, he was once a subordinate of Sengoku and trained with him. He can be considered half of his disciples. Hateful. At the same time, Momoshage is the admiral candidate. There are also some vice admirals from naval headquarters. Rushed up one after another. Marshal Sengoku, I will bandage your wound right now. A military doctor was sweating profusely and ran up in a hurry. But when he saw Buddha Sengoku's wound, he was stunned. What's wrong? What are you still doing? Treat Marshal Sengoku quickly. Momoshage, Flying Squirrel, Huashaoshan and other marine generals were there urging them. Boom boom. Magma fluid splashes. A heat wave rolled through. A hard fight with Akainu. Ren took advantage of the situation and retreated, keeping distance from the opponent. Looking at these marine generals indifferently, he said calmly, it's useless. Can't you see that he is hopeless? Although Buddha Sengoku tried his best to avoid it before. But his terrifying flames are not simple, and their attack power is much more exaggerated than Akainu's magma. The internal organs have been burned through. Previously, he suddenly used the teleportation fruit's ability to attack the marine marshal. The somewhat careless Sengoku had no time to defend himself with haki. If the opponent wasn't an Esper in the form of a phantom beast, a giant Buddha, with an invulnerable golden body of the giant Buddha, he would have mobilized haki immediately. It's not just as simple as leaving a hole, but the whole person may have been directly burned to ashes. It can even be said that it is a miracle that Buddha Sengoku can survive until now. Thanks to him being an Esper of the zone phantom beast species. The vitality is terrifyingly tenacious. What? Advertisement, what nonsense are you talking about? A hole, Momoshage, Flying Squirrel and other marine generals. Everyone couldn't help but glare at people, and the murderous Akainu is no longer entangled with Ren. He came to the side of Buddha Sengoku and others, and was on guard against Ren and Hayakusho Kaido and others. He frowned and asked, Mr. Sengoku, how is the situation? Ahem. He's right, I was careless. Buddha Sengoku, who was extremely pale and unable to stand, could not help but bleed from his mouth. The body was trembling and weak, all the internal organs have been burned. He knew how bad his situation really was. No matter how unwilling you are no longer able to revolving heaven, and you will definitely not survive. But, for Marine's justice, for Marine's face and prestige. He, the Marine Marshal, would never fall down so easily. This is Mr. Sengoku, as he put down the bloody palm covering his chest. The Marine generals present could not help but shrink their pupils, showing expressions of disbelief. Those pirates such as the Whitebeard 050 pirate group, and Doflamingo and other 7 warlords of the sea were watching this scene from a distance. They couldn't help but take a breath of air, there was some chill. This is obviously hopeless. I saw the Buddha on Sengoku's chest. A bloody hole the size of a fist, with translucent front and back, was a bit shocking. Makes your scalp numb. Marshal Sengoku, countless Marines shouted. One after another, their beliefs seemed to have collapsed, and some stayed there, at a loss. Full of panic, he couldn't believe that this meritorious penultimate and powerful Marine Marshal was so severely injured that he was even on the verge of death. Ahem, my personal life is not important, but Marine's justice will never die like this. Buddha's Sengoku braced himself. The will was full of determination, and the whole person stood up tremblingly. There he gritted his teeth and said firmly, no matter what, we must not let Fire Fist Ace and Whitebeard leave here alive. The words fell. In everyone's shocked eyes. There were bursts of Sanskrit sounds, and the golden light was dazzling. He was covered with dazzling golden light and turned into a golden Buddha at a speed visible to the naked eye. The huge bloody hole on the front and back of the chest. People can't help but be a little shocked. Marshal Sengoku, Chapter 223. Is a dog worthy of justice? Open black lens bracket. Third update. Close black lens bracket. First, Marshal Marine may die, but justice called benevolence and righteousness will never perish. On the chaotic battlefield, the golden Buddha stands there. The light was dazzling and the voice was sonorous and powerful. The meaning of our marine existence cannot be missed for those people in the world who are afraid of the tyranny of evil parties. Marshal Sengoku. Looking at this scene, there were countless marines present. All of them had red eyes and held their weapons tightly. Full of grief and anger, no longer confused, morale is high. Stop being so high-sounding and saying some extremely hypocritical and self-deceptive remarks. I feel like vomiting when I hear them. Ren's ferocious figure, it couldn't help shrinking and turned into a human form. Full of disdain and sarcasm, he said coldly, "A dog from the world government is worthy of talking about justice. He has a handsome face. Carrying black wings on his back, flames were blazing from the back of his head. The whole person is full of indescribable mystery and nobility. It's like an angel from heaven who fell into the mortal world." It shocked many people. Never thought of it. The monster that attacked Marshal Marine was actually so young and handsome. Moreover, it seems that like the previous, fallen angel, Azazel, he is also from the legendary Lunarian tribe. A whole, justice cannot be blasphemed. Abominable bloody hell. And some marines glared angrily. I can't wait to rush up immediately and chop this guy who dares to belittle their justice into pieces. Wonko kid, stop talking nonsense. Buddha Sengoku glared at Ren with murderous intent. Am I wrong? For you marines, you are only maintaining the rule of the celestial dragons. Ren sneered and said, a mere 20 ambitious kings just used despicable means to steal the power of the world, and then openly called themselves gods. Born as humans, they put on ridiculous bubble hoods and added some palace or saint to their names. They thought they had sublimated from humans to aloof gods. These trash-like guys treat the entire world as their pasture, and treat the intelligent races on this sea as inferior creatures, killing them at will, as they please. Treat the lives of countless people as ants, believe that no matter how many people die, they will quickly multiply again, and never treat anyone as a human being. You are the lackeys they raised to maintain their inhumane tyranny. Countless marines' expressions changed drastically. No one expected that Ren would be so bold as to directly abuse the superior celestial dragons. And he reduced Marine to nothing. Trample justice severely under your feet. But these words, it undoubtedly touched the hearts of countless people. Advertisement all over the world, countless people resonated strongly. Aren't the biggest pieces of garbage in this sea the celestial dragons? Once those D celestial dragons are offended, Marine Admiral will personally go out to defend them with all their strength. Isn't Marine just a lackey of the world government, maintaining the rule of the celestial dragons? A-hole, what are you talking about? Akainu shouted angrily there. With hot lava all over his body and murderous intent, he wanted to rush forward. Blood Prison Ren did this, undoubtedly to disrupt Marine's military morale. In front of the whole world, attack the prestige of Marine and world government. They, the senior executives of Marine, naturally know very well what the virtues of world government are. Over the years, some of what Naval Headquarters has done under the orders of the world government is indeed too exciting for the ignorant people at the bottom. Even some Marines may not be able to accept it. If you directly doubt justice, your faith may be shaken. If you let the other party continue to talk unscrupulously, what kind of negative impact will it have? I'm afraid it's unimaginable. Why are you in a hurry? If you want to hit him, just wait and give him a slow blow and let him finish what he said. Oh. Kaido smiled strangely. Holding a mace, he stopped there. As for Kizaru, he was also stared at by the direct fire disaster Jin. The golden light is dazzling. The golden Buddha rushed up. A shock wave struck Ren hard. Shut up, Blood Prison Ren. Marine doesn't deserve to talk about justice. Is it possible that an evil pirate like you does? However, Ren has no intention of confronting Buddha Sengoku, a dying man hanging on his breath. His body was extremely fast and his wings flapped violently. The whole person flew directly into the air. Under his instruction, the pirates from Tianzi Guild had already pointed their phones at them. Broadcast the footage to the world. Not only does he want to kill people, he also wants to kill people. Want to die a hero? What a sweet dream, boom boom. Smoke and dust billowed and rocks flew. The golden Buddha Sengoku has an extremely ugly face. Are you angry with shame? Evaded Buddha Sengoku's attack? Ren was full of fire, looked directly at Buddha Sengoku, and said with full of sarcasm, Buddha Sengoku, no matter how much you pretend to be righteous, you can't hide your evil, dirty, hypocritical and selfish heart. A-hole, advertisement Buddha Sengoku's face was ashen. Ren clenched his fists and glared at the high-altitude person. Do you think saying this can discredit Marine's justice and undermine Marine's morale? From the establishment of the evil organization world government to the present day, people take the lead. Looking at the other party without showing any weakness, he said coldly, in order not to be destroyed, countries all over the world, in order to hand over huge amounts of heavenly money for the enjoyment of those garbage, or desperately exploit the people at the bottom, causing the people to have no way to live and suffer unspeakably. How many tragedies will it cause if we don't hesitate to launch wars and plunder foreign countries? Don't you Marines stand for justice for the majority? Why don't you sacrifice your Marines and the world government yourself, but sacrifice those defenseless people? An island or a country is naturally a minority compared to your bloated Marine, which can easily reach millions. So how about the cumulative number of innocent people you have killed so far? Why are there so many pirates in this sea, continuously, endlessly killing, suppressing one group after another? You Marine executives who chant slogans to eliminate pirates every day know it all. I won't say anything about Buster Call. You naturally have enough reasons to defend. Of course, people themselves are also hypocritical. After all, he never claimed to be righteous, but naturally he will not deliberately admit that he is evil in front of others. Never mind whether the logic is correct or not. Anyway, just stand on the moral high ground, smear Marine to death, and trample on him severely. Of course, Marine doesn't have to wash it either. Reality is not a fairy tale. This is a necessary price to pay for order and peace. Not to be outdone, Buddha Sengoku said coldly. In a world without order, if there are pirates like you everywhere who act recklessly and do evil, then it will be a real hell for the people. Yeah? Ren sneered and said sarcastically. Then once every 3 years, the Celestial Dragons choose an island that is not a member of the world government, hold an entertainment competition to massacre all the indigenous people, seize resources, openly occupy it, and declare it to the outside world as the territory of the world government. Your marine warships are blocking these islands on the periphery to prevent anyone from escaping, and you are watching the indigenous people being brutally killed by the Celestial Dragons, and this is just for the fun of the Celestial Dragons. For hundreds of years, this game of dehumanizing and killing people has never stopped. To date, more than hundreds of millions of innocent souls have been killed. Have you got it? Zhao, golden light flashed. His entire body had appeared not far away. Hey, can you please shut up? Stop there. A light speed kick swept across. There, he stared at Buddha Sengoku, whose expression changed drastically and became extremely angry, but every time these news are reported, you Marine have blocked them from the whole world. You only announce that a tragic rebellion has occurred on those islands and they have become the territory of the world government. Are these necessary sacrifices for the so-called order and the so-called peace in your mouth? The next moment, Yan Calamity Jin's figure was like lightning, and he wrapped around him directly. However, before long, Kizaru pursued him relentlessly again. A running dog is a running dog. Stop tarnishing the definition of the word. Kizaru, the fisherman admiral, couldn't sit still. It was the afterimage of Ren. Don't tell me that you, Marine Marshal, and other Marine executives don't know. Kicked. Ren had no intention of stopping. Even a massacre like the Sabaody Archipelago was not evened out once or twice. Chapter 224 Kaido. Let's have the best battle for hegemony in history. What? An entertainment competition to kill Aboriginal people. Such a killing game happens once every 3 years? Doesn't that mean that every 3 years, a country or island is slaughtered by celestial dragons? Hiss. Have celestial dragons ever done anything like this? Such atrocities are simply outrageous and chilling. Gulu. In the 800 years since the world government was established, how many people have those celestial dragons killed? Except for a few people who already knew about it. Countless Marines and pirates were all shocked and looked at Ren in disbelief. Even people around the world who were watching the live broadcast were a little shocked and couldn't help but gasp. Those Marines who joined with passion and justice in their hearts, as well as the completely ignorant people, felt that their three views were about to be subverted, and their beliefs could not help but collapse. A bone-chilling chill came out, chilling me from head to toe. Is this really something Marine can do? Whether one directly participates in this heinous act or turns a blind eye. Is this really the righteous Marine they know? Gulu? Are the celestial dragons so bad? Nami, Chopper, Usopp and others were all a little shocked. They have indeed heard that celestial dragons enjoy all privileges and enslave other races at will, and are the scum of this sea. But I really didn't expect 917 to be so bad. Every 3 years, an island is chosen to organize a killing game. Slaughter all the indigenous people above and occupy the island openly. Moreover, Marine turned out to be an accomplice. This was simply unacceptable to them. You Marines come from all over the world, maybe most of them are from countries that are members of the world government. Maybe you can still be happy for now, and you even use arrogant attitude to discriminate against the nationals of those countries that are not members of the world government. Ren's eyes were sharp and cold. He glanced at the Marines present and said with a sneer, but when your country's wealth and resources are completely squeezed by the greedy world government and the cruel celestial dragons, and the bones are broken and the marrow is sucked out of the final use value, one day it will no longer be available. Lifting heavy gold from the sky for the celestial dragons to enjoy. I hope that when the time comes, you, who have become non-world government members, or your descendants, can still say here with great righteousness that everything is for justice and everything is a necessary sacrifice. The words have not yet finished. Perusalino got rid of Jin's entanglement. The fingertips shine with a dazzling light, whoosh, in the blink of an eye. Laser beams shot out one after another like lightning. But Lei, CHBH, easily dodged it. Advertisement, boom boom hash. He spread his wings and stayed in midair. He clenched his outstretched right fist and said coldly, "These bloody examples are the tomorrow of all of you. As for those sanctimonious Marine senior executives who shout for justice and feel comfortable sacrificing others, of course there is no need to worry. Because their families have already lived in Marineford and even hold important positions in naval headquarters and even world government. Stop confusing the public with your evil words, bloody hell. Press down on your feet. Momoshagi has an electric figure. Wielding Jin Palau, he slashed hard at Ren, Keng. Sparks sputter. Two famous knives collided. Ren's eyes were stern, staring at each other. Looking at that beautiful face, he said full of sarcasm and disdain, "Am I wrong?" She has a beautiful face, but she has a heart that is more poisonous than a snake and a scorpion, devoid of humanity, and she wears the cloak of justice, shamelessly. You are working as a dog for the world government and you are still complacent. One day, some celestial dragons will take a fancy to you and throw a bone over to you. I wonder if you will lick it with your tail wagging? If it hadn't been for the celestial dragons destroying a country in 3 years. He may also feel that although Marine has to compromise with the world government for the sake of the overall situation, at least there are truly righteous people at the top. Even if their positions are different, he sincerely admires some of the strong men in Marine. But now he sees these Marine generals who are shouting for justice, are extremely hypocritical, but are still self-righteous and proud to be dogs of the world government. I just felt so sick that I wanted to vomit. You. Momosagi's face turned red. Yukiko was so angry that she almost exploded and stared at Ren with a murderous look. Stepping into the atmosphere, he kept waving the blade and slashing. "A-hole, I'm going to kill you." "Clang, ugly woman, if you can do it, just try it." Ren sneered, not to be outdone. He used his ability in an instant and entered the human-animal form. But this time in his human-animal form, in addition to his size soaring to about 3 meters tall, his body was covered in scales, and he had golden horns on his head, fangs and sharp claws. However, the face completely retains the characteristics of human beings, and it is completely different from the previous ferocious one. But with its all-round surge in power, it also has the advantage of air combat. Ren directly confronts Momosagi there. Unexpectedly, he didn't fall behind at all. Advertisement, crackling. The heat is rolling. The terrifying high temperature makes people unbearably hot. The flames of hell, where strangers are not allowed to enter, are burning there. Momosagi, the admiral candidate, couldn't help but change his color. He didn't dare to touch easily and stayed away. I just feel so frustrated. Oh, that's right. Kaido, the 4 emperors, is extremely violent. He opened his arms, clenched his huge fists, and laughed there. Only war can determine the value of human beings. People all over the world, break the moral shackles that bind you. Pull those decadent nobles and powerful people who are above you and oppress you into the cruelest battlefield. Such a result is the most equal and free. Let's have the best battle for hegemony in history. There is only one throne for the king of the world. The winner takes all. Oh, 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 oh. Hearing this, the Marine generals present. There are also the dignitaries from all over the world who are paying attention to the live broadcast of the battlefield. They all couldn't help but change their color in shock. The chill is rising. Oh, that's great. Drag those damn nobles into the battlefield. Let them experience the cruelty of war. At this time, Marineford's battlefield. Even the pirates under the Whitebeard pirates and the prisoners of the Cross Guild. Everyone couldn't help but turn red, waving their weapons and shouting loudly. Although they are not the subordinates of Kaido, they are unruly and unwilling to be left alone. But I fully agree with the words of this new world 4 emperors. In fact, quite a few of them were incited by Ren's words just now and were a little angry about what Marine and world government had done. The people felt great fear and uneasiness, and felt a fire burning in their hearts, with nowhere to vent. They subconsciously believed the words of Kaido of the Beasts and wished they could immediately throw those nobles who were oppressing them into a battlefield like Marineford. Even some people who heard the bloody truth told by Ren, piercing Marine's false skin of justice, felt that their faith collapsed and fell into confusion. Marine was no exception. His face was a little distorted, his eyes were red, showing madness. The mood got a little out of whack. Chapter 225, Angry 5 Elders, Murderous Intention, First Update. Boom, the top of the red line. Holy place Mariajoy among the powers. An expensive coffee table was torn into pieces, and expensive tea sets were shattered on the floor. The 5 elders' faces were livid and extremely angry. A few phone bugs. Different light screens are projected. In front of him was the live broadcast of Summit War. Damn it. Looking at the young and handsome figure projected on the light screen. The financial god of war, Saint Nasushiro, had a gloomy face, and he struck at first-generation Kiteru with murderous intent. That kid from the Lunarian tribe, we must get rid of him. We must not allow this guy to speak freely again. A guy without any fear lives in this world. The god of scientific defense, Saint Satan, was leaning on a cane with a look of disdain on his face, and said coldly, "Huh, are you trying to provoke the whole world to oppose the world government? Imaginary talk. It's so stupid. Marine is just the surface image of world government." Moshe Sheng, the environmental warrior god who grew up as Whitebeard, said indifferently, "The gods have never been able to stand at the top of the world just by relying on Marine guys. I didn't expect Sengoku to be so useless. He was seriously injured by a kid in a sneak attack." The legal god of war, Saint Voshuli, clenched his fists. The big mustache was trembling a little, and he said dissatisfiedly, "Marine is a bunch of trash. Even when they have the upper hand, the battle situation is so rotten. Let Kong take the CPO over immediately." The agricultural god of war, Peter Saint, who had short blonde hair and wore a suit, frowned and said, "The current situation is no longer something Marine can control. Although it is just the facade of world government. But Marine is the overlord of this sea. It is still indispensable for the world government to maintain its own rule. If there are really heavy losses, the sea will go berserk next. At that time, the world government will have to spend a considerable amount of time and energy to slowly stabilize the turbulent situation." Where, the gleaming first-generation ghost comes out of its sheath. Advertisement. The eyes of Saint Nisholing were fierce under the lens, and he said with murderous intent, "No one can offend the descendants of the Creator and still live in this world safely. Be sure to keep the daring blasphemer Ren in the Bloodhell, Whitebeard, Fire Fist Ace and the others there. In addition, add a Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy." Seidan Shengmoran added, although he has not yet shown the qualifications to awaken Nika, he would rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go. Indeed, especially him. Mo Sheng nodded, then frowned and said, "Then Garp." In one day, both his adopted grandson and his biological grandson died one after another. It was indeed too exciting for him. Monkey D. Garp is Marine hero. Its strength is also extraordinary, and it has a huge influence on Marine. Not only is Sengoku the Buddha, martial Marine, he is like a brother and sister, and they are brothers and sisters. Even Admiral Aokiji is a disciple of Garp. Even the Dove generals such as Marine Staff Officer Suru, Marine Admiral Candidate Momosagi, and Marine Admiral Candidate T. Dove also have a sworn relationship with the hero Garp. If the impact is not considered, still can't act rashly. Otherwise, they would have given direct orders to eliminate each other. There's nothing to say. Don't we still know what that guy's attitude is? Watcheri's voice was cold and he said indifferently, if it weren't for the fact that he had protected the gods, and that Kong Kong, Buddha Sengoku and other Marine senior officials tried to protect him, we would have praised him as a Marine hero. Do you keep him on the altar to this day? That blood prison Ren's ability is indeed terrifying. I didn't expect that the Lunaria tribe's innate ability, combined with the ability to superimpose the phantom species in unicorn form, would have such amazing performance. It's a pity. That guy Sengoku's internal organs have been burned through, and he probably won't survive the end of the war. If Garp dares to cause trouble, let's take the opportunity to eliminate him. Saint Seidan's eyes were cold. Kong, who once served as Marine Marshal, has taken a back seat. It was precisely because of his good performance that he could be said to be moving closer to them, so he was favorably treated and promoted by the world government and promoted to the rank of Commander-in-Chief of the world government's army. His descendants already hold important positions in the naval headquarters and even the world government center. Please give me flowers. Zero, but his comrade in arms, Marine Marshal Sengoku, was seriously injured and dying, but he was just hanging on for a breath. Advertisement. If Garp really dares to openly confront the world government, they don't mind taking advantage of the situation to eliminate each other. These Marines are no different from those despicable untouchables. They enjoy the salary and benefits provided by the world government, but they are a little shaken just because of Blood Prison Ren's words. Saint Wachuli said with some dissatisfaction. Saint Peter crossed his arms and said calmly, "It seems that we have indulged Marine too much. It's time to conduct a major cleansing of Marine." Others heard the words. No one seemed to have any objections. Zero. It's time to take care of Marine, this wild horse that wants to run free, and put a tight leash on it. Then when the time comes, let Marine directly conduct a large-scale world recruitment. As long as the strength is strong enough and guaranteed to be used by the world government, they can be promoted in any way. I agree. Compared to the moderate Doves, he is more comfortable with this knife. It just so happens that Akainu takes over his position. Most likely you won't be able to survive it. I don't have any objection either. I also take this opportunity to teach the so-called Dove generals of Marine some lessons, and to warn these self-righteous and disobedient guys. World government will not survive without them. Talent. It's not just once or twice for world government. Unexpectedly, Buddha Sengoku was attacked by Blood Hell Ren and was injured like this. Apparently, something like this. Furthermore, after this war, Marine will definitely suffer heavy losses. If you want to suppress the situation in the sea, I'm afraid it will be powerless. Saint Nisholing pushed up his glasses and nodded slightly. Although it is a bit too sharp, it is not suitable for use. Then, after the war is over, let Akainu take over. It turned out that Sengoku was a little disobedient when they saw the Buddha. They had planned to support the Marine Hawk Admiral Akainu to take power after the war. Mo Sheng sat down and said in a deep voice, seconded. Chapter 226. The Remnants of the Old Era, Whitebeard vs. Buddha's Sengoku. Kill. Justice cannot be blasphemed. Marine's justice is absolute. Put justice and fear on the pirates. You're just a pirate. Stop fooling the public with your lies. Destroy these pirates. For justice. Damn it, how dare you hurt Marshal Sengoku. Too despicable. Kill them all. Bang bang. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Most of the Marines came forward with red eyes. The cruel and bloody battlefield atmosphere made them unable to think anymore. The world government has firmly ruled this sea for 800 years, and its absolute authority that cannot be questioned or offended has long been ingrained in their minds. Obviously, Ren couldn't make them turn around and quit with just a few words. Even if they realize their mistake, most people can only bite the bullet and continue on this path. Even, 0-0, many Marines are stubborn in order to prove that their actions are just. Instead, he went crazy and attacked the pirates. Everyone, come on. Kill these hypocritical Marines. Damn Marine, how dare you use such a despicable method to sneak attack on Dad. We must not spare them. Now you Marines are in trouble, you deserve it. Kill all these Marines. Rescue Ace. A Commodore's head is half a star, worth 50 million belly. Gia haha, I want to become a cadre of the Cross Guild. Buddha Sengoku is injured, take off his head. I own a head worth 4 billion baileys, kill. Countless pirates and prisoners. Also fearless of death, he launched an attack on Marine. Constantly breaking through Marine's defense line, trying to rush to the execution platform. Rubber jet machine gun. Luffy directly turned on the second gear. His whole body was filled with visible steam, and he waved his rubber fists wildly. It bombarded the Marines that rushed up in front of them, sending them all flying away. He rushed towards the execution platform like a broken bamboo. Ace, wait for me. Don't even think about it, Shave. A Marine Vice Admiral rushed up. His body is like electricity, holding the shape of a human and animal. The face and various parts of the body have the characteristics of a Madara dog. Astonishingly, he is the elite Vice Admiral Dalmisha of the Naval Headquarters, an Esper in the dog form of Madara, the dog fruit. Finger pistol. His 5 fingers were like claws, sharp, and the wolf stabbed towards Luffy. But Luffy dodged it. A fierce rubber whip swept across. But it was also easily dodged by Dalmisha. Advertisement. The two had a fierce confrontation there. There's a stalemate. Rubber jet pistol, paper arts, tempest kick. Boom boom. And the other side, loud noises continued. Large swaths of magma sputtered out. Akainu directly engages in a fierce confrontation with Kaido. Dog bites Gurren. Thunder 8 trigrams, boom boom. However, next moment, in the horrified eyes of many people, the beast seemed to have entered the human animal form and started to get serious. He has a ferocious face and is covered with green dragon scales. His already tall body has grown a lot taller again. Waving an exaggerated mace, Akainu, who was also like a monster with hot lava all over his body, was there to fight hard. Oh, you can't do it, Akainu. Kaido, full of arrogance, laughed there. Don't get carried away over there. Akainu's eyes were cold. Rushing forward with murderous intent. A violent magma fist seal, a large amount of magma liquid gurgling out. It simulates the eruption of a volcano, where it keeps surging and erupting. Without showing any signs of weakness, he attacked hard. Dark Hound, Diamond Dysprosium, boom boom. And high in the air, glitter, from time to time, laser beams sputter out. Violent explosions were triggered in all directions. Because Buddha's Sengoku was severely injured by Ren, Kizaru had to go all out, Zabuzu. There he started a battle with Yan Calamity and Jin, and completely gained the upper hand. Led Jin can't cope with it. Ace, come on, Marco. Rush to the execution platform in one breath. Damn it, stop him. Bang bang. At this time, a blue phoenix fluttered its wings and rushed towards the execution platform. Seeing it, he was already about to fly to the execution platform. Countless pirates were excited, and those Marines were firing desperately, trying to shoot down each other. But those densely packed bullets completely penetrated the opponent's body. Rockets were fired one after another, but they were dodged flexibly by the opponent at an astonishing speed. Couldn't cause any harm. Advertisement, Phoenix Marco? On the execution platform, Crane with a solemn face said Vice Admiral, followed by fists. Just be ready to take action. Wah, the light was dazzling. A fierce kick at the speed of light came through the air. In an instant, he stopped Phoenix Marco, who was trying to fly directly to the execution platform. Kicked it away hard. Damn Kizaru, he fell to the ground in a panic. Marco, who looked like a normal person, with green flames burning all over his body, looked extremely ugly, and stared at Kizaru, who landed on the execution platform. Pirates. Perusalino said calmly, I won't let you rescue Fire Fist so easily. Over and over again. With blood bleeding from the corner of his mouth, Buddha Sengoku, who maintained the form of a giant Buddha, was holding on to the severe pain that was coming. Looking at the execution platform, his eyes revealed a murderous intent, full of determination. Let me execute you personally, me Ace. If other Marine generals were to execute Fire Fist Ace, they might be worried about creating a gap with the hero Garp. But as a dying man, he could no longer care about so much. Garp, I'm sorry, his eyes were full of determination. Take a step there and run wildly. Sengoku, please stay here. A single strike of the Naginata emits a strong shockwave. It tore apart the atmosphere and struck hard. What? Buddha Sengoku's hair stood up. His expression changed as he was about to rush to the execution platform. The golden Buddha palm was photographed directly. Boom boom. The violent airwaves kept sweeping across. Violent shockwaves collided there. Marines and pirates who were close by were all thrown away by the wolf. He just jumped right out. The words fell, Whitebeard. Airshock. Buddha's Sengoku stares at Whitebeard. Boom boom. We have been rivals for decades. Let us, the remnants of the old era, put an end to them once and for all. He stopped, clenched his fists tightly, and laughed at himself. You were right, I have been plotting my whole life, but I didn't expect that I was being plotted. With stern eyes, he looked directly at the Buddha Sengoku in front of him and said in a deep voice. You were penetrated by the blood prison through the chest. I was stabbed 4.1 times by your stupid son who plotted to rebel, and I received a shockwave from you, not counting taking advantage of you see. A palm was slapped towards Whitebeard, Buddha's impact. My physical condition is already very bad. After this battle, no matter what the outcome was, he would not be able to survive. Gu la la la, Sengoku, don't you want to take Lousy's head? He was stabbed in the heart from behind by Scarred, and received a merciless full blow from Buddha's Sengoku. Same as Buddha's Sengoku, his own family knows his own affairs. Whitebeard, covered in blood, was wielding a naginata. Then let's put an end to our old enemies. Chapter 227. The Suppressed Akainu, Magma Clone, 3rd Update. Clang. The other side. Sparks sputter. The sound of gold and iron clashing was extremely harsh. The two famous swords of Hongshui Zuoan and Jinpaluo collided violently there. Huh. The flames were blazing, accompanied by a terrible heatwave. The atmosphere was burned and distorted. The entire area has become a restricted area where no one dares to approach. Large areas of the ground have turned into hot lava, making people's scalp numb. The unimaginable high temperature made Momoshagi feel unbearably hot, as if all the water in his body was evaporating. From time to time, there are clusters of dark red flames that strike in all directions. Jew, goo, crack, bang. Areas were turned into gurgling magma. It even ignited the surrounding buildings, spreading in all directions, and the fire reached the sky. It's like the end of the world. It's scary, hateful. As a woman, to protect your skin, to avoid being accidentally disfigured in a fierce battle. Momoshagi, the admiral candidate, not only had already used the fruit's ability to enter the human animal form, but also had to be covered with haki, barely blocking the terrifying 27-degree high temperature. Because of the special phantom beast ability, even in her human animal form, her upper body still retains human characteristics. The lower body has completely transformed into a giant spider with strange moderate patterns. But because the whole body was covered with military colors, the whole person was as black as ink, making him look a bit ferocious. Keng. The two blades collided fiercely, hellish flames. Let the two separate at the first touch. Zitsa. A large number of spider silks that are tougher than steel are winding around. Was directly burned to vaporize. Momoshagi couldn't help but change his color. The spider's limbs seemed surprisingly flexible, like an afterimage. He retreated violently. I see, spider fruit phantom beast species network bride form. In human animal form, Ren maintains a humanoid appearance. Carrying huge black wings, his whole body was burning with blazing flames. There are golden horns on the head, and the neck and below are completely covered with red scales, and the sharp claws are extremely ferocious. He looked at Momoshagi indifferently and said sarcastically, "Is this why you, a shameless old woman, can keep your appearance forever? Are you just talking nonsense?" The veins on Momosagi's forehead popped out, and his teeth started to itch with anger. Staring at Ren fiercely, he wanted to tear him into pieces. She has a sister-in-law relationship with Marine Staff Officer He. Although it can be regarded as a year-end friendship. But he is indeed not young anymore, for women who love beauty. Age is undoubtedly the most sensitive and taboo topic. In particular, Ren deliberately slept with an old woman. It made her depressed. Sorry, I accidentally told the truth. Ren's wings suddenly fluttered. Advertisement his body was like lightning, and he rushed towards Momoshagi like an afterimage, slashing hard with the blade. Extremely ruthless and merciless. However, you are just a dog of celestial dragons. Even if you wear a bright and beautiful appearance, you can't wash away your dirty and ugly heart. Clang. In an instant, cold light, the two had a fierce confrontation again. As fast as lightning, every move is deadly and dangerous. It's dazzling and even more terrifying. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** *D. Momosagi heard this. His face, which was already dark, looked extremely livid. I felt that Shuizi was going to explode with anger. Couldn't keep calm anymore. What, are you angry? Ren blocked the incoming blade and said sarcastically, after all, coal is inherently black. No matter how you wash it, it will always be dirty. I'm going to kill you, go to hell, blood prison. Waving the blade crazily, with murderous intent, the astonishing slashes poured out like no money. Whoosh. Shoo. At the same time, a corner of Oris Square. The rolling heat wave makes people change their color. The amazing magma liquid kept spraying out. Red Lotus three-headed dog of hell. Roar. A huge magma dog with 3 ferocious heads and ferocious teeth roared and ran out. Taller than the giants. The sky was dyed extremely red. Carrying powerful high-level weapons, extremely ferocious, he bit Kaido of the beasts. It makes one's scalp tingle. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido's eyes are awe-inspiring. The tall figure is as fast as thunder and lightning. It showed jaw-dropping flexibility and speed that was completely inconsistent with its huge size. Boom. Wielding the extremely ferocious mace wrapped with black and red lightning, he struck hard with the giant 3-headed magma dog that was rushing towards him. The terrifying airwaves, carrying terrifying heat, rippled out layer by layer. It's as devastating as decay. Gurgling. Boom boom. Large areas of magma fluid splashed across the earth. Some pirates and marines who had no time to dodge screamed in agony. The extremely ferocious mace keeps coming unabated. Sweeped over. Hateful. The red figure rolled out in embarrassment. Akainu, whose face was covered with lava, was extremely ferocious, and punched out wildly with both fists. Meteor volcano. Whoosh whoosh. The red magma fistprints are constantly tearing apart the atmosphere. One hot volcanic bomb after another, like a volcano erupting, carrying hockey, flying out like cannonballs. At an astonishing speed, he attacked Bu Ren. Kaido, the menacing beast carrying a mace. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Jundali Long Shengjun. Kaido's aura was extremely violent, the whole person looked like a demon from hell. Advertisement, bang. Bang. He waved the mace with one arm, turning into a shadow of the stick in the sky. Easily blocked the continuous incoming magma bombs. At an astonishing speed, it approached Zhu Yan, Zhang Sanchi, Yin Nai Luo. Next moment, 100 Beasts Kaido pressed his feet. His body was like lightning, and he suddenly rushed into the sky. Swinging the terrifying mace, entangling the powerful Haki, he was so powerful. Towards Akainu below. Blast down hard, boom boom. The ground cracked. The entire square was shaken violently. It has made countless marines and pirates terrified. Gurgling. All of a sudden, it's like an undersea volcano erupting. Endless magma surged out. Dark Hound, the embarrassed Akainu. His face looked ferocious and murderous. Without showing any signs of weakness, the whole person rushed up. The fist seal that has turned into magma carries a terrifying impact. It blasted towards Kaido, the beast. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom boom. Come on, everyone, breaking through the execution platform. Ace, here we come. At this time, a pirate shouted. Only the bottom of the execution platform was visible. Because of the high-end combat power of naval headquarters, most of them are held back by their respective opponents and have no time to spare. A large number of marine defense lines were breached by the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. Just before he saw it, he was about to rush to the execution platform. Damn it. Don't even try to save Fire Fist, face stained with bloodline. The somewhat embarrassed Akainu suddenly changed color. Akainu was caught off guard and felt like he was hit hard. His face was distorted due to bleeding from the mouth. Between the electric light and flint. Oh, hey, you dare to be distracted while fighting lousy. Thunder 8 trigrams. Flying straight out. Boom, the magma bombs that emitted billowing smoke turned into one after another ferocious red figures at a speed visible to the naked eye. One after another, the magma fist marks were blasted in the direction of the execution platform. He was whipped hard by Kaido and sent flying. A large number of magma bombs were sprayed out. In the shocked and incomprehensible eyes of those pirates. It hit hard. The sound of breaking through the air continued. The mace came like lightning, intertwined with black and red lightning. At the same time, he was filled with murderous intent and was shouting hysterically. Whoosh! A terrifying figure, flying at lightning speed. Chapter 228 The Death of Fire Fist. Everyone collapsed. Open black lens bracket. Fourth update. Close black lens bracket. Brush. Swipe. The sound of breaking through the air continued. The heat wave was rolling, and the sky was dyed red. A magma clone with a body shape that is almost the same as Akainu himself, emitting hot smoke. They were all waving their extremely hot magma fist seals there. Killed directly in all directions. Clone. A corner of the square. Carrying a mace, the tall and impressive Kaido stood there. Seeing this, he couldn't help but bared his teeth and laughed. Oh, giggle, I really got fooled by you. However, he had no intention of stopping it. Just because he teamed up with Whitebeard before did not mean that he was here to help. Fire Fist Ace's life and death has nothing to do with Beast's pirates. He simply came to enjoy fighting, not trying to help Whitebeard. Kang. Sparks sputter. Strong winds, carrying billowing heat waves, kept sweeping across. Yu was really stimulated, and rushed forward like crazy. His combat power soared, and Momosagi was knocked into a mess, and he gave Momosagi a hard blow. Oh. Ren, who was covered in flames and kept away from strangers, raised his eyebrows. With Logia's ability, can he develop such a move? It's Akainu. Damn it, is it a clone? Quick, get out of the way. In the square below the execution platform. The sudden scene shocked countless pirates. No one expected that Akainu would launch such an attack at this time. Moreover, there was a magma bomb earlier, which rushed directly to the execution platform above. Directly in midair, it turned into a magma clone. He raised his extremely hot fist seal. He blasted Fire Fist Ace hard. Fire Fist, that's it, Ace. The expressions of countless pirates changed drastically. Even Whitebeard, who was confronting Buddha Sengoku, could not help but change his expression. He was furious. Akainu, how dare you? He suddenly raised his fist, with a halo in his eyes. Want to stop? In the blink of an eye, the golden light shines and the Sanskrit sounds burst out. Buddha Sengoku's eyes were stern and he shouted, Whitebeard, don't even think about interfering with the execution. A violent shockwave came over hard. Boom, Whitebeard had to resist hastily. Because he was distracted, Buddha Sengoku found an opportunity and suppressed him. The whole person was blown away. Wow, however. Advertisement Sengoku, who was already seriously injured but was just trying to hold on for a breath, staggered. With a plop, he knelt down on one knee, vomiting blood. Marshal Sengoku. The surrounding Marines saw this and started shouting. People ran up in groups, protecting the Marine Marshal in the middle. Be careful not to be careless at all, to prevent him from being weak at this time. Was attacked by other pirates again. Ahem, the war is not over yet. Buddha Sengoku's face showed pain. A thin layer of cold sweat broke out all over his head and he covered his bleeding chest. With his strong will, he supported his weak body and tried his best to maintain his consciousness. He tried hard to raise his eyelids and looked at the execution platform. The scene that caught his eye was slightly shaking. I must not fall down like this. B. Nami, Zoro, Sanji and others. They all couldn't help but widen their eyes and turn pale with shock. Ace, Luffy, who had already run to the execution platform, changed his expression even more. He used the second and third gears continuously, but in the end he could not directly take down Dalmesh's elite vice admiral. He was a little exhausted and yelled hysterically, "Stop!" All of a sudden, an astonishing fluctuation swept away from him. Let a large number of marines and pirates from all directions freeze there. Plop, plop. Everyone foamed at the mouth, turned their eyes white, and fell down. That rascal. Conqueror's Haki, that kid, are you kidding me? Ace's younger brother, does he also have such qualifications? Many people were shocked. However, at this time, they couldn't care less about Straw Hat Luffy. Because, the magma clone of Akainu on the execution platform was not affected at all. Akainu, don't even think about hurting Akainu. He didn't care about his opponent Admiral Kizaru. Marco, who had turned into a phoenix, fluttered his wings and came, full of anxiety. Wah! But in an instant, I felt a golden light flash in front of me. In the blink of an eye, his pupils shrank sharply, and he was directly kicked by a fierce light speed. Kicked hard and flew out. I'm sorry, but I can't let you get in the way of Sakazuki. Mid-air, golden figure. Maintain a kicking stance. Kizaru squinted his eyes and looked calm, but it is full of seriousness, without the usual carefreeness. No, among all the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. The canthus of his eyes was about to burst, and he was screaming with unwillingness. A violent magma fist tore through the atmosphere. Advertisement it penetrated Fire Fist's chest fiercely. Kai. Rona. Wow, a scream. His chest was penetrated by lava, and his internal organs were mercilessly burned. The captain of the second division of the Whitebeard pirates died on the spot. Ace. The pirates present widened their eyes and shouted hysterically. I simply didn't want to believe my eyes. All of a sudden, my eyes changed. Cry and shed tears. Ace. Luffy froze there. Staring blankly at the execution platform, Fire Fist Ace was penetrated through the chest. The whole person was trembling, and he couldn't believe it, so he shouted, "Is this a fake?" Ace, in the center of the square. Whitebeard, who was knocked back, roared there. Boom! The atmosphere was shattered. A violent shockwave swept over. In an instant, the marines and pirates along the way were thrown away. It destroyed the execution platform. Boom boom. The huge execution platform collapsed suddenly. Crane Vice Admiral, who had been sitting on top but had not made up his mind to execute Fire Fist Ace personally because of his relationship with Garp, immediately retreated on the moonwalk. Ace. Rubber rocket launcher. Haki turns out to be half-baked. He became a lot stronger at this moment. The dark palms tore through the atmosphere and blasted upwards. Boom. Ace. His whole body was shaking, his mouth was pursed, and tears couldn't help rolling down. A large amount of magma fluid splashed. Ace. Looking at Ace lying there covered in blood and completely losing the breath of life. He rushed forward and hugged Ace's gradually cold body. Regardless of his palms being burned by the terrible lava, Luffy rushed up and gasped, "Ace." Ooh. Akainu's magma clone was violently blasted away. Looking at the body that had been penetrated through the chest and had no signs of life. He stumbled and fell to his knees with a thump, his whole face turned pale. At this time, unable to bear it any longer, I started to cry loudly, "Ah, ah." One by one, they seemed to have collapsed, and they collapsed on the ground, hugging their heads and crying. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates rushed forward one after another. We agreed to go back to the New World together, nephew. No, that's not true. Chapter 229. Angry Whitebeard, Ren's attack and killing, Update 1. How so, Gulu, is this a joke, Luffy? Sudden upheaval. Nami, Zoro, Sanji and others were shocked. Looking at Luffy, who was throwing himself on Ace who was covered in blood and had lost the breath of life, crying like he was broken down, he was a little worried. They had never seen Luffy, who was usually careless and playful, with such a sad expression. No one expected that such a thing would happen. Looking at Ace's bloody body. The captains such as Phoenix Marco, Diamond Josie, Foil Beasta and others on the side couldn't help but have red eyes. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. Damn it. Gurgling. At this time, the ground was constantly bubbling with boiling heat. It became unbearably hot. Magma sputters, an extremely red figure. Suddenly it emerged from the ground. Ah, it's Akainu. Damn B********************. D. He was the one who killed Ace. Fight him. The expression of a famous pirate changed drastically. Some people were burned to ashes by the gush of magma on the spot. But more people were so angry that they raised guns and other weapons and kept firing at Akainu. Bang bang. Boom. 587. A large amount of magma splashed. The tall figure had shocking holes all over his body. But it continued to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, safe and sound. Akainu was previously blasted away by a thunderous 8 trigrams, leaving behind the beast's Kaido, and penetrated directly into the ground. Akainu came over and was covered in blood, braving the ferocious lava. Anyone can leave here, only you. Neither of the two brothers can hope to leave alive. Staring at the extremely sad and crying Luffy, there he raised his magma fist seal and shouted murderously, "You are next." "What? It's Admiral Akainu. Get away, Luffy." He looked at Akainu, who was killing him like a monster with murderous intent. Nami, Zoro, Usopp and others couldn't help but change their expressions and shouted. Zoro and Sanji even rushed forward regardless of the situation. Trying to stop. Boom boom. A large amount of magma fluid splashed. The blue regenerative fire turned into a huge shield. It was firmly blocked there. Yuhuhu. Strong winds, accompanied by a terrible heatwave. The pirates all around were violently thrown away. Advertisement, Akainu, don't even think about taking away Strawhat Boy's life, Phoenix Marco yelled with his eyes red. Shine crash. Most of Diamond Josie's body has turned into diamond. Shines with crystal luster and wraps around armament hockey. It hit hard. You are such a scumbag and no one can protect him. Akainu looked ferocious and refused to be outdone. The other magma-formed fist hit hard like an undersea volcano erupting. Collided with Diamond Josie. Boom boom. A large amount of magma fluid kept splashing out. The three collided violently there. There was actually some stalemate. Huh, weird. The hair on Akainu's body stood up. It seemed that he sensed some kind of crisis, directly and proactively elementalize immediately. Kai lava splashes. A shower of blood fell. The foil sword Beasta swung its blade and passed through it. Foil Beasta. Akainu's eyes were stern and murderous. What an annoying guy. Namuel, take Ace's body and Straw Hat away quickly. Phoenix Marco was full of grief and anger, and yelled. He is Ace's younger brother. If we can't protect him, it will be a shame for our Whitebeard pirates. I see. The captain of the 8th Division, the fishman Namur, hurriedly ran up. He grabbed Luffy, who was crying there, and Ace's bloody body, and ran towards the distance. Luffy came back to his senses and stared fiercely at Akainu in front of him, struggling desperately. Let me go, I don't want to leave, I want to kill that magma bee ***********. Stop joking, Straw Hat. Namur's arms were like pliers. One was holding the struggling Luffy and the other was holding Ace's body. His face was full of grief, and he shouted, do you think we don't want revenge? But what can you do now except die? That is the highest combat power of naval headquarters, even Marco cannot defeat him. You are really great, CHCF, shocked and angry, Akainu sneered. But as I said, two brothers, neither of them can even think of leaving. Gurgling. A lot of magma is gushing out. It was like a real volcano erupting there, erupting with a powerful impact. The terrifying magma, carrying unimaginable high temperatures, tried to drown Marco and blast him away. No matter what you say, don't even think about hurting a hair of Straw Hat Boy. But Marco roared, and a large amount of regeneration inflammation kept pouring out. There they also resisted tenaciously. Dad, Sakazuki Admiral, be careful. At this time, the pirates and marines present were all shocked. An unattainable figure suddenly stood behind Akainu. Damn, it's too late. Not far away, the somewhat weak Buddha Sengoku had no time to rush forward. Akainu froze instantly. Advertisement, the hair on my head stood up. But don't wait for him to dodge subconsciously, Magma Imp. TBA terrifying fist mark had already torn the atmosphere apart. Carrying a terrifying power of shock, hit Akainu hard on the head. Boom. Boom. The ground cracked, the whole head is twisted. He was pushed hard to the ground. Whitebeard, Akainu's face was distorted by the blast, and his head was bloody. The whole person was extremely angry, there was no time to stabilize the body. Rolling there in disgrace. Boom. Boom. A series of magma fist marks. Crazy flying attack through the air, but he was dodged or blocked by Whitebeard, who was extremely angry. Regardless, he came up with a naginata and killed him. Crack it out hard. Boom boom. Bang bang. Two figures engaged in a fierce confrontation. Although he was caught off guard and was at a disadvantage, Akainu gradually recovered. With a murderous intent, his whole body turned into boiling lava. Not afraid at all, Whitebeard, who was seriously injured and only had half his life left, rushed out like a volcano erupting. The magma-formed right fist hit Whitebeard's head hard, Dark Hound. Chance. At the same time, Ren, who was fighting with Momoshage, flashed his eyes. He stepped on his feet and flapped his wings. Shunpo. The figure is like a ghost. In an instant, he crossed a distance of tens of meters, leaving behind Momoshage, whose expression changed drastically and he had no time to stop him. The whole person was like a red stream of light, rushing up with a billowing heatwave. What he came to fight for, but it was never about confronting monsters openly and one-on-one. Since we are an enemy that will never stop fighting, why should we preach? Naturally, they will do whatever it takes to weaken the opponent as much as possible. This naval headquarters has the highest combat power. If you can kill one, that's one. Kai, a loud roar broke through the air. The gleaming blade was surrounded by terrifying hell flames and intertwined with black and red lightning. He stabbed Akainu fiercely, brush, however, between the electric light and flint. A golden light came in a flash. Whoops, Kizaru's figure appeared there, immediately in front of him. The dazzling right leg tore through the air like lightning and kicked violently. I won't let you succeed easily again, Blood Prison. Chapter 230. The Death of Sengoku, the severely injured Aokiji, second update. Kai, Dad, Marshal Sengoku. For a moment, the picture seems to be frozen. Everyone was stunned. Despite being extremely angry, he burst out with amazing power. But the injury suddenly recurred, and there was a flaw, and Whitebeard was a little stiff. Directly hit by Kainu's dark hound, half of his face was knocked off. And at the same time, not far away, blood splattered. A golden Buddha head flew up. He rolled to the ground, eyes wide open. Ren, who was covered in scales and armor, was holding a blazing blade with murderous intent. A headless golden body of the Buddha, falling down with a crash. And was kicked by Perusalino. Astonishingly, there was an afterimage that dissipated there. Mr. Sengoku, Kizaru froze. His pupils were constricted, and he was a little angry. Damn it. That B************ he can foresee the short future. Was he fooled? He didn't expect that the other party would be so ruthless and arrogant. The moment he predicted that his Marine Admiral might intercept him, he decisively gave up the plan to attack and kill Sakazuki and turned his target to Buddha Sengoku. Didn't miss any chance at all. Oh, hey, he's an interesting guy. Not far away. Wielding the mace casually, he blasted away several Marine generals who tried to intercept him. Kaido of the 100 Beasts was holding the Hachisaiji, baring his teeth and grinning. Hit the east and attack the west, and take the lead in killing the weak Sengoku of the Buddha? But that guy Whitebeard is really old. His eyes were complicated. Looking at the other side, Whitebeard stood there with half of his head knocked off by Kainu's dark hound. The whole person was a little embarrassed. You can't even stop in a Kainu. The great Poseidon was once known as the strongest man in the world, and the uncrowned king. He was so weak, it's really touching, Mr. Sengoku. Momoshage comes in pursuit. The whole person's eyes were about to burst. The body is very fast, so it is necessary to rush forward directly. Murderous and furious. Blood prison, UB********************. Huh, huh, crackling. The terrifying flames of hell. Advertisement. It was burning directly, covering the sky and the earth. It flooded all directions and turned into a huge ring of fire. The entire sky was illuminated extremely red. Rolling heat waves distorted the atmosphere. Keep coming. No strangers allowed in. Some pirates and marines who got too close. Before he had time to dodge, he was already burned to ashes and even vaporized. A terrifying scene. It made countless people change their colors in shock. The chill is rising. Damn it. The hair on Momosagi's body stood up, and his expression changed. I had to stop myself. He retreated violently, gurgling. A large area of the ground turned into magma. It was boiling there, horrifying, scalp numbing. Turn me into ashes, Buddha Sengoku. Ren's eyes were stern. With his left hand, he suddenly grasped the air. Rumble. For a moment, the earth trembled. The hot magma keeps surging. In the eyes of countless marine generals, who were extremely shocked and angry. Gurgling. Buddha Sengoku's body was directly swallowed alive by the extremely red and bubbling magma. It seems that he is not even prepared to leave his ashes to the other party. The next moment, dark red blazing flames and magma completely blocked their sight. I can no longer see what happened inside, Marshal Sengoku. Abominable bloody hell. That B*********************** all over the battlefield. Tens of thousands of marines. Everyone's eyes were about to burst, and they were filled with grief and anger. Mr. Sengoku. The West Coast. Admiral Aokiji, who was fighting with the fallen angel, Azazel, and was covered in blood, changed his expression drastically. His strength was already overwhelmed by this strong man from the Lunarian tribe 100 years ago. Because he was too careless before, his injuries were serious. You were careless again. The bloody light was as fast as lightning. It disappeared in a flash and penetrated Aokiji's body. But all of a sudden, the blood was frozen by the shocking coldness, and the doctor froze. Hoo-hoo advertisement J. Fire came. Aokiji was completely blown away. The blood-colored light that was frozen was melted directly. It turned out to be made of a large amount of blood. It's chilling. Hateful. The whole person was covering his abdomen, and blood was bleeding from the corners of his mouth. Azazel stared straight ahead with a ferocious face. A severe coldness surged throughout his body, and the ferocious bloody mouth on his abdomen froze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Asterisk. Even, he can continue to absorb the blood to restore his own injuries. Relying on the exaggerated racial talents of the Lunarian tribe, as well as the ability to form a phantom beast species and a vampire. This unkillable monster is simply a blood prison Ren second. Not only does he have no scruples, he often directly uses injuries for injuries, lives for injuries, and even lives for lives, which are tactics that are hard to guard against. Moreover, it can continuously restore its own injuries and physical strength by swallowing the blood. Even because it possesses monster-like power, it is a greater threat than blood prison Ren. It made him frustrated. Brush, all I saw was the terrifying blood. Rushing past the bloody marine corpses. In the blink of an eye, those corpses turned into mummies at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood in the body was completely withdrawn, which was terrifying. Brush. Brush. Gathered into a scalp-numbing blood-colored river, and continued to sink into Azazel's body. Most of these marine corpses are the work of Shiryu of the Rain. The abilities of the two are surprisingly well matched. One has to collect massive amounts of blood, in addition to manipulating them and using them as a means of attack. It is also for the convenience of continuously replenishing physical strength. Relying on his immortality, he keeps himself at the top at all times. One wants to accumulate more murderous intent through a large number of killings, and does not hesitate to go on a killing spree, in order to make the ghost energy released by one's own ability more powerful. Bolo, he took out the phone bug in his pocket and glanced at it. Fallen angel. Azazel frowned slightly, but had no intention of connecting. Looking around at the battlefield on the coast, he showed a smile. That's almost it. In addition to the 20 warships they led over at the beginning, they robbed another dozen warships. Even in the previous naval battle, several ships were sunk. There are almost 30 warships left. Buggy, except for your flagship, immediately have the entire fleet withdraw to distant seas and stand by. Close black lens bracket. Wu. Jung was pretending to be standing on the flagship and watching the battlefield. Seeing Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku beheaded by Bloodhell Ren, even Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, had half of his face knocked off by Admiral Akainu. Buggy the Clown was so frightened that he was dripping with cold sweat and panicked. The unquestionable voice of Fallen Angel, Azazel, the vice president of the Cross Guild, suddenly echoed in his mind. Chapter 231, Huge Trench, Kong arrives, third update? Dad, damn Akainu, ooh, is it over here? On the battlefield. Countless pirates, looking at half of his face being knocked off. Whitebeard with a shocking face and blood. Everyone could not help but widen their eyes and shout. Go to death, Whitebeard. Akainu's face was covered with blood and he was in a state of panic. Panting slightly, looking at Whitebeard in front of him, he spoke indifferently. He looked to the other side. He clenched his fists tightly with murderous intent. Blood prison Ren, that be asterisk. I saw it on the Oris Square. Most of the area has been submerged in dark red flames, and the entire land has completely turned into boiling magma. Moreover, the fire continued to expand, and the billowing heat waves kept coming. That terrible high temperature is still unbearably hot even if it is hundreds of meters away. There is no way to get even half a minute closer. No strangers allowed in. Countless marines and pirates shunned him like snakes and scorpions. He kept retreating violently, staying far away. They even retreated to the 687 construction areas on both sides of the square. All over the square. There are not many left who can stay here. Even Momosagi, the admiral candidate, had to be covered with hockey. Resisting the terrible heat, did you escape over there? Looking outside the square, Strawhat Luffy, who had broken free from Nomura's shackles, was staring at him fiercely, being held tightly by the rest of the Straw Hat crew. Akainu was full of murderous intent. With that fierce posture, do you want to kill me? It's so funny. Brush, but before he could start chasing the Straw Hats, a hand wrapped around Hockey suddenly grabbed him tightly. Whitebeard. Akainu's face froze. His eyes widened, looking at the figure in front of him in disbelief. Half of his face was knocked off, along with half of his head. Isn't this dead yet? What kind of monster is this? Boom. The somewhat timid Akainu. His face was ferocious, revealing a fierce murderous intent. Are you not dead yet? Then I will give you another ride. Dark Hound. The magma-formed fist was blasted out before it could hit him. The whole person has been thrown up by Whitebeard. Brush. He tilted his head suddenly, dodged the incoming magma fist. A huge fist wrapped around the extremely powerful Hockey, condensing a dazzling halo. Boom. It hit Akainu's whole body hard. Whitebeard's eyes were extremely sharp, filled with endless murderous intent and anger, and he yelled, Magma Kid, go down and bury Ace with me. Wow. Akainu's eyes were bulging and he was vomiting blood. The whole body was twisted irregularly. Advertisement. Click click, in an instant, the whole atmosphere was transformed. It shattered like a mirror. Thin cracks kept spreading and spreading in all directions. Boom. Rumble. The next moment, the ground rumbled. The whole island trembled and shook violently. The majestic naval headquarters building collapsed directly. Countless marines and pirates were unable to stand firmly, and their heads were badly bruised. An exaggerated huge crack directly swallowed a large number of marines. The entire square moved at a speed visible to the naked eye. It cracked directly, split into two. Kacha kacha. Crashing. Crashing. Even the frozen ice surface was completely shattered. The huge waves rolled, and a large amount of seawater poured directly into the huge crack, forming a huge trench and boiling. It was indescribably shocking. Whitebeard _ Akainu fell there, covered in blood and filled with rage. But he had been hit with a stick by Kaido, the beast, and punched hard on the head by Whitebeard, so he was already seriously injured. Now he had endured Whitebeard's terrifying blow. His internal organs seemed to have been shattered and he was unable to move at all. Full of unwillingness and anger, he stared at Whitebeard's figure. The whole person slid down towards the huge trench. Dad, witnessing this amazing scene. Marco, Diamond Josie and other captains were barely standing there, but were separated by life on the other side of the huge crack. Looking at Whitebeard's majestic figure, they all shouted there. Huh. Huh. Whitebeard stood there holding his naginata and gasping for air. He suddenly took a deep breath and shouted, Young men, now, I give the final captain's order. Everyone takes Ace's body and retreats to New World. Dad. No. Final captain's orders. Wait a minute, Dad, this is too unlucky. Even if we have to go back, we will go back together. A pirate named Whitebeard Pirates was crying and full of excitement there. But in fact, they knew very well that with Whitebeard's injuries, it was impossible to survive. It's just a little unacceptable. Want to retreat? Don't let these pirates get away. Marine's justice must be absolute. Don't run away. Damn pirates. Avenge Marshal Sengoku. Kill all these pirates. One of the marine generals had red eyes. With weapons raised in murderous intent, he commanded the marines under his command. Prepare to continue chasing the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. I am a remnant of the era. There is no ship that can carry me in the new era, so go ahead. Whitebeard was there drinking, this great Poseidon of old. I have made up my mind to sink to the bottom of the sea with this island. Buzz. He stared at the marines gathered together, determined to continue the pursuit. Advertisement. He directly picked up the naginata, condensing an incandescent halo. Cracked it out hard. Kacha kacha, boom, boom. Awe and astonishing shock waves suddenly exploded. There was a violent vibration, and the marines were directly blown away. Dancing like a paperman, screaming, bang, bang. Looking at the raging flames, few people dared to stay in Ola Square anymore. Whitebeard ran out with his naginata and intercepted Marine, who wanted to pursue him outside the square. Marine, don't you want my head? The majestic figure stands richly there. Looking at those marines, he was extremely fierce and shouted. Come on, let me be your opponent from now on. That be asterisk 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 D. Whitebeard. Not far away, saw this scene. Momoshage was shocked and angry. He no longer needs to worry about Fire Fist Ace's execution. Crane Vice Admiral clenched his fists tightly and said quietly, now Whitebeard is really planning to treat this place as a tomb and sink to the bottom of the sea with Marineford. Come on, Whitebeard can't last much longer. Doberman Vice Admiral looks ferocious. Commanding the elite Marines, he loudly ordered, take off Whitebeard's head. Oh, a Marine's eyes were red. Without fear, he attacked Whitebeard. Bang bang. Boom, boom, there was constant gunfire. A large number of bullets and cannonballs continued to pour in. Gu la la la, do you want my head? Come on, Whitebeard's eyes were stern. 5.6. Wielding the naginata, he slashed hard. The atmosphere was directly shattered again. Boom boom. Ah, the ground cracked. A brave Marine rushed forward without fear of death. He was violently blasted away. He kept screaming. That's on the sea. A ship is coming. That's the world government's fleet. Some Marines and pirates pointed to the sea, where they screamed in confusion. Crane, Vice Admiral, Momoshage and other Marine generals heard this and subconsciously looked over, their pupils shrinking. That's crash. I saw the vast sea. One after another, warships flying the flag of the world government came fiercely from the sea. And on the headed flagship, a big word, empty, is very eye-catching. An old, strong, and unbelievably tall figure stood on the bow of the ship with his arms folded. The whole person exudes a powerful haki, Marshal Kong. Chapter 232 King Kong Giant Ape. Broken arm Akainu open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Damn it, it's the world government's fleet. That warship is the ship of former Marine Marshal Kong Kong. Damn it, are they reinforcements sent by the world government? Looking at the sea, the menacing fleet, a famous pirate was shocked. Roar. A giant green dragon soared into the sky. Kaido of the beasts directly transformed into a blue dragon, stared at the slowly approaching fleet on the sea, and suddenly opened his mouth. Oh, hey, it's getting more and more interesting. Bad wind. Whoosh. For a moment, countless huge wind blades were tearing the weather apart. It bombarded the fleet on the sea. Kaido, Kong shouted. The commander-in-chief of the world government army was somewhat furious. Thick fuzz sprouted all over the body at a speed visible to the naked eye. The already tall figure couldn't help but expand, turning into a huge King Kong giant ape that was comparable to Kaido's previous form. Moreover, the teeth are ferocious and the nails are sharp. The whole body was surrounded by dark flame clouds. Standing on the bow of the ship, boohoo, both legs were kicked violently and kicked out 27 times. One after another, terrifying slashes continued to strike out violently. It collided hard with the wind blades that were cutting continuously. Boom. Boom. Zone Ape Fruit Ancient Species Vajra Giant Ape Form. Looking at Kong, who was surrounded by dark flames and looked a little weird. Kaido, the beast, raised his eyebrows and laughed. Oh, it's interesting. Are your abilities awakened? That's right, Kong is an ancient esper in the ape form of Vajra. But it is different from other zone ability users. The abilities of his former Marine Marshal, it has already awakened. Rumble, without warning. Just when everyone was a little shocked by the collision between the reinforcements sent by the world government and the beast Kaido. The ground shook suddenly, gurgling. It's like an undersea volcano erupting. Advertisement. A wretched figure rushed out along with a large amount of magma. Roar. A giant Kirin beast bathed in blazing flames and covered with red scales chased out of the hot magma. Hey, you, the loyal dog of the world government, are so lucky, I can't even kill you. Ren, who transformed into a unicorn, showed murderous intent. stepping on the auspicious clouds, carrying the rolling heatwave. There, he refused to give up and bit at the figure of Mei Hong. What? Sakazuki. Damn it, Yinyan's left arm. Momosagi, Kizaru, Crane Vice Admiral and others all couldn't help but change their expressions. I saw the figure in the air, and it was a Kainu, half of his body had turned into magma. But what is shocking is that he actually broke his arm. Oh, hey, this guy is really exaggerated. High in the air. Kaido, the beast who transformed into a blue dragon, looks back. He couldn't help but shrink his eyes and burst into laughter. In this case, he seized the opportunity. He didn't expect that Ren would sneak directly into the underground and attack a Kainu who was severely injured by Whitebeard. It looks like I almost succeeded. It actually caused a Kainu, the Marine Admiral, to lose his arm. Damn brat, midair, the feet stamped hard. A Kainu covered in bruises. The face was distorted and full of anger. There he shouted angrily, "Blood prison Ren, brush." There was a flash of golden light. Kizaru didn't care about being suppressed by him, and looked a little embarrassed. Wah! A fierce kick at the speed of light hit the giant unicorn. The atmosphere is torn apart. The dazzling right foot wraps around Haki. Comes with a fierce kick. Boom! Kirin was caught off guard. He was violently blasted away. It hit the collapsed marine building. Gurgling. The dark red flames directly ignited the surrounding area. Part of the building was directly vaporized by the terrifying high temperature, and more of it was directly turned into boiling magma. It's scary. Sakazuki, are you okay? Advertisement? Momosagi, Crane Vice Admiral and others rushed up. Marine's loss has been great enough without the Marine Marshal Sengoku of Buddha. If we lose another Marine Admiral, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Wow. A lot of magma disappears. Sakazuki stumbled to the ground, bleeding from the mouth. His face showed pain, his eyes were ferocious, and he gritted his teeth. That B*****************. D. He was a little weak and covered his left arm, which was covered with bones and blood. Staring fiercely at the blazing ruins and billowing smoke, he made no secret of his murderous intent. I must kill him with my own hands. He never expected it. The opponent actually took advantage of himself being punched by Whitebeard and suffered an astonishingly heavy injury. It dived directly into the ground and pounced on it, not giving him any chance to breathe at all. Hiss, looking at a Kainu's miserable look, Crane Vice Admiral couldn't help but take a breath of air. The Marine Admiral's arm was clearly bitten off alive by Bloodhell Ren in his complete beast form. Gurgling. A huge unicorn rushed directly out of the magma ruins. Stepping on the auspicious clouds, majestic and unscathed. Even the huge black wings were covered in blazing fire. Bathed in terrifying dark red flames, it was like a sun that no one could enter, distorting the surrounding weather. Carrying the billowing heat waves, it stood there. This turned the entire battle situation around. Looking down at Momosagi, he said sarcastically, "It's just a dog from the world government, don't talk so righteously like you Marines are very moral." With faint eyes, he stared at the giant beast in front of him. The Marine Marshal Sengoku of Renfo was killed by the other party. Perusolino's face was solemn. He stared at these Marine executives with eager eyes. He didn't expect that a blood prison Ren could stir up such a big storm. The person who transforms into a unicorn is condescending. Momosagi gritted his silver teeth and glared angrily. They sneak attacks over and over again. I really underestimated you, Coppers Ren. When you Marine plotted against Whitebeard before, you were very fair and honest. Even Sakazuki, the Marine Admiral, almost followed in the footsteps of Marshal Sengoku. Oh, that's not called plotting, that's called tactics, right? Lousy is a righteous pirate, how can he talk to you evil Marines about morality? Despicable guy. You call me mean? Always ready to help. Woohoo. Not far away, some embarrassed Jin flew down there. Chapter 233 Kaido's Conqueror's Collision, first update. Hateful. Listen to Ren's fallacy. He is also shameless, a righteous pirate and an evil Marine. Momosagi couldn't help but feel angry. Suddenly, a flash of scarlet flashed across Ren's eyes. The hair on his whole body stood up, he tilted his head suddenly. Boom, bullets wrapped around high-level armament Haki one after another. At an incredible speed, it struck like lightning. But he narrowly avoided it. A strong CPO, he looked sharply. He looked directly over, on a world government ship. A tall figure wearing a mask and a white suit, he was holding an ordinary rifle. Aim for him there, and behind him. Also following were a dozen figures of various shapes, wearing masks and cloaks. And the fleet of a dozen warships were all Marine. But the number was not large, as there were less than 10,000 people. Launch a bombardment on the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates, destroy their ships, and don't let them escape from here, Kong ordered loudly there. These are all Marine elites he urgently transferred from the G1 branch of New World. They were originally responsible for guarding the Holy Land. But now, it has to be used as reinforcements. Enter the battlefield at Marineford. Yes. Boom. Boom. For a while, the entire fleet opened fire one after another. They continued to bombard the ships of the Whitebeard Pirates. One after another, the pirate ships were blown apart by the bombardment, sending out billowing smoke. Trying to cut off the Whitebeard Pirates' retreat. Hateful. Those bastards, our ship was blown up. Damn it, fight back. Give them some color. Let them see the power of New World Pirates. Witnessing this scene. Advertisement: the Pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. They all couldn't help but feel a little angry and gnashed their teeth. Some people had already returned to the pirate ship. He quickly started to fight back. Bang bang. One after another, the cannons kept spitting out fire. On the sea, 2 warships were immediately hit directly. One of them even hit the ammunition area directly, causing a violent explosion. A raging fire broke out. Everyone, listen, the primary targets are Copper Ren, Strawhat Luffy, Whitebeard. Kong shouted. For the sake of justice, we must not let them leave here alive. The words fell. He is majestic. The tall and burly figure rushed out first. Came to the coast. Oh, hey, I thought this was the end of a boring war, but I didn't expect there would be a follow-up. Kaido laughed loudly, and the huge dragon body rushed down directly. Transformed into a human form, the demon-like figure held a mace and stopped in front of Kong. Commander of the World Government Army, let me play with you. Kaido, I don't have time to greet you now, take the fire disaster and get out of this island right now. Kong clenched his fists. With a gloomy face, he said in a deep voice. He has white beard and hair, with a mohawk and an M-shaped beard. Although he is already a bit old, his muscles are exaggerated and full of terrifying strength. It's not that he's afraid of Kaido of the Beasts, but he doesn't want to cause trouble. Now their targets are the Whitebeard Pirates and Blood Prison Ren, the God Killer. As for Garp's grandson, Straw Hat Luffy, strictly speaking, it's just incidental. Although he didn't know why the 5 elders gave such an order. Go away if you say so, but Lousy won't like it. Kaido of the Beasts grinned. His figure was like lightning, and he rushed forward. The ferocious mace is intertwined with black and red lightning. Sweeping over. Thunder 8 trigrams. King Kong Chariot. Kong roared. The body size expands at a rate visible to the naked eye. He once again entered the previously awakened human animal form, surrounded by black smoke. The tall figure exudes a powerful momentum. The humanoid tank suddenly rushed out. The huge fist seal became extremely dark, and was also wrapped with black and red lightning. Without showing any signs of weakness, he attacked hard. Boom boom, crack, bang. The terrifying collision tore the earth apart. Astonishing streaks of lightning spread out like dragons and snakes dancing. Advertisement: some pirates and marines who got too close turned their eyes and foamed at the mouth. Was knocked unconscious. That is, Conqueror's collision? Gulu. This is the first time I have seen Marshal Kong take action. After all, he is the commander-in-chief of the world government, so it is not surprising that he has Conqueror's qualifications. Hiss. There is no direct contact between the fist and the mace. What's going on? A collision in the air, all over the battlefield. A marine and a pirate were shocked. Looking at the 2 people fighting in disbelief, his pupils shrank sharply. It was shocking to discover that the collision between Kong and Kaido did not involve direct contact at all. It's like there is an invisible barrier between them. There, he cried out. Boom. In the sky, gray clouds surged. It makes people feel a little shocked. No one can imagine the collision between Kong, the Marine Marshal, and Kaido of the Beasts, the 4 Emperors. Conqueror's hockey collision between 2 people, even the weather affected it. Tisk tisk, he is indeed the former Marshal Marine, he really has 2 brushes. Ren was a little surprised. He showed a playful sneer, but, after all, he is old. Even if the fruit ability is awakened, and it is a rare ancient species, it will not last long, right? 1. For Kong has Conqueror's hockey, and even mastered Conqueror's entangle. He, De Li Hao, didn't think it was too strange. After all, he was once the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters. Now he is the Commander-in-Chief of the entire World Government Army. Even the World Government has made great efforts to win over him. He is really no worse than Buddha's Sengoku. In the final analysis, fruit ability does not represent everything. However, the collision between Kong and the Beast Kaido failed to cause the sky to split open. It means it's still a little bit worse after all. If you think about it carefully, it's normal. After all, they're just loyal dogs that want to get closer to the world government. With that kind of structure and courage, where can we go? Hey, you don't seem to have time to care about others. Woo. There was a flash of golden light. Perusolino's figure was electric. The right leg shines with dazzling light and is wrapped with high-level armament hockey fire. A fierce light speed kick came unceremoniously. After all, you are facing a Marine Admiral, plus an Admiral candidate. Boom boom. Chapter 234. Move the Fruit? Overlord Territory, second update? Crackling. The flames are raging and the heat waves are rolling. In front of the ruins of the Naval Headquarters building, the fire is raging into the sky and lava is gurgling. Kirin Seal. Ren, who had already predicted it, had a stern look in his eyes. The huge Kirin beast's claws were surrounded by dark red flames, intertwined with extremely powerful black and red lightning, and blasted directly up. Kizaru, the Marine Admiral's light speed kick, was hard to beat. Boom. Amazing explosive wind. There it swept violently. Countless pieces of rubble, carrying a terrifying heatwave, struck in all directions. Kai. At the same time, Momosagi also moved suddenly. Wielding the famous sword Jinpaluo, he slashed at people. However, what she didn't expect was that Jin, who was supposed to watch indifferently, would rush up to her. The speed was astonishingly fast, and he was ahead. Emperor Dan Gong. Kang, boom boom, two figures. Colliding there. Get out of my way, staring at the fire disaster in front of me. Momosagi's eyes were cold and a little angry. Sorry, we can't do it. Jin, who had been in a series of confrontations with Perusalino, the Marine Admiral, responded indifferently with a firm look in his eyes. Holding the blade in hand, he stood in front of Momosagi. Standing in a stalemate with the other party. Damn disaster, 110. Watch this scene. Akainu, who was covered in blood and looked a little embarrassed, was full of murderous intent. There was thick smoke all over his body, and his breath was hot and he was throwing it up. Sakazuki, you should know your situation very well, stop being so pushy, Crane Vice Admiral frowned. He held down Akainu, who was still stubbornly trying to continue fighting even though he was severely injured and had a broken arm, making him weak. Hateful. Bleeding from the corners of the mouth. Akainu looked pale, full of unwillingness, but after all, he was not carried away by anger, and had to give up the idea of continuing to participate in the war. Looking at Jin who was fighting with Momosagi there, Vice Admiral Crane made a somewhat confused guess, because we are both from the Lunaria clan, why don't we hesitate to help? Suddenly, notice the fighting on the west coast. Aokiji, the Marine Admiral, was directly besieged by the Fallen Angel, Azazel and Rain of the Rain. Momosagi, stop getting entangled with Jin. Crane Vice Admiral's expression changed, and he shouted to Momosagi, go and help Aokiji. Advertisement, Kang. A hard blow with Jin, he forcefully knocked the opponent away. Crane Vice Admiral's reminder made Momosagi look back suddenly, his expression slightly changing. CJBB, without hesitation, he ran towards the western front on Moonwalk. I won't let you get in the way. Jin rushed up directly. The sharp long beak suddenly deformed. He hit hard, Diao Zhengwang. Whoosh, a violent shockwave shot towards Taoban. It made her hair stand on end and she almost blocked it. His arms were numb from the shock. For Jin, not to mention that, Fallen Angel, Azazel is a member of his race, so he naturally has a great affection for him. If Admiral Aokiji is also killed or, like Akainu, is missing arms and legs. For Beast's pirates, this is also a good thing. How could Momosagi get in the way? Boom. 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 The coast on the left. In the awakened state, Kong is surrounded by black flame clouds. The momentum was astonishing, and it collided with Kaido, the beast in human animal form. The two refused to give in to each other. There's a stalemate. At this time, CPO powerhouses have begun to land. Whitebeard only has one breath left, so let's give it to Marine first. Staring at the chaotic battlefield. Take note of Whitebeard's situation. There are also, cross-guild, warships that are evacuating. Admiral Aokiji is being besieged by Impel Down's former guard Chongami Shiryu and Fallen Angel, Azazel, and the situation is somewhat precarious. The leader, a tall figure wearing a white suit and a strange mask, said indifferently, the Straw Hat Boy is left to you. Separate a few people to support Admiral Aokiji. Marine can suffer any greater losses, stop reign of Shiryu and the others. I'm going to assist Admiral Kizaru and the others to get rid of Blood Prison Ren. That guy's ability is too weird, you can't get through it. Yes, a senior agent named CP9 responded one after another. With murderous intent, they rushed towards the Straw Hat crew who was protected by the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. In addition, there were several people walking directly on the moonwalk. Crossed the Crescent Bay and rushed towards the battlefield on the west coast. Pa. And that tall CP0 ace agent. The first step was to step hard at an astonishing speed. Advertisement he ran towards the square where the flames were blazing and the fire was soaring into the sky. Bang bang his right foot suddenly tore through the air. Ren violently kicked out in the distance. 100 times the kinetic energy. Tempest kick chaos. Whoosh, whoosh. Shocking slashes shot out one after another at terrifying speeds. It shot out almost instantly. Ren, who was fighting with Kizaru, changed his expression. Yuahuhu, as soon as he stepped on his feet, his wings suddenly fluttered. It shows a speed that is completely inconsistent with the huge beast's body. Suddenly dodge. There's a troublesome guy here. It's really a lot of trouble for you, it's going to go away. Kizaru crossed his arms. In an instant, an extremely dazzling lightsaber appeared in his hand. Kai, the golden light flashed and rushed towards him like lightning. It slashed towards Ren. Kang, the sound of gold and iron clashing was deafening. The scaly animal claws. In an instant, he was struck hard by the oncoming Kizaru. Transformed into a unicorn, the majestic Ren is covered in flames. The huge beast body was shaken out. The scales are thick, and the beast's feet are like pillars holding up the sky, and the flames are lingering. The ground that continued to rumble and rise turned into a massive amount of magma. It sprayed in all directions, and smoke and dust billowed up. The territory of Overlord Chaos of Hell, the ground shook violently. The raging flames kept burning and spreading. Whitebeard, who was holding on for a breath while fighting Marine, couldn't help but look back and his pupils shrank. That guy's ability is really exaggerated. What? He was afraid of being affected by the hot magma or even more terrifying, dark red flames that could even evaporate the magma. Rumble, boom. Boom. The whole island was shaking, causing the sea to boil and the waves to surge. Can the phantom species, the unicorn form, still be able to do things? At the edge of the square, Momoshiki and Flame Calamity Jin, who were fighting fiercely, couldn't help changing their colors and immediately retreated. He looked sharply and stamped his foot. But, do you think you can threaten me like this? Endless magma fluid surges. It seemed like it was really going to sink directly to the bottom of the sea. Isn't this Shiki's ability? Huh, it's not far away. The ground rumbled when he stepped on it, as pieces of magma burst out quickly. Chapter 235 Picking up the leak? Arrogant Blackbeard open black lens bracket third update close black lens bracket. That is. Gulu, are you kidding me? Hiss. What kind of ability is that? Can that monster of blood prison Ren do even this kind of thing? Not only can you control that terrible flame, but can you even control the earth? Some marines, pirates, prisoners. Caught off guard, I couldn't help but fall and get a bloody head. However, in the blink of an eye, in their extremely horrifying eyes. One after another, huge and lifelike unicorn monsters formed from magma appeared in the square. I couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, shocking. The fire soared into the sky and a heat wave swept across. And near the square, a large number of marines and pirates had no time to escape. He was directly submerged by the extremely hot and spreading magma. Burned alive to ashes. It's scary, that is. Gulu. Did Ren do it? How exaggerated is that guy's ability? Far away. Witnessing this scene, the Straw Hat crew, unaware of the impending danger. Everyone couldn't help but open their mouths, a little stunned. Looking at the extremely exaggerated and visually shocking scene in the square, everyone couldn't help but be a little shocked and broke into a cold sweat. Even though they were extremely far apart, they were still a little unbearably hot. I just feel like my whole body is being dried out and my skin is about to become chapped. Is this really the Ren they know? As strong as a monster? Ho. Thick smoke billows. A giant beast of hot red magma. Carrying dark red flames, roaring there, the momentum was extremely fierce. The atmosphere was distorted and waves of terrible heat waves kept coming. Like a monster from purgatory. Wherever it passes, there is not even a blade of grass growing. Everything is melted or even directly vaporized. Rumble. As if they really have a sense of self-life, they all opened their mouths. Towards the ace agent who just rushed into the square, CP couldn't help but change his color in shock. Crushed hard. Advertisement, boom boom, to this day. Man's control over the power of the earth seems to have become more and more astonishing. The title of Walking Natural Disaster is vividly displayed. 9. Next moment. Huge beast body, shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Transformed into a human animal form, he is about 3 meters tall. His whole body is covered with red scales, but his face still retains human characteristics. Holding the famous sword Zhang Shuizhuomanji, he was confronting Kizaru there. Clang. Golden light and red light flickered. The two of them were as fast as lightning, making people dazzled. There was a fierce confrontation there. Ha, what a monster. A strange laugh came from Marineford's corner. A bloated figure walked out from behind a building. Many pirates in the Whitebeard pirate group couldn't help but change their expressions. Soon, it was unstoppable. Teach, you traitor. Damn it, I will never forgive you. You are the culprit who killed Thatch and Ace. Damn it, kill him. The pirates present. Every one of them was extremely frightened and angry, full of murderous intent. If their gaze could kill someone. In the few seconds since Blackbeard appeared, he had already died countless times. Blackbeard. That be asterisk. D. What are you doing running out at this time? Not far away. Suru, Vice Admiral, Akainu and other marine generals. They all couldn't help but look over, a little surprised and confused. The newly promoted 7 warlords of the sea should have accepted the forced call from the world government to join the war. As a result, the people suddenly disappeared and hid inexplicably before the war started. Marine searched everywhere for his whereabouts but couldn't find him. What are you doing here again now, Blackbeard? Jin, who was confronting Momoshiki, had a sharp look in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the other party actually appeared at this time. It's a pity that he and Kaido, the beast, have no time to pay attention to each other now. Advertisement in this time. Whitebeard also noticed Blackbeard's arrival. He stared at the other person with sharp eyes, revealing a murderous intention. Teach, how dare you appear in front of me? Ha, Dad. Blackbeard smiled strangely. I am your son, so of course I have to give you a ride. Looking at Whitebeard, he said loudly, I once admired you from the bottom of my heart, but that was just admiring your world's strongest power. Dad, you are already old. I deliberately spared Ace's life, but you still couldn't save him. Hey, Lafitte, I didn't expect you to be still alive. Blackbeard looked at Lafitte, who was flying not far away, with some clarity in his eyes, and said with a smile, It seems that you have made a choice. What do you think? Do you want to come back to me? He guessed that the other party most likely joined the beast's pirates and was able to save his life. But Blackbeard didn't care and just smiled and extended the invitation again. Captain Teach. Lafitte swung his cane. Looking at Blackbeard in front of him, he smiled and said, Sorry, your plan has been messed up. At the moment, I think it is better to stay in Beast's pirates. Unless Blackbeard can prove it next, he is able to gain dual devil fruit abilities. Moreover, with the ability of dual fruits, he can become the real, strongest. Otherwise, he would not risk his own life so easily. After all, let's not talk about the monster Kaido. Jin alone could kill him at any time. That's really a pity. Blackbeard shrugged. Ha ha ha, thief, then you should take a closer look and I will prove to you which side is more promising. For an all-round navigator like Lafitte, he really needs his help. Therefore, even if he rejects himself now, he doesn't mind giving the other party another chance. Wait until you get the shock fruit ability. He believes that the other party will make the right choice. It doesn't matter. Whitebeard held the naginata, pointed at Marshal D. Teach, and said coldly, "You violated the only iron rule on the ship and killed the captain of the 4th team, Saki. I will take your little one now. Life, comfort his spirit in heaven." Ha ha ha, thief, let's end it. Blackbeard is full of arrogance. Braving an uncomfortable darkness, he laughed there. I also want to weigh how much strength you still have now. He is confident that with the ability of Dark Fruit, he can easily restrain the opponent's Shock Fruit ability. Trust the half-dead Whitebeard, it won't last long. However, the words have not yet finished. A sharp blade. Condensing powerful vibration power. Teach, Whitebeard's eyes were cold and he was dancing with his naginata. Suddenly a knife struck out from the air. Boom boom. You. Chapter 236 One Piece. Death of Whitebeard. Open black lens bracket. 4th update. Close black lens bracket. Boom boom, smoke and dust filled the air, and rocks flew everywhere. A large area was bombarded and collapsed, a mess. Ah, damn it, it hurts me to death. The embarrassed Blackbeard lay there baring his teeth. But within a moment, the whole person was filled with black mist, full of arrogance, and completely lost the previous embarrassment. With a disgraced face, he walked out of the smoke. You are really merciless, and it is impossible to be merciful. Teach, you are not my son. Whitebeard is holding a naginata. Panting, he spoke coldly. Ha 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 ha, I did kill Saki, the captain of the 4th division. Next, let me show you, Dad, the power I got after killing Saki. The secret acupoint. Blackbeard pressed the ground suddenly. Astonishing black smoke surged out and spread in all directions. All of a sudden, a large area was flooded. It seemed that even the light was attracted, and the sky dimmed. Rumble. Ah. Ah. Some buildings, even some marine personnel, as well as guns and other weapons, all sank into the darkness at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even Whitebeard is no exception. The tall figure of 087 had a slightly unstable lower body. It actually sank slowly there. Brush, brush. Blackbeard was filled with darkness, looking at Whitebeard covered in blood and scarred. The ugly face was full of pride. This is Dark Fruit's ability. Boom. On the other side of the crack, the seaside. Kong Kong and Baisho gave each other a hard blow. Two figures with violent momentum separated directly. That guy Whitebeard. Whether it was Kaido who had the upper hand or Kong who was at a disadvantage. They couldn't help but temporarily stop the confrontation, and subconsciously looked in the direction of Whitebeard and Blackbeard. Oh, that stinky rat from the ditch, Blackbeard, actually popped up again. Kaido of the Beast's eyes lit up. We couldn't catch the other party last time. He wasn't going to let this guy run away this time. Whether it's Whitebeard or Blackbeard, his eyes were fixed on the confrontation between Blackbeard and Whitebeard. Kong clenched his fists and said coldly, on both sides are rotten garbage on the sea, it's best to die together. Ha ha ha, Dad, how are you? Hateful, teach that guy. Far away. Saw this scene. Phoenix Marco, Diamond Josie, Foil Beasta and others from the Whitebeard Pirates all couldn't help but change their expressions. Especially Marco, who subconsciously wanted to transform into a phoenix and cross the huge gap. I want to rush to help. Dad, Marco. It was as if he noticed the actions of Marco and others. Whitebeard stopped them by shouting without looking back. Dad, Marco's whole body was filled with worry. But he was unwilling to disobey Whitebeard's orders. Whitebeard stepped there. The right fist emits a dazzling halo. Hitting Marshal D. Teach hard. It's no use, Dad. Teach laughed. Advertisement Dark Uzumaki condenses in his right hand. He stepped forward without any sign of weakness. In the face of darkness, everything is powerless. Dark water. Buzz all of a sudden, in everyone's shocked and incomprehensible eyes. As Blackbeard rushed forward, his right hand filled with darkness pressed on Whitebeard's light shield covering the entire fist. The halo that condensed the power of vibration disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha 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 ha, are you surprised? Looking straight in front of Whitebeard, who had half of his head knocked off and only half a breath left, Blackbeard laughed arrogantly. Dad, you can't move anymore. What? Bang bang. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. The naginata was thrown into the air. Both fists condensed with halo and blasted out continuously. But they were all resolved by Blackbeard's dark Uzumaki hands. And the next moment, Blackbeard's right hand became a claw. He grabbed Whitebeard's right arm tightly. The right foot kicked out hard, knocking Whitebeard back. But the right hand filled with darkness held the other party tightly. A left hook hit his chest hard. Bang, bang, daddy. Damn, what's going on? That guy's ability made Da's ability useless. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group couldn't help but be shocked. Some of the eyes were split open and full of anger. The somewhat embarrassed Whitebeard retreated, his right fist clenched suddenly, breaking away from Blackbeard's restraint. The fist mark condenses the halo. It hit Blackbeard directly. It's useless, it's too ugly, Dad, Blackbeard laughed. His right hand pressed on the ball of light, easily neutralized Whitebeard's shock. However, don't wait for him to attack. $5. Whitebeard looked sharply. Suddenly he caught the naginata that was spinning and falling. What? Blackbeard, who was originally arrogant and thought he had a chance to win, but was overly conceited, changed his expression. I wanted to retreat immediately, but it was already too late. He was caught off guard and his eyes changed color in horror. Whitebeard has shown no mercy. The knife struck out fiercely. Ah! A shower of blood splattered. Blackbeard screamed. The double pain caused him to fall there and roll around. Bang! Bang! Upon seeing this, Whitebeard ran out. His right foot stepped on Blackbeard's right arm. The naginata also hit his left palm heavily. Subdue his entire body so that he can no longer break free. Buzz! The broad palm pressed directly on his head. An incandescent halo instantly condensed. There is a frightening atmosphere in the air. Dad saw this scene. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates. I was so excited for a moment that I screamed excitedly. No, Dad, I am your son, Blackbeard shouted in horror. Reckless and conceited, these are your weaknesses. Advertisement staring at Marshal D. Teach's hateful face. Whitebeard's eyes were cold. Only you are not my son, Teach. Don't want, boom boom. The next moment. The terrifying power of shock suddenly erupted. The earth was shaken and cracked open. Out of shape. Ah, it hurts me to death, damn. Blackbeard's head was badly bruised. It kept rolling there, screaming. In front of him, Whitebeard's tall figure stood there like an evil ghost. The skin color all over his body was extremely abnormal and turned extremely red. There was heat visible to the naked eye. He came over step by step. Damn Teach. Damn it, aren't you dead yet? That guy's life is too tough. Dad, kill him. Kill that traitor. Watching this scene from a distance. One of the pirates named Whitebeard Pirates was feeling angry. But seeing that Blackbeard was still alive, they all shouted to Whitebeard. Do not come, bloody Blackbeard. His face was ferocious and full of terror. In desperation, he grabbed the pistol at his waist and kept firing at Whitebeard. Bang bang. Go to hell, Whitebeard, all of a sudden. Blood splattered. Whitebeard, who originally stepped. The whole person froze there, and Blackbeard, who was frightened to the extreme, had no intention of holding back. Keep pulling the trigger until the magazine is empty. Then he stopped. Dad, looking at Whitebeard standing there like a sculpture, not moving anymore. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group couldn't help but change their expressions. No one expected that such a change would happen. The injuries that have been accumulating continuously. Marco gritted his teeth and said, damn it, Ji's body has reached its limit. In ruins. The whole person collapsed on the ground, shouting in horror. Are you not dead yet? Whitebeard looked at the horrified Kong, whose face was extremely ugly. Kong, your world government is afraid that one day it will come. Blackbeard's smile froze. Whitebeard, who should have been silent, suddenly opened his eyes again. Just there gasping for air, as if he had exhausted his last strength, he shouted at the top of his lungs, One Piece is real. Whitebeard didn't move. One day in the future, there will be people who can carry hundreds of years of history and challenge the world. Just like there are people who can inherit Roger's will, one day there will be people who can inherit Ace's will. Even if the blood relationship is severed, their flame will not go out. You monster. He took a deep breath. Looking at the motionless Whitebeard there, he smiled. 4.1, you must die now, right? Looking directly at Marshal D. Teach, who was dripping with cold sweat and full of panic, he said in a deep voice. The person Roger is waiting for is definitely not you. Speaking of which, Blackbeard, who was covered in blood and in a miserable state, was gasping for air. Suddenly. Chapter 237, Blackbeard, who was extremely happy and sad, first update. Did I hear correctly? Gulu, what did Whitebeard say just now? One Piece exists. Is this real? Asterisk. Oh. For a time, the entire battlefield was covered. Whitebeard's voice echoed. It made countless people change their colors and shocked them inexplicably. Staring blankly at Whitebeard standing there, and people all over the world who are watching the live broadcast are excited. Especially some young people with dreams and ambitions. Through the continuous events in these days, as well as the cruel truth revealed by people on the battlefield. They can no longer endure Marine's false justice and the world government's brutal rule that does not treat anyone as a human being, and no longer have any hope. Coupled with the words of Kaido, the beast, he was already a little ready to make a move and was unwilling to settle down. Now, Whitebeard has publicly announced that One Piece is real, giving them enough reason and motivation. Many people's faces turned red and full of excitement. I can't hold it any longer and want to go to sea on the 29th. Damn it. That guy Whitebeard, Marineford. Kong, Suru Vice Admiral, Akainu and other Marine senior officials as well as CPO agents. They all couldn't help being a little frightened and glared at Whitebeard. They can imagine if these words spread, what impact will it have? Damn it. Damn Whitebeard, are you still restless even if you're going to die? Even the Holy Land Mariajoy, the 5 elders are watching the live broadcast in between powers. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they suddenly stood up, in awe. His face was a little livid and full of murderous intent. One Piece, Luffy lost his voice. That Uncle Whitebeard. Hiss, you're still standing even when you die? Gulu. What kind of monster is this? Zoro, Sanji, Nami and others on the side were also shocked. Staring blankly at the stalwart figure standing there, their scalps were numb and they couldn't help but stand in awe. Advertisement. I never expected that the other party would be able to hold on until now after being injured so badly. Moreover, he actually said such words before he died. Even after death, people still remain standing. It's incredible. Oh ha ha ha, interesting. Kaido is wielding a mace. Looking at the tall and motionless figure, his eyes were full of complexity. He grinned and said with a smile, that guy from Newgate really did a great job. One Piece exists, then ancient weapon must also exist. Oh, ha ha ha. His eyes were blazing and full of madness. As long as you get the ancient weapon, your dream of starting a top-notch war and drawing the whole world into the battlefield is no longer a luxury. It is up to war to determine human values. There is no distinction between men, women, old and young, no distinction between high and low. This is the most free and equal result, isn't it? Damn Whitebeard. Kong's face was livid, as black as the bottom of a pot. I wish I could just run over and tear the opponent into pieces. However, Whitebeard had closed his eyes. The whole person stood there without any movement. Completely lost the breath of life. So far the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. The legendary pirate who holds a series of titles such as the world's strongest man, the king of the old era, and the uncrowned king. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, died in action. Dad. Ooh, this is not true. Dad, please speak quickly. We agreed to go back to New World together. Ooh, with Whitebeard, the legend of the sea, finally came to an end. All the pirates in the Whitebeard pirate group were screaming in disbelief. Everyone hugged each other and cried, unable to stop crying. Emotionally broken and grieving endlessly. Ha 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 ha, what a wonderful last words. Seeing that Whitebeard really didn't move anymore. Observation Hockey repeatedly confirmed that the other party had lost the breath of life. Blackbeard, who was relieved, showed an excited smile and got up quickly. Looking around, he was full of arrogance. Ha 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 ha, let you watch the best show in the world next. Saying, advertisement, he was covered in black smoke. Walked towards Whitebeard who stood there. Teach that guy. That be asterisk 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 D Blackbeard. Damn it, what is he going to do to daddy? Does he want to take revenge on Whitebeard by whipping his corpse? Witnessing this scene, the Marines and pirates present were a little surprised. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group were even more gnashing their teeth. Even Phoenix, Marco couldn't help but want to charge forward again. Oh, is it finally starting? And not far away, killed several Marines who rushed up. Shaking away the blood beads on his staff and sword, Lafitte looked at Blackbeard's actions. His eyes flickered with expectation, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. Blackbeard, let me see if you are qualified to become the 793 Overlord. But extreme joy brings sorrow. Just then, without warning, Whitebeard's body standing there suddenly disappeared. Disappeared out of thin air in front of everyone. What? Blackbeard's smile froze. His whole complexion changed drastically, and he broke into a cold sweat. Full of shock and fury, he looked around. Damn it, where's Whitebeard's body? It was so good, how could it disappear? Damn it, who did it? He was filled with anger and panic. It was even more hysterical, and the voice became shrill. The whole person's face was distorted, unprecedentedly ferocious, and he yelled like crazy. A-hole, give me back the body. If there is no Whitebeard's body, how else could he take away Paramecia Shockfruit's ability? Next, how can he realize his ambition and dream? What happened? Dad's body. Where's Whitebeard's body? The sudden change was not just for Blackbeard. Whether it's Vice Admiral and other Marine executives or Marco and the Phoenix. They were all a little shocked, surprised and uncertain. Chapter 238 The Hellish Battlefield. The Straw Hat crew suffered a huge blow. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Damn, how could this happen? On the battlefield. Blackbeard was sweating profusely. Full of panic and confusion. Where is the body? Where is Whitebeard's body? Suddenly, he saw Lafitte, Yan Calamity Jin and others. His expressions became ferocious, and he yelled. I know, Beast's Pirates, it was you who did it, right? Thoughts kept flashing through my mind. Beast's Pirates know that they can take away the abilities of others. And Lafitte, the traitor, knew that his plan to seize Whitebeard's ability could only be done by them. Otherwise, who would suddenly take away Whitebeard's body at the critical moment when he is about to succeed? Lafitte, you traitor, and Yansheng, you be asterisk 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 D. Please return Whitebeard's body to me quickly. Blackbeard is murderous and has a ferocious face. Somewhat hysterical, he yelled at Jin and Lafitte. Hey, Captain Teach, I didn't do anything, hear the words. Looking at Blackbeard, whose eyes were red and fierce, Lafitte's expression changed. Afraid of being targeted by the crazy Marshal D. Teach, he was busy arguing loudly. I don't have the ability to get Whitebeard's body away from under your nose. He was quite expecting the other party to succeed. After all, as long as Blackbeard can succeed, it means that the other party has the hope to become the next pirate emperor, or even go one step further. And when the time comes, he will just return to the Blackbeard Pirates. I believe that with his abilities and talents, Blackbeard can continue to rely on him as before and become the core cadre of the Blackbeard Pirates. Joining the Beast's pirates is nice though, but as a latecomer, his status would definitely not be comparable to those of the three disasters. Lafitte naturally knows how to choose. Are you angry that you couldn't take away Whitebeard's ability? Jin witnessed this scene. He glanced at Ren, who was having a fierce battle with Admiral Kizaru not far away and seemed to have no time to pay attention. He vaguely made some guesses. So what if it is? So what if it's not? He is confronting Momosagi. Looking down at Blackbeard indifferently, full of arrogance. Just a stinky rat in the ditch. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of questioning me? Damn B***************************** D. Marshal D. Teach is filled with darkness. He rushed towards Fire Calamity Ember and yelled angrily, "Give me back Whitebeard's body." After the capable person dies, the demon in his body disappears. Devil Fruit reappeared in this world very quickly. If he hadn't found Whitebeard's body, Shock Fruit's ability might have randomly regenerated. Huh. At this time, a rolling heat wave swept across the sky. The entire battlefield was illuminated extremely red. Ah, it's so hot, because it's too close to the square. Being burned by the terrible high temperature, Blackbeard's face changed drastically, and his whole body was in agony. He immediately retreated and looked over in shock and anger. The pupils shrank sharply. Blood Prison, Copper's Ren. It's not just him. An extremely hot breath. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Subconsciously he looked over, his pupils were T-shaped. Roar. A giant unicorn beast, which was comparable in size to a giant, was bathed in blazing flames and roared up to the sky. The momentum is extremely ferocious. Advertisement. The terrifying dark red flames couldn't help but spread. Along with the rolling magma, it surged overwhelmingly. The former naval headquarters building has completely disappeared. A large area turned directly into red and hot magma, bubbling with heat. Hateful. Quick, run quickly. Ah, help me. Never go near those flames. Damn it, even though we are so far away, my skin is still burned. What kind of monster is this? Run away quickly, the further away the better. Damn it, this is hell. Facing the unimaginable heat. A large number of pirates and marines who were too close to escape screamed and were directly affected. Even though they were already separated by dozens or hundreds of meters, they were still trying to escape. Try to stay away from the terrible flames and the surging magma. Countless people were burned to death and burned. The scene was like hell and made people feel numb. Hey, the troublesome guy is gone. Stepping on the flaming auspicious clouds, standing in the midair. Ren, who has completely transformed into a beast, is covered in scales and armor, surrounded by dark red flames, and is extremely ferocious. Finally, I can let go of my hands and feet. First of all, let this island disappear completely. Hey, don't be too arrogant, Blood Prison. High in the air. The light is dazzling, it's impossible to look straight at it. At some point, Kizaru had already reached an altitude of at least several thousand meters above the sea level, and all he could see was the faint golden light. He squinted his eyes and stared down at the somewhat small Marineford. Kizaru, then try to stop me, and at the same time. Looking up at the distant sky, with that powerful observation hockey. Perusalino's position was accurately locked. Ren, who transformed into a unicorn, was full of unruliness, grinning arrogantly. Buzz. A pair of brilliant golden horns glow. His whole body suddenly opened his bloody mouth. Wah wah gg. The dazzling thunderlight and the fiery breath kept gathering together. The terrifying aura could not help but spread. It makes people feel a little scared. Speed is power. Call out, in an instant. A loud roar broke through the air. The dazzling light is extremely dazzling. A powerful kick at the speed of light, carrying unimaginable power. With lightning speed, the wolf rushed up like lightning. Lightspeed kick. Thunder roaring cannon, between the electric light and flint. Advertisement people are not willing to be outdone. The astonishing light of electricity kept flickering around. Among the extremely bright beam cannons, Langlongchen exploded onto the market. Boom boom. Great sound and sound. The noise was deafening. Like a comet hitting the earth, the golden light collided hard with the amazing beam cannon. The picture seems to be frozen. Incomparably dazzling light and brilliance. It's so dazzling that people can't look straight at it. A huge explosion ring appeared high in the sky. Woohoo! The billowing heat wave kept sweeping across. It made countless people change their colors in shock, and countless pirates were directly thrown away. The sea was boiling, and huge waves were set off. Gulu. What a terrifying power, it's like the end of the world. Is this really possible for humans? For a while? Regardless of the parties present, people all over the sea are paying attention to the live broadcast. Countless people were deeply shocked by this indescribable scene. I was dripping with cold sweat and speechless. Wow woo woo, ah. Chopper was so frightened that he broke into cold sweat and burst into tears. Usopp on the side was no exception. His face turned pale and he almost collapsed on the ground, trembling. This kind of battlefield is not something we can participate in. Is this Ren's true strength? Looking into the distant sky. The flaming unicorn is so scaly and majestic that it makes people feel intimidated. Nami's pretty face turned pale, she couldn't believe it, as if she was in a dream. Is this really the Ren she knows? Hateful? Zoro's eyes were stern, reluctantly holding the two swords tightly. Not at all the same, Zhao Dejiao, Yuan. Once upon a time, although Ren, the vice captain, is powerful, the strength displayed completely crushed everyone in the Straw Hats. But it never made him feel that there was no huge difference in strength between the two and that they could catch up. But now, the bloody reality tells him, it seems that the gap between the two can no longer be bridged by simple hard work. That guy, he has been hiding his strength, extinguished the cigarette butt. Sanji clenched his fists tightly and said in a deep voice, it turns out that he is still from the legendary Lunarian tribe. No wonder that on Sky Island, even Enel's terrifying ability could not hurt him at all. Previously, on the chaotic battlefield, they learned some bits and pieces of information from the pirates and marines nearby. Piecing things together, I roughly figured out Ren's identity. The Lunarian clan, the legendary clan of gods. It has the racial ability to survive in any harsh environment and is naturally able to control fire. Astonishing racial abilities, coupled with the ability of the phantom beast, the unicorn form. It is said that Jean Fuan can even ignore any harm. Has immortality. Chapter 239 Pluton Design Drawing? Frankie's determination open black lens bracket third update close black lens bracket. Damn it, I'm too weak, not just Straw Hat Crew others. Luffy was filled with grief because of Fire Fist Ace's death. His eyes were fixed on the fierce and majestic flame beast that could rival the Admiral of Headquarters. His eyes were red, he clenched his fists tightly, full of unwillingness and self-blame, and cried bitterly, if I had such power as Ren, Ace would not have died. Luffy, I can't blame you, don't be sad. Nami, Zoro, Usopp, Frankie and others on the side. They all looked at each other with worry. He had to step forward to comfort him. Bang, bang, at this time, several gunshots echoed. Several pursuing marines fell in a pool of blood. Hey, Straw Hat Crew, don't stand still, not far away. The captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Izo, raised his two guns and kept shooting at Marine who was pursuing relentlessly. Without looking back, he reminded loudly, everyone is very sad about Ace's death. Now is not the time to feel sad and blame yourself. Although I don't know what's going on, you have been targeted by the CPO sent by the world government. Those guys are here for you. Hurry up and get on the ship and follow the large forces out of here. What? Hear the words. Nami, Zoro, Sanji and others couldn't help but change their expressions. Looking at the figures in the distance wearing suits and leather shoes and wearing large cloaks, they are impossible to look down upon. It was indeed heading towards them, running wildly and menacingly. Eh? CPU? Frankie was inexplicably shocked. Is it a guy more powerful than CP9? CPO is the superior of CP9, and it is the highest secret of 657 directly belonging to the world's nobles. Cypher Pole is known as the loyal dog of the celestial dragons. The captain of the 10th Division, Kulil, said loudly, anyway, as long as these guys show up, nothing good will happen. What? Everyone in the Straw Hat Crew was shocked. I never expected that there is a higher level CPO above CP9. And it seemed to be targeting them directly. Damn it, are you here for the Pluton design? Frankie looked ugly. He felt that there was nothing that could make the world government still cling to it at this time. There are only Pluton design drawings. For a moment, the whole person's expression changed. But in the end, he turned to firmness and made up his mind. Swipe. However, the Straw Hat Crew began to evacuate soon. The CPO agents had already rushed over with murderous intent. Staring at Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Frankie and others. Order from above, capture the cyborg Frankie alive, and kill the Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy. The leader of the CPO team ordered there. The words fell. He stamped his feet, heading towards Straw Hat Luffy first. Kai. But woo. Cold light flashed. Advertisement. Two blades struck hard. It made his hair stand on end and he had to rush out. Beasta, the 5th captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, do you want to stop us too? The CPO team said coldly with cold eyes. Good. And this time, it's not just the foil Beasta. The other captains of the Whitebeard Pirates also came up. He stopped directly in front of a dozen CPO members. Hey, our mission target is not you. The leader of the CPO team looked at the captains of the White Group in front of him, frowned, and said coldly, Pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, can you please get out of the way? I'm sorry, Straw Hat is Ace's will to live, we can't let you take his life. Phoenix Marco shouted back, wait a minute, CPD guy. At this time, Frankie suddenly spoke, with many people watching, he suddenly opened his stomach. From inside, a yellowed atlas was removed, and he gestured to the CPO agents. Is this the reason why you are so stubborn? What? That is, Pluto, could it be? Design of ancient weapon, Pluton. Looking at the thick album, and the letters marked, Pluto, on it. Whether it was the pirates from the Whitebeard Pirates, the CPO agents opposite or even the nearby marines, their pupils could not help but shrink. Shocked, he cried out loudly. No one expected that Frankie would suddenly come up with something like this at this time. What? Pluton design drawing, hear the noise here. Kong and Kaido are having a fierce battle in the distance. Everyone couldn't help but stop suddenly, he looked over in shock. Oh, hey, I didn't expect it to be Pluton's design. Kaido's eyes are burning. Without even thinking about it, I abandoned my opponent Kong Kong and immediately ran up to him. I want it. You can't even try, Kaido. Kong's expression changed. The whole person looked ferocious, covered with fine animal hair, surrounded by black flame clouds, full of mystery. Shave. He stepped hard, his speed was no less than Kaido of the beasts. Without hesitation, he stopped there and punched him hard, CJCB. Bang. The huge mace blocked the punch. In a hurry, Kaido, the beast that was knocked out, was completely irritated. Old man Kong. Do you think you are my opponent? His whole body swelled, fine scales grew on his body, and he transformed into a human animal form. The momentum is extremely violent and full of murderous intent. Pluton design drawing, Lousy is going to decide. While I'm here, don't even think about getting your hands on the Pluton design. Kong was not afraid, and his fists intertwined with black and red lightning and struck hard. Vajra chariot, thunder 8 trigrams, advertisement. Boom boom. There was a loud noise and smoke billowing into the air. Amazing lightning spread, intertwined, and flashed there. The violent shock wave kept spreading. The earth was destroyed beyond recognition. A mess. Pluton design drawing, a somewhat embarrassed figure. Get rid of the raging magma. Seeing this scene from a distance, the CPO ace who originally wanted to kill Ren couldn't help but change his expression. 100 times the kinetic energy. Shave. He stamped his feet at astonishing speed and rushed over. Decisively and directly gave up the plan to siege Blood Prison Ren with Kizaru. Be prepared to deal with the Straw Hat Boy first and seize the Pluton blueprint first. Frankie. Coastside. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and others were all stunned. Looking at Frankie blankly, he never expected that the other party would actually take out the legendary Pluton design at this time. Although I don't know if you can tell whether this is the real Pluton design, but I think you should be able to tell that this thing is very old. Frankie fiddled with a few pages there and motioned to the CPO agents. Pa. Woo. The CPO's ace agent rushed over like lightning. But just as he was about to seize it, Phoenix Marco fluttered his wings and stopped in front of him. After kicking me hard, Marco shouted, I won't let you succeed so easily. Boom. Wrapping Hockey's arms to block. The CPO ace agent was caught off guard and was knocked back. Damn it. Marco glared fiercely in front of him, his expression extremely ugly. Transformer Frankie. The CPO ace agent looked directly at Frankie with cold eyes and said in a deep voice, hand it over, and the world government can pardon your crimes. Even if it is Blood Prison Ren, this man is very ambitious. He had seen the Pluton design drawings, but with the current resources and technology, he simply did not have the conditions to recreate it. In particular, what I have seen and heard in recent days is that Ren revealed that the Celestial Dragons destroyed a country in 3 years and organized human hunting games. And so as not to embarrass the Straw Hat crew, he couldn't care less. This is the only decision I can make. It is expected that this kind-hearted woman who was willing to sacrifice herself to protect her companions like the Straw Hat crew would not easily resurrect the ancient weapon. No matter how you look at it, world government is more evil. What they know about Nico Robin, Frankie sneered. Just took a deep breath. Although the existence of Devil Son, Nico Robin is likely to resurrect the blogger. But according to him he's getting along with the Straw Hat crew these days. That kind of unheard of super energy cannot be produced by current technology. Under everyone's shocked and disbelieving gazes, he suddenly spit out blazing flames and instantly drowned the Pluton design. This is my answer. Want to? Chapter 240. The magma that burned everything, the end of the road, 4th update. What, damn it. He actually burned the Pluton design. Do you know what you're doing? Hateful, looking at the Pluton design that was reduced to ashes. The CP0 agents present could not help but change their expressions. The leader of the CPO ace was extremely frightened and furious, showing a murderous intention, and rushed towards the Straw Hat crew crazily. 100 times kinetic energy tempest kick. With lightning speed, it tore apart the atmosphere. An extremely sharp slash swept out. Immortal Thistle. Although Phoenix Marco was also a little shocked, he did not hesitate at all. The cyan regeneration flame couldn't help but gush out, turning into a huge perfection. Blocked there. Boom boom. Damn. Kill me the Straw Hat crew. The furious CPO ace agent was furious and had unlimited murderous intent. There he shouted his orders, one angry CPO member. One by one, they rushed forward with murderous intent. But the leaders of the Whitebeard pirate team in front of them naturally would not sit idly by and watch. They rushed out immediately and intercepted them. The two sides launched a fierce confrontation, bang bang. Boom. Boom, Jundali Long Shengjun, the other side. The huge mace was swung out wildly. The shadow of the stick fills the sky, with the dark fist mark there. Colliding violently. Recognized as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Once you really get serious, you will be at full strength. How terrifying is the burst of power, even if it is an ancient type of ability user, and the ability has been awakened. But Kong Kong is getting old after all, and he can only maintain the fighting power of a monster. Obviously, there is no way to stop the raging beast Kaido. Bang bang. No surprises. Kaido, the beast, directly overwhelmed Kong Kong, the commander-in-chief of the world government army, and retreated steadily. It made him seem a little strenuous and overwhelmed. It started to look like it was too much. Damn it, that B asterisk 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 D actually burned the Pluton design drawing. Seeing the Pluton design drawing being burned, Kaido gritted his teeth in anger. Seeing that ancient weapon is about to be taken into possession. As a result, I never thought that the design drawing would be destroyed like this, right in front of my eyes. How can Kaido accept this? If no one can get it, it is not unacceptable to the world government. Although Kong Kong was a little regretful, he also breathed a sigh of relief. As the commander-in-chief of the world government army, he knows better than anyone how deep the foundation of world government is. It can be said that this behemoth is simply invincible, enough to make anyone who tries to challenge its order despair. He was once full of passion and joined Marine in order to practice justice. He climbed up to the position of Marine Marshal step by step, and he also wanted to use Marine's power to promote the reform of the world government. Ardo. In the face of that cruel reality, advertisement. He soon discovered how naive and powerless his ideas and ambitions were. Gradually, he used slogans such as, justice for the majority, to deceive himself and numb himself, and constantly compromised with power. He completely gave up on his innocent ideals of the past and chose to go with the flow like most of his Marine predecessors. Even if it weren't for the worry about the ancient weapon's revival, it might be obtained by other forces. Strictly speaking, world government does not really need the power of ancient weapon. Because he is already strong enough, he is confident that he can suppress this sea. Especially, as he holds a high position, he, the commander-in-chief of the army, is vaguely aware of it. There are likely other unknown forces hiding within the celestial dragons. Damn it, those guys from the Straw Hat crew were really messy. Not just Kaido. Even Blackbeard, who watched Whitebeard's body disappear before his eyes and missed the opportunity to obtain Shockfruit's ability, felt a little regretful. That's the design of ancient weapon Pluton. Dark water, powerful dark gravity. Jin's whole body was attracted to him. Believing that the beast's pirates sabotaged his plan, Blackbeard gritted his teeth and attacked Flame Calamity Ember like crazy. This also allowed Momoshiki, the admiral candidate, to find an opportunity to get rid of Jin's entanglement and go to support the battlefield to the west. Yugai, the entity was touched, instantly exited the human-animal form. Jin was extremely angry, with a murderous intent in his eyes. On his right hand, there is an extremely dazzling firelight. He hit Blackbeard hard. Fire Emperor, ha 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 ha, as expected of the Lunarian clan, can't even Dark Fruit's ability deprive you of the ability to control fire? Blackbeard's face was ferocious, full of resentment, but Lousy won't get the shock fruit, and you beast's pirates won't even think about it. The dark and turbulent right fist entangled Haki, who was quite strong. Attack fiercely. Boom boom. Quick, stop dawdling. Come on board, Straw Hat crew, a pirate named Whitebeard Pirates. Spontaneously there for the Straw Hat crew, blocking the pursuit of those marines. Let them board the ship as soon as possible and follow the group to leave. However, at this time, the ground became extremely red and smelled of heat. A ball of hot magma suddenly rushed out from the ground. Transformed into a tall and ferocious human form, Straw Hat Boy. I told you, you and Fire Fist Ace are the only two brothers who can't leave. Akainu, who was seriously injured, showed murderous intent. TTT, he refused to give up and even risked his life to kill him. Oops, it's Akainu, the expression of a famous pirate changed drastically. Directly submerged by a large amount of magma, it was impossible to stop its footsteps. Nami, Zoro, Sanji and others. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they felt a little chilly. Damn it, it's that magma B asterisk 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 D. Luffy, who was soaking in front, stopped. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with anger. Advertisement, go to hell, Straw Hat, Akainu is murderous. The whole person is like an undersea volcano erupting. At an astonishing speed, he rushed forward. With a huge magma-formed fist seal, Wolf blasted towards Luffy. A hole. Luffy gritted his teeth, it instantly entered second gear. Steam was rising all over his body, and Haki's palms were wrapped in darkness and stretched back. Don't show any weakness and attack fiercely, it blasted towards the pursuing Akainu. Rubber ET rocket launcher. Boom, the heat is rolling. Wrapping Haki's hands together, directly collided with the fist of hot magma. There was no surprise. Luffy immediately screamed and was blown away. His hands were burned to a bloody pulp. Luffy. Zoro, Sanji et al. Seeing this, his expression changed drastically. He stopped in front of Akainu without hesitation. Nami, Usopp, take Luffy and leave quickly. There Zoro yelled. Let's stop him. Go to hell, Straw Hat Luffy, Akainu stormed out. A fist of hot magma, he blasted towards Luffy and others. The secret of the three swordsman style G tiger hunting. Devil's wind kick the highest grade minced meat. Blue wave ball. Carved hoof, the wind comes with the cannon. Boom boom. However, the hot magma surges out. Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, Chopper and others were immediately blasted away. Moreover, it caused extensive burns. Everyone screamed in agony. Akainu, how dare you? That B asterisk 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 D is so stubborn. Not far away, Phoenix Marco and other captains were shocked and furious. However, they were all held back by the powerful CPOs. There is no way to directly withdraw support. If a person does not follow the right path, he is worthless. The hot magma is extremely red. Looking at Luffy lying there, Akainu looked ferocious. He punched Luffy. Straw Hat Boy, follow the Fire Fist to hell. Boom, Chapter 241 Reversal. Akainu gets backstabbed. Open black lens bracket 5th update close black lens bracket. What? The picture freezes. Everyone present was stunned. I saw several figures rushing out among the lightning and flint. He stopped in front of Akainu and protected Luffy behind him. Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Frankie, one by one, they stopped there and did not hesitate to use their bodies to block Jian. Frankie, who was at the very back, opened his arms and was mercilessly penetrated by the magma fist through his chest. Frankie, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, and Luffy lying there. Even like Nami, Usopp is running in front. One by one, they suddenly looked back, their eyes widened, and they stood there in shock. Straw Hat Crew, Phoenix Marco, Diamond Josie and others were shocked. Some people can't believe that members of the Straw Hat Crew would risk their own lives to stand in front of Ace Luffy. Wow. Frankie vomited blood. Regardless of the high temperature of the magma, the whole person hugged Yan tightly. There he yelled. Everyone, go, Frankie, why do you have to do this? Lu, Zero Luki. Faye's eyes were red and he shouted, obviously we don't even know each other. Ahem, I don't know, my body just jumped out of control. Frankie was so weak that he kept vomiting blood. I'm sorry, everyone, I can no longer be your shipwright and take risks with you. Luffy, you must become the Pirate King. He looked at Luffy. Thumbs up. He smiled and used his last strength to make a super gesture. Super. Frankie. Luffy was stunned, looking in shock at Frankie who was penetrated through the chest. Frankie, you guy. Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Nami, Usopp. Everyone's eyes were red and tears were streaming down their faces. Still want to become the Pirate King? Akainu said coldly, covered in hot lava. I told you, he must die here today. Said. Looking at Zoro and others who were blocking the front, he said with murderous intent. Everyone risked their lives for their companions. This is really great. I will send you all to hell. Nami turned pale. With tears streaming down his face, he shouted anxiously. Ren, please, save everyone. I'm very sorry. I was too naive. Please forgive me. I will agree to your request and leave the Straw Hat Crew. She burst into tears and begged. If you want to repent, go to hell and repent, Akainu said coldly. This is the dead end you chose without overestimating your capabilities. Sakazuki Admiral, Straw Hat is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. At this time, a Marine Rear Admiral ran up and hesitated. If he dies here, Vice Admiral Garp. Stop talking nonsense and get out of here, lousy, 17. Akainu glanced at him and recognized the other person. It's Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, Thousand Killer, Yoshimura. But he was determined and stared murderously at the Straw Hat Crew ahead. Advertisement about to pull out the hot magma fist from Frankie's body, he said coldly. The pirates I killed, let alone the Straw Hat Luffy. Even if the hero Garp is here, if he dares to stop me, I will kill him even if he dares to stop me. He killed them all together. The words have not yet finished. Just then, without warning, the hair on Akainu's whole body stood up inexplicably. But it was too late to dodge. Kyla, a cold light flashed. An ordinary dagger. Wrapping around Haki, he mercilessly penetrated Akainu's body from the back. It brought up a large amount of blood. Haluhuhu, you were careless, Akainu. Seastone, you be asterisk 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 D. Akainu vomited blood. A large amount of magma liquid fell to the ground. The magmatized body returned to its original state. He never imagined that he planned the assassination of Whitebeard by the big vortex spider, Scarred, but then he himself was also assassinated by Marine. Thinking back to not long ago, Vice Admiral Crane repeatedly dissuaded himself, who was seriously injured, from risking his life to pursue the Straw Hat. But because of the friendship between the other party and the hero Garp, he had doubts about his intentions, regardless of the scene. Ahem, was I wrong? I regret not listening to Vice Admiral Crane. The whole person felt a little regretful. His eyes were full of unwillingness and despair. At this level, you shouldn't be able to die, right? Katarina Depen, disguised as Marine Rear Admiral, smiled strangely. Just to be on the safe side. With the other hand, he decisively pulled out the pistol from his waist. Directly towards Sakazuki's head, without giving the opponent any chance, he continuously pulled the trigger. Bang, bang. Blood splattered. Sakazuki's eyes widened. The whole person fell to the ground, completely losing the breath of life. Drenched with blood. Sakazuki Admiral, Sakazuki. Damn, how could this happen? Damn it, who is that B asterisk 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 D? It's, 1000-man killer, Uchimura Rear Admiral. Sudden upheaval. Countless Marines and CPU agents were shocked. On the battlefield in the distance, whether it is Kizaru who is confronting Ren, or Aokiji, Momosagi, Crane Vice Admiral and others who are confronting Azazel, Rain of the Rain and others. They all couldn't help but their faces changed wildly. No one thought that Akainu was the Admiral of Headquarters. He was attacked and killed over and over again, and he was really successful. Even the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates couldn't help it. Some opened their mouths in disbelief. Gulu, is this real? Am I dreaming? It was the Straw Hat crew who were already full of despair, closing their eyes and waiting for death. They all couldn't believe it, as if they were the king of dreams. In their eyes, the invincible admiral of headquarters Akainu. Was he killed just like that? Advertisement at the same time, inexplicably. A familiar voice echoed in my mind. For a moment, Nami, who was sitting there paralyzed, full of shock. His pupils shrank sharply, and his face turned pale. Damn it, Sakazuki. Not far from the coast, Kong, who was fighting Kaido, had a change of expression. His face was ashen and somewhat furious, and he stared at the rebellious, Marine Rear Admiral, with murderous eyes. Who is that B*******************? D. Oh, giggle, what's going on? Witnessing this scene, Kaido couldn't help but grin and said, continuously, is Marine going to be finished? One Marine Marshal and one Marine Admiral were lost. Even for Marine who has deep foundation and huge power. It is also an immeasurable huge loss, even after getting rid of Whitebeard and killing Firefist Ace. But Marine will definitely not be the winner of this war, it can even be said to be a complete defeat. On the contrary, it seems that he, the four emperors of New World, is the winner. Whether it's Marine being weakened or the Whitebeard pirates being defeated. For Beast's pirates, it is undoubtedly of great benefit. It's really interesting, looking at the assassinated Akainu from a distance. Doflamingo was there laughing. He never expected that the war that was supposed to be a crushing game would take such a turn. First, Whitebeard was stabbed in the back by his stupid son, and then in Buddha's Sengoku, the Marine Marshal was attacked and killed by Ren, the Blood Prison. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at Akainu, the Admiral of Headquarters, and had his arm bitten off by Blood Prison Ren, almost succeeding. In the end, this guy still couldn't escape. However, the guy who disguised himself as the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral suddenly assassinated Akainu. Even rare seastone weapons have been prepared in advance. Who is it? Cross Union, Blood Prison Ren, Beast's Pirates. Whitebeard Pirates? Looking at Jin angrily. A-hole, you guy. Plenty of darkness, can't stop the show. Swallow the blazing flame alive. Rushed towards Akainu. Lava fruit is mine. Blackbeard was caught off guard, and his entire body was directly engulfed in flames. Damn it, it hurts me to death. Thinking of this, the whole person was filled with excitement, and he couldn't care less about getting entangled with Yan Liangjin. Who do you think Lousy is? Jin looked down at him indifferently and said with murderous intent. You, a rat, can provoke you whenever you want, and leave whenever you want. Boom. A huge fire dragon surged forward. Even if he himself doesn't like lava fruit, it is indeed a top-notch Logia ability. The other party actually sabotaged his plan to seize the powerful fruit ability again and again. His heart was filled with unspeakable resentment and anger. Ha 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 5.1, what a dramatic reversal, he kept rolling there and screaming. Blackbeard was covered in cold sweat and panting heavily. Blackbeard watched the scene. A-hole, he couldn't help but his eyes flickered. Chapter 242 Bartholomew Bear, the Straw Hat of Despair, first update. A-hole, damn Uchimura, kill that traitor. How dare you assassinate Sakazuki Admiral, I will never spare him. For a time, countless Marines gritted their teeth. With red eyes, brandishing swords and guns, he came forward without fear of death. The Thousand Killer, Yukimura who assassinated Admiral Akainu must be directly chopped into pieces. Revenge for that Sakazuki Admiral, after all, he is the leader of the Marine Hawks. Akainu, the Marine Admiral, has always been known as cold and iron-blooded. There are many people in Marine who fear and reject him, but naturally there are also many people who follow and worship him, and he has a very high prestige. Especially, the tough guy style that carries out absolute justice to the end. Some of the lower-level officers respected him very much. Treat him as an idol and try to imitate him, bang bang. There was constant gunfire. Some Marines gritted their teeth and opened fire. Dense rain of bullets came one after another. Ahaha, it looks like we've stung a hornet's nest. Easily dodged several incoming bullets. Katarina Deepon, who was disguised as the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, smiled strangely and had no intention of changing back. In Ren's words, her abilities are most suitable for being a spy. So what if Marine guesses her identity? Now that she has been transformed by Luo, even if she stands in front of Marine, those guys can't recognize her at all. It is undoubtedly a very stupid behavior to stupidly expose one's abilities and true identity in front of others. Brush. The next moment was sudden. Whether it's her, Yukimura Rear Admiral, or Akainu's bloody corpse. They all disappeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Disappeared. Hateful. That be ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************$ $$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$ $$$ $$$ $$$ $ somewhat confused, shocked and angry, damn it. Watching this scene from a distance, Blackbeard's expression changed drastically as he was confronting Flame Calamity Jin there. His whole face was ashen, and he shouted angrily, "It turns out it's them, bastards." The sudden disappearance was exactly the same as how he had just taken Whitebeard away from under his nose. "Is it Ren?" Jin was a little surprised. "Oh, giggle, did that guy do it?" And Kaido, the beast, is fighting against Kong. He was also a little surprised, and glanced at the red figure who was fighting with Admiral Kizaru. It seems that he has really found some incredible helpers. Original. Even with the two major forces of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Cross Guild, he, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, was participating in the battle with Fire Calamity Jin. Marine, which has a strong military force and a large concentration of strong men, may not suffer such huge losses. It can be said that Blood Prison Ren's intervention directly reversed the entire battle situation. It is obvious that one's personal combat power can only hold back an admiral at most, and even relying on racial talent and the ability of the Phantom Beast species to barely be able to compete with him in a short period of time, it is impossible to defeat the opponent directly. But it happened to lead to Marine's complete defeat. Marine Admiral Sengoku and Marine Admiral Akainu were attacked and killed one after another. Advertisement. I have to admit that this guy's timing was a bit too precise. They all took advantage of the moment when these powerful Marines were careless. Suddenly cruel. Superior, don't be stunned, we must not let go of the Straw Hat crew. Those guys are one of the culprits who killed Sakazuki Admiral. Implement Sakazuki Admiral's will and never let the Straw Hat crew leave alive. Absolute justice cannot be blasphemed, for justice, kill them. At this time, Doberman et al., Vice Admiral of Marine Hawks. That ferocious face was full of anger. With murderous intent, he gave orders angrily and transferred his hatred to the Straw Hat crew. If he hadn't been chasing Straw Hat Luffy, Akainu, who was seriously injured, would not have been killed in such a despicable way because of his carelessness. Look at the Marines who were rushing up like crazy. Everyone in the Straw Hat crew couldn't help but change their expressions. But in order to stop Akainu, each of them had suffered extensive burns from the lava. The flesh and blood were blurred and disfigured. It has lost most of its combat effectiveness. There is no way to resist. Don't come here, get out of here. Usopp gritted his teeth and stood up, even though he was sweating profusely and trembling a little. But he still tried his best to remain calm and did not flinch. He kept using his slingshot to shoot out sparks one after another and then fought back, trying to protect Luffy, Zoro and others. Quick, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper. Usopp's whole body was full of tension and uneasiness, but he still kept fighting. Hurry up and board the ship, I will come to the rear. I caught a glimpse of Nami sitting there slumped, a little dazed. He was busy shouting, Nami, what are you doing standing still? However, at this time, a tall figure suddenly appeared. Boom. In everyone's stunned and dull eyes, Usopp disappeared completely. Usopp, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others all widened their eyes, shouting there. When people come, they keep clapping their hands. In the palm of the hand, the meatball, that is no different from a feline, is eye-catching. That rascal, he is the 7 warlords of the sea. Tyrant, Bartholomew Bear, look at the person coming. Many pirates were shocked. He was immediately startled and cried out. Damn, what is that guy going to do? Phoenix Marco, Diamond Josie and others were shocked and angry again, too. But they were temporarily held back by CPO agents, and they were unable to provide support at all. 7 warlords of the sea? The Straw Hat crew was in shock. UB **************, D. Where did you get Usopp? The angry Luffy rushed up directly. His hands were severely burned. The rubberized right foot suddenly stretched out and kicked out hard. Rubber whip. Bartholomew Bear's face was expressionless, and he lightly blocked it with his palm. Advertisement. In an instant, Luffy's sweeping rubber whip leg was easily bounced away. The whole person was stunned because he didn't have time to stop. Somewhat embarrassed, he was thrown out. Luffy, Nami, Zoro, Sanji and others present were all shouting. Zoro ignored the bloody injuries on his body. Holding the blade in hand, he gritted his teeth and went up. Kang. Sparks sputter. Bartholomew Bear's body was torn with several holes. But the body of a metal machine is revealed, somewhat shocking. Boom. The next moment, Zoro didn't have time to stabilize his body. All of a sudden it was shot away and disappeared. Zoro, Luffy yelled there, just rush up directly. Green algae head. Sanji 843 was extremely shocked and angry. He was severely burned, and his right foot was even exposed. Kicked out fiercely. A hole, boom. Bartholomew Bear patted him lightly. After Usopp and Zoro, Sanji completely disappeared. Sanji. Luffy's eyes widened, he rushed forward angrily. Both feet kicked out wildly, rubber stamp, boom. No surprises, he was ejected again. Watch as Bartholomew Bear walks towards Nami. Luffy's face changed drastically, he was sweating profusely, and he shouted, no, give me residence. Thunder. Nami danced the weather stick. A dazzling thunderlight was struck. But it was easily bounced away by the meatball. Then he looked at Frankie who was lying there, covered in blood. Reluctantly shouting, Frankie, next moment, his whole face turned pale and he was sweating profusely. But it was still easily ejected, shoot directly. There were screams. Frankie, a hole, what have you done to my companions? He rushed forward angrily, and was burned to a bloody pulp, revealing the bones of his rubber fist marks, regardless of the fierce bombardment. Luffy's eyes were about to burst. Bartholomew Bear raised his palm. Boom. Frankie's figure disappeared directly, but he stared blankly at his palm for a moment. He was so frightened that he shouted, help me, Hall. Unexpectedly, the other party was not willing to let go of Frankie's body. Suddenly, Nami disappeared. Luffy's expression changed. Chapter 243. Regretful Luffy, the biggest wheel 6 King's Spear, second update. Bartholomew Bear. The Straw Hat crew was all shot away. The man called the Tyrant. What kind of ability is that? It can make people disappear in an instant. The pirates present. Everyone couldn't help but be a little shocked. I looked at the tall and intimidating Bartholomew Bear in disbelief. I heard that the Tyrant Bear is a user with the ability of the meatball fruit. He can shoot people away instantly. Even if you fly for 3 days and 3 nights, you will appear directly in a corner of the sea when you wake up. Do not know is not true. What exactly does that guy want to do? Hasn't his personality been wiped out by Dr. Vegapunk? A general named Marine and a strong CPO. While I was inexplicably surprised, I was also a little confused. Because they know very well what is going on with Bartholomew Bear, one of the tyrants of the 7 warlords of the sea. I heard that the other party had some kind of deal with the world government and acted as a pacifist sample, which was directly transformed into a human weapon. Not long ago, Dr. Vegapunk was ordered by the world government to directly erase his personality. But it stands to reason that the current tyrant, Shang, will only obey orders to deal with these pirates and kill them without mercy. Why did you deliberately use your ability to shoot all the Straw Hat crew away? Boom. On the other side of the coast, the fist seal and the mace collided in the air. Black and red lightning are constantly intertwining and confronting each other. The entire land was devastated and ravaged in the blink of an eye. Woo-hoo-hoo. Crash. An astonishing airwave swept away, carrying endless amounts of gravel and rubble. The turbulent sea is a little boiling. Fight against the monster Kaido. The elderly Kong Kong seemed to be struggling a bit after all. Instead of taking a hard blow just now, the whole person retreated and took a slight breath. Bartholomew Bear, what do you want to do? But when he saw Bartholomew Bear, the 7 warlords of the sea, acting privately from a distance, his expression changed. There he shouted, I order you to stop acting immediately. However, Bartholomew Bear seemed not to hear. He ignored it and walked straight towards the Straw Hat Luffy, who was bounced away. A-hole. Don't try to succeed, Straw Hat boy, get on the boat quickly. Let's stop him, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. Advertisement. They rushed up one after another and kept firing at Bartholomew Bear. Even rockets can hurt him. Clang. Someone waved a blade and a hammer and struck hard. But the sword and hammer shattered into pieces. Everyone couldn't help but change color. I just felt cold. Push the pressure cannon, the atmosphere is compressed directly. One by one, bear-like paw prints, they flew out continuously and bombarded these pirates. Boom boom. A violent bear paw shockwave. A pirate who couldn't dodge was directly penetrated through the body. He screamed and fell there. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Luffy looked pale. The whole person burst into tears and lost his mind. He fell to his knees weakly, full of despair. He slapped himself hard, feeling regretful. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have disobeyed Ren. You have to pay a price for your passion alone. Why do you think that you, the weak one, can protect everything without giving up anything? Close black lens bracket. If you don't have the strength, you won't be able to protect the things you want to protect no matter how hard you try. Ren's cold words kept echoing in his mind. Paw, paw. He was greatly shocked. He completely ignored Bartholomew Bear in front of him and kept fanning himself. He gritted his teeth, his whole cheeks were extremely red, and he had no intention of stopping. Damn it, I am lazy every day. While Ren and Zoro were practicing, I am sleeping in and playing around with peace of mind. I damn it all. He was extremely remorseful. If only he had such power as Ren. Ace would not have been killed so easily by Marine Admiral Akainu before. Thinking back to the time when Ren, the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, was still on the merry. On weekdays, they are always advised to seize the time to practice and become as fishy as possible. The enemies in the future may be unimaginably powerful. Only when you are strong enough can you protect yourself and your companions. But except for Zoro, a practicing madman who works very hard on weekdays. These people, most of the time, ignore it, only being dragged out of bed by Ren every morning, so they have to spend a small amount of time practicing. I always fight with Usopp and Chopper on the boat, wasting a lot of time. There is even no need to have a monster like Force Zone like Ren. As long as he is stronger than the Marine Vice Admiral who just had the dog fruit and Madara dog form ability, he won't be easily slowed down by the opponent. Maybe he can rush to the execution platform and rescue Ace. Until now, facing these CPO agents, Marine Admiral Akainu, and the pursuit of Shichibukai. You can't even protect a partner. Advertisement. He also needs his own partners, even Ace's companions in the Whitebeard Pirates, to protect him. This made him blame himself even more, unable to forgive myself. A-hole, stop. Phoenix Marco ran out. His whole body was burning with blue regenerative inflammation. Backquote, 50 times kinetic energy finger pistol Gatling. Whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a loud roar broke through the air. The densely packed dark fingerprints were like bullets, stabbing in continuously. The body was mercilessly penetrated by the CPO Ace on the opposite side. Do you dare to be so careless when fighting with my CPO's strongest shield? The CPO's Ace, expressionless, said coldly. Aren't you too arrogant, Marco the Phoenix? Chi-Chi. Full of holes. No blood came out. In the blink of an eye, the wound was covered by regenerative inflammation, and the injury recovered as before at a speed visible to the naked eye. We must catch up, otherwise we won't be able to see Ace. Phoenix. Marco didn't look back, his whole person was full of anxiety. Regardless, he rushed in the direction of Luffy, trying to stop the tyrant bear. But it's too late. Monkey D. Luffy, in the blink of an eye. Bartholomew Bear came to Luffy. The right palm with the meatball was raised directly. A voice full of magnetism but without any emotion echoed in Luffy's ears. Goodbye, Mother Zhao. When Luffy raised his head, his eyes were full of anger and despair. In anger, he wrapped around Haki's kick and kicked the tyrant no hard. A hole. The attack was merciless on Phoenix, Marco, whose expression changed drastically, but it was too late to return to defense. His fists were already clenched together, bang, but at the same time. A powerful shockwave condensed, distorting the atmosphere. The whole person was a little angry. In an instant, Straw Hat Luffy disappeared out of thin air on the battlefield. Marco arrived belatedly. The CPO ace who pursued relentlessly shouted, I think your regeneration ability has a limit, right? I photographed it directly. Bang! The body, which was transformed from alloy and was invulnerable, collapsed in an instant. His tall figure was blown away, I don't know when. 100 times kinetic energy maximum wheel 6 King Spear. Boom. There are no surprises, boom boom. Chapter 244 True Dual Sword Style. God avoids Pluton. Open black lens bracket third update close black lens bracket. Boom. Wow, an extremely violent blow. Phoenix. Marco's face was distorted and he was bleeding from the mouth. Boom. Boom. The violent shockwave passed through the body, unabated, tearing the earth apart. Marco's whole body flew out like a cannonball. Bang! The embarrassed figure crashed into the ruins. Large amounts of smoke and dust were raised. Marco. For a while, Diamond Josie, Foil Beasta, Fishman Namura and others all couldn't help but change their colors. No one expected that this Esper in the form of a phantom beast, a phoenix, had the ability to regenerate. He was actually hit hard. Oh, Bartholomew Bear? Far away. I don't know when. Ren, who has transformed into a human animal form. Looking at this scene, I was not particularly surprised. He knew very well that although the tyrant bear had been wiped out of his personality. But after all, he is a cadre of the Revolutionary Army and has a relationship with Dr. Vegapunk. In all likelihood, they should have considered that the Straw Hat crew might rush into the battlefield recklessly in order to save Firefist Ace who was about to be publicly executed. So the other party probably made an agreement with Dr. Vegapunk. Before being completely transformed and losing his personality, he was left with the programming to save the Straw Hat crew at a critical moment. At this time, 403 a flash of scarlet flashed in his eyes. The hair on my whole body could not help but stand up. The blade was intertwined with black and red lightning, entwined with the powerful armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. He swung out with lightning speed. God avoids. Call out almost the next moment. A light speed kick hit him hard. Boom. Amazing shockwave. An exaggerated explosion ring is presented there. The billowing heat wave spreads like ripples. This is. There was a flash of golden light. Kizaru was unscathed. Red-haired Shanks moved. He looked at Ren in shock and couldn't believe it. Having fought against the red-hair pirates before, he recognized this move. No, to be precise, it's the move of One Piece Roger. Holding the sword in hand, Ren spoke with a smile. As he spoke, he bit into pieces the blue ball that had been in his mouth for some time. And far away, he has stopped taking action long ago. There, Mihawk watched the battle with indifference. Advertisement surprised, Ren's eyes couldn't help but light up. That guy can also, ACFH, do this divine avoidance trick? Before the redhead broke his arm, he often competes with each other. He also recognized the red-haired man's best trick, the meeting gift. Moreover, the knife on the opponent's waist. Is it the black sword Kyushui left behind by the legendary dragon-slaying warrior Ryoma? Brain power up, his eyes sharpened suddenly. Ren's whole body seems to have not changed at all, and he still does not maintain his human form. The body is covered in scales and armor, surrounded by dark red flames that keep strangers away, and the face retains the characteristics of a human form. But in the eyes of many people who were surprised and confused, he directly pulled out the black knife Chu Shui from his waist. The left hand holds autumn water, and the right hand holds red snow and left writing. Look majestic. Oh, Kizaru's eyes narrowed. Somewhat surprised, he said indifferently. It's really amazing. Are you still a double-sword swordsman? Say so. But he showed no mercy at all. With the highest combat power of Buddha's Sengoku and Sakazuki naval headquarters being attacked and killed one after another, both of them are inseparable from the blood prison Ren. The admiral of headquarters, who usually likes fishing, has been completely angered. Clang. The cold light is dazzling, too bright to look directly at. The sound of gold and iron clashing was extremely deafening. The dazzling lightsabers struck one after another. The speed is out of reach and the danger is unpredictable. Sure enough, this is the correct way to use the blue wave ball. Ren was grinning there. The whole person's thinking is clearer than ever before. The brain's computing power has been enhanced to an incredible degree. Even if you are multitasking, you can still do it with ease and without any difficulty. Oh, Holding the two swords, he used his fingers like arms. Swing it freely as you wish. There was no hesitation at all. The swordsmanship displayed is completely different. And it is free and unpredictable. Kizaru was even a little frightened. 8-foot beautiful Magatama, all of a sudden. There was a flash of golden light. Kizaru's entire body flew high into the air. Whoosh! Densely packed light bombs poured out. But in everyone's shocked eyes, those light bullets actually differentiated into golden figures one after another. It looks exactly like Kizaru. Brush, brush. As the light shines, they all hold dazzling lightsabers. Advertisement at an astonishing speed, they all slashed towards Ren. The momentum is astonishing and the murderous potential is unlimited. What, clone? Is this what Admiral Kizaru is capable of? Gulu, is this too much? For a while, the Marines, pirates, and prisoners present could not help but widen their eyes, looking at the golden figure in the sky with some disbelief. No one thought that Kizaru had such ability. Moreover, those clones don't look weak. Well done, people are full of fighting spirit. Licking his lips, he showed an excited smile. It was as if all the cells in his body were jumping for joy. My mind is clearer than ever and is running at high speed. Use the medicinal power of the blue wave ball to maximize your own haki. Huh. The increasingly powerful haki in his body couldn't help but surge out. Wrapped around the two intertwined blades, intertwined strands of black and red lightning that made people's scalp numb. Violent momentum. Keep climbing. God's avoidance Pluton. The wings suddenly flapped. The whole person was full of energy and fighting spirit. His body is as fast as thunder and lightning, and he rushes out suddenly. The twin swords entwined with the weapon colors and conquerors violently tore through the atmosphere. The lines are clear and different trajectories have been drawn. Chopping hard. Chi, light and brilliance are incomparable. Showing a cross shape, those menacing Kizaru clones were swept away. The terrifying sword wave, the terrifying sword pressure penetrated the sky. Pale with horror, it seems extremely sacred, it made countless people look over subconsciously. In the sky, the turbulent cloud flow was directly torn apart. I couldn't help but open my mouth, dazzling and fiery, unstoppable. Unspeakably shocking, especially a huge beam of sunlight. The castration continued unabated, and he blasted towards Kizaru's main body, whose pupils shrank sharply and his expression changed drastically. Boom boom. In an instant, shining down from the crosscrack in the sky. Rumble. Next moment, Chapter 245 injured Kizaru, the new blue wave ball. Open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. The sky was split open. Gulu, what a power this is. Is this blood prison Ren's true strength? All over the battlefield? Countless pirates, marines, and prisoners. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, and the doctor's voice called out. I couldn't believe my eyes, I was shocked. I just feel my scalp is numb and a bit cold. That rascal. On the west coast. Admiral Alpheasant, Momosagi and others are fighting against the fallen angel, Azazel, Shiryu of the Rain and other prisoners of eternal hell. Everyone couldn't help but their pupils shrank sharply, inexplicably. Some were speechless in disbelief. Blood prison Ren, that guy. Is there such amazing swordsmanship? Tisk, that's really an exaggerated power. Fallen angel. Azazel stared at Ren in the distance and raised his eyebrows. Moreover, he squandered 7 or 88 haki in his body at once, which is a lot of consumption. When in the deep sea prison, he did meet the other party and practice the double sword style. However, if he guessed correctly, judging from Ren's current strength, such an exaggerated blow should have been achieved with the help of the blue ball's medicinal power. After all, even with the racial talent and fruitability, he can briefly burst out with power to compete with Marine Admiral. Regardless of Conqueror's haki, the power that can be exerted is closely related to personal strength, will, courage, etc. But even these days things have come by leaps and bounds. Ren himself, armament haki's level, cannot jump directly to the level of monster. Strictly speaking, it cannot even reach the minimum level of high-level armament haki. After all, he is just slightly stronger than the ordinary elite vice admiral. Armament haki's strength is, at best, at the level of guys like Big Barrel, Bacchus Chode and King of Evil, Pizarro. It's much worse than another of their clan members, the Beast's Pirates Fire Calamity Ember. For Ren, after all, there are great limitations in this aspect. Personal strength still needs to be improved. He is indeed a walking natural disaster. Shiryu of Rain's eyes were bright and full of smiles. I am looking forward to his future more and more. Such age, such talent, such strength. Shiryu of his Rain, I would like to call him the strongest. My choice was indeed correct. Such a man might really be able to lead them to a higher level in the future. Not just in the new world, like Whitebeard, the world's strongest man. He is a pirate emperor who may be pulled down at any time once he gets old and frail. Brush. Golden light gathered. Kizaru's figure appeared there. There was a bloody gash on his cheek. Touching his wound, he knew it would leave a permanent scar. His face was stern, his eyes fixed on Ren below. Blood prison, I really underestimate you. I underestimated you, and I can't even hurt you hard like this. Ren breathed a sigh of relief and responded sarcastically. The blow just now was technically 2 strikes. For him, it was not as easy as imagined. Haki consumes too much. Fortunately, he is an esper in the form of a phantom beast, the unicorn. Advertisement: the recovery speed and endurance can only be matched by Kaido, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. Otherwise, it would really be too much to bear, however, although he has mastered the double sword style swordsmanship. But if you want to truly multi-purpose, you still have to cooperate with Land Bocho's brain enhancement. Only then can he exert greater power and display different sword skills at the same time. Only then can it be said to be the true dual sword style. It has the effect that one force is greater than two. Even in a short period of time, he is sure to be able to suppress the opponent. Severe damage? The next moment, the golden light became a lightsaber. Kizaru, full of murderous intent, rushed out like lightning with the Amankongyun sword in hand. Hey, no matter how much you look down on Marine Admiral, you have to have some control. Brush. Golden light flashed. The golden figure appeared in front of Ren instantly with lightning speed. An extremely sharp light speed slash tore apart the atmosphere. Coming with a hard chop. Kang, however, it seems that people have already predicted it. He narrowly blocked the blow. The moment his whole body was shaken by the powerful force, he fell backwards. Kai. Another blade wrapped around Haki, tracing a rapid trajectory. The angle was tricky and he slashed hard. Kizaru was forced to turn into golden light. Get out of the way. Yuhuhu, the feet stamped hard. The wings suddenly spread out. The red figure looked like a ghost. Reluctant to give in, attack and kill, turning passivity into initiative. The twin swords intertwined with armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki traced different trajectories. Killed Kizaru. Clang, clang, blades clash. The sound of gold and iron clashing kept echoing. Brush. Swipe. The light flashes and is dazzling. His body shape is as fast as thunder, and his moves are as fast as lightning. Two figures, one golden and one red, were fighting fiercely there. It turned out that despite facing this guy who was invulnerable and could ignore damage, he was almost immortal. Even if it were him, he would still be as helpless as Admiral Aokiji, T-Pig, and the others. But with his powerful sparkling fruit ability and his strong high-level armament Haki, Kizaru can still hold down Ren. Even due to the special nature of sparkling fruit's ability. He is not afraid at all of the high-temperature flames that can burn out everything. However, at this moment, he is faced with Ren's true dual sword style, that is completely different from others and is unpredictable. It was as if he was really facing two Bloodhell Rens. They had the same mind with each other, could cooperate tacitly, and used different sword skills to attack them. It was extremely dangerous. Zero, please give me flowers. Unable to gain the upper hand, I feel a little frustrated. Several times, his body was almost torn apart by the blade wrapped around the armor and Conqueror's. If it weren't for Logia's sparkling fruit's ability, it has an absolute advantage in speed. Advertisement. He was afraid that he would be suppressed. Brush. Avoided Ren's attack. The golden light disappeared in a flash. All of a sudden, the eye-catching figure quickly rushed into the distance. Away from all of Marineford, but the next moment. Call out, dazzling golden light, from a height that is astonishingly high and beyond the limits of human vision. With lightning speed, it came with a fierce blast. Lightspeed kick. God avoids, boom boom. Although it will not fall behind in a short period of time. But as the medicinal power of the blue wave ball disappears, the brain-strengthening effect ends. After all, Haki consumes too much, and Ren cannot continue to use the true double sword style. Directly hit by Kizaru's powerful and heavy blow. It flew out hard. Woo-hoo-hoo. The whole person almost flew out of the island. He stepped hard, his wings vibrated violently, and he managed to stabilize his body. But at this time, Kizaru was chasing after him again. The highest combat power of Naval Headquarters showed his true strength. Clang. The golden light and the red light are constantly entangled and flashing. Two dazzling figures clashed fiercely there. It's like the tip of a needle facing the wheat on, refusing to give in to each other. The moves are deadly and extremely cruel. It makes one's scalp tingle. Kang. A hard fight with Kizaru. He retreated violently and distanced himself from him. Before Kizaru, who was relentless and determined not to give him any chance to breathe, was chasing after him, Ren showed a playful smile. Next, do you want to try the power of that thing? A green pill appeared in his hand. Is it that weird pill again? Notice Ren's movements. Kizaru, who was slashing with his sword, focused his gaze, raised his eyebrows and said, I think in exchange for strength, there should be considerable side effects, right? Marine has already obtained relevant information about the opponent from the T-Dolphin. Naturally, it is clear that Bloodhell Ren can obtain different transformation forms with a strange pill, and burst out with more powerful power. But it is said that there is a considerable time limit. Only about 10 minutes. Shang, sparks sputter. The two swords blocked Kizaru's slashing attack. At the same time, he bit the new green-blue wave ball. But that's it. Before Ren can swallow it, that's it. A shout echoed throughout the naval headquarters. All parties involved in the war couldn't help but be a little surprised. Subconsciously I looked over. Into Chapter 246. The Beheaded Deserter King, the Belated Red-Haired One, 5th Update. Who is it? For a while, all over the battlefield. Countless Marines, pirates, prisoners. They all subconsciously stopped fighting. Look sideways. I saw only the coastline on the left. A sailor wearing frog glasses and pink hair spread his arms and shouted, "Stop it, you are wasting your life." "That guy, what is he talking about? Is he Marine?" A little Chief Sao. Some pirates and Marines could not help but frown. Unexpectedly, the person who spoke out turned out to be a young sailor. Oh, Ren, who was just about to test out the new blue wave ball, was a little surprised. The powerful observation hockey seemed to sense something and showed a playful smile. With this distance, it's too late, right? At the same time, in Kizaru's doubtful eyes, 857, directly put away the green pill he was biting. Obviously he gave up his previous plan and was not ready to swallow it again. That guy. Is Vice Admiral Garp's new disciple Kebi. Aokiji, who was confronting, fallen angel, Azazel, was shocked. Looking at the thin marine figure, he was a little shocked. Inexplicable. Observation hockey suddenly awakened after receiving strong stimulation on the battlefield. He kept collecting in his mind the sounds of the disabled people around him wailing and asking for help. Every soldier has a family waiting for him to go home. Listening to the voices of those people, Kebi felt so much pain that his face burst into tears and he shouted, "Obviously our goal has been achieved, but we are still pursuing the pirates who have lost their will to fight, and we are still chasing the pirates who have lost their will to fight." They continued the battle that could have been stopped, and then abandoned those soldiers who could have been saved if they were treated, even further increasing the number of casualties. The soldiers who fall from now on are just, no different than idiots. His voice, with observation hockey, echoed throughout the Marineford battlefield. Marine's whole body was shaken, which made many of them red-eyed. He subconsciously looked at the battlefield around him. Some Marines were lying there covered in blood, struggling and calling for help. But none of their former colleagues paid any attention to them. No matter what, he chased the pirates. Boom. A hard fight with Kaido, the beast. He retreated violently and distanced himself. Kong, who was panting a little and sweating on his forehead, felt his fists were numb and trembling slightly. Advertisement: the whole person is huge and unbelievably strong. His whole body is covered with fine animal hair, and there are black flame clouds lingering around him. He looks like a huge humanoid monster, making people shudder inexplicably. Where did that guy come from? He couldn't help but frown, looking at the sailor who suddenly stood up and shouted in surprise. Seeing just a little Chief Sao, a flash of disappointment flashed in his eyes. To be honest, with the situation so corrupted, he wanted to end the war. But there was no order from above, and he, the commander-in-chief of the entire army, did not want to take the blame. "I can only bite the bullet and fight to the death with Kaido." "Oh, hey. What? He's just a weakling, he's such an eyesore." Kaido, the beast, is carrying a mace. If it wasn't too far away, he really wanted to hit him with a stick. He had just started to warm up and was getting a little excited. "Are you just standing there shouting, hoping that this will be the end of the war?" Ren, the fourth natural disaster that Beast's Pirates has not announced yet, has such a great record. Killed Marine Marshal Sengoku and Admiral Akainu in succession. Even though it was a sneak attack plus assassination. The methods are somewhat off the table, but I have to say, it was really beautifully done. After all, he, the governor of Beast's Pirates, can't lose to the opponent. No matter what, you have to kill the old guy Sora, the commander-in-chief of the entire army, before leaving, right? What are you talking about? Doberman's vice admiral, who was not far away, rushed up directly. He looked down at Kebi with a murderous look, and shouted angrily. "That's too presumptuous, who do you think you are? How dare you speak so brazenly? We Marine have already lost Master Sengoku and Lot Admiral for this war. Got it. At this point, do you want us to spare those guys?" Shocked by the astonishing murderous aura, Kebi couldn't help but tremble all over. Facing the hawkish naval headquarters vice admiral, he gritted his teeth and bravely said loudly, "But." However, Doberman looked furious. His eyes were full of violence and murderous intent. Too lazy to listen to his nonsense, he stepped hard. His body was like electricity, and he slashed hard with his sword. Staring at Kirby fiercely, he roared hysterically, "Marine doesn't need soldiers with evil views like you." Kai, there are no surprises. A bloody human head flew directly up. The deserter King Kirby, the future of Marine. He was killed just like that. "Everyone, don't be influenced by this guy. Continue to hunt down the pirates and destroy them." Doberman Vice Admiral held up the bloody blade and clenched his fists and shouted, "Marine's justice must be absolutely. Avenging Marshal Sengoku and Sakazuki Admiral advertisement. X. Avenge the Marshal and the Admiral, kill all these pirates. For justice, countless Marine zero, morale is high and murderous." He held up his weapon and rushed towards the pirates crazily. No intention of stopping at all. "Oh, looks like I don't need to take action anymore." Ren chuckled. He is very aware of the potential of this Marine soldier Kirby. In just 2 years, its strength has soared. It can be said that if you can get a powerful devil fruit, the opponent's strength can directly become an existence no less than 3 disasters, and it is also at the level of fire disaster. From being a scumbag, it only took 2.5 years for him to transform to that level. Even though it takes effort and sweat that ordinary people can't imagine. But you can imagine how exaggerated the opponent's talent and potential are. If it is allowed to grow, it may become the Marine Admiral of the future. Even if you don't care about the other party's threat. He was not prepared to leave such a potential enemy to fend for himself. Plop, plop. At this time, Buzz, Phoenix Marco, Diamond Josie, and Foil Beasta of the Whitebeard Pirates. Damn it, countless Marines, pirates, prisoners. Could it be? Everyone, that's it for now. Huo-ran looked over. This conqueror's hockey. Everyone was frothing at the mouth, their eyes turned white, and they fell there. Swept in suddenly. The fallen angel, Azazel of the Cross Guild, Shiryu of the Rain, and others. They all couldn't help but change their expressions. Ren, who had expected it, showed a playful smile. Are you here? The entire sky was filled with black and red lightning. The sudden and unbelievably tyrannical conqueror's hockey left Kong, the commander-in-chief of the world government's army, as well as marine senior officials such as Kizaru, Aokiji, Momosagi, and Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates, and Fire Calamity. A 3.2 strand of extremely powerful conqueror's hockey. Chapter 247. What if I don't give you this face? Open black lens bracket. First update. Close black lens bracket. This conqueror's hockey. Its new world's 4 emperors, red hair, Shanks. Gulu. After Kaido, another 4 emperors has arrived. All red hair pirates officers on board. Damn it, the whole group is here. Why are they here? Didn't it mean that the Beast's pirates tried to take advantage of the situation and occupied the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, but they stopped them? For a while, all over the battlefield, everyone looked over subconsciously. They all couldn't help but their pupils shrank sharply and turned pale with shock. A red 2-masted sailboat was already lying on the coast at some point. Above, standing was a figure who was not particularly tall but could not be ignored and was extremely powerful. Wearing a black cloak, his eyes were awe-inspiring. He placed one hand on the unsheathed western sword at his waist and looked directly at the entire battlefield. The powerful conqueror's hockey is being unleashed. It's Redhead Shanks. There was Marine yelling there. Red hair. Phoenix Marco is confronting the CPO's ace. The whole person looked a little embarrassed, blood was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and he was obviously seriously injured. Looking at the majestic red-haired Shanks who landed on the shore, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Once upon a time, the red-haired Shanks specifically persuaded their father, Whitebeard, to recall Ace, but they were arrogant and stubborn and refused to listen, which led to this result. Now, Ace is gone and Dad is dead. Ta, ta. The sound of footsteps kept echoing. The red-haired Shanks looked at him intently. Kong, Kaido and others are looking at the front. When passing by Phoenix, Marco, he paused and said directly, Marco, listen to me, don't fight again. After speaking, he said no more, go straight towards Kong and others. Phoenix, Marco was left behind with uncertain expressions. But even the agents of the CPO did not continue to fight against the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. His eyes were full of solemnity, looking at the red-haired Shanks as if facing a formidable enemy. Oh, hey, there's a troublesome guy here. Kaido is wielding a mace. The bloodshot and horrifying eyes stared at the red-haired Shanks. Do you want to have a big fight? The whole person was full of fighting spirit, and he wanted to rush forward and have a big fight. An old guy like Kong is not enough to get him excited. Advertisement: you can't enjoy the fun of risking your life and fighting with all your strength. Shanks. Far away, on the Cross Guild warship to the west. Looking at the visitor, Buggy, the clown who was almost knocked unconscious, was a little shocked. Shocked. Yo, bah, hear the words. The redhead looked over. I saw that familiar figure. I couldn't help but smile and said hello from a distance. Long time no see. Guilds of the Cross, Buggy, are you really hiding your strength? How could he conquer the villains of eternal hell so easily? Captain Roger was indeed right. You are an ambitious pirate who will do whatever it takes to get the treasure. He won't be so peaceful. Sasabulida, I just said something full of nostalgia. But the next moment, the clown Buggy reacted and glared at the red-haired Shanks fiercely. No, B*****************. Now that it's happened, it's been a long time, but I still hate you all the time. Where is this B***********************? You guys, are you here to fight with me? He directly rolled up his sleeves. He clenched his fists and looked like he was about to fight. He aggressively stepped on the fence at the bow of the ship, gritted his teeth and glared at the other party. I'm very unhappy right now. I'm always with you. Sagui. As expected of Captain Buggy, such an attitude towards the 4 Emperors redhead. Even if you want to fight, are you always with me? Faced with the 4 Emperors of New World, they didn't change their expressions, and they dared to praise Heiko. What a confidence. Goosebumps, goosebumps. So amazing. Witness this scene. Each prisoner was stunned. Immediately, their eyes lit up and they looked directly at Buggy the clown. Each one was full of excitement and pride. Unspeakable adoration and fanaticism. No, what does it have to do with me saying hello to that B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************$$$$$$$$$$$$$**$$$**$*$$*$$*$*$*$*$*$*$*$*$**$*$*$*$*$*$*$*$*$*$$*$$*$*$$*$*$*$*$*$*$*$�̀ guys who were making up their own minds, and couldn't help but have black lines in his head. What are you guys so excited about? He finally understood why the young monster Copper's Ren pushed him out. Although these guys are all extremely vicious villains who kill without blinking an eye. But all of them are muscular and have no brains, too good to be deceived. Red hair, what are you doing here? Kong's expression was uncertain. He looked directly at the red-haired Shanks, full of vigilance, and asked angrily, do you red hair pirates also want to intervene? The arrival of the redhead, it made his heart sink. If it were just the current situation, they could still cope with it if they were determined. Especially, facing the all-out attack of Kizaru, the Admiral. Once the Blood Prison Ren's brat's physical strength cannot support him, the entire battle situation will be reversed. But if the Red Hair Pirates are not willing to participate, then, only the Knights of God, on the Holy Land Mariajoy are dispatched. The red-haired Shanks picked up a straw hat that had fallen there. He looked directly at everyone present and said in a deep voice, "This war will end." "Ahole, Redhead, are you going to end it when you say it's over?" Although facing this new world's famous and unrivaled pirate emperor, he couldn't help but feel great pressure. But Vice Admiral Doberman was not afraid. He looked directly at the red-haired Shanks, gritted his teeth and said loudly, "Now that things have happened, how can we, Marine, give up like this? Continuing will only increase the casualties of all parties without limit." The red-haired man looked around the battlefield with stern eyes. He pulled out the famous sword Griffin from his waist and said loudly and vigorously, "If there are still guys who haven't had enough trouble, come on, let us accompany you." The words have not yet finished. The crowd of red-hair pirates. Everyone has arrived behind him, full of murderous intent. The Marines, pirates, and prisoners present all couldn't help but change their colors. Oh, 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 oh. Kaido, the beast, carries a ferocious mace. Looking directly at the red-haired Shanks, he said murderously, "Red-haired guy, don't meddle in your own business, Lousy hasn't had enough fun yet." Others are afraid of red-hair pirates, but he is not afraid of Kaido. "Kaido, I don't have time to argue with you now. This war has nothing to do with you." All of a sudden, the red-haired Shank's eyes became extremely sharp. The Western knife Griffin in his hand pointed directly at Kaido, the beast, and responded in a cold voice without showing any signs of weakness. "If you really want to continue to make trouble, I can accompany you." Said, he looked around the entire battlefield with stern eyes. Finally, he looked at Kong Kong, Admiral Kizaru, Bloodhell Ren, Fallen Angel Azazel and others. There he said in a deep voice, "Everyone present, please give me some face." "What if I don't give you this face?" Advertisement Chapter 248. Beasts vs. Red Hair, The Cracked Sky, second update. It's Blood Prison Ren, that lawless guy. Does he even want to mess with Red Hair? The whole place was dead silent. Be it a pirate or a marine, or the prisoners of the Cross Guild. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound in shock. No one expected that Copper's Ren, a young monster, would openly challenge red-haired Shanks, the four emperors of the New World. "It's so scary, you can't even give the four emperors face." Kizaru looked at Ren in front of him and said in surprise with a crooked mouth. Even Kaido of the Beasts himself. There are also Fire Calamity Jin, Blackbeard and others who are confronting each other. They all couldn't help but look at the Blood Prison Ren in surprise. "Blood hell. Copper's Ren. That guy, what are you doing?" No matter, it's the redhead himself. Members of the Red Hair Pirates such as Ben Beckman and Lucky Lou couldn't help but stare. Looking at the young figure covered in blazing flames and covered with red scales, it was impossible to look down upon. "Sorry, I don't want to give you this face," holding two swords. Ren carries wings on his back and is surrounded by flames. The two knives were entangled with black and red lightning, which made people's hearts tremble, intertwining violently there. He stared at the red-haired Shanks indifferently and said sarcastically, "Four emperors red-haired, Shanks. Blood prison, woo." The redhead was about to say something. A flash of scarlet suddenly flashed in his eyes. The whole person couldn't help but his complexion changed, and he became murderous. Bang! In an instant, there was a footstep. Suddenly, with lightning speed, he rushed forward with his sword in hand. God avoids. God avoids. Kang. The sound of gold and iron clashing was deafening. Two figures collided in the air. The momentum is terrifying and inexplicable. No one expected it. Almost at the same time, the two people, Ren and Red Hair, unexpectedly became the same people. Nani? God avoids. The boss's trick. Why would that guy do the same? It wasn't just the red-haired person who looked shocked and his pupils shrank sharply. Even Beckman, Lackey Road, Usopp and others were all shocked and confused. Some were shocked and looked at Ren in disbelief. Destroy the ancients. No surprises. Advertisement. In the next moment, Ren was blasted like a cannonball and flew away. Between the two of them, a judgment was made immediately. Boom. Embarrassing figure. Carrying a rolling heatwave. It crashed through the buildings behind it. It turned into an astonishing sea of fire, and the entire land turned into red magma. It's scary. Rain Ember changes color directly. He had to stop him in front of the red hair. Don't move, it's a disaster. Although I don't know what kind of future the red hair had foreseen before he suddenly became so angry. But Red Hair Pirates co-captain Ben Beckman rushed forward immediately. A rifle was pointed at Jin from a distance. Ben Beckman. Jin looked ugly. He was full of fear of the red-haired deputy of the four emperors. Ahem. The back of his head and neck were filled with flames. Ren wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth. The wings fluttered suddenly, and the whole person rushed up. This power is worthy of the four emperors. If it weren't for him, he would have already secretly accumulated his strength, relying on instinct to make his appearance without hesitation. Observation Hockey, who was proud of being able to predict the future, seemed to have failed, unable to predict the sudden attack of the red-haired Shanks. I have to admit that Hockey, The new four emperors who rose to prominence a few years ago and became one of the pirate emperors is indeed quite powerful. It looks like it is just as rumored. His conqueror's haki has been cultivated to an astonishing degree, and he has awakened the power of sight, knowledge and killing. It can disable the enemy's observation haki and prevent them from foreseeing the future. It is difficult to predict his intentions. I see. Are you a Lunarian? The red-haired Shanks looked at Ren's black wings and the flames on the back of his head with a sharp look, feeling a little confused. Your conqueror's haki can indeed hurt me, and it may even leave permanent scars on my body. Ren looked at the red-haired Shanks indifferently, and said coldly. But you can't kill me. The redhead Shanks. You guy. The red-haired man's eyes turned cold. There was a cold murderous intent in his eyes, but before he could take action again, his expression changed. Hey, red hair, are you a little too arrogant? Thunder 8 trigrams. A tall figure with a ferocious face, like a wild beast, rushed over like lightning. Swinging a ferocious mace, intertwined with black and red lightning. It carries a terrifying aura that makes people tremble with fear. It hit hard. Kaido. The livid red-haired man turned around suddenly. His eyes were extremely sharp and he released an astonishing momentum. Avoidance. The famous sword griffin entangled the extremely powerful armament haki and conqueror's haki, flashing with astonishing black and red lightning. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and struck out. It immediately tore apart the atmosphere. Kang. The sound of gold and iron clashing was deafening. The two weapons clearly did not collide directly. But they were knocked together through the air, where they were constantly squeezing and fighting, making a tooth-wrenching, rattling sound. Advertisement, crackling. Accompanied by thick black and red lightning, it spread like a dragon and snake dancing. Two extremely terrifying conquerors haki, constantly. An astonishing shockwave. Let the entire land be torn apart directly. The crazy wind pressure swept across all directions. It makes it impossible to open your eyes. Boom, boom. On the gray sky. The clouds in the sky were violently turbulent. Under everyone's shocked eyes, it burst apart. Two astonishing cloud streams were formed, where they were constantly impacting each other. The extremely exaggerated scene is indescribably shocking. Far better than the previous confrontation between Kaido and Kong, the commander-in-chief of the army. There is no comparison between the two. Gulu, the sky is cracked. Is this a collision between the four emperors? It's more terrifying than the collision between Marshal Kong and Kaido just now. As strong as a monster, except for those guys who were knocked unconscious. Countless marines, pirates, and prisoners were all shocked. Everyone couldn't help but open their mouths and stared blankly at the sky. I was sweating profusely and my scalp was numb. What kind of monster are we fighting against? It's impossible to defeat such a guy. Spiritual. Suffered an unprecedented impact. Some marines couldn't help but feel a little distraught. Nano's college blow. Even the marshal and admiral were killed. Can they really defeat such a monster? Is this the power of four emperors? Thunder roaring cannon? In everyone's discolored eyes, the atmosphere was directly distorted and penetrated. Ren looked at the torn sky. His scorching eyes were filled with passion and wonder. Wawa GG, I believe that it won't be long before he, Copper's Ren, can reach this point and achieve this level. But the next moment, the whole person clenched his fists tightly, showing unprecedented ambition. Thunder, fire, light, it hit the red-haired Shanks who was confronting Kaido. Accompanied by a fiery breath, the roaring sound in the air continued. An astonishing beam of lightning cannon shot out like lightning. He suddenly opened his mouth with murderous intent. Go to hell, redhead. Boom boom. The dazzling light is constantly intertwined. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Boss, be careful. Chapter 249 Angry at Garp, St. Figalan Shanks. Open black lens bracket. Third update. Close black lens bracket. Fistbone impact. At this time, a loud shout came. A tall figure rushed over like lightning. Facing the violent attack, the dazzling thundering roaring cannon came out. He punched hard. Boom boom. Destroy the ancients. Amazing light and glow. There was a fierce collision there. Carrying terrifying high temperatures, astonishing light beams intertwined with thunder and fire. Was blown away directly. Shocking. Brush. The tall figure landed steadily. Holding a pair of iron fists tightly, he stood there. The momentum is amazing. Vice Admiral Garp saw this scene. Countless marines shouted in excitement. As if they had found their backbone, their morale soared and they calmed down. The visitor is the legendary marine hero, Iron Fist, Monkey D. Garp. Vice Admiral Garp. Aokiji, Momosagi and others couldn't help but be overjoyed. At a time like this, it would be great if Garp, the marine hero, could come back in time. Hero Garp. Is that boy Luffy's grandfather? And at the same time, Beckman was running wildly, wanting to take action. He lowered the fist condensed with haki. It looks like I don't need to take action anymore. Hateful. Copper's Ren, you are really a despicable guy trying to cause trouble at this time. The 553 Red Hair Pirates people who were originally shocked could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He glared directly at Ren, full of murderous intent, with the intention of rushing directly to settle the score. No wonder you were kicked out of the Strawhat Pirates. It's really impossible for a low-class guy like you to get along with that guy Luffy. Staring coldly at Bloodhell Ren, Ben Beckman was full of disdain and sarcastically said. Despicable? Is this your first day as a pirate? Ren spoke coldly. He looked directly at the other party without showing any weakness, and said sarcastically, you red-hair pirates are the most moral in the entire sea, right? You are truly greater than Marine, who claims to be righteous. Advertisement, why? Only you masters are allowed to try to sneak attack me without fighting, and I'm not allowed to fight back. He always retaliates. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat the red-haired Shanks. The one confronting him is no longer Kaido. He didn't care about Ben Beckman's deliberate sarcasm. Whether they quit voluntarily or were expelled, the Strawhat Pirates are a thing of the past. The Merry is gone, and the Strawhat Pirates will never be the carefree, adventurous Strawhat Pirates they once were. Coppers Ren, you evil bee ********** D-brat. Garp clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging out. There was a fierce murderous intent in his eyes, glaring at Ren. The eyebrows were filled with unspeakable sadness. Obviously, the deaths of Buddha Sengoku, Fire Fist Ace and others are already known. The comrades who had been brothers and sisters for decades and the adopted grandson who had watched him grow up both died. His whole heart was filled with unspeakable sadness and anger. I just felt a burning anger. Nowhere to vent. Hey, Garp, I advise you to think carefully before you say this when dealing with your benefactor. His expression remained unchanged. Looking at the other party there, he said with a smile, if I hadn't taken action, with Buddha Sengoku and Akainu here, what you want to send away today is not only an adopted grandson, but also a biological grandson. Got it? Even though his purpose in killing Buddha Sengoku and Akainu was not for the Straw Hat crew. But strictly speaking, it did help Straw Hat in disguise. Moreover, it is equivalent to directly or indirectly saving the other party's 2 grandchildren. It can be said that he is a great benefactor to the monkey family. Although, he also received enough benefits. Forget trying to incite people's hearts and jail Ren. Garp looked livid. He gritted his teeth and stared at Ren with burning eyes. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and said loudly and righteously, Ace and Luffy are my grandsons, yes, but since they became pirates, it is also the path they chose, whether they live or die. It's up to them to bear the responsibility. This is the justice he insists on in his heart, if you want to betray Marine and save others. He had already taken action, Vice Admiral Garp. A Marine personnel, they all couldn't help but trembled all over. His face turned red, full of admiration. This is the Marine hero, ACBE. They admire in their hearts. Public and private grievances are clear, advertisement. All for justice, it's really great, people caress their palms. There he sarcastically said, as expected of a loyal old dog of the world government, even if the world government wants to execute his adopted grandson, he can still remain indifferent for the so-called false reputation. In the face of the top leaders of the world government who ordered the obliteration of his grandson, he only obeyed and struck hard at his grandson's benefactor, in the name of justice. He said bluntly, but you, the Marine hero who was praised by the world government, privately agreed to the Pirate King Roger to keep his bloodline and sit back and watch countless pregnant women and unborn babies on South Blue Battle Island, a tragic death. After all, you and Sengoku, the sinful Buddha who has long been reduced to a lackey of the celestial dragons and indirectly or directly massacred a large number of innocent civilians, are the same breed. Now that things have happened, why are you pretending to be so sad and angry? Ren's tone was indifferent. He pointedly sarcastically said, it's just that you are incompetent and don't dare to vent your anger to the world government. You want to take your anger and dissatisfaction to me. It's so hypocritical. Brush, a dark shadow flashed. A huge fist, carrying the powerful hockey, it suddenly blasted over. Keng. Ren crossed his swords and blocked Garp's attack. The whole person was shaken by the astonishing force and fell backwards. But he couldn't help but stamp his feet, his wings kept vibrating violently, and he lost the exaggerated power and stabilized his figure in midair. Looking down at the hero Garp, safe and sound. Stop talking nonsense, you trash on the sea, get out of Marineford. Hero Garp clenched his fists. You are asking for your own destruction. 4 emperors of New World, red hair Shanks. Ren replied rudely. Even some Marine generals glared directly at Ren. They are really a group of dogs that are loyal and protective of their owners. Holding back the anger in his heart, he spoke coldly. He glanced at the red-haired Shanks who was confronting Kaido, who was looking at him with a murderous look on his face, and returned a provocative look without any sign of weakness. He raised the corners of his mouth, full of playfulness, and said with a sneer, but yes, I am the noble celestial dragons after all. You are just a lowly naval headquarters vice admiral. Of course you don't dare to cause trouble for me, am I right? Even if my grandson becomes a pirate under the temptation of red-hair pirates, he would not dare to bark at his master. Isn't the biggest garbage on the sea the celestial dragons, your marine masters? How dare you repeatedly insult the descendants of the creator? Whether it's Kong or an agent of the CPO, no, it's Ran Shanks-san. People are indifferent. Ehole, Coppers Ren, looking at Garp who looked livid and unstoppable. Hear the words. Presumptuous, chapter 250. Shocked parties, the war comes to an end. Open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. What, how can this be? Hiss, the red hair is celestial dragons. Hey, are you kidding me? Did I hear you correctly? Fegaland Shanks, Saint? Fegaland. Is that an amazing family, Shanks Saint? Is that red-haired guy really a celestial dragons? Gulu. The red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors of the New World are actually celestial dragons? Hear the words for a while, all over the battlefield. Whether it's Marine, Pirates, CP, except for a few people such as Kong Kong, Marine Chief Advisor Crane, Vice Admiral, and CPO Ace, everyone was stunned. Looking at Blood Hell Ren and red-haired Shanks in shock. I couldn't help but screamed out loud. Even many members of the Red Hair Pirates were stunned. He opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at the red-haired Shanks, somewhat unbelievable. Only Ben Beckman, as the deputy captain, didn't seem particularly surprised. He just frowned and stared at Ren, feeling a little confused in his heart. Obviously, he didn't expect that Ren would know Shanks' identity. The red-haired guy. Garp's eyes narrowed sharply and he turned back abruptly. Looking at the gloomy red-haired Shanks, he couldn't believe it. Are these 4 emperors of the New World celestial dragons? This is really surprising. Kizaru was full of surprise. As the Admiral of Headquarters, he had heard of Heavenly Yaksha, Doflamingo, who was once a member of the Celestial Dragons. But I really didn't expect that the red hair was also a Celestial Dragons. Ha 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 ha, this is really incredible news. Blackbeard is also a bit incredible. He actually left permanent claw marks on the Celestial Dragons' faces? Wait, that's impossible, right? Shanks, is that guy so powerful? Buggy was shocked. He was so shocked that his body fell apart. The two grew up together on the Oro Jackson. He always thought that the other person was just like him, an abandoned baby accidentally picked up by the Roger Pirates. How to deal with the sudden transformation into Celestial Dragons? Captain Buggy, don't you even know? A prisoner named him Impelled Down. Looking at the confused Buggy in surprise. Wait, I remember. Could it be that time? Buggy held his head. There I racked my brains and thought about it. After the Roger Pirates went to the final island, Raftel, and returned. He did see Shanks seem to ask Captain Roger something. Later, I saw Shanks, who had always been strong, crying like a huge shock. No matter how you ask the other person, this guy doesn't even want to say it. Maybe it was that time. Shanks learned about his life experience. Nagging, is it true? Is he the same guy as me? Doflamingo, who was watching the show, looked at the red-haired Shanks in shock. Is the other party just like him, a celestial dragons who fell into the mortal world? But when he thought about all the efforts he had put in the end it was only the 7 warlords of the sea, and one of them became the 4 emperors, who were so majestic that even he was afraid of and unwilling to mess with. This made him feel somewhat unbalanced, extremely jealous. Another celestial dragons, staring at the red-haired figure from a distance. Hancock stood there, leaning on his pet Samaro, with cold eyes. Oh ha 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 ha, it's really amazing. Kaido bared his teeth. Holding the mace, he looked at the red-haired Shanks in front of him, full of surprise. Red-haired guy, are you still a celestial dragons? He really didn't expect it. Advertisement: the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors of the New World alongside himself, is actually a celestial dragons. Now Kaido knew why that guy Ren and the red-haired Shanks were so difficult to deal with. After all, to some extent, Lunarian and these celestial dragons. They were sworn enemies who would never stop fighting. Gulu, real or fake? 4 emperors red-haired, Shanks, is Tianlong? Isn't he a pirate? What on earth is it? And in every corner of the sea. Countless people who were watching the live broadcast through telephone bugs, as well as forces large and small, were all shocked. I was shocked and speechless by this shocking news. I couldn't believe my ears. Blood Prison Ren, I don't know where you got the news and what your purpose is. The red-haired Shanks looked gloomy, feeling the countless strange looks coming from the entire battlefield. Surprise, astonishment, awe, jealousy, suspicion, resentment, hatred. All kinds of looks, to name a few. He looked directly at Ren in front of him, his eyes full of chilling air, and said coldly, in short, I have been living on the ship of the Roger Pirates since I can remember. I have never regarded myself as a Celestial Dragons. Don't think of me as a member of the Celestial Dragons. I'm mixed up with those guys, boss. That's so beautifully said. I heard my boss say this. Everyone in the Red Hair Pirates cheered up. The eyes that looked at the red-haired Shanks were full of determination and trust. No matter what the other person's identity was in the past, he was the captain of their Red Hair Pirates. They believed in each other and could never be the same as those Celestial Dragons. Enough with the gossip. The red-haired man is carrying the famous sword griffin. His eyes glanced at the powerful men such as Blood Hell Ren, Beast Kaido, and Fallen Angel Azazel. The whole person showed amazing momentum, full of determination, and his tone was sonorous and powerful. I have only one purpose here, and that is to end this war. No matter who it is, if you still want to make a big fuss, then let us be your opponents next. The words have not yet finished. For a time, the officers of the Red Hair Pirates, all of them came behind the red-haired man without hesitation. Expressed their position and attitude. The red-haired Shanks looked directly at Ren with stern eyes. Coppers Ren, what do you think? No, my goal has been achieved. Ren shrugged and said with a smile. It's really too early to fight against you Red Hair Pirates right now. Let's wait until we get to New World and then compete slowly. There are plenty of opportunities next, always waiting. The red-haired man was expressionless and spoke calmly. He looked at the beast Kaido. Kaido, what about you? Mr. Kaido. Jin flew over and was there to remind Kaido. He is worried that Kaido will be hot-headed and continue to conflict with the red-hair pirates. Oh haha, anyway, that old guy Sengoku is dead, Akainu the admiral of headquarters is dead, and that old guy Whitebeard is dead too. 100 beasts, Kaido, wielded his mace, causing the earth to crack. The whole person returned to his human form at a speed visible to the naked eye, grinning widely. Compared to fighting with you here, there are indeed more important things to do at the moment. As he spoke, he looked at Ren, bared his teeth and asked, "Oh, kid, do you really not want to consider my proposal? The position of the fourth natural disaster of beasts pirates will always be reserved for you." Hear the words. Many people present change their colors. This is not the first time they have heard that Kaido of the Beasts is recruiting Blood Hell Ren. Kaido, you be asterisk 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 d. Kong gritted his teeth and glared at Kaido of the Beasts. If Blood Prison Ren really joins Beasts Pirates, the Beasts Pirates are really more powerful, and the threat is even greater. Thank you for your concern, I will seriously consider it. The corners of Ren's mouth rose. Hear him say that. Zero please ask for flowers. Many people present couldn't help but stare blankly. With his rebellious character, would he really be willing to be subordinate to others, like joining the Beasts Pirates? Kong, Marco, and Buggy. Advertisement. The red-haired man took a deep look at Ren. He looked straight at Kong, Phoenix Marco, and the clown Buggy on the warship in the distance, and said in a deep voice, "Can you give me a face? Each of you will treat your own wounded. Gather the corpses of your companions and leave." Oh, armistice? Witnessed various natural disaster scenes? Buggy, the clown who was originally the scum of the war and was so scared that he almost peed, naturally wanted to end the war and leave as soon as possible. Shanks. He opened his arms without hesitation and said arrogantly, "Since you said so, I will give you a face." Oh, Captain Buggy. Countless prisoners were filled with adoration, they were waving their weapons and shouting. While working with Aokiji, Momosagi and other marine generals Azazel, Rain of the Rain and others. They didn't have any opinions and they all showed playful smiles. This war has developed to this point. A ceasefire now is the best result and is beneficial to both sides. Anyway, they got what they wanted. Moreover, the results exceeded expectations. We have no objection either. See this, Phoenix, Marco said solemnly there. For the Whitebeard pirates, this is the best result. Otherwise, how many of them would be able to leave this battlefield alive? It's really hard to say. Kong's face was uncertain, and he was obviously hesitant. Although he is the commander-in-chief of the World Government Army, if there is no instruction from the five elders, who knows whether the higher-ups will blame him? And, even the five elders wouldn't blame him. But after a war, Marines suffered such heavy losses, and it ended hastily. No matter how you explain it, someone will have to be pushed out as a scapegoat, right? Let me, an old sailor, take over my duties, Marshal Kong. And the hero on the side, Garp. He patted Kong on the shoulder and stood up directly. There was determination there, and he said directly to the red-haired Shanks in a deep voice, "Marine agrees to a truce." Even though I wanted to punch him right away. Beat up the B************ D who kidnapped his grandson Luffy to become a pirate. But he had to admit that it would be unbearable for Marine to continue fighting like this. Garp, Vice Admiral Garp, for a while. Kong and Aokiji, Kizaru et al., they all couldn't help being shocked and looked at the hero Garp who suddenly stood up and spoke in disbelief. "I will take all the responsibilities," Garp said calmly with a calm face. "Just in time, I am ready to retire." After this battle, he was physically and mentally exhausted. "I lost my adopted grandson, Ace, and my old comrades who were brothers and sisters." Garp is indeed planning to submit his resignation and retire directly to East Blue Windmill Village to take care of his old age. Vice Admiral Garp. All Marines were a little shocked. No one expected that at such a time, this legendary Marine hero. He actually took the initiative to stand up, everyone. Looking around at the dilapidated battlefield filled with smoke and blood. Looking at the Marines present, the hero Garp took a deep breath. There he loudly announced, "The war is over, everyone, treat the wounded immediately to avoid further casualties." Oh, ooh. The war is finally over. Where's the medical team? Come on. Quick, treat the wounded. Chapter 251. Phantom Beast. Giant Buddha form. Blackbeard is targeted. Update 1. Quick, hurry and save people. Treat the seriously injured first. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. Need help here, Marineford. With the formal ceasefire between all parties, both pirates and Marines began to treat their own wounded and collected the bodies of their victims. A sense of sadness could not help but spread. Many people couldn't help crying after they escaped from the brutal fighting. It's great to survive. Kaido-sama, Blackbeard is missing. The Dark Pterosaur patrols for a week. Jin came to Kaido's side and said there. What? Kaido's expression changed drastically, and he was a little angry. Did you let that be D run away again? Blackbeard? Not far away. The red-haired Shanks frowned. Subconsciously, he touched his left eye, which seemed to be a slightly painful scar. As the mastermind behind this war, he has always been wary of this man's ambitions. Then it's time for me too. The corners of Ren's mouth raised slightly. After looking around the battlefield, he was about to flutter his wings and 537. Wait a minute, Copper hopes Ren. CPO agents, everyone surrounded Ren. There he looked at me with a bad look and said rudely, hand over the real Leah Palace and Angelia Palace who were kidnapped by you immediately. And the body of Admiral Akainu, please return it too. Crane Vice Admiral said in a deep voice. The body of the previous perpetrator, Uchimura Rear Admiral, suddenly disappeared. It's exactly the same as the way Whitebeard's body suddenly disappeared. And when Ren attacked and killed the Marine Marshal Sengoku at Buda. It also appeared suddenly without any warning, it's like teleporting directly. She had to doubt. Previously, Akainu was suddenly assassinated. It was completely planned by Ren, although it is said to prevent Blackbeard from taking away the ability. But the bodies of Whitebeard and Akainu should obviously be in Ren's hands. However, Ren looked back. He bared his teeth and showed a smile. Sorry, I have destroyed the body and eliminated all traces. Besides, I don't know what Sholulia or Angelia is. He looked at the leading CPO ace and said playfully, I just have two beautiful dogs, one is called Celestial Dragons No. 1 and the other is Celestial Dragons No. 2. By the way, please tell the world government for me that their wanted order for the Lunaria tribe will not be revoked for one day. From today on, I will kill every dragon Kylie I see. That rascal. At this time, I saw another conflict. The red-haired man, who was just about to step forward to stop him again, hesitated in his steps. Advertisement A flash of scarlet suddenly flashed across his eyes, as if he had foreseen something. He couldn't help but frown. What, UB asterisk 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 D. Do you think we will believe it easily? UB asterisk 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 D. How dare you disrespect the celestial dragons again and again? If you don't release the world nobles you kidnapped, you can't leave directly. Hear Ren say this. It's not just these CPO agents who are outraged. Even Kong, Kizaru, Aokiji, Momosagi and others couldn't help but glare with evil eyes. Staring at each other, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. In unison, they stepped forward aggressively, stopped the other party. Damn it. Led by CPO Ace, he was completely angered and rushed out. The fist seal wrapped around Haki unceremoniously overwhelmed the atmosphere and blasted over. But the next moment, Ren's whole body made a swipe sound. Just like that, he disappeared out of thin air in front of everyone. They couldn't help but change their expressions, shocked and annoyed. Then the father's body is in his hands, Phoenix Marco, Diamond Josie and others' expressions change. But it was a little late to wake up. Ren's whole person has disappeared. Oh, clucked, Jin, Lafitte, let's go see this. Kaido laughed. He turned into a giant blue dragon and rose into the sky. Go catch that stinky rat. As you command, Lord Governor, and Lafitte smiled in response. It turned into a big white bird and climbed into the sky with its feet. Captain Teach, you will be happy next. He had given Blackbeard a chance. Since the other party failed to grasp it, you don't blame yourself. Yuahuhu. Jin turned around, took a deep look at the fallen angel, Azazel on the distant warship, and nodded slightly to him. Transformed into a dark pterosaur, following Kaido, he left Marineford. Crash. On the flagship of the Cross Guild, a tall figure invisible to the naked eye appeared there. And in the castle, inside its body, Ren, who had disappeared in Marineford before, suddenly appeared there. Gia hee hee, teleportation fruit, this ability is really surprisingly useful. Brian Tunney said with a strange smile. Luke hee hee, am I awesome? The civet cat Pato bared his teeth and held his head high. Beside it stood a tall figure with an expressionless face. If Crane Vice Admiral, Marine's think tank, was here, he would definitely be shocked to find out. The other party looked exactly like the Marine Admiral Augustus from 100 years ago in the data files collected by Marine. Well done, thank you for your hard work, Pato. Advertisement He touched Pato's little head and praised him a few times. Ren crossed his arms and chuckled and said, when the time is right, go hunting Ochaku, just get this fruit. Have to say, the ability to teleport fruits is indeed very powerful. It's a pretty good auxiliary ability. If you can't fight, just run. It's a must-have for home and travel. Muluhuhu, Ochaku. On the side, the pretty and hot Katarina Depon licked her lips and said with a strange smile. It would be great if the famous Pirate Island, Beehive, is brought under my command. Pirate Island Hive. The original name is Hachinosu. It is a very famous island in the New World. Even Marine doesn't want to mess with that easily. Because there are countless pirates gathered there, any Marine who dares to make trouble there will be like poking a hornet's nest, and a large number of pirates will continue to pour out. Therefore, it has the name, Beehive. This time, the harvest is really big. Everyone fruit Phantom Beast species Buddha form, Paramecia shock fruit, Logia lava fruit. They are all the top abilities in this sea. On the side were Luki, Kaku, Wappa, Khalifa, Bluno and others. All of them were smiling and sighing with emotion. Not to mention that the Cross Guild snatched a fleet of more than 30 large warships from Marine. Just the 3 devil fruits stripped from Buddha Sengoku, Admiral Akainu and Whitebeard are enough to make people jealous. Of these 3, which one do you want to choose? Ren looked at Greg Holland with a smile, playing with the 2 devil fruits handed over by Brian Tunney. He has high hopes for the former Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. We are the new beasts pirates. Huolun's eyes were blazing, full of expectation, and he said with a smile. I'd better choose the ability of the phantom beast species of Sengoku of Buddha. Although he had said before that if he didn't have a better choice, he would rather have the ability of the artificial phantom beast, dragon form. But these 3 devil fruits are obviously not bad. Relatively speaking, he himself prefers the ability of the phantom beast, the giant Buddha form. Smart choice. Ren smiled appreciatively without hesitation. He threw the ability in the form of the phantom beast, the giant Buddha, to the other party. Old rule, don't expose the fruit's ability first, just develop it privately, and wait for my next arrangement. Although it is undeniable that shock fruit and lava fruit are very capable. But the reason why Whitebeard and Akainu can reach such heights is because their own talents are quite amazing and superior to others. Strictly speaking, the abilities of the Ren fruit, phantom beast species, and big Buddha form are more special. After all, it allows people to gain Buddha-like wisdom 4.2 and power. Personal qualifications, understanding and other aspects have been greatly improved. Greg Holland's talent is not bad, and his temperament has been cruelly tempered, far beyond ordinary people. If you work hard enough, it might be possible to rely on its power in the future to truly reach the level of a monster, like the Buddha's Sengoku. Thank you very much, Lord Ren. Please rest assured, I understand. Caught the throne fruit. Greg Holland is filled with excitement. How powerful is Buddha's Sengoku? In the previous battle, he witnessed it with his own eyes. This fruit is definitely not inferior to Kaku's snake fruit, the phantom beast species in Quetzalcoatl's form. Ren looked at Violet next to him and asked directly, Violet, have you found the whereabouts of Blackbeard? Certainly. A pair of eyes turned into eagle eyes, shining with a strange light. Violet, who was patrolling the distant sea, was full of confidence and said with a smile, he is very cunning. He has prepared a submarine a long time ago, but I have already locked onto him. Oh, submarine? Advertisement chapter 252 The sea shook, and the angry people, second update? During these long and short hours, all marine soldiers fought bravely and bloody. After a fierce battle and fighting, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Firefist, Portgas d'Ace, was publicly executed, and the captain, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate died in the battle. The Whitebeard Pirates suffered heavy losses and were completely defeated. Marine is trying its best to hunt down its remnants. It is worth mentioning that during this period, although ambitious pirate forces such as the Cross Guild, Beasts Pirates, and Red Hair Pirates suddenly led a large number of their troops into Marineford and launched an attack on Marine, these evil parties who tried to take advantage of the situation were all successfully repelled by the brave and fearless Marine. So far, in this war against the Whitebeard Pirates, the righteous Marine has achieved complete victory. But unfortunately, Marine Admiral Buddha Sengoku and Marine Admiral Akainu, who were at the forefront of fighting against pirates, were killed when they fought against the New World's great pirates such as 4 Emperors Whitebeard and 100 Beasts Kaido 02. The despicable pirate, Blood Prison, Ren conspired and died heroically. 3 days later, Marine will hold a grand funeral for the fallen heroes in Marineford. In addition, the inherently evil pirate, Blood Prison, Copper's Ren has confirmed that he has the blood of demons flowing in his body. He is even more daring and has offended the descendants of the Supreme Creator. He cannot be punished. This man is extremely vicious, murderous, cunning, and extremely cruel. He can be called the worst pirate, and the most despicable conspirator, in history. He has repeatedly deliberately spread rumors on the battlefield in an attempt to smear the righteous image of world government and Marine. Please don't trust these evil pirates to sow discord. Don't be easily deceived by the lies of some people with evil intentions who make false claims and slander the just Marine and world government. In the end, justice will prevail, above. With Marine's overwhelming broadcast, it keeps echoing from countless villages and towns all over the sea. Some people who had limited conditions and were unable to watch the live broadcast of the battle were overjoyed and relieved when they heard that Marine won. But at the same time, they all couldn't help but be shocked. Fortunately, this war that made people fearful and worrying has finally come to an end. Shocked, Marine suffered such a huge loss. Marshal Marine and a Marine Admiral, the Supreme Commander of the Naval Headquarters, died in battle. Great, the war is over. Did Marine win? Awesome. Damn pirates, they should have gone to hell long ago. Advertisement, damn it, I didn't expect these pirates to be so insidious and take advantage of the situation. It's so tragic, even Marine Marshal and Marine Admiral were sacrificed. The most despicable conspirator in history, Copper's Ren? Hey, is that the guy who sneak attacked Marine Admiral Buddha Sengoku and Marine Admiral Akainu? However, those who watched the live broadcast, it's not that easy to fool. How shameless, these hypocritical and incompetent guys. It's so shameless to shamelessly say that we have achieved complete victory. If the Red Hair Pirates hadn't come to stop the war, the incompetent Marine might have been wiped out by the pirates. Destroy a country in 3 years, plunder other people's resources, and arbitrarily massacre the indigenous people. It would be fine if they just relied on force to occupy the land, but they actually hunted tens of thousands of indigenous people like livestock, and it has never stopped since 800 years. Those bastards have ruled this sea for 800 years. How many people have they massacred? Even if there are only 100,000 people on an island, that's an astronomical number. It makes people shudder just thinking about it. Gulu. If one day, we really can't afford the heavenly gold, will we follow in the footsteps of those countries that are not members of the world government? These celestial dragons are worse than beasts. What kind of world is this? Hypocritical guys like Marine are all accomplices, and they are also not good people. What Marine? What world government? These are cold-blooded and brutal guys who don't treat people as human beings. There is no justice at all. Buddha Sengoku, I heard he was the one who ordered Marine to massacre Sabaody Archipelago. This damn guy died so well that he didn't even leave ashes. Countless people. They all scolded Marine for his shamelessness. Advertisement as Ren revealed the cruel truth. The vast majority of the people who had been deceived for a long time felt their views exploded and shuddered. I no longer have any good impressions of Marine, who usually screams justice, but is actually a lackey of the celestial dragons. He is full of anger and dissatisfaction with the evil, ugly, and cruel world government that has had its mask torn off, but more importantly, it is fear and uneasiness. A large number of people felt that they had been deceived. In anger, they rushed to the nearby Marine base in groups. There were people spitting, throwing stones, rotten eggs, and rotten vegetable leaves. What's more, Marine was caught alone on the street and beaten violently. In the past, due to the efforts of generations of Marines to maintain and operate, the generally good reputation has plummeted and gone downhill. No, my son just said he wanted to join Marine not long ago. If he dares to go, I will break his legs. Where is this world headed? And those Marines who are usually arrogant and majestic? Yes, we must leave Marine, an evil organization that wears the appearance of justice, but is actually more cruel than pirates. Damn it, pirates are out-and-out villains, and Marine is not a good person either. All of them put their heads together and were dejected, huddled in the Marine base and did not dare to show their heads. Damn it, I thought they were different from other pirates before, and I entertained those guys so warmly. This led to the 090 tragedy. As the incident fermented, the news spread. Who can tell me, is there any real justice in this world? Yes, these hateful celestial dragons, when they saw Marine was at a disadvantage, they immediately came out to stop. My son works in a branch of Marine. When that B************** D comes back, he must resign. Otherwise Lousy will not recognize him as his son. Marine's image of justice no longer exists, and her prestige, which was severely damaged by the massacre at Sabaody Archipelago, has gradually been lost. How can it be repaired? It's a shame that first trusted Marine so much before. It turns out these guys are more evil than pirates. Unexpectedly, the red-haired Shanks of the four emperors of New World are actually celestial dragons. But at the same time, there were some Marines who were used to being arrogant and domineering. They were so angry that they opened fire on the people, and even arrested those who gathered to make trouble. Contradictions are constantly accumulating. 8 BP Chapter 253. The Violent Situation, The Tragedy of Blackbeard, 3rd Update. Bang bang. Gia ha ha ha. You stupid guys, are you done? No, the battle for supremacy of the four emperors beasts and Kaido has just begun. The biggest battle for hegemony in history is about to begin. Hey, there is only one final throne, and the winner takes it all. Yeah ha ha ha, the final winner must be our Bloodskull Pirates. Yes, Whitebeard said before he died that One Piece exists and I want to find it. Young boys, grab this place and we'll go to the Grand Line. Gia, Lousy wants to become the king of the world. Oh, however something unexpected happened to everyone. Angry at Marine, he soon had to ask Marine for help. Because, as Blood Prison Ren exposed the cruel side of world government in Marine, there was also Beludona's unabashed incitement, and even the words of Ribbard about the legendary secret treasure One Piece before his death, under constant stimulation. Plus, due to the participation of Blood Prison Ren in the Cross Guild, Marine, who originally had an absolute advantage against the Whitebeard pirates, suffered heavy losses in this war. Of the 100,000 elite captains drawn from various branch bases, less than half survived. Not to mention a considerable number of them who are severely disabled, missing arms and legs, and may no longer be able to stay in the frontline troops, or even have to retire. Even Marine Marshal Sengoku Buddha, who was the supreme commander, and Admiral Akainu, who represented the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, fell one after another. It can be said that Marine's vitality has been severely damaged and he is unprecedentedly weak. In this case, the sea went berserk. As the matter fermented, the news continued to spread. Those ambitious careerists who have been dormant for a long time, and those who shout slogans of freedom and dreams and are unwilling to settle down. They hung up the pirate flag and rushed to set sail. Even the pirates who were relatively peaceful before. They also started to cause chaos everywhere, burning, killing and looting. Just to raise materials and money, because of myself. To challenge the Grand Line. The 18th branch of East Blue sent a request for reinforcements. There are not enough troops. All the combat forces of South Blue's 76th branch have been dispatched, but new calls for help are still coming in. Damn it, all the Marine 155 branch fleets have been dispatched for rescue, but pirates are constantly causing trouble on other nearby islands. The Kingdom of Broceli in West Blue is asking for help. Pirates have attacked there and are burning, killing and looting. North Blue's Bars Island sent a request for help, and the pirates have begun to kill monsters. Rescue came from the Grand Line Food City. A large number of pirates are causing chaos. Advertisement. The 166th branch sent a farewell message. They were captured by pirates. Hateful. No matter it's east, west, north, south, or around the world. Or the first half of Grand Line or New World. After discovering Marine who represents justice, that hypocritical slogan of justice can no longer stand. This undisputed overlord of the sea, who has been shaking the sea for hundreds of years, now shows his weakness and powerlessness in front of those big pirates. Countless ambitious pirates could no longer hold back and went crazy and started causing trouble. Like a plague, more and more pirates began to join the carnival. Bulu. Bolo. It was only less than half a day after the war ended. In the communication rooms of major Marine bases, the phones kept ringing. People from all over the world are constantly looking to Marine for help. The entire sea fell into unprecedented chaos, with pirates burning, killing and looting everywhere. Those Marine branches have already had a considerable number of their elite personnel transferred away, and their strength is severely stretched. At this time, I was already a little overwhelmed and very busy. Unable to cope with a situation that was starting to get a little out of control. Soon, the Marine base's military strength was declared to be in crisis. No more support is available. Seems helpless. Quick, run quickly. The pirates are coming. Who will save us? Woo, my wife was killed. My husband was beaten to death for resisting those bastards. My child, hateful pirate, woo. How can it be repaired? Why haven't those Marine guys come yet? Don't they say they are righteous? What's the use of delayed justice? Damn Marine, it's all their fault. Why didn't we send troops to suppress those pirates? What kind of public execution do you really have to do? Provoke those big pirates, and also implicate us? Assholes, these lackeys of the world government don't care about the lives of civilians like us. To actually say at this time that we don't have enough troops to support us, let us wish for ourselves. Those bastards won't be scared out of their wits, will they? Return to the incarnation of justice, Ba, always facing the threat of pirates. People who were in fear during the war and hid in Tibet. I don't care what the reason was that Marine couldn't come to the rescue. They will only remember that those Marines either arrived late or even had a bad attitude and ignored them. Except for the growing hatred towards pirates. They are also increasingly dissatisfied and angry with the incompetent Marine who failed to rescue them in time, causing them to be robbed by those vicious pirates, and even their relatives and friends were killed. Advertisement. Moreover, many people feel that the situation in the sea was generally calm and that they lived a good life. As a result, those incompetent Marines suddenly carried out a public execution of Fire Fist Ace and started a war with the Whitebeard pirates. In the end, not only did it cause heavy losses, it also caused the sea to become completely chaotic. Otherwise, those pirates wouldn't be so unscrupulous in causing trouble. He and others were completely implicated by Marine. In particular, whenever the Celestial Dragons are offended, you Marines will immediately rush to maintain it at all costs, and even the Admiral of Headquarters will personally dispatch it. Even if the Celestial Dragons were killed, they would not hesitate to massacre tens of thousands of innocent civilians to vent their anger. We commoners who paid a huge amount of heavenly gold and spent some Celestial Dragons on our pleasures joined the group. You Marines just don't care about your own business, just sit back and do nothing? Is this the justice you Marines claim to have? Pooh. This. Obviously it has nothing to do with Ren et al. At dusk, in the first half of the Grand Line, in a certain sea area. On a small uninhabited island, in a hidden corner, a group of people were waiting there. Violet, who was always patrolling the sea and using the power of the staring fruit to track the whereabouts of Blackbeard, suddenly reminded, here he comes. Crash. Sea surface. The waves are blooming and the sea is calm. A small submarine suddenly emerged from the bottom of the sea, lead as. After confirming the position through the periscope, we drove slowly towards it. We've been waiting for you, Blackbeard. What? Blackbeard, who originally wanted to take a break, stood on end and his expression changed drastically. Blackbeard got up in embarrassment and looked into the distance with great shock and anger. Which B*********** D is it? Without warning. Hit the submarine docked on the coast and let it explode suddenly. The whole person rolled out like a carp. Woo hoo hoo, wow. A bloated and fat figure. Call out, stopped at this island. Dazzling light waves, precise and precise. Damn it Kaido, you can't catch him here, right? A terrifying laser beam shot out. The astonishing explosion set off a huge heat wave and boiled the sea surface. Huh. He lay there in a large font, gasping. Lousy is suffocated to death at the bottom of the sea. He walked out of the submarine in embarrassment and came to the coast. Advertisement Chapter 254, A Siege Without Martial Ethics, 4th Update. Blood Prison Ren? Blackbeard looked into the distance. He recognized the figure at the head who was too young to be underestimated. He couldn't help but his face changed drastically, he was shocked and angry. Gritting his teeth, clenching his fists, he shouted loudly, You be ********************************* D, what do you mean? Yuahuhu. All of a sudden, a roaring sound broke through the air. Ren's tall figure suddenly fluttered its wings and came over. In an instant, it was like a red stream of light, reaching in front of Blackbeard. With a golden horn on his head, his body covered with dense red scales, and his body covered in blazing flames, he had suddenly entered the human animal form. Just looking down at the other person, smiling murderously. I'm sorry, can you please die immediately? F. A lot of darkness kept pouring out. Covering Blackbeard's whole body, it isolated the terrible heatwave. Looking at the murderous and evil-minded Ren, he couldn't help but change his expression. Busy said loudly, Hey, we don't have any conflicts, right? Although I did want to take down the heads of your Straw Hat crew when we were in Demon Valley Town, but in the end we didn't have a conflict, right? And you've quit the Straw Hat crew too, speaking of which. He opened his arms, full of expectation, and shouted to Ren, by the way, Copper's Ren, why don't you cooperate with me? I have a plan. As long as you join us, we can immediately dominate the new world, replace the Whitebeard Pirates, and become the new Pirate Emperor. However, before Blackbeard could finish speaking, 813, really? People looked sarcastic. As soon as he stepped on his feet, his wings flapped sharply. The tall figure, like a ghost, flew in front of him in an instant. Sorry, I'm not interested. The blade, which had been unsheathed for the first time, was intertwined with black and red lightning, exuding a frightening aura. Blackbeard, who was caught off guard, looked at him with shock and discoloration. He attacked without mercy. God avoids, boom boom. Even if he hurriedly gathers haki, he brazenly punches to resist. Blackbeard was still violently blasted away, vomiting blood. It kept rolling there, hitting the mountain like a cannonball. Ah, it hurts me to death. The embarrassed Blackbeard rolled violently. Panting, he stood up and glared at Ren with murderous intent. Damn blood prison, do you think Lousy is afraid of you? His whole body was filled with astonishing darkness, which kept spreading. The ability of the phantom species in unicorn form is not invincible, but Lousy is the user of Logia dark fruit. I'm sorry, you are not dealing with a single person. People looked calm. He had no intention of fighting alone, otherwise why would he bother recruiting so many people? And that would be such a waste of time. Maybe we'll let this guy escape. Are you ready? Let's get started. Advertisement. This time, ACCH, on the hillside in the distance. Wappa, who was wearing a scope and holding a Gatling gun, locked onto Blackbeard's figure. However, the next moment, Khalifa put a hand on his back, transparent. Wappa's eyes flashed, and he suddenly pulled the trigger. Momo 30 times Gatling gun. Without warning. The roaring sound in the air continued. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless bullets invisible to the naked eye shot through the air, densely packed, and shot one after another. And in the blink of an eye, its speed and size continued to increase, turning into a huge cannonball. Flooded towards Beard. What, with observation haki who is not weak in his own right. Inexplicably, the hair on his whole body stood up. Blackbeard's expression changed drastically, and he immediately retreated without thinking. But in the blink of an eye, after being specially processed by Dr. Bryan, the dense bullets that can be directly detonated, or an overwhelming cannonball. It had directly overwhelmed him. Boom, rumble. Fire shot into the sky, the explosions continued. The entire island was shaking violently. Damn it, invisible cannonballs. The power is too exaggerated. Covered in blood and looking extremely embarrassed, Blackbeard bared his teeth. Darkness surged all over his body, covering armament haki. He endured the severe pain and was always on guard against Ren, who was looking down on him in the air, and rushed out hastily. But the corners of Ren's mouth raised slightly. There was no intention of taking action personally. The next moment buzz, oh, there are bursts of Sanskrit sounds, and the golden light is dazzling. A golden Buddha suddenly appeared out of thin air. In Blackbeard's shocked and unbelievable eyes, from top to bottom, I took a photo. Buddha's impact. A huge shock wave visible to the naked eye. It suddenly enveloped Blackbeard, who was caught off guard. In an instant, an extremely dazzling white light burst out, impacting fiercely. Boom boom. Wow, in a blink of an eye. Blackbeard screamed. His face was distorted, he vomited blood, and was blown away directly. But the whole person has not yet had time to stabilize his figure. Immediately afterwards, he looked at him with an infuriating look. Brush. Swipe. One after another figures appeared one after another, rushing up from all directions. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it transformed into various terrifying monsters with hideous faces. Show no mercy and kill like lightning. Advertisement. Muluhuhu, Waltz Thrust. Jia He He, Hulk Strong Crash. The Biggest Wheel 6 Kings Spear, Tempest Kick Kamidachi. Elephant Gun Assault, Zhou Yan 10 Finger Pistol. Room Slaughterhouse, Boom Boom. A moment's work. A fat figure covered in bruises, blood, half dead, and wearing a sea stone. He was detained directly in front of Ren. You guy, you actually took away the power of Buddha's Sengoku? Blackbeard, who was bruised and swollen and extremely weak, glared at Ren and gritted his teeth. Damn it. You are the B**************** D who ruined my plan, to take away Ubeard's household. He didn't expect that. The other party turned out to be the same as himself. Mastered the method to steal other people's fruit abilities. Why don't you understand that your plan was ruined by Blood Prison Ren from beginning to end? For a time, he was full of anger and resentment, even more unwilling. Hey, why don't you just kill him? Katarina Depon with her waist. Holding the western sword, he preached with a smile. No, this guy still has some secrets. Keep him for now. Ren smiled. The blade in his hand suddenly flashed past. However, considering that he is a bit weird, this is not safe. Blackbeard's face was distorted and he screamed miserably. My hand, my whole body was so painful that I was sweating profusely and almost fainted. I was full of unwillingness and despair. How Ren and Greg Holland tortured the celestial dragons. Lucci, Kaku, Wappa and others on the side were already accustomed to this. Blackbeard was covered in blood and his ugly face was extremely pale. His face was ferocious, full of hatred and malice, and he kept cursing and cursing. You will have your retribution, ah. They had witnessed it with their own eyes. The two of them were even discussing very seriously how to inflict the most pain on the other person without causing them to faint or kill them directly. No matter how miserable Blackbeard is, can he be as miserable as those celestial dragons? The bloodshot and horrifying eyes glared at N fiercely. Not adaptable? It doesn't exist. Lousies today is your tomorrow, thief. Everything was destroyed. Bloodhell, you be asterisk 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 D, lousy curses you. Even Khalifa and Violet are no exception. With a smile on his face, Ren shook off the blood beads on the blade. Marshal D. Teach, I still like the way you look without arms and legs. One of his feet and one hand were cut off ruthlessly by Ren. Lost a hand and a foot, his ambition, his dream. Chapter 255 Nami, I'm very angry now, first update, huh. A small pirate ship, under the lion fruit ability of Golden Lion. Heading towards the calm belt, heading across the sky. The group of people entered the gorgeous humanoid castle directly. Because the castle is not directly controlled by Dr. Brian. He can only give instructions to the upgraded mouse that is fused with him to activate the Paramecia fruit's ability, but even he himself cannot directly monitor what everyone is doing. Therefore, Ren and others did not feel uncomfortable, and they did not feel uncomfortable having their privacy being spied on. Brian Tunney now wishes he could stay in the laboratory and study 24 hours a day instead of doing such boring things. The battle has just ended. I couldn't wait to grab Luo, who is an op fruit user. Marshal D. Teach ran to the laboratory with a simple bandage of the wound to ensure that he would not die of excessive blood loss, and sea-stone handcuffs on his hands and feet. Ren mentioned that Blackbeard has an alien structure and may be the secret to many demon fruit powers, and he is very interested in it. I can't wait to cut it into slices and study it immediately. Under the service of Khalifa and Violet, the sweat stains and fatigue from the continuous battle were washed away. The people who were in a good mood were rewarded by Fang with hundreds of millions of imported grains each. He carried the two women, who had suffered a strong shock and fainted from happiness, back to the cave. After washing away his fatigue and feeling refreshed, he went straight to the next room. At this time, Nami, who had been mentally stimulated in the previous battlefield and was a little exhausted, woke up. Are you awake? Ren, he screamed in surprise. Nami, who was a little uneasy, rushed forward and hugged Ren. That broad, warm, strong and powerful mind made her feel extremely at ease. Excited, she buried her head in Ren's arms and cried, Woo, ooh, I'm not dreaming, am I? On that apocalyptic battlefield, facing the pursuit of Admiral Akainu, Tyrant Bear and others, she once thought she was dead. The meager strength of myself and others is at best equivalent to that of an ordinary marine general. The power of monsters like the 4 emperors and 3 admirals is not in the same dimension at all. Even the captains of the Whitebeard pirates can easily crush them. Made her realize the cruel reality. Compared with these big pirates, their Straw Hat crew was just playing house. That was not a dream, but don't panic, it's all over. Advertisement Nami was a little emotionally unstable, as if she had been frightened by the cruel war scene during the day, and was full of guilt and uneasiness. Looking at her pretty face, Ren smiled and said, From today on, you stay with me, I won't let anyone hurt you. Even though, the reason why he let Catalina Depend stay on the battlefield and act randomly. It is to seize the opportunity and attack the highest combat power of any marine who may fall into weakness at any time and expose his flaws. The original plan was that if he failed to directly inflict heavy damage on Buddha's Sengoku, Dai Peng would disguise himself as Marine Rear Admiral and look for an opportunity to take advantage of the opponent's carelessness and stab him. But later Buddha Sengoku was solved by him. Seeing that Akainu was seriously injured and still didn't know whether to live or die, he rushed to the front line so bravely. Having found the opportunity, Ren immediately communicated with Katarina Depend through the powerful observation hockey and asked her to take action directly. But it does help the Straw Hat crew indirectly, it can be considered a deal with Nami. Help her repay that kindness. Otherwise, Bartholomew Bear would have lost his personality. It is impossible to escape from under the nose of Akainu, the murderous iron-blooded admiral. After rescuing everyone in the Straw Hat crew, the most we can do is send Straw Hat Luffy away first. But, Nami's face turned pale, she recalled the scene. Indeed, when the Straw Hat Pirates were about to be killed by Admiral Akainu. Desperate and helpless, he cried and made a deal with Ren, claiming that he was willing to leave the Straw Hat crew as long as Ren could save people. Afterwards, Ren's voice echoed directly in her mind. Let her realize it immediately. The Marine Rear Admiral who plotted against Akainu. It's Ren's subordinate, it's nothing, you don't want to regret it, do you? Ren pinched her beautiful face and said with a smile, It's too late to regret now, because I don't allow it. Listen, from now on, your relationship with the Straw Hat crew is over. You have already repaid the kindness you should have repaid them. In his tone, there was a truth that could not be disobeyed. Although he has always been very fond of Nami and can even understand her, he is grateful to the Straw Hat crew who saved Kokoja village and wants to repay her kindness. 0. Please give me flowers, but in this regard, they will not give in. Even if she is forced to stay with her, Nami will not be allowed to return to the Straw Hat crew. Etc. Advertisement. What else did Nami want to say? But when she thought of something, her expression changed and she was filled with anxiety. By the way, where are Luffy and the others? Don't worry, Bartholomew Shong's private identity is a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. Ren shrugged and comforted. His ability is to fly people to other islands. It seems like he is ruthless, but he is actually saving the Straw Hat crew. Revolutionary Army cadres. Really? When Nami heard this, she was surprised and happy. That's great. She didn't expect that tyrant, Bartholomew, would bear the 7 warlords of the sea. Point 0 He is actually a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. If the current Straw Hat crew breaks into the New World rashly, they will be looking for death. The weak ones have tasted the taste of despair and unwillingness. It would not be a bad thing if they could calm down, practice, and improve their respective strengths. Ren sat aside and said nonchalantly, no matter what the future holds for Straw Hat, it has nothing to do with him. But if someone dares to hinder him, he will not show mercy. That's good, patting his little bear that was beginning to take shape. While Nami breathed a sigh of relief, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when she thought of Frankie's death. Witnessing my brothers Ace and Frankie being killed one after another, Luffy and everyone else must be very uncomfortable. I don't know if Frankie is dead or not, but Ace is not dead. Ren spoke calmly. Cyborg Frankie might not be dead after all. After all, that guy's body structure is no longer normal. Ace is not dead? All of a sudden, Nami's eyes widened. Looking at Ren in shock. Is this true? None of this is important. Ren did not respond directly. His right hand hooked Nami's smooth chin. He looked down at her condescendingly and said expressionlessly, Nami, you worry about other men again and again in front of me. I am very angry now. Wait, that's not what I meant. Woo. Mountain. Chapter 256. The deal is concluded. Ren's expectations, second update. 3 pulls in the sun. Nami felt like she was broken. If it weren't for Ren, he would directly use Pato's deformed leaves to create Manchuri. Heal her with the power of the healing fruit. I'm afraid it won't last 10 days and a half. Don't even try to recover. Damn Ren. With pear blossoms and rain, she huddled under the quilt. Staring at Ren, who was so simple and rude that he both loved and feared him, but couldn't hate him at all, he said angrily, you jealous guy is too petty. No matter how generous a man is, he will not allow his own woman to have anyone else's man in his heart. Enjoyed one stir-fried set meal after another. I felt that the inexplicable depression was gone, and I felt extremely comfortable, like a person who was fine. 1843. He gently lifted her chin and said with domineering eyes, from today on, you must think of me all the time in your mind, and you can only think of me. Of course, he knew it very well. Nami's affection for him cannot be faked. It's just that he, who has always been a chauvinist, is still a little uncomfortable. That's why yesterday, an evil fire was born and Nami was severely punished. Nami pouted. I thought in my heart, shouldn't someone do some self-examination? I was filled with jealousy for a while. There were quite a lot of vixens in the other team's team. Except for Robin, who is his best friend and usually has a good relationship with her. There is also the Sandia female warrior Lan Chi from Sky Island. When she was on Sky Island, she wanted to hang her eyes directly on Ren, and she almost couldn't help but leave with him. Moreover, she recognized Karina, the phantom thief, who had a bounty placed on her head by the world government. Former colleagues and rivals, the two had some interactions and were almost killed by a treasure hunter a few years ago. Not to mention those she didn't recognize, and she only has pure friendship with the rest of the Straw Hat crew. Furthermore, it was because Luffy and others saved themselves in Kokosha village in desperation, and they were grateful. Therefore, I want to do my best to help them achieve their dreams. Although I am a little reluctant to leave Straw Hat crew like this. But Nami didn't dare to refute, because angry people are terrible. She also tried to resist, but the consequences were really serious. Advertisement. It was almost over, but is Ace really still alive? Nami was full of confusion. She witnessed with her own eyes that Fire Fist Ace was punched through the chest by a Kainu's magma clone. Sway, if you behave well, I will tell you. Ren didn't get angry anymore. He raised his head and came to him, smiled and spoke. HMPH, big bad guy. Nami blushed and huffed. Her beautiful face and cute cheeks puffed out. But after struggling for a moment, he gave in. Is it really bad? I don't know who was calling master yesterday. My voice was hoarse. Ren smiled, his eyes full of teasing. Nonsense, you must have heard wrong. Nami blushed. Thinking back on the remaining memories, those pictures are nothing to be ashamed of. She would never admit it. Ren, can you tell me what's going on? Carefully, Nami couldn't restrain her curiosity and couldn't help but ask. She didn't think Ren would joke about such a thing. Huh? Ren looked at her with a smile. Master, please. Nami rolled her eyes. Blushing, he squeaked and coyly said, tell them. She was not a shy person to begin with and had already resigned herself to her fate. Ren likes the tone, but she doesn't particularly dislike it. No one was seen left or right. After yesterday's big meal, Nami could vaguely notice it. Ren has changed a bit, and his personality has become more and more egotistical and domineering. She already has the other person in her heart and cannot feel any disgust at all. She knows very well that she will probably never be able to get rid of this inhuman monster with incredible strength and strong possessiveness in her life. It's not like she's brainless. Naturally, he would not contradict Ren stupidly. Advertisement, he cried, made trouble, and hung himself, shouting that he wanted the Strawhat Pirates back. That would only completely irritate this petty man, and he might actually do something by then. In this case, it is better to let nature take its course. Take one step, watch one step and then talk. It's very simple. Before that, I had already asked someone to transfer Fire Fist Ace. Ren said nonchalantly without any hesitation. Eh? Nami's eyes widened. Almost choked, he rolled his eyes and kept coughing. Sir Ren, are you up? We are here, at this time? Outside the door, Khalifa's voice sounded. After finally regaining her composure, Nami, who was shocked by the news Ren had revealed earlier, became a little curious and asked, "Where are we going?" My heart is full of surprises. Ren, the same Ren as before. But I can roughly guess some, so I don't care. It's not a bad thing for him to make up his own mind. He is quite looking forward to the Ren fruit, fantasy beast species, and Titan form. For Nami's thoughts, of course people don't understand. Nami blinked her big eyes, astonished. Calm belt? You have a hard mouth but a soft heart, otherwise you wouldn't have saved Ace. Isn't he the best candidate? Ren shrugged. The deal of several 100 million belly was concluded, Ren said with a smile. Windless 5.5 belt, Ruskina, and Beast Island, is just right. Not to mention Roger's supreme sharp knife, Ace. Otherwise, we would not agree to trade Fire Fist Ace with Banquet King Rayleigh. Well, Robin and Lan Chi have been practicing here these days. Let's meet up first and then prepare to go to the New World. Of course, before that, I have to find someone to collect some rewards. Oh, are you here? That great ape king is quite strong. Chapter 257, The Supreme Sharp Sword, Phantom Beast Titan Form, 3rd Update. Ren, Captain. Welcome back, Calm Belt. Ruskajin Island. The small pirate ship crossed the sky and arrived at the central hinterland of the island. One after another, figures flew out of the inner castle indirectly controlled by Dr. Brian and landed on the ground. The pirate ship turned into smoke. Hey, it was almost the moment Ren landed with Nami. There was a flash of lightning. A beautiful figure rushed forward. Ren. Karina hugged the tall figure. Looking at the handsome Ren, he jumped up and kissed her hard several times. His eyes were full of admiration. We all followed the live broadcast. You are so handsome. Ren's performance at Marineford was simply shocking. Needless to say, there is no need to mention the hard challenge of Marine Admiral. He actually killed a Marine Marshal and a Marine Admiral directly. In front of the whole world, he exposed Marine's hypocritical justice and world government's cruel and tyrannical shameless face. A severe blow to the prestige of Marine and world government. Let these two major forces lose face, continuously losing the support of the people. Damn Karina, you actually took the lead again. Lan Chi, whose teeth were itching, instantly turned into clouds, and flew up not to be outdone. He boldly lay on Ren's back. Oh too. Nami on the side was stunned. But Khalifa and Violet are already used to it. Lu Chi, Kaku and others next to him turned a deaf ear and looked at the others as if they hadn't seen them at all. In their view, it is not strange for a man like Ren to be a bit romantic and to like beautiful women. In other words, how many normal men don't want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and don't want to live a life of luxury and good food? They also like it very much, but they don't have as much charm as others. Okay, you two, don't scare me. Robin stepped forward with a smile. Looking at Nami, whose appearance is equal to her own, but seems to have more charming charm than before, which makes people feel a little surprised, a strange color flashed in her eyes. But there was no change on her beautiful face, and she said with a smile, Nami, long time no see, welcome. Robin. Nami's eyes lit up. He rushed forward and hugged Luo Guan happily. Long time no see. She held Robin's hand and said reproachfully. You left us without saying goodbye, but you shocked us. I'm sorry. I really didn't want to trouble everyone anymore at first, but some people don't want me to die like this. Robin was full of apologies, looked at Ren opposite him lovingly, and said with a smile. Ah, isn't this a little thief cat? Advertisement? Karina, who has taken enough advantage, he let go of Ren and stepped forward with a smile. Looking at Nami, who is beautiful and has fair skin. Humph, Vixen, I didn't expect you to be here too, what a surprise. Nami looked at the other party and responded unwillingly. I thought you were buried in the sea. What? Are you still blaming me for leaving you alone? Karina blinked and asked with a smile. Humph, I don't remember that kind of thing a long time ago. Nami hummed. He winked playfully. She stuck her tongue out at Karina and made a face. That incident back then. At first, she felt that she had been deceived and abandoned. It is indeed a knot in my heart, but then I gradually figured it out. When Karina ran away, it was not because she was left alone. But to make yourself a bait for treasure hunters. Let both of them survive. Nami, we meet again. Lan Chi also smiled and came forward to say hello. She naturally knew Nami. When he was at Sky Island, he was full of hostility towards her and was very defensive. Or I found the opportunity myself, the woman who became Ren. Lan Chi, you. Nami nodded with a smile, but whether it was looking at Karina or Lan Chi. They all still have inexplicable hostility, and they are far from being as close to Rosso. Between the 3 girls, there seemed to be invisible electric sparks flickering. Ren, your performance yesterday really shocked me. Rayleigh on the side walked over and spoke with a smile. Looking at Ren's eyes, there was some indescribable amazement. Attack and kill Marine Admiral Buddha Sengoku, Marine Admiral Akainu. Single-handedly, he turned the entire battle situation around and completely eliminated the advantage of Marine, the overlord of the sea. And, in this case, you can still escape unscathed. It's incredible. At the beginning, if Robin hadn't been by his side, he would have mentioned Ren's plan to him. He really thought something had happened to Ace. Thinking that people are not keeping their word, they have been deceived. But what really puzzled him was, the other party actually knew that, red-haired, Shanks was a celestial dragon's. Moreover, he seemed to be very hostile, but that's a matter for young people like them. As a retired old guy, I can't care that much, advertisement. It's just good luck. If the red-haired guy hadn't intervened, it wouldn't have been so easy to escape. Ren said with a smile. Of course, he had already been fully prepared. After all, he was the unforgivable godslayer who killed celestial dragons. When the world government is furious, anything is possible. Leave some backup to be prepared. Even if the world government does send stronger reinforcements, even the Knights of God are dispatched. He was also confident that he could escape unscathed. I, a retired old guy, don't want to get involved in your conflict with the red-haired guy. Rayleigh shrugged helplessly and asked, can I meet Ace? Although Ren's potential is unlimited, but if you want to challenge the redhead head-on, you will probably have to work hard for a few more years. It's just that this guy doesn't have martial ethics, and he's worried that when a conflict breaks out between the two sides, he might use whatever means necessary like in previous wars. It has to be said that Buddha's Sengoku and Wei Dog's death are so big-chested. However, after yesterday's live broadcast of the battle, Blood Prison, another side of Ren has been completely revealed to the world. Marine, who hated him so much that he called him the most insidious and despicable pirate in history. Rayleigh believes that if there is a conflict, Red Hair and the others will pay attention to this aspect and be on guard. Of course it's no problem. Ren nodded 530 and looked at Brian Tunney. Send the person out. Gia hee hee, I understand, soon, in Ren's surprised eyes. An embarrassed figure appeared in front of everyone. If it's not the Fire Fist Ace who was just executed in Summit War, who is it? But surprisingly he remained unconscious. People safe is good. With Ace's character, if he were allowed to remain conscious, he might indeed cause a scene. Is he okay? If Marine found out that he was not dead on the battlefield at Naval Headquarters, he would not give up so easily. Looking at the face that vaguely resembled Roger's, I felt a little emotional. Rayleigh stepped forward excitedly. Roger's sword, as well as the human fruit, phantom beast species, and Titan form abilities are all in it. In this way, he finally had an explanation for Roger. Gia hee hee, I can't help it, this guy is so capable. My breathing and everything were smooth, nothing serious, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His eyes widened, surprised and delighted, it's really Ace. Rayleigh nodded in understanding. He handed the rectangular wooden box he was carrying to Ren. Thank you, Hall. At the same time, he checked the other party's situation. Nami on the side. You're welcome, this is a deal between us. Brian Tunney shrugged and handed the key of the seastone handcuffs to Pluton Rayleigh. In order to make him quieter, I can only inject some sedatives to keep him unconscious. Chapter 258 I have always conquered the apes with virtue. Open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. For a while, in everyone's surprised eyes, a western knife, which was somewhat gorgeous but generally unremarkable, was handed out by Ren. An unbelievably sharp edge was revealed. It can't help but be a little scary. Is this the sword that Roger, the Pirate King, used during his lifetime? Same as Whitebeard's Naginata, Sound Kiri, it is one of the legendary 12 greatest treasures. The supreme sharp sword Ace, Gia hee hee, it's really amazing. Looking at this famous sword that looks ordinary before taking it out of its sheath, but becomes sharp and sharp after taking it out of its sheath, with a cold light that catches people's eyes. Luo, Lu Chi, Wappa, Huo Lun, Brian Tunney and others on the side could not help but marvel. Ren had taken Whitebeard's body away earlier. Naturally, the Naginata Konganiri, which was also ranked as the Supreme Great Knife, or the Supreme Great Property, with the 12 skills, also fell into their hands. It's really good. Ren held the sword flower a few times. Played with this legendary Supreme Sharp Knife, he sheathed the ace, looked at Rayleigh on the side, and said with a smile, It seems, Rayleigh, you take good care of yourself. I hope you don't bury it, looking at Roger's saber. Rayleigh also had some emotion in her eyes, however, compared to being able to save Ace, he felt that everything was worth it. Even his brother Roger Azumoshida, you will definitely feel very gratified. Is this the ability of the Ren fruit, phantom beast species, and Titan form? Robin came over. He picked up a medium-sized brown treasure box inside the long box and opened it. A cantaloupe-shaped fruit with a strange pattern, a grayish-white color, and about the size of a normal adult's fist caught everyone's eyes. Surprisingly, it also has several lightning-shaped golden leaves. Well, if I were young, maybe I would actually choose to eat it. Rayleigh said with a smile. Of course, he was just saying it. In fact, when he was young, he had the opportunity to become an able person more than once. But neither he nor Roger have much interest in becoming demon fruit power. After all, demon fruit power will become a landlubber, rejected by the sea, and unable to swim anymore. This is not a pleasant feeling. Then I'll accept it without mercy. Put, Ace, the supreme sharp knife, back into the long box. After sizing up the fruit in the form of the Phantom Beast Titan, Ren looked at Rayleigh with a smile. Wow, another devil fruit worth hundreds of millions of Baileys? Nami's eyes shone with the light of Baileys. No, this is a priceless thing. Rob Lucci crossed his arms and said, even if the price is 1 billion Baileys, or even higher, I'm afraid only those guys who don't know the goods will agree to sell it. Advertisement. His eyes were filled with regret. If I wasn't already a person with the ability of cat fruit and leopard form, I would definitely be a little moved. After all, I believe that the ability of the Phantom Beast and Titan form is not necessarily worse than that of the Phantom Beast and Giant Buddha. Of course, if it weren't for Lucci, his ability would have been hidden. When he was in the deep sea prison, the ability of the snake fruit, phantasmal beast species, and Quetzalcoatl form was already his. After all, Ren is very aware of the other party's potential. As long as Lucci is truly willing to work for him. Not stingy at all, this is the reward you deserve. Rayleigh shrugged and asked with a smile. I may have to stay here for a while. I think Ren, you're already preparing to go to the New World, right? He was ready to convince Ace. Let him not rush back to the New World for the time being. Be patient, practice here with yourself, and train hockey. When your strength reaches a higher level, go to the New World and return to the Whitebeard Pirates. After all, the challenges facing the Whitebeard Pirates are not small now. With Ace's fiery temperament, he really ran back to the New World. It will inevitably be targeted by all forces. Well, it's almost done. Ren nodded. He didn't hide anything, and said with a smile, thank you for taking care of me these days. He formally says goodbye to Rayleigh, although the two mainly trade. But these days, there is still some friendship. You're welcome, I just want to thank you. Rayleigh smiled and waved. He picked up the unconscious Ace and walked towards the other side of the island. Then, I won't disturb you anymore. Obviously he is preparing to wake up the other party and want to have a good chat with him. I wish you a smooth journey. Goodbye, Rayleigh. Watching Rayleigh take Ace away, Robin looked at Ren and asked with a smile. Ren, are we leaving now? Before leaving, there are still some things to do. Tossing the Phantom Beast fruit in his hand, Ren looked into the depths of Ruskine Island and said with a smile. First find an owner for this fruit. You mean? Robin's pupils shrank sharply. Immediately his eyes lit up and he chuckled. This is really a crazy idea. Let the ferocious beast on this island eat the ability of the human fruit Phantom Beast Taiken Shinji? However, the strength of the boss level beasts on this island is indeed worthy of the power of this fruit. Jia hee hee, it's really exciting, it's not just Robin. Luo, Lucci, Kaku, Holan, Dr. Brian, Violet and others. Advertisement. They all guessed what Ren meant and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Obviously no one expected that the other party would make such a decision. But, thinking about the strength of this island, there is also the particularity of Ren Fruit series abilities. Their eyes were burning with anticipation. Let the beast eat this fruit? Nami's eyes widened and she looked at Ren with some surprise. Is it like Chopper? She remembers it. Chopper is the reindeer who ate everyone's fruit. And this fruit is even more exaggerated and rarer than Chopper's ability in the form of a phantom beast, the common people, which was once nicknamed by Ren as the everyone fruit. It is unimaginable that those powerful beasts could obtain its abilities. Just how amazing it will become, then let's wait and see. Ren smiled. He carries that devil fruit. He threw the long box containing Ace to Dr. Brian. The whole person flapped his wings and flew towards the depths of the island. The rather weak observation hockey has already directly locked onto that violent and powerful aura. In the blink of an eye, in an empty valley, a huge orangutan with brown-red hair all over its body and an outrageous aura that made people intimidated came into view. Roar! Its hairs stood up, as if facing a formidable enemy. He bared his teeth at Ren and kept roaring in demonstration. Obviously, it has realized that the coming person is not simple and quite dangerous. I didn't dare to act rashly. There were bursts of shrill wails. It seems that we have to use our fists to reason and convince the apes with virtue. An exaggeratedly large red gorilla, like a little giant, full of oppression. Up there is armament hockey plus conqueror's entanglement and beating. But in fact, there is a hidden big boss. Ren has no nonsense. And just now, Robin, Nami, Huo Lun, Karina and others arrived from the Ark. His figure flashed as fast as a ghost. Boom. Boom. Everyone couldn't help showing sympathy and mourning for the boss on this island. The boss on the surface is a blue gorilla, a lion king, and a crocodile, and they are listed as the three giants of Beast Island. It keeps echoing on this island. Rayleigh, who was walking away with Ace, couldn't help but look back and was surprised. That guy Ren. Bang bang. Great Ape King, Li Lihao. There are countless powerful beasts on Ruskine Island. The strength far exceeds other boss, and he is the well-deserved uncrowned king of Ruskine Island. Ho Chapter 259, Titan Giant Ape, Thunder Behemoth, Second Update. Bang bang, doll. DFL. I do not know how long it has been. The screams finally stopped. The Great Ape King, who was not in human form, lay there covered in blood and bruised. Are you satisfied? Looking down at the Great Ape King. With a relaxed expression and no red face or breath, Ren shook his fists. On the Grand Line, The most indispensable thing is these beasts with amazing intelligence and spirituality. Quite a number of them have intelligence that is not weaker than that of humans, and some of the mentally retarded humans are really not as good as them. The Great Ape King is one of them. Although it is brutally wild, it also has the spirituality of an ape. He believed that the other party understood what he said. Squeak. Squeak. Looking at the figure in front of me that looks like a demon carrying dark wings, full of mystery and power, giving people a great sense of oppression. It was extremely weak and could not help but tremble, full of fear. He was busy nodding his head in a humane manner. As the boss of Ruskin Island, it has firmly ruled the island for decades with its powerful strength to crush ferocious beasts. It is not that it has never dealt with humans. Both Pluden, Rayleigh and Hancock have seen it before and even fought against it. Although he had relied on his strong strength to beat up many humans who came here to practice or hunt, but their strength was not as good as his own, he still received beatings. Naturally, I can understand some people's words and fully understand what people mean. Manchery, treat it. Ren said to Manchery floating above, on top of Arc Proverbs. Brush. The clouds are turbulent. 023 Lan Chi brought Manchili down. Manchili looked at the bloody and miserable Great Ape King with great sympathy. What a pitiful guy. Holding her little hands, 2 drops of crystal tears fell. It sank into the mouth of the Great Ape King, treating it. Roar. All of a sudden, the Great Ape King is glowing all over. The entire ape returned to its original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. He immediately jumped up and stood up, beating his chest, baring his teeth and roaring. Woo-hoo-hoo. The powerful momentum stirred up astonishing wind pressure which could not help but sweep away. In the valley, the towering trees were shaking a little. It makes people a little unsteady. Manchili, a petite figure, was startled. His face turned pale and he huddled in Lan Chi's arms. If you want to make trouble again, I will make it happen for you. Looking at the Great Ape King, Ren crossed his arms and spoke coldly. The Great Ape King, who was originally high-spirited and extremely ferocious, immediately trembled all over. Looking at Ren in awe, he shook his head like a human being, shaking his head and shouting, GG. Eat it. Ren directly threw the Phantom Beast Titan Form's ability over. The tone left no room for doubt. Kaka. The Great Ape King did not dare to resist. He quickly took the Xiao fruit and swallowed it. Immediately afterwards, less than 3 minutes. In everyone's surprised eyes, as blessed as his soul, the Great Ape King's whole body underwent astonishing changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Advertisement, roar, a deafening roar echoed. An extremely violent aura spread out from the Sky Ape King, accompanied by strands of shocking, scalp-numbing current. As a result, Lan Chi had to leave with Manchili. Brush. Swipe. The Great Ape King was no less than 10 meters in size. A tall and violent beast, it is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Witnessed by Robin, Nami, Lucci, Horan, Violet and others. 15 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 35 meters, 40 meters, 50 meters. A huge figure that was no less than 100 meters in size and covered the sky, and the sun stood like this on the entire Ruskin Island. The whole body is surrounded by astonishing thunder and lightning, making people extremely frightened. Gulu, what kind of monster is this? Isn't this too big? The size has increased tenfold, which is even more exaggerated than the giants. Moreover, it seems that I can control thunder and lightning. What kind of monster did Master Ren create? The first time, the Arc Proverbs retreated far away. Robin, Nami, Babo, Khalifa, Perona and others couldn't help but open their mouths. Looking up at the frighteningly exaggerated, ferocious Titan beast covered with brown-red fur, everyone's face turned pale and some broke out in a cold sweat. In my mind, it created a lot of pressure. Subconsciously, I felt a little anxious. It's really exaggerated. I can't imagine how exaggerated its power is. Jia hee hee, it looks like Lord Ren has created an incredible monster. Lucci, Kawang Wappa, Huolun, Brian Tunney and others were full of excitement. Although it also created a lot of pressure, it was more about curiosity and expectation. Hiss, the other side of the island. Rayleigh, who was just about to wake up Ace. I couldn't help but open my mouth wide, full of sluggishness. Was startled. That guy Ren actually fed that fruit to the strongest Great Ape King on this island. Rayleigh exclaimed. Gee, what a bold and crazy idea. The Great Ape King is already incredibly powerful and can easily crush those elite vice admirals. Equipped with the ability of Ren fruit, a Phage, Phantom Beast species, and Titan form. The power that exploded was simply unimaginable, don't say anything else. Just such an exaggerated body shape. If we let it run wild, I'm afraid the island won't even be able to hold on. After all, the Ape King is not just empty and powerful. On this island, most of the powerful beasts have accidentally awakened and mastered armament hockey in the brutal fighting and competition all year round. Especially the Great Ape King. Although hockey's skills are rough, they are equally astonishingly powerful. Dong dong, feel the violent power surging out of your body. The Titan ape, which was hundreds of meters high, was beating its chest crazily, and the sound was deafening. The momentum was so terrifying that countless beasts on the island, and even the large sea kings in the nearby sea, could not help but tremble. Next moment, its eyes are fierce, He glared fiercely down at the hateful human being who had praised him half to death before. Advertisement: the Great Ape King is extremely ferocious, damnable humans. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Long, he raised his huge right foot and felt strong wind pressure. Full of ferocity, we will step on Ren severely, roar. However, the next moment, an extremely terrifying conqueror's haki swept out. Most of the beasts on the island fainted, countless beasts were trembling. Huh. Huh. A giant unicorn whose size was much larger than an ordinary giant, covered with red scales all over its body. It was bathed in blazing flames and carrying billowing heat waves as it soared into the sky. Stepping on the flaming auspicious clouds, he rushed to a height of hundreds of meters. Majestic, standing in front of the Titan ape, Lang looked at it quietly. If I can give you power, I can take it back directly. Ren's eyes were stern. Unleash the conqueror's haki with fury. The entire sky was filled with astonishing black and red lightning, intertwining and flashing. Crackling. The terrifying dark red flames burned overwhelmingly, causing the atmosphere to directly distort. The terrible and unbearable heat wave made the Great Ape King unable to help but change his color in horror. Obviously, in terms of body shape, he is much smaller than his current self. But it was the flaming giant beast transformed from a human being in front of him. But it gives it an invincible sense of oppression. Make him tremble and panic involuntarily. Tisk, is that Ren's beast form? Watching this scene from a distance, Rayleigh touched her chin and sighed with emotion. It's really an exaggeration. Although I have already seen the posture of the humanized body through the live broadcast. But when I saw it with my own eyes, it still had a strong visual impact. In particular, Ren obtained the power of the phantom species Titan form in order to conquer the extremely violent Great Ape King. Conqueror's haki unbridledly unleashes himself in all directions. I'll give you two choices now. Looking straight in front of me suddenly gained strength. Bathed in astonishing thunder, the extremely ferocious Titan ape. Ren, who transformed into a unicorn with blazing flames and a terrifying momentum, said coldly, submit or die. Bang, bang, boom, boom, terrible heatwave. The exaggerated Titan ape subconsciously took a few steps back. The valley collapsed due to the tread and the ground rumbled. Is that the fruit? The huge power he suddenly gained? Did it turn out to be a gift from the human beast in front of me? Looking at the haki in front of me in fear, this ancient beast that makes people want to surrender. Thinking back to the scene where he was tortured and beaten violently just now. I couldn't help but shudder and tremble. Wah wah GG. The violent thunder and lightning dissipated. The huge body is constantly shrinking. Realizing that it was impossible to defeat the opponent, the Great Ape King was filled with awe and fear, and lay trembling on the ground. He shouted, woo woo, to show his submission, King. Chapter 260 The Great Ape King King Kong and the Lion King Simba, third update. King Red Giant Ape. Prone there, full of awe and fear. And under the Great Ape King. It was a huge footprint that was even more exaggerated than its entire body, enough to make the giant sweat. Call. The terrifying flames disappeared. The red giant beast transformed into a human form at a speed visible to the naked eye. I have given you human wisdom and extraordinary power, and you only need to dedicate your loyalty to me. Ren's mysterious and majestic figure, which no one could despise, landed in front of it. There he looked down at the other person. From today on, you will be called King Kong, and I, Copper's Ren, am your master. The ability of Ren fruit, phantasmal beast species, and Titan form. Endowed the other party with wisdom and understanding no less than human beings. Although the other party is still a little unfamiliar with human language, he is obviously able to master it. King Kong. Hearing this, the Great Ape King lay there and nodded repeatedly. Yes, master. It couldn't help but give up. The monster in front of it, the flame just now was too terrifying. Get up. Seeing this guy giving in, Ren nodded with satisfaction. Just call me Lord Ren. In fact, the strength of the Great Ape King is very terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that the temperature of his hell flames was too terrifying. It is too restrained for such a huge creature and can easily burn the opponent to ashes. In terms of his current strength, he can compete with haki by his own strength alone. Even if you can suppress the opponent, it may not be that easy to completely conquer such a monster. After all, the ability of the Phantom Beast Titan form not only enhances the size, but also has unimaginable power. Yes, Lord Ren. The Great Ape King trembled and stood tall. The man stood up and looked at Ren with some fear. Is it done? Tisk, tisk, I'm really shocked. That kind of posture is simply an out-and-out monster. And this time, Arc Proverbs, which was far away at first, came across the sky. Robin, Nami, Lucci, Karina, Dr. Brian and others all looked at the Great Ape King curiously. Roar. The Great Ape King was full of hostility, baring his teeth and roaring at them. It is afraid of strong men like Ren, but that doesn't mean it's afraid of other weak humans. Nami, Bibo, Perona and others are relatively weak. The hairs on each one stood up, some looked pale and some were nervous. They had seen each other's exaggerated gesture just now. If a punch comes over, just thinking about it makes my head tingle. They are all my companions and your future companions, don't try to hurt them. I saw that the Great Ape King was recalcitrant in nature. Ren's eyes were sharp and he was warning with his fists in hand. Yes, yes. The Great Ape King's anger dissipated and he hurriedly responded. Advertisement, what I asked you to eat is the ability of the human fruit, phantom beast species, and Titan form. Ren looked at the other person and asked, apart from being as huge as just now, can't you transform into other forms? Everyone fruit, Titan form? The Great Ape King was confused. However, it shook its head, looked at its teeth and nodded. It seems it can transform into other forms. Brush. Next moment. Another amazing change has taken place in my whole person. Except that the whole body is still covered with thick brown-red animal hair. The facial features, visible to the eye, transformed into human gestures. The body proportions that were originally somewhat hunched and bloated have become taller and stronger, standing upright with head held high and chest held high. He has a hairy face, a thunderous mouth, and a dark face. Characteristics of palms, soles and other parts. They all become more human, scratching my head there. But overall, still a humanoid monster, it is visually estimated to be about 12 meters high. Just barely reaching the minimum standard for an adult giant. That is, the dwarf among the giants. This size is just right. If it were bigger, I would have to change a boat. Ren crossed his arms and commented. Being smaller than ordinary giants is not a bad thing for King Kong. At least it's easier to move around on weekdays. If it were a normal, human form, it would be as big as a giant. Like Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Brogy, the two former leaders of the giant soldier pirates, they're 20 meters tall or something. For it that can't fly, it's a bit troublesome. Anyway, if you want to get bigger, you can always get bigger. Even though it's only over 100 meters tall, it's still smaller than the giant battleship San Juan Wolf. That has paramecia expansion fruit and is 180 meters tall after its transformation. But it's really a fight, the power that King Kong bursts out of. I am afraid that I can completely torture the San Juan Wolf. The ability of the Phantom Beast Titan form is no joke. After San Juan Wolf becomes bigger, although his strength will also increase exponentially, it is obviously not as strong as the increase in strength brought by the Phantom Beast species Titan form. His own strength is more exaggerated than that of ordinary giant warriors, and he has mastered hockey. Even Luffy, who was proficient in armament hockey and had just developed the fourth gear, could not easily shake the Great Ape King Kong. After acquiring the ability of the Phantom Beast Titan form, it can be said to be truly powerful. If it becomes ferocious just now, resist to the end. I'm afraid this island will suffer. Don't be aggrieved, you won't suffer a loss. Looking at King Kong, who had his head folded and was a little timid, Ren said, and he has also gained such amazing abilities. Follow us, you can enjoy the best food in the world, and you also want to leave here and go out for adventure, right? Zero, please give me flowers, real? Hear Ren say this. King Kong, the Great Ape King, who was full of pessimism about the future, couldn't help but his eyes lit up. In the past, Pluton Rayleigh and others practiced here. Advertisement, it has tasted human delicacies. Subconsciously, I drooled. Certainly. Arc Proverbs Chapter 1. The civet cat Pato, who was still a little scared, immediately held his head high and said proudly, Sive he, we have the best chef on the sea on our ship, who can make the most delicious food in the world. Master Ren, I am willing to leave with you. King Kong's eyes shone. Wiping his saliva, he nodded repeatedly. It has long been tired of staying on this island. It's so boring, there isn't even a decent opponent. The other big three? It's simply not enough to watch. Pato, get him some delicious food, Ren shrugged. Zero first, use delicious food to seduce this guy's stomach. It is obviously better to let it leave with you willingly. Lee He, no problem. Seeing Ren and others, it seemed that they were not lying to themselves. King Kong was overjoyed and beat his chest excitedly. Ouch. Dong dong, immediately afterwards, Arc Proverbs across the sky. Under the guidance of Ren, he took Luo and Luchiwapa and others. There is also the Great Ape King, King Kong, looking around like a curious baby. Flying towards the other side of the island, soon. Directly found the Lion King, one of the other three bosses of Ruskin Island. Follow the same rules. Go up and subdue the lion with virtue. Beat him up first and then talk nicely. After subduing it, he threw it on the Arc Proverbs. However, the king was originally very ferocious and wild and untamable. I saw the Great Ape King sitting there feasting and consuming delicious food. I was so frightened that I didn't dare to move, as good as a cat. Well, Lion King, from today on, your name is Simba. Ren nodded with satisfaction, although now I no longer have the experience of the Ren fruit series in my hands. But he knew very well that Wano Kuni also had a fox called Onimaru who had eaten the human fruit, phantom beast species, and great entrance form. It was once the pet of Suzugo Daimyo Shimotsuki Yushimaru. I'm going to wait until I get to Wano Kuni to get the ability of the phantom beast species and the great entry form. Even though the ability of the phantom beast grand entrance form is slightly inferior, it is not as good as the ability of the phantom beast titan form. As one of the bosses of Ruskin Island, Lion King Simba is no worse than those flying six, and he is still firmly in the upper reaches. Even if he teaches and trains him personally, after 2 years, it may not be any worse than Jack the Drow. Another, disaster, level powerhouse, knife. Chapter 261 Unknown Fruit. Azazel's gift open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Little ones, let's go to the new world, oh. At Ren's order, A submarine, an ark, flying away in the direction of the red line. Ouch, the great ape King King Kong was full of excitement. Holding a huge piece of bone in bone meat, beating his chest there. Lying on the side of the boat full of excitement. He looked at the scenes passing by all around him. Roar. The Lion King Simba, who followed quietly like a kitten and tremblingly, also roared with excitement as he left Ruskina Island in a flying ark for the first time. Then, he was beaten all over his head by his eldest brother King Kong. Brother, you have no human rights, did I make you yell? Looking at someone, Nami's eyes were full of resentment. Huh, what's wrong? Ren, who was training, asked in surprise. Kali, 690, Na and Lan Shi showed off in front of her. Nami was a little jealous when she saw that they were all Logia's ability users. Even CP9's Khalifa was a Paramecia transparent fruit ability user. Now, Robin, who was not practicing anymore but quietly reading a book, turned his head and spoke with a smile. Ren rolled his eyes. Originally, Nami would have followed him earlier. One of these two Logia devil fruit abilities must belong to her. Moreover, if nothing else, the probability of thunder fruit is higher. Even, maybe he wouldn't accept Raccoon Paw as his younger brother in the beginning. Instead, he directly asked Dr. Bryan to strip out the ability of the phantom beast species in the raccoon form and gave it to her. Of course, it's boring to talk about this now. After all, the civet cat Pato is their best partner. Have you never considered becoming an Esper? Ren said with a smile. When I was in the Straw Hats, he once generously asked Nami if she wanted to become an Esper. But the other party once said that he didn't want to become a landlubber. Strictly refused. That's not as powerful an ability as Thunder Fruit. Nami's face turned red, and she held her pink fist and spoke plausibly. Having personally experienced the war at Naval Headquarters, she realized her own weakness and naturally realized the importance of history. Advertisement. She knew very well that she didn't have the talents of Ren, Luffy and others. The only thing I can rely on is the Devil Fruit ability. Especially, because Lina and Lan Xian were showing off in front of her. Needless to say, Thunder Fruit, the exaggerated power displayed by the god Enel during the adventure on Sky Island was still fresh in her memory. The Logia Yunyan fruit is also quite strong. When she closed her eyes, she could think of its great effect. They are all among the top Logia capable users in the sea. I do have some good devil fruit on hand. Ren rubbed Nami's head and comforted helplessly. But those are not suitable for you, so I can only wait for the opportunity in the future to find one for you. The ability to create artificial phantom beasts in dragon form. Strictly speaking, it suits Nami very well. However, I always feel that this girl's style doesn't match her, so she can't directly transform into a berserker with hair hanging down from the willows, right? Kaku's ability in the form of the phantom beast Quetzalcoatl was pretty good. However, Nami has missed the opportunity. Have nothing to say. Okay. Nami pursed her lips. She didn't particularly want to become an Esper. However, when he saw Karina and Lan Shi, they showed off in front of him intentionally or unintentionally. I feel a little unhappy. Go, train hard, don't be lazy. Ren tapped her forehead with his finger. No matter how powerful the ability is, it also requires a certain basic strength to be able to be used better. Nami covered her head, feeling aggrieved. Of course, she also knows that Ren is her own good. She had already mastered shaving, and was obediently practicing the steps that Ren had taught her. After experiencing a spiritual baptism, I realized the importance of strength. Although Nami has no determination to become the top powerhouse in the sea, she is not willing to be a vase and drag others down. Especially, you can't be worse than Kabuyulan and the two bitches, right? That would be so embarrassing. Their tails are not yet raised to the sky. Fukuru, go and introduce the geography of the sea to King Kong, and teach him some common sense of humans. Ren glanced at the howling great ape king. Direct transfer. Fukuru ordered. This guy usually can't keep his mouth shut and talks a lot. It is most suitable for such a novice commentator. Fukuru, who was still chatting with Jabra and others, had his eyelids twitching and was sweating. Is there any problem? Ren, who was training there and sweating profusely, asked without raising his head. No problem, Master Ren, Chibabababa. Fukuru was busy shaking his head. But looking at the huge King Kong, which makes people feel a great sense of oppression, and the Lion King Simba, who is as obedient as a cat and has tearful eyes. Advertisement he couldn't help but swallow. I can only go up there with a grimace and bite the bullet. Each of these two monsters is stronger than the other. If he charges forward, his iron body can't stop him. Ren, shall we go directly to Wano-kuni next? The petals were flying, and two hands appeared out of thin air. He took the towel next to him and wiped the sweat of Ren, who was training hard. Robin brought a glass of nutritious juice, he asked with a smile. Don't be so anxious. Ren smiled and said, Uncle Azazel said that he once hid a devil fruit on an island in the first half of the Grand Line. Let's wait for him in the first half of the Grand Line. Fallen angel, Azazel once said to him. When I was young, I once got a devil fruit, but I didn't make up my mind because I was not sure of its ability. Therefore, it has been hidden on an island in the Calm Belt. Because now Azazel has demon fruit power, there is no use keeping it. Ready to take it out. To Ren. Woo-hoo-hoo at this time. A tall black figure fluttered its wings and came. The person in front of me is a real monster. Uncle Azazel, how are the preparations at the Cross Guild? Ren stopped practicing and came up to him with a smile. Even Admiral Aokiji failed to get any benefits and even suffered serious injuries. There are too many warships and they're huge. Fallen Angel. Azazel shrugged. It is still being coded, and it is estimated that it will take 10.5 days to go to the new world. Follow Ren's life card. Said. Of course, yesterday's war and Marine's unprecedented defeat led to unimaginable consequences. The sea has turned into a mess. Now they have nothing to do but take care of themselves. As long as we don't cause trouble, they won't dare to provoke us. This is the fruit I collected before, I just took it out. 3.8 was a little surprised when he saw the two beasts King Kong and Simba. I just don't know what my ability is. He took out a fruit from his pocket and threw it to Ren. Fallen Angel, Azazel, Beppo, Jabra, Perona and others who had never seen Fallen Angel, Azazel with their own eyes couldn't help but widen their eyes. It instantly attracted the attention of Robin, Lu Chi, Wappa and others. His observation Haki can naturally feel the considerable strength of these two beasts. You were quite fast, you all came here. Azazel, who came here, glanced at everyone. Chapter 262 The Man with 3 Billion Baileys, 5th update. Al, Devil Fruit? I don't know what kind of ability it is. Watch Azazel hand Ren the Devil Fruit. Luo, Nami, Lucci, Karina and others were all a little surprised. Gia hee hee, leave it to me, Brian Tunney said with a strange smile. Just in time, we tested it together with the one sent by the 9 Snakes Pirates last time. Ren nodded. He was not particularly looking forward to these two devil fruits. Because it is impossible to be lucky all the time and encounter the extremely rare Logia and Phantom Beast species that you are most looking forward to. Normal Zone and Normal Paramecia abilities. From his current perspective, he simply doesn't like it. All I can say is, it's better than nothing. You have been in the comm belt, so you haven't read today's newspaper, right? Fallen Angel. Azazel took out a newspaper and a reward list. He handed them to Ren and said with a smile, thanks to Ren's performance yesterday. Those guys in the world government really value UO5. Has Marine released a new bounty? Nami, Lucci, Wappa, Karina and others on the side were all a little surprised. For a time, everyone who was full of curiosity came over one after another. But just after taking a glance, everyone couldn't help but shrink their pupils and take a breath of air. Hiss, 3 billion Baileys, is this true? Are you kidding me? Ahaha, it's really exaggerated, but if you think about it carefully, this is natural, right? Indeed, Lord Ren directly killed the Marine Marshal Sengoku of Buddha and Admiral Akainu. It can also be said that he died indirectly due to his scheme. Advertisement, after all, the bounty level issued by the world government is not only based on personal strength, but also based on the harmfulness of the target. And with Lord Ren's strength, he is completely worthy of the figure of 3 billion. I saw the first reward list, it clearly belongs to Ren himself. Moreover, the photo above was once again changed to the one he had during the Summit War, in order to retain his human appearance. His whole body was bathed in flames and covered in red scales, creating a human animal form that no one could look down upon. Moreover, the amount of the reward above was so exaggerated that it soared from 1.5 billion Baileys to 3 billion Baileys. It can be seen that the world government has attached unprecedented importance to it. But thinking about what Ren did in Summit War, everyone found it understandable and not particularly surprising. In Naval Headquarters Marineford, Marine's lair, he attacked and killed the Naval Headquarters Marshal in public and beheaded him. He even plotted against an Admiral of Headquarters. Don't look at it. Whitebeard has gathered 43 pirate groups under his command, and they are coming fiercely. But in the Summit War alone, out of the 100,000 elite Marine captains, there were only huge casualties of less than 50,000 people. At least half of them died directly or indirectly under Ren's terrible flames. Not to mention causing unprecedented losses to Marine, the overlord of the sea. It can even be said that he completely trampled Marine's face under his feet and crushed him repeatedly. And unscrupulously, he brutally killed the celestial dragons. The importance of naval headquarters and world government cannot be overemphasized. Moreover, with Ren's full strength, not even the Admiral of Headquarters can defeat him. 3 billion Baileys is not an exaggeration. Marine hated it so much that he gritted his teeth. He even went so far as to gain the title of the most despicable pirate and the most sinister pirate. Even I, the vice president of the Cross Guild, was only offered a reward of 1.5 billion belly. Fallen Angel. Azazel showed a few bounty bills and said with a smile, and that guy Buggy the Clown has a bounty of 2 billion Baileys. That guy Shiryu also has a bounty of hundreds of billions of Li. The cadres of the Cross Guild who were imprisoned in eternal hell have all had bounties on their heads. The bounty basically exceeds 500 million Baileys. Oh, advertisement. Ren raised an eyebrow. Needless to say, Akuo. I almost didn't kill Aokiji outright yesterday. Having gained the ability to take the vampire form of a fantasy beast, he has become immortal, and his strength has increased to a higher level, and he can stabilize the Admiral of Headquarters. As for Buggy the Clown's bounty, he was not particularly surprised. After all, even though that guy didn't take action, in the eyes of Marine and world government, he was undoubtedly a big pirate, who could rival the red-haired one. Lurking in the deep-sea prison, waiting for the opportunity, he took away a large number of prisoners. The Cross Guild was directly established, and even threatened to issue a reward for Marine. He is undoubtedly a very dangerous guy who cannot be underestimated. However, the bounty for Shiryu of Rain was so high that he was a little surprised. His own strength is naturally enough, after all, he is one of Impel Down's 2 trump cards. But generally speaking, when placing a bounty on a pirate for the first time, it stands to reason that Marine would not easily set his bounty at 83 too high. Apparently, it was because Shiryu of Rain went on a killing spree in order to become stronger based on the ability of the phantom species Ashura during the Summit War. Luffy and the others' bounty has also been increased? Robin was surprised when he received the reward lists. I saw that Luffy's bounty had suddenly become 400 million Baileys. Even Zoro has a bounty of 200 million belly on his head. Sanji was also offered a bounty of 175 million belly. Chopper, Usopp and others have also improved a lot. Scroll down and even pull out Nami's reward list. Even you, Nami, have been offered a reward of 5,000 square feet. Yeah? Nami's eyes widened. He received his reward list in surprise, and said with some jaw-dropping, 50 million Baileys, I almost want to sell myself. After all, the Straw Hat crew caused quite a stir, so it's normal for the bounty to increase. Ren was not surprised and said with a slight smile. It seems that Marine must have confirmed that Bartholomew Bear probably let the Straw Hat crew go, and that Luffy, Zoro and others were not dead. Otherwise, it would be impossible to directly release the new bounties for Straw Hat crew. Chapter 263. Gain Fruit, Buff Fruit, Open Black Lens Bracket First Update Close Black Lens Bracket. Then, a leave first. The Cross Guild has just been established and has many affairs. The Clown Buggy, the president on the surface, is just a showman. Even Shiryu of the Rain cannot completely suppress the unruly prisoners, and the Fallen Angel, Azazel needs to be in charge personally. After briefly catching up with Ren, we talked about the next development plan. He left directly. Gulu, is the Cross Guild a force under your control? Watching Fallen Angel, Azazel flutter away. Nami couldn't help but swallow her saliva and looked at Ren in shock. What did she just hear? Ren is instructing the Cross Guild on its next development plan. Although Ren seemed to have great respect for Fallen Angel, Azazel, the vice president of the Cross Guild, he always felt that the other party regarded him as a subordinate of Ren. For a moment, the whole person was a little sluggish. If word of this spreads, I'm afraid the whole sea will be shaken, right? I think it's to prevent the news from leaking out. Karina's whole body shone with a frightening electric light. He showed a vicious attitude and looked at Nami. It would be better to kill her. Agree. Lan Chi nodded seriously. No, if you take action, wouldn't Nami be directly scorched by electricity? Robin said seriously there, isn't it just like frying fish? Bebo on the side scratched his head. Nami has black lines all over her head. Looking at Robin with tears in his eyes, Cha-Cha said, Robin, you have become bad and bully me with them. This is a secret, Nami. Robin touched Nami's little head and said with a smile, I will explain these things to you later. Jia Master Ren, it's been identified, at this time. Brian Tunney came out of the laboratory. He smiled strangely and said, one is Paramecia gain fruit. The other one is the dog fruit, the ancient species, and the dire wolf form. Oh, hear the words. Everyone present was surprised. He actually still has the ability of an ancient zone species. A Paramecia, an ancient species, Ren nodded, advertisement. Listen, it seems that both abilities are pretty good. Karina was curious. Buff fruit? What ability is that? Jia it's not simple. Brian Tunney grinned and said, there is some record of this ability in the Devil Fruit illustrated book, but there is no exact picture, so it is an unknown fruit. It can exponentially increase the speed, strength, endurance, resilience, defense and other aspects of the Esper in all aspects. Although the strength of the white mouse previously used for testing was limited, I speculate that its limit is, it can at least double the strength of the ability user. Even if there is no Momo fruit that can easily increase the speed, volume, etc. of itself or objects by dozens or hundreds of times, it is different from the Momo fruit and is more comprehensive. It can even provide buff effects for targets other than itself within a certain time limit, but the effect is relatively far less amazing than itself. Can it provide buffs to others besides yourself? Everyone present. Everyone couldn't help but be a little stunned. Everyone is a little surprised. To put it another way, isn't this the buff fruit? This Paramecia fruit is the one brought by Lord Azazel. If Lord Azazel had eaten it, he might not have been imprisoned and impelled down. Brian Tunney said. After all, strictly speaking, when Azazel fought with the former Marine Admiral for 3 days and 3 nights, it was only a matter of one move. If you can obtain the ability of this Paramecia buff fruit, the strength that explodes must be even more exaggerated. It's hard to say which one is strong and which one is weak. Of course, if that's the case, it is impossible for Azazel to survive until now. In other words, even if he lives to this day, he will never be their partner. Hey, what an interesting ability, Katarina Depend said with a smile. If used in a team, it will indeed have a big effect. Luo touched his chin and said, if this ability is used properly, it can be very useful. Kaku crossed his arms and said with some curiosity, I just don't know if I can get Haki an increase. Bonus fruit. Ren weighed the blue fruit. After looking around at everyone present, he threw it directly to the white bear Bebo beside him. Bebo, this fruit is for you. Currently within his team, all CP9 members are capable people. In other words, the original Heart Pirates are more capable of teamwork. Moreover, Bebo himself is already a fur race, with special racial talent bonuses, so it is more suitable to cooperate with the ability of Paramecia buff fruit. The other is in the Heart Pirates. His talent and potential are the most impressive except for Luo himself. Ren doesn't mind cultivating it. Wait until he masters the electric shock skills of the fur tribe and transforms into a moon lion. It also has the amplifying effect of Paramecia buff fruit, coupled with Xing Shi's physical skills. Advertisement: the burst of power is worth looking forward to. Bebo subconsciously caught the fruit. He looked at Ren stupidly. Give it to me? Compared to others, you are more suitable for it. Ren chuckled. It would have been nice to give it to Nami, but he was not in a hurry. There are many powerful fruit abilities, and you can definitely find them slowly. Anyway, the current team is already strong enough, and he is not in a hurry to make Nami become a strong person such as 3 disasters or 6 suns. Captain. Bebo, who was cute and a bit at a loss, looked at Luo. Since Lord Ren values you so much, just accept it. Luo said with a smile. Besides, its abilities are indeed very suitable for our team. That's a good point, Bebo, just eat it, Sha-Chi and Pei Jin said there. His eyes were full of envy, but naturally he had no objections. Because Bebo is much stronger than them. Oh. Bebo scratched his head naively and hurriedly bowed 90 degrees to Ren to express his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Ren. Sha-Chi, Pei Jin, looking at the two people full of envy. Ren didn't favor one over the other, and said nonchalantly, the canine fruit, ancient species, dire wolf form, and the dragon fruit, ancient species, allosaurus form. Nano's good ability, that's it. It's ready for you. Of course, if you don't want to become an ability user, just pretend I didn't say it. Eh? Really? Sha-Chi and Pei Jin were stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. In unison, they all bowed to Ren at a 90-degree angle. No, we are willing. Thank you very much, Renshinren. Bebo has become stronger. If they are too weak, isn't it that you can't hold your head high in front of this guy? Although they are good at water battles, if they can obtain powerful fruit abilities, they are willing to do so. After all, even the 3 plagues of beasts pirates are only zone ancient species with abilities. Of course, they couldn't expect to get any kind of fantasy beasts ability shop. They are already very satisfied to be able to obtain ancient species. You too, please be more reserved. Luo's head is covered with black lines. But also happy for them. Sure enough, joining Ren's team is indeed a good choice. Chapter 264 World Recruitment. Wanokuni open black lens bracket. Second update close black lens bracket. 10 times the speed increase, 10 times the strength increase. Moment arc proverbs above. Originally, I had not been able to master Bebo of Moonwalk. The whole person is shining with blue light, and the body is as fast as lightning. He was ahead of everyone in the original Heart Pirates including Luo himself and was running wildly through the air. It's almost impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. After images were left behind, so fast, Tempest kick. Suddenly, Bebo's eyes narrowed. Towards the direction of the sea, he kicked out like lightning. Whoosh, a crescent-shaped light green slash shot out. It hit the sea. It caused a huge splash. Tear it too. Hey, isn't that too exaggerated? Sha-Chi, Pei Jin, Kaku, Jabra, Karina and others could not help but be a little stunned. He never expected that Bebo, who had obtained the ability of Paramecia buff fruit, would be so strong. Even Robin, Lucci, Wappa and others were a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Bebo can even use Tempest Kick easily. The opponent is much stronger now than before. Tisk, it's really a bit exaggerated to be strong. Luo was a little amazed, although I haven't seen him for more than half a month. But he didn't think Bebo's strength could soar to this level in a short period of time. It is undoubtedly the result of Paramecia enhancement fruit. Overall, it's pretty good. Ren smiled and said, it seems like this fruit is really suitable for him. The physique of the fur tribe is far superior to that of ordinary strong humans. With the racial talent and the ability to gain fruit, Bebo's combat effectiveness is indeed quite impressive. If you sharpen your taijutsu and haki harder, the future is still worth looking forward to. Time flies. 3 days, it went by in a blink of an eye. As the news of Marine's defeat in the war spread, the situation continued to ferment. This sea is completely in chaos. A large number of pirates, 4 games. The number of pirates has doubled and continues to rise. Marine was overwhelmed with what he could do. In order to suppress the pirates who were constantly making trouble, he was so busy that he couldn't cope with it at all. Advertisement coupled with the previous war, not only did Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku and Admiral Akainu lose, more than half of the elites drawn from the major branch bases were killed or injured, which can be said to be a heavy loss. The troops are already stretched thin. As a result, the world government officially announced a worldwide conscription. For the first time in history, we want to recruit powerful, righteous men, from the people. As long as your life experience is innocent and your heart is just, you can get an exceptional promotion. World conscription? New world. In unknown waters. Arc proverbs and the polar submarine sail across the sky. Ren, who had just finished practicing and was sweating profusely, let Robin wipe his sweat while he read the latest newspaper and couldn't help but sneer. It seems that the world government is really being pushed into a hurry. AFBD. We do not hesitate to promote strong people among the people. Depending on their strength, they can get any level of treatment. They don't even need corresponding meritorious service. Lu Chi on the side was also sweating profusely, but he still gritted his teeth and trained without stopping. The whole person let out a long sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, "Those marine guys are probably going to cause trouble." Seeing that even Kaku has obtained the ability of the phantom beast Quetzalcoatl, and even Wappa, Horn, the great ape King King Kong, etc. have also obtained powerful fruit abilities one after another. Each one's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and they are all affected by Ren. Each one works harder than the other. Not even counting the eternal hell prisoners such as Azazel and Shiryu of the Rain on the Cross Guild side. Lu Chi, who was unwilling to lag behind others, naturally felt great pressure. After all, no matter how confident he is, he must admit that there are indeed upper and lower levels of fruit ability. As an ordinary zone ability user, if he wants not to be surpassed, or even wants to become Ren's right-hand man, he must put in more effort and sweat. Work hard every day. A lot of time was spent gritting my teeth and training day and night. At the same time, Spandam, who let himself go undercover in the Water City and wasted 5 years in vain, was even more shocked to the core. I wanted to go straight to Eni's lobby and chop this guy alive. After all, even if some of the generals in the naval headquarters rose to the top through connections, most of them went through life and death, constantly exterminating pirates, and going through many battles before gaining promotion and climbing up the ranks step by step. Robin on the side spread his hands and said with a smile, "Those powerful people among the people have done nothing, and as soon as they come in, they can be equal to them, or even surpass them, and get higher status and treatment. How can they accept it? This kind of thing. Of course, it can allow world government and marine to obtain a large amount of combat power in a short period of time and quickly recover their strength. But in the long run, the hidden dangers left behind are considerable. The so-called purity of life and a desire for justice is just talk. For the world government, it does not matter whether it is just or not, the most important thing is that it can be used by them. Maybe even some anonymous wanted criminals or some guys with evil intentions will get in. Although he is powerful, his personal qualities can be said to be uneven. This is one aspect. On the other hand, Marine, which has already complicated internal forces, will only become more chaotic. Who would be convinced by those Marine generals who have relied on their military exploits and fought bloody battles for many years to climb up the ranks step by step? I have been through life and death, experienced so many battles, endured so much hardship, and shed so much blood and tears to get to where I am today. You are an unknown guy who came out of nowhere and was promoted as an exception just after you joined Marine. He had never even been on the battlefield, and without any effort, he obtained the status and power that Lousy had worked so hard to achieve. Advertisement why? This is undoubtedly a huge blow to those low-level Marine veterans, as well as officers and generals. In this case, Marine's morale will undoubtedly be greatly affected. If it weren't for this C, the individual's force value is extremely amazing, and he can even suppress the army of a country with his own strength. Affected by the global conscription policy, it is hard to say how much combat effectiveness Marine can exert. Of course, the world government regards itself as a superior god, confident that it can suppress everything, and has no fear of these hidden dangers. Instead, he tried to use this method to control and cleanse Marine. But in history, the world government has used this method more than once to supplement Marine's power and strengthen its control over Marine without causing any problems. That is because the world government has not encountered an opponent that is truly worthy of attention, has enough weight, and can directly shake their opponents. But with the naval headquarters, this war was lost. No matter how much power the world government hides behind closed doors. At least on the surface, the world has seen the weak side of world government. This behemoth may not be so invincible. Countless careerists are already ready to take action. There will only be more and more forces in the future. Challenge it. Ren, we fell Violet, who is responsible for acting as the lookout, relies on the ability of the Paramecia staring fruit to patrol the front. Looking at the life card that Ren handed to him, he reminded Ren loudly, Wano-kuni should be ahead. Oh, is it finally here? Wano-kuni, I'm really looking forward to it. Hear the words. Everyone present. The two women had obviously never thought that the climate in New World could be so bad. A huge mountain, Yuahuhu, presented in front of everyone. Phew, the climate in New World is really terrible. Nami and Karina both couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since leaving the calm belt, the two of them have been taking turns as navigators, managing to escape one sudden storm after another. As that Wano-kuni, visible from a distance, far more exaggerated than the first half of Grand Line. Amidst the mist, the entire sea area looked dangerous and unpredictable. We must remain vigilant and observe climate change at all times. The rocks are densely covered and the waves are rough. Even with Violet's help, I can't help but feel nervous. Looking forward, the difference between the two is not even a tiny bit. They all stopped what they were doing and gathered together. Advertisement Chapter 265, The Fourth Disaster, The Boiling Beasts, Third Update. Offshore at Wano-kuni, the undertide surges and the sea currents are rapid. There are numerous hidden reefs and rugged rocks. A huge waterfall poured down from above, roaring continuously. Is the entire Wano-kuni protected by such a high mountain? Luo marveled. It's like a huge natural barrier. No wonder the world government can't break through it. 17. No, this is not natural. Ren crossed his arms, looked at the towering waterfall, and said there. I heard that Wano-kuni used to be larger than it is now. It was a man-made wall to isolate Wano-kuni from the country. What? Made by man? Gulu, is it true or false? Isn't this too exaggerated? Luo, Nami, Lucci, Karina, Dr. Brian and others could not help but shrink their pupils. Looking at the extremely towering, at least several thousand meters high, you can't see the side at a glance, the shocking, high. Somewhat unbelievably voiceless. Such a huge and exaggerated ring-shaped mountain. Is it really something that humans can do? Who knows? Ren looked at the waterfall in front of him and shrugged. After all, Devil Fruit's ability is beyond human wisdom. It's like the door of justice controlled by the three major agencies of the world government. I think anyone who has seen it will be shocked and cannot forget it, right? Even if it's him. It's unimaginable. Those three doors of justice. How did it come about? Makes sense, although for Ren's statement. Everyone was still a little unbelievable, but when I think of the extremely majestic gate of justice, which reaches straight into the sky. They couldn't help but feel a little relieved. They all nodded there. That is. Gulu, a flying ship. Report to Lord Jin immediately. Quick, at this time. F-High Yamanaka. Beast's pirates are set up there, on hidden turrets to prevent intruders. The personnel in charge of the alert soon discovered the Ark. Proverbs in the polar submarine, and couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly used Wanakuna's unique communication snail, which has functions similar to those of a telephone bug, to report to Onigashima, the headquarters of the Beast's pirates. Mr. Kaido. Wano-kuni Inland Sea, Y Island. Advertisement. A huge skeleton building appears there. It was indescribably shocking. Inside the skeleton building, the empty King Tianning. Jin, who was tall and covered in black clothing, walked over. Jin, what's wrong? Kaido, who had also returned to his lair not long ago and was drinking, asked in surprise. Ren and his companions have arrived outside Wano-kuni. Jin said in a deep voice. Let me go over and pick him up. Oh, Ren and the others are coming? Hear Jin's report? The tall figure suddenly stood up, and Kaido couldn't help but be overjoyed. Oh, it's faster than I expected. I thought this kid would delay for some more time. Aside. A petite girl wearing a kimono, but with a piece of white paper on her face, revealing an eye pattern, was full of surprise. Blood prison, coppers Ren? She looked at Kaido, the beast, and asked incredulously. I heard that he has a reward of 3 billion belly. Master Kaido, what is his purpose here? Oh, that guy Ren is Jin's nephew. He has already accepted my invitation and agreed to join the Beast's pirates. Beast's Kaido was in a good mood and said with a smile in the box. Originally, Ren kidnapped and tortured the celestial dragons unscrupulously. The news of its official joining of Beast's pirates may still need to be delayed for some time. But now that the sea is in chaos, the world government and marine guys have too much to take care of themselves and can't spare any troops to deal with them. Furthermore, the strategy and strength Ren showed on the battlefield at Marineford really surprised him. With such combat power joining, even if the world government really sends a fleet to conquer, Kaido feels that there is nothing to worry about and he is completely confident about handling it. Of course there is no need to be secretive anymore. Hiss. It turns out that Blood Prison Ren is Lord Jin's nephew. The Emperor heard this. He couldn't help but take a breath of air. Some were inexplicably shocked. This is really incredible news. Then Jin, you go and pick them up first, Kaido said directly to Jin. Give it to me, Jin responded. He strode outside. Bao Huang, notify all Ghost Islands. Kaido, the beast, looked at the royalist who was his secretary. Let them prepare for the arrival of the fourth natural disaster of our beast's pirates. Oh. Yes, the Emperor responded quickly. Her paper-like mask was transformed by Quinn. It can connect to countless modified bionic animal robots of all sizes to monitor the situation of the entire Ghost Island clearly. In the meantime, just wear a special patterned paper mask like this. Advertisement 0. Please give me flowers. It's not just visuals that can be shared. Sound can also be conveyed. Everyone in the Beast's Pirates is listening. Now convey the order of the governor of the Beast's Pirates, Lord Kaido. The great pirate, Blood Prison, Coppers Ren, whose bounty is as high as 3 billion belly, will arrive at Wano-kuni Ghost Island, officially join the Beast's Pirates, and become the fourth natural disaster of the Beast's Pirates. Everyone immediately put down what they were doing and gathered in the square, ready to welcome Lord Ren from the Blood Prison. Above, royalist voice. It spread directly throughout the entire Ghost Island. Countless pirates of the Beast Corps were eating, drinking, having fun, and laughing. Everyone was stunned. Blood Prison Ren? The Walking Scourge? The fourth natural disaster? Is such a big shot going to join Beast's Pirates? 0. Hiss. That monster that killed the celestial dragons and even killed Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku on the battlefield of naval headquarters? Gulu. 3 billion baileys? The bounty is actually higher than the 3 major signs? In other words, is he going to become the fourth biggest star of our 100 Beasts group? In this case, we Beasts Pirates will be invincible. This is great, 10,000 bowls, so amazing. Oh, all of a sudden, the whole Ghost Island. Everyone in Beasts Pirates was shocked. Everyone couldn't help but get excited. Ice and Fire Island defeated Marine Admiral, Water City destroyed Buster Call alone, Sabaody Archipelago killed celestial dragons. A series of events can be said to be extremely sensational, and they are known as Blood Prison, Walking Natural Disaster, and God Killer. 3 days ago, during the war between Naval Headquarters and the Higurashi Pirates. In front of the whole world, he attacked and killed Naval Headquarters Marshal Buddha Sengoku on the spot, and even had someone disguised as Marine Rear Admiral assassinate Marine Admiral Akainu. He single-handedly turned the tide of the entire war around. Disgraced Marine in the world government. The angry world government directly placed a bounty of 3 billion belly, which can be said to be chasing the 4 emperors. To this day, except for those forces with limited information. Who in this sea still doesn't know the name of the blood prison person? With the addition of such monsters, wouldn't they beasts pirates be invincible? What Whitebeard, what Big Mom pirates, what Red Hair pirates? Next, they will definitely be defeated by beasts pirates in one fell swoop. Chapter 266 Fei Liubao, Black Maria, 4th update. Ren over Wano-kuni Falls. A black pteranodon fluttered its wings. He soon transformed into a human form and landed on the ark's proverbs. Welcome, Master Kaido asked me to pick you up, Jin said there. Looking around, I passed by Lucci, Huolun, Wappa, Karina and others. His eyes were a little surprised. Are they all your subordinates? Ren, these subordinates. Some people's auras are not too weak. In less than a month, such a team was built from scratch, which is indeed incredible. Finally, I looked at the great ape king King Kong and the lion king Simba with full surprise. His observation haki, which is quite strong, can naturally tell this. The auras of these two ferocious beasts were astonishing to each other. For a moment, I was a little surprised. These two are the beast kings one met on the Beast Island in Calm Belt. They're quite powerful, so I brought them out. Ren said with a smile. Don't underestimate them. Not to mention the lion king Simba, the great ape king King Kong is a person with the ability of the 147 human fruit, phantom beast species, and titan form. What? Jin's pupils shrank sharply, looking at the great ape king in disbelief. When did the abilities of the phantom beasts become useless? Ren is a phantom beast, and even the gorilla under his hand is a phantom beast. This is really amazing, Jin marveled, for Ren's words. Of course he wouldn't doubt it. However, Jin felt that with so many people under Ren's command, it was unlikely that he would deliberately feed these beasts precious phantom beast abilities. There is a high probability that the great ape king himself inadvertently acquired the ability of the phantom beast species, the titan form. After being discovered by Ren, he subdued him and brought him to the new world. Coming. Teratu, what ability is that? It can actually make ships fly. Lord Ren, I heard that he is a legendary race. Shish. Do you want to die? Lord Jin, discussion is strictly prohibited. I was so lucky when I just came back, so handsome, he is so young. I do not know how long it has been. Under the leadership of Jin, the fire disaster. Ark Proverbs and the polar submarine came across the sky and stopped on the coast of Ghost Island. The Beast's Pirates personnel who stayed on Ghost Island were already waiting there to greet them. I am full of curiosity about this walking natural disaster. Ah, isn't this scene a bit too grand? Advertisement? Looking at the densely packed scene, Ren smiled and raised his eyebrows. Behind him, Luo, Lucci, Robin, Wappa, Karina and others were also surprised. After all, you are now a big pirate with a bounty of more than 3 billion belly. Jin shrugged, not taking it seriously. With Ren's current influence, this scene is obviously nothing. After all, no matter how reluctant he is to admit it, he can't deceive his heart. In the past few days alone, Ren's performance on the Naval Headquarters battlefield seemed to have surpassed Ren's overall strength, which was the first of the 3 disasters. It can be said to be the strongest signature of Beast's pirates. Wow. A beautiful woman, who was more than 8 meters tall and looked like a little giant, walked over with a smile on her face. Wearing an off-shoulder kimono with a floating flower pattern, a long golden Katsuyama bun, a pair of long red horns on her head, pearl earrings on her ears, and a knife as a hairpin. Holding a pipe in his hand, he looked at the young and handsome Ren and couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Is this the man with a bounty of 3 billion baileys? What a handsome little guy, surprisingly young. Her skin is snow white, charming and enchanting. The green eyes blinked slightly and winked at Ren. Compared to the rest of the Beast's pirates, she, the flying sixth cell, had already received the news from Jin long ago and knew that this walking natural disaster had joined the Beast's pirates and became the 4th most famous person. Because Jin once asked her to find several beautiful maids for Ren and be responsible for training them well. She is Black Maria, one of the flying 6 cells whose status is second only to the big signboard, and she is in charge of the Flower Street arcade on Ghost Island. Jin was expressionless as he introduced. Lord Jin, I have already sent someone to find the beauty you asked me to look for. Breathing smoke gracefully, Black Maria said. He turned to look at the handsome Ren in front of him. She couldn't help but lick her red lips and said with a smile, but Master Ren, if you want to breed descendants for the Lunarian tribe, I think I am very suitable. She was born in Wano-kuni, although he joined the Beast's pirates since he was a child because he had acquired the fruit ability of the spider fruit, ancient species, and Gel's rose ancient wolf spider. But since childhood, he has been influenced by the unique culture of Wano-kuni and the atmosphere of the law of the jungle of Beast's pirates. Black Maria has a strong character. I admire those who are truly strong and hate those who are weak and lustful. He especially likes to torture those who are self-righteous and do not know their own abilities, enjoying their screams as they fell from heaven to hell. Originally, she had accidentally seen Jin's handsome appearance, and she wanted to pursue this fire calamity, but unfortunately the other party seemed not interested in women. I'm thinking about whether to target the Kaido-sama. Unexpectedly, another younger and more handsome person appeared, and his strength was probably even stronger than Jin. He was chasing after the governor of the blood prison, Ren. Make her eyes light up. A great interest arose, especially since she was on Ghost Island and had followed the live broadcast of the battle in the past few days. Witnessed Ren's monster strength and brilliant strategy. It simply blew away the rest of Beast's pirates, young, handsome, strong. This made Black Maria excited. Isn't this the man I want most? The only thing that made her a little regretful, maybe the opponent is too small. But that's okay, so handsome after all. The corners of Ren's mouth twitched. Advertisement looking at the tall and sexy Black Maria in front of me, she is indeed very beautiful. I have to admire, this woman is really charming. Every point is reflected in his aesthetics. The key is not only big enough, and it's very white. Give birth to? Wait, I'm so shameless. Damn it, it's not your turn. Nami, Lan Chi, Karina and other girls, their eyelids jumped instantly. They all glared at Dark Maria, full of hostility, and their teeth were itching with anger. This bitcha is so shameless that he actually recommended himself. Want to reproduce for Ren? Are they all dead? She can't even get her turn in the queue, right? Haha, are you all Lord Ren's companions? Holding the pipe in hand, he took a puff. My eyes glanced at Nami, Lan Chi, Karina and other girls who looked unhappy. Exhaling smoke gracefully, Black Maria was full of charm, and said with a careless smile, I'm sorry, a man like Lord Ren doesn't belong to just one woman. I don't mind being with him. We all serve the same husband. Said, she boldly winked at Ren in front of her and asked charmingly, Master Ren, what do you think? Is that Maria? People naturally don't have stage fright. Crossing her arms, she examined Black Maria. He didn't agree directly, but said with a smile, I will consider it. To be honest, Master Bachi, he also likes it very much. Moreover, he has multiple transformation forms. The difference in body shape is not a problem at all for him. However, he doesn't want everything. He has no interest in incense burners or anything like that. This guy Ren is obviously really interested, with her knowledge of Ren. Kaido-sama is still waiting. Scumbag, hear the words. This shameless woman is really big, but there is nothing to be done. The other party has never concealed the fact that he is carefree. No wonder there was no outright rejection. Playful Ren. Even Robin has to admit it. As long as Ren likes it, his uncle will naturally not object to anything. Each one of them showed a resentful look, full of jealousy and a little angry. He didn't care at all about Black Maria's thoughts. We still have to investigate and investigate. Nami, Lan Chi, Karina, Violet and other girls all stopped talking. Okay, stop it. Maria definitely the guy's favorite type. Jin looked calm. Chapter 267 Yamato. Conqueror's Collision Open Black Lens Bracket 5th Update Close Black Lens Bracket. Oh, Lord Ren, too young, so handsome, I really want to give him a monkey. The monster known as the Walking Disaster. I heard that Lord Ren has just turned 17. If you haven't seen the live broadcast with your own eyes, you can't believe it. He is the man who killed Naval Headquarters Marshal Buddha Sengoku. I never expected that such a big shot would directly join our Beast's pirates. Are those people Lord Ren's companions? They all look very strong. I heard that even world government's CP9 was conquered by him? Did you see that? The one with a mustache and doves on his shoulders? His name is Rob Lucci. He is known as the most talented CP9 in the past 800 years. He was once a colleague of Mr. Fozzie Ford. This way, we Beast's pirates will be invincible. In the square of Ghost Island, looking at the blood prisoner walking side by side with Jin and Luo, Lucci, Kaku, Chanlun and others behind him. The pirates from the countless beast groups all moved out of the way in unison. They were all excited and full of excitement. There was cheering all the time. Oh, and on the high platform, a tall, bloated figure with sharp teeth curled his lips. He has long green hair and wears a military cap with 2 horns. He is clearly a fishman. As one of the Flying Six Cells, Sasaki stayed on the Ghost Island and did not go out to fight. He looked at the ridiculously young figure, his eyes filled with unspeakable jealousy. Since he formed a pirate group and went to sea, he has obtained the ability of the dragon fruit, ancient species, and triceratops form, and entered the new world with high spirits. Unexpectedly, when challenging the Beast's pirates, they suffered an unprecedented defeat. Being conquered by Kaido, he joined the Beast's pirates in awe of his invincible power. With great difficulty, he stood out from countless pirates and became the Flying Sixth Cell among the Beast's pirates, second only to the big signboard. As soon as the other party turned 17, he was invited by Kaido to join the Beast's pirates and became the 4th natural disaster. How to convince Sasaki? After all, even the fire disaster among the 3 disasters. He has never been convinced and believes that he is fully capable and serves as the flagship of Beast's pirates. Not only him, but at least half of the Flying Six Cells have this idea, and usually ignore the 3 disasters that are higher than him and others. Someone who can make them truly admire and fear from the bottom of their hearts. There is only the governor of the Beast's pirates, Kaido. Even Jin couldn't directly command them. The name Kaido of the Beasts must be used to suppress these rebellious guys. Make them behave. One sentence. Lousy can't beat you. But Lousy just refuses to accept you, even including Sasaki. There are many people among the Flying Six Cells who can be said to be ambitious. He always covets the position of Big Sign, want to bring down the Three Disasters. Trying to replace it, it's just good luck. I'm from the same race as Jin, and has a special racial talent. I got lucky and got the ability of the Phantom Beast species. See ran for a blood prison. Kaido, the Beast, did not hesitate to throw such a big welcome ceremony. Sasaki, the Flying Sixth Cell, said sourly, to this day. Advertisement Jin is the Lunarian identity. Although he himself did not admit it personally, many people had already guessed it. After all, in that war that attracted worldwide attention, neither the fallen angel, Azazel nor Ren himself concealed anything. The gray hair, the black wings, the flames on the back of the head. These characteristics are exactly the same. How could this make him not jealous? Such racial talents and Phantom Beast species fruit abilities. If you give him Sasaki, his confidence will not be inferior to his opponent. Oh, Ren, you're finally here. Looking at the young figure who followed Jin. Kaido, who was sitting on the high platform, laughed and stood up in high spirits. But don't wait for Kaido to finish. A flash of scarlet flashed in Ren's eyes. As if he had foreseen something, he suddenly looked to the right. Brush. The next moment, a swift figure suddenly crossed the crowd. Rushed towards Ren Bao. It shocked many people. Thunder 8 trigrams. Between the electric light and flint, a swift strike from the mace. Surrounded by the powerful Haki, he struck hard, the technique of cutting the sky and drawing the sword. Ren's eyes narrowed. The blade that was ready to go was already unsheathed like lightning. Black and red lightning intertwined, as fast as thunder and lightning. Cracked out hard. Kang, two weapons, colliding in the air. A strong shock wave swept across suddenly, boom boom. Accompanied by violent airwaves, the earth cracked open directly. Countless gravels were carried by the strong wind and blown in all directions. Yuahuhu. Except for a few people such as Jin, Huolun, and Lucci. Many people around were shouting and were directly hit by the strong wind. It flew out hard. Crack. Bang. Black and red lightning kept spreading. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki collision caused many people to foam with the mouth and faint. Conqueror's collision? It's Master Yamato. Master Ren indeed has that kind of qualification. Hiss. Their weapons didn't reach directly sudden upheaval. It made countless people change their colors in shock. A pirate named Beast's Pirates. Advertisement. They all couldn't help but gasp, looking in disbelief at the two figures who were confronting each other with astonishing momentum. Luo, Lucci, Wappa and others, who immediately retreated, could not help but stand on end. They thought that the Beast's pirates suddenly turned against them and were going to attack them and others, so they prepared to fight back. But Ren's voice rang out from their minds immediately. They were all a little surprised and confused, but he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the Beast's pirates really wanted to plot against them and suddenly turned against them, they would be in big trouble. After all, this is the home of the Beast's pirates. Are you the blood prison? Holding a mace with a hemispherical protrusion but very smooth. The figure with horns on his head, wearing a loose white kimono, tied with a purple string, and a Boruo mask, looked directly at Ren in front of him. Crisp sound. You can tell she is a woman. Are you the daughter of Boss Kaido? Ren looked relaxed. Looking at the mysterious figure wearing a Boruo mask in front of him, he had a playful smile on his face. But he recognized the other party's identity immediately. Allah, this is really amazing. Witnessing the collision of the two, Black Maria smiled. She looked at Ren, her eyes filled with indescribable brilliance. He gently held the beautiful cheek and said with a smile, such a powerful and handsome Lord Ren is really fascinating. Master Yamato, don't be too presumptuous. Jin, who was wearing a mask and could not see his face clearly, was frowning. He looked directly at Yamato and said in a deep voice, 987, today is not a day for you to mess around. For this young Master Yamato who was a little abnormal in his mind. He was also a little helpless. After all, even Kaido, the lousy, was educated with 2 sticks for 3 days. Neither of them could reverse the other party's rebellious thoughts. What? Is he the daughter of Kaido? Wait, wrong. Is that guy a boy or a girl? Why did he suddenly attack Ren? Nami, Lucci, Karina, Brian Tunney and others were all a little surprised. He retreated to a distance and looked at the figure confronting Ren. Full of confusion and astonishment. Ren just said that the other party is Kaido's daughter. But Jin calls him master again. How is this going? I am Yamato, Kaido's son. Yamato wearing a mask. Full of excitement, he loudly asked Ren, I just want to ask you one thing, is Ace really dead? Master Yamato, are you still determined to give up? Sharp eyes fixed on Yamato. Jin's tone was full of indifference, and he said in an unceremonious cold voice. We should have told you, right? Fire Fist is dead. He was punched through the chest by Admiral Akainu. There is no way he can survive. Since he came back with Kaido, young Master Yamato couldn't wait to run up to them and ask them this question. After they took the trouble to answer that Fire Fist Ace had been killed by Akainu, they were madly sure that the other party was not dead. He keeps saying that he has the life card of Fire Fist. However, he and Kaido, the beast, witnessed it with their own eyes. Fire Fist Ace was wearing a sea stone and unable to resist, and was punched through the body by Akainu's magma fist, and his internal organs were burned. The other party is not immortal. How could it be possible to survive? Chapter 268. A loving father and a filial son, thundering 8 trigrams. Open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. This idiot son. And on the high platform. The ceremony to welcome Ren, the fourth scourge, was disrupted. Kaido, the beast, couldn't help but his complexion turned black, the veins on his forehead popped out, and he clenched his huge fists. The terrifying tiger eyes glared fiercely at Yamato, who was confronting Ren and asking about Ace's condition again, and said angrily, "Yamato, are you still so stubborn? Then didn't you see the live broadcast of the battlefield on Ghost Island? Why don't you just want to believe it? Fire Fist Ace is dead." "No, Ace is not dead." Yamato is full of excitement. He gave Ren a hard blow and retreated violently, in the surprised eyes of Nami, Robin, Lucci and others. She took off her mask directly, revealing a delicate and beautiful face, which made people unable to believe it. "A whole dad." She clenched her fists, her eyes were red, and said loudly to Kaido on the high platform, "His life is stuck here with me, he is absolutely fine." "You guy." Kaido was enraged. "Grab the mace Bajiji next to you and rush directly to the square. Teach this ignorant son a lesson. Ace, that guy is indeed not dead." But before he could get angry, Kaido began to transform into a blue dragon. Suddenly, Ren's calm voice echoed in the square. He, Jin, and everyone else in the Beast's pirates were all stunned. "What?" Everyone stared blankly at Ren. Some couldn't believe it and thought they heard it wrong. "What are you talking nonsense about?" Yamato was excited to retort, but his eyes widened and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. The whole person rushed forward in surprise and joy and came to Ren. On the pretty face full of joy, there was some indescribable excitement. "Really? Is Ace really still alive? Ren, are you telling the truth? It's not just Kaido." Jin next to him was equally surprised. Nami, Robin, Huo Lun, Dr. Brian and others who had already known about it were naturally not surprised. "I didn't expect that you actually have that guy's life card." Ren looked at Yamato in front of him and said nonchalantly, "Yes, the real Fire Fist is not dead. I had a deal with a big shot of the Roger Pirates and saved him. The one that Akainu got rid of was the imposter that I had already sent someone to infiltrate into naval headquarters to replace. It was impossible to hide the news that Ace was still alive. Therefore, he was not prepared to hide it, and soon spanned him over there. Advertisement we will also find some clues in due course. Make a fortune." What? For a moment, the entire audience was stunned. Throughout Beast's Pirates, countless jaws dropped to the floor. Looking at Ren in disbelief. Did this man trick Marine and the whole world with his magnificence? Oh. The giant cyan dragon came across the sky. Gives people unlimited pressure. Nami, Babo, Karina, Violet and others couldn't help but feel a little numb. Although they have all seen Kaido transform into a blue dragon in the live broadcast, and even Nami, Violet and others have witnessed it with their own eyes on the battlefield. But this is the moment to really face the 4 emperors up close. Still couldn't help but shudder, breaking into a cold sweat. "Is the Roger Pirates trading with you?" Jin looked at Ren in shock. "I simply don't know what to say. Great, Ace is not dead after all." Yamato was filled with excitement and cried with joy. "I see. Is this why you mastered Roger's special skill, divine evasion?" The giant cyan dragon turned into a human form, and Kaido, the beast, looked at Ren in surprise. Thinking back to the Summit War, the opponent used One Piece Roger's swordsmanship more than once. I felt a little relieved. I also took advantage of the opportunity to get the sword ACE that Roger, the Pirate King, used during his lifetime. People were smiling. He raised the blade in his hand. He looked at Kaido of the Beasts and said with a smile, "I asked someone to change the handle of the knife. Even you, the Kaido boss who has dealt with Roger before, can't recognize it, right? The style of the handle, it has been changed by him letting Dr. Brian use the munch fruit ability. Because he really doesn't like Western swords, he still likes the style of Japanese swords. This is really amazing news." The Black Maria on the side was full of surprise. Her beautiful eyes were full of incredulity and she smiled, as expected of Master Ren. "What? Real or fake? One Piece Roger's sword. Advertisement, Gulu. The legendary supreme sharp knife?" Everyone else looked at Ren in shock. In other words, they all subconsciously stared at the gleaming sword in his hand. "Is that knife so big? That guy Roger's knife?" Kaido looked at the completely unrecognizable blade in surprise and sighed. "No wonder, I almost didn't recognize it. Did you use Roger's knife to buy Roger's son's life?" He grinned there and laughed nonchalantly. Those old guys from the Roger Pirates really know how to do business. Oh, he really didn't expect it. Ren actually had a deal with members of the Roger Pirates. Fire Fist Ace was saved silently. Marine and world government were severely beaten. Those guys are now starting to spread the word, claiming that they have executed Fire Fist. But the Pirate King Roger is really unexpected. sheathing the supreme sword, Ace, which was changed into a tachi. Ren shrugged and said with a smile, "You actually named your son after your own weapon. I have to say that the supreme sharp knife is quite easy to use. Regardless of its sharpness or toughness, it is far from being comparable to ordinary good knives and large knives. It's quite handy to use. Eh, Ace?" Yamato's eyes widened. "What does Roger's knife have to do with Ace? I'll talk about these digressions later." Kaido waved his hand. Yes, he is not interested at all in whether Fire Fist is dead or alive. A pair of captivating tiger eyes stared at his daughter Yamato. "Yamato, how dare you destroy the welcome ceremony specially prepared by Lousy for Ren, are you ready?" "A hole daddy." Yamato's expression changed, but she gritted her teeth and held the mace in her hand tightly. There he stood ready, looking directly at Kaido, the beast, without showing any weakness, and said loudly, "I am Kazuki Oden, I will not be afraid of you." Kazuki Oden again. The veins on Kaido's forehead popped out, and his eyes were full of violence. Oden, when will your distorted thoughts be corrected by Lousy?" Invisible tongue. A violent and unrivaled aura emerged from his body. Nami, Robin, Lucci and others couldn't help but feel a little frightened. "No matter what you say, I just want to be Thunder 8 trigrams." Boom boom. Chapter 269 Spandam and 5 Elders, second update. And at this moment, the top of the red line, holy place Mariajoy among the powers. "What did you say?" The 5 elders were shocked and angry. Examining the trembling figure in a suit and leather suit in front of him, he asked, "Are the people executed by Kainu an imposter?" The government official kneeling in front of them was actually Spandam, the top officer of CP9. "Yes, Your Excellency 5 elders." Spandam, who was sweating coldly, reported nervously. "We have found out that in a remote village not far from Calm Belt, there is a young fisherman with a similar build and appearance to Fire Fist Ace. But not long ago, the young fisherman suddenly disappeared and was suspected of being kidnapped. In addition, the spies lurking in the Sabaody archipelago 2 days ago also discovered that the cadres of the Whitebeard Pirates were surprised to find that after the war, the life card of Fire Fist Ace did not burn to ashes but was intact. They thought it might be I got it mixed up, it's someone else's life card. Integrating these, coincidental, information, we have reason to suspect that Fire Fist Ace may not be dead, but may have been transferred. After all, that fisherman is just a weak ordinary person. As long as he uses some hypnosis methods, he can be fooled into thinking that he is Fire Fist Ace. Speaking of which, Spandam paused and then added, "We have found out that in East Blue, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, 100 Plan, Crow, who was defeated by the Strawhat Pirates, once used this method to escape from his shell." 777. The guy from 100 Stratagems, Crow found a stand-in and hypnosis him. He pretended to be defeated in the battle with Marine and allowed the stand-in to be arrested by Marine, while he escaped from Marine's pursuit and remained anonymous. If it wasn't for the encounter with the Straw Hat Pirates, Marine would never know that the real 100 Stratagem, Crow was still alive. Hear the words. The faces of the 5 elders change. Somewhat livid and extremely angry, Scientific Defense Marshal God, Saint Satan was leaning on crutches, with veins popping out of his palm. "Damn, that means we were fooled." But based on their previous performance on the battlefield, the Whitebeard Pirates don't have the ability to rescue people in the heavily guarded deep-sea prison and under the eyes of the powerful Marine executives, right? Financial God of War. Nasushiro Seiji said in a deep voice to first-generation Kitetsu, "And if the Whitebeard Pirates can do this, they won't obediently come to die." Yes, so we infer that it was probably Blood Prison Ren who did it. Spandam swallowed. There he said cautiously, "After all, the traitors of CP9 have joined his command. It is completely possible to rely on the special ability of the Gate Fruit to come and go from naval headquarters freely. It is entirely possible to transfer people under Marine's nose, of Blood Prison Ren? It's him again? Advertisement? That damn brat. What a restless guy." When the 5 elders heard this, they were filled with emptiness and annihilation. The terrifying murderous intent almost scared the timid Spandam to the point of peeing. "Wait a minute, why do you say he transferred people to naval headquarters? What if he had already sneaked into the deep-sea prison and transferred people to others?" The blonde, farming martial god, Peter Saint crossed his arms and frowned. Looking at Spandam, he asked in a deep voice. "That's right, mainly because we speculate that this possibility is unlikely." Spandam hurriedly explained. With his lawless and unscrupulous character, if he had sneaked into the deep-sea prison long ago, the one who released those villains would not be the clown Buggy, but the Blood Prison Ren. Moreover, we contacted naval headquarters and found some clues. On the day of the execution, at 3 o'clock in the morning, the signal of the surveillance phone bug had been interfered with. Although it only lasts for 30 seconds, sometimes it is enough to record a lot of things. He was secretly relieved. Fortunately, Blood Prison Ren does things without leakage. In fact, people did sneak into naval headquarters, briefly disrupting the credibility of the phone bug. Otherwise, it will easily arouse suspicion. Is that so? That be asterisk 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 D. It's really wanton. The 5 elders looked ugly. According to Spandam's intelligence, they can basically confirm it. It is possible that Fire Fist Ace, who has been publicly executed by the world government and has been reported and publicized with great fanfare, is still alive. But what is his purpose in rescuing Fire Fist Ace? Legal martial god, Saint Wuchuli put his elbows on his knees, crossed his fingers, and said solemnly, "The bloodline of Roger the Pirate King is still alive, So it won't do that guy any good, right? He used to be the vice captain of the Strawhat Pirates. It is not impossible to save his brother for Strawhat Luffy. Environmental martial god, Moshe Sheng said thoughtfully there. Then why didn't you notify the White, AFCF, Beard Pirates in advance? Sengoku frowned. Those guys didn't know anything about it, and they stupidly went to Marineford to start a war. I think that although he saved Fire Fist Ace for some reasons, he may have deliberately allowed the Whitebeard Pirates to start a war with naval headquarters based on his own ambitions. Peter Sane speculated. The purpose should be to make the naval headquarters and the Whitebeard Pirates fight to the death, so that they can benefit from it. Advertisement, it turns out that he did succeed. Nasushiro Sage pushed up his glasses and said with a sinister look on his face. He relied on his own efforts to reverse the situation that was originally good for Marine. It even caused heavy losses to the naval headquarters. The dignified Marine Marshal and the Admiral of Headquarters were attacked and killed one after another. It can be said to be the most ridiculous and worst thing in history. Whether it is naval headquarters or the world government, it can be said that they have been disgraced. Speaking of which, none of the 5 elders present looked very good looking. The world government, which has firmly ruled this sea for hundreds of years and is aloof, has its face repeatedly pushed to the ground by a young brat. But they have been unable to catch each other, which is really annoying. What is puzzling is that it is said that the swordsmanship used by Ren in the naval headquarters was the famous skill of the Pirate King Roger in his right arm, Pluton, Silver Rayleigh in the past. The unsheathed first-generation Kitetsu knocked on the floor, and Nasturose said in a deep voice. Indeed, he is young and was born in the remote East Blue and has not even entered the New World. How can he know such confidential information as the red-haired Shank's identity as a celestial dragon's? Moshe Sheng nodded, full of surprise. He was not particularly surprised that Blood Prison Ren knew the information that the world government had destroyed a country in 3 years. After all, the Lunarian tribe, which has been hunted and hunted by the world government for hundreds of years, can be regarded as a race with a long heritage. It's not too surprising to know this, but they didn't expect that the other party even knew the true identity of the red-haired Shanks. Logically speaking, it really shouldn't be, Your Excellency 5 elders, regarding this issue. Spandam hurriedly added. According to our investigation, Pluton Rayleigh had been living in seclusion there before Ren in the Blood Prison made trouble in the Sabadi archipelago, but he disappeared afterwards. So, we have reason to make a bold guess. There may be some kind of deal between Blood Prison Ren and Pluton Rayleigh. He may even have accepted Pluton Rayleigh's commission and secretly saved Fire Fist Ace. Could it be that Pluton Rayleigh told him the identity of red-haired Shanks? Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, the expressions of the 5 elders change. His eyes were cold and somewhat furious. Damn it, I thought that this reclusive and retired guy would be buried peacefully by the years. Nashu Lang Sheng Lang you said. Even if he is old, is he still a rotten pirate in his bones? Search for me and dig deep to find out the whereabouts of Pluton Rayleigh and Fire Fist Ace. Slapping the coffee table in front of him fiercely, Sengoku ordered angrily. Be sure to find him and deal with him before he returns to the Whitebeard Pirates. The prestige of the world government can no longer be affected. Yes, Chapter 270. The Wine of Bonding, the 4th signature, open black lens bracket 3rd update close black lens bracket. The ceremony officially begins. Please both parties drink the wine of adoption. From now on, the Blood Prison Pirates officially join the Beasts Pirates. Wanokuni, the island of enclosure. In the square, the pirates of Beasts Pirates and Ren's subordinates were gathered around. Not far away, on the thick wall, there was an exaggerated hole that was so densely covered with cracks that it made people sweat. But no one is paying attention at the moment. Each one of them stared at the protagonist in the scene with burning eyes. As the secretary of Kaido, the part-time master of ceremonies stood aside and announced loudly. When, Kaido and Ren sat opposite each other, holding wine glasses with completely different proportions. Clink glasses there officially. Drink it all in one gulp. The wine of the adopted son. It is an unwritten custom in the pirate world. When one pirate group joins another pirate group, both parties will drink sworn wine. Kaido and Ren officially drank the sworn wine in front of the Beasts Pirates and the rest of Ren's team. This means that Ren leads his team and officially joins Beasts Pirates. Boss Kaido, please give me more advice in the future. Ren put down his glass. There he said with a smile. In fact, he didn't officially form a pirate group at all. The Blood Prison Pirates and so on are all the Master of Ceremonies, himself, the Royal King. Oh, you are welcome to join us, Ren, Kaido laughed. How could he not be happy after gaining an admiral with unlimited potential? As for Ren's ambitions, he didn't care at all. Kaido is confident that he is invincible and no one can defeat him. He even arrogantly believes that he can suppress everything with his absolute strength. Sooner or later, you can make the other party completely surrender to you. I believe that in a few years, the 4th biggest star of Beasts Pirates will be here. He will definitely be able to become the right lung of his Kaido of the Beasts like Pluton, Rayleigh, Roger's deputy in one piece. Thereby defeating the Big Mom Pirates, Red Hair Pirates and other forces in one fell swoop, and seizing the throne of the Pirate King. Take the ancient weapon into your arms and launch the world's most pinnacle war. Pull those damn dignitaries across the entire sea into the battlefield. Advertisement create a world of natural selection and survival of the fittest. He firmly believes that that is true equality and freedom. Little ones, listen to me. The intimidating tall figure of Kaido, the beast, stood up. He looked around, raised his right arm high, and shouted with high spirits. I declare that from today on, Copper's Ren will be the fourth biggest sign of our beast's pirates, a natural disaster. Oh, natural disaster, natural disaster, natural disaster. Awesome. Now we beast's pirates are the strongest. Master Ren, how dazzling, no, it's too handsome. Please make me your personal subordinate, beast's pirates, thousands of pirates. They all raised their weapons high and shouted excitedly. Some female beast's pirates members are all attracted by the powerful and handsome Ren and can't help themselves. In this beast's pirates where the strong are respected and the fittest survive. Mu Chang is the true nature of the Dawn Pirates of the Million Regiment. Even Black Maria, the flying sixth cell, is no exception. Of course they're the same. Gulu. That guy won't be beaten to death, will he? Nami looked at the exaggeratedly large holes in the wall that were transparent from the front and back, and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. I met the legendary four emperors for the first time and found out how cruel the governor of beasts was. Although before coming here, Ren had already introduced the general situation of beasts' pirates to all of them. No matter how much love they have and how much they sympathize with the people of Wano Kuni, they can only act within the framework of the rules set by the Lu pirates until they are unable to completely reverse and change everything. But she couldn't help but be really frightened by Kaido. Is this really the biological father? He actually beat his own daughter mercilessly in public. It is simply incredible that the other party can survive to this day. I still have energy, but I may have to lie down for a while. There was a strange light shining in his eyes. Violet shrugged and said helplessly. Observing the embarrassed figure that was flown out by Hong and embedded in some ruins, covered in blood. Zero, please give me flowers. It was as if he had been beaten unconscious. If nothing else, I will probably have to lie down for a few more days. She was also frightened by the previous stick education Kaido gave to Yamato. Advertisement. Sure enough, these pirates are really more cruel than the last, and can even be said to be ruthless. A biological daughter can be cruel enough to beat her so violently. She is so pitiful, and Manchili, whose face turned pale with fright, hid on Violet's body. Somewhat uneasy, he poked his little head out of his fourth-dimensional pocket, holding his little hands, with tears in his eyes. The little girl grabbed a strand of Violet's hair and whispered, Sister Violet, let's go and treat her. Haha, the sisters just arrived and don't understand the situation yet. The Black Maria on the side held a pipe in her hand and took a puff gracefully. Exhaling the smoke lightly, he said with a smile, just get used to it. Master Yamato often makes Master Kaido angry, so he will get beaten at every turn. However, after all, she has inherited Kaido-sama's bloodline. She is quite resistant to beatings. She will be alive and kicking again in 2 days. Younger sister? We're not that familiar, are we? Wait a minute, I seem to be older than you. Hear the words. Nami, Lan Chi, Karina and other girls, their eyelids twitched and they glared angrily. Who is your sister? This shameless woman. It doesn't matter if you don't accept it. That is indeed too big to compare with. The heroic and high-spirited Nami, Karina, national women of Wei. Green eyes. Robin spread his hands and chuckled. The opponent is too powerful. How dare you shamelessly come together and want to be their sister? His eyes glanced at Nami, Lan Chi, Violet and other women. He looked down at himself. Even she was helpless. Teeth itching with anger. Is he really older than me? All of a sudden, he was beaten to pieces. I couldn't help but feel discouraged and a little discouraged. The confident Black Maria, with teasing eyes in her eyes, said with a smile, I should be older than you, right? Ah, it's really not comparable in this aspect. This difference is not just a tiny bit. Chapter 271. Fei Liu Bao Quota. The angry Sasaki open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Cheers, come on, I respect you, Boss Kaido. Oh, in the luxurious hall. Kaido, Jin, and Ren were sitting across from each other. As for Black Maria, one of the flying 6 cells, she was sitting there kneeling elegantly, smiling and leading the geisha under her, as everyone played the shamisen for fun. That stringy gaze never left Ren for a moment. It doesn't taste pleasant to drink like this. Ren threw away the glass. In the shocked eyes of Kaido, Jin, Sasaki and others. His whole body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his whole body was covered with red scales. But the face and limbs retained human characteristics. Moreover, the size was so exaggerated that it ballooned to about 8 meters tall. He seems to be taller than Kaido in front of him. Make Black Maria's eyes light up. Getting bigger? Sasaki was stunned. He remembered the war at Naval Headquarters. The opponent's 190 image has also become as big as the giant's. Isn't your human animal form only over 3 meters tall? Jin said in surprise. Oh, hey, that's interesting. I can't understand your transformation. Kaido carried the wine barrel and took a big gulp of wine. Looking at Ren with some confusion, he bared his teeth and said, logically speaking, even if it is a rare phantom beast species, Zone should only have 3 stages of transformation, right? The Straw Hat's ship doctor once developed a drug that can directly interfere with the wavelength of Zone Devil Fruit's ability to transform. Ren shrugged and said nonchalantly, combined with the return of life that I accidentally discovered when I was practicing alone on a desert island since I was a child, I can freely control the frequency of transformation to a certain extent without the help of drugs. You can even achieve partial animal transformation. Of course, if you want to become bigger in the human-animal form, you can only use drugs to influence it. There's nothing to hide, because he himself often uses blue wave balls in battles. Those with zone abilities under my command will definitely use blue wave balls to fight in the future, which will easily attract attention. If it had been anyone else, even if they got the blue wave ball, it would be just an ordinary enhancement and multiple transformations. If he wanted to achieve such a free transformation, even Lu Chi couldn't do it right now. There may be some hope for him in the future. So, is it the same drug as the one developed by that guy Quinn? Jin suddenly nodded. For Beast's Pirates, this isn't anything unusual. Advertisement Quinn has also developed similar drugs. Whether it's Black Maria or Jack the Drow, they all use similar drugs, allowing them to maintain the upper body of a human while in human animal form. It's really amazing, Lord Ren. Black Maria's gaze is bold and fiery. Putting down the shamisen, he smiled and said, I like you more and more. Young, handsome, powerful. Now, even the problem of body shape can be solved. Her eyes were blurred, and her whole body felt a little soft just thinking about it. Oh, hey, partial transformation? Kaido raised an eyebrow. But I'm not particularly interested. After all, he believes that apart from his ultimate move, the Fire Dragon Torch, the human-animal form is the best fighting form. The Liquor Dragon 8 trigrams he developed also changed the wavelength of Devil Fruit's transformation. To a certain extent, it is equivalent to those drugs. With your joining, Master Ren, we Beast's Pirates will be even more powerful. The task will be to play for fun. Leave it to the geishas under my command. Black Maria arrived at Ren's side. He poured the wine for him and said with a smile, Unfortunately, the 2 adults, Quinn and Jack, and the other 6 flying brothers have gone to war. It's okay, they will all come back during the Fire Festival in more than a month. Baisho Kaido laughed there and said, Speaking of which, it's been a long time since Senji and Fei Liubao reunited. This time, it must be lively and lively. Oh. Kaido-sama, you are wrong. Black Maria reminded, there will be 4 plagues from now on. That's right. Beast's Kaido punishes himself with a drink. Ren also had a drink with Kaido, Jin and others. Speaking of which, Mr. Kaido, how should we arrange the people under Ren? Jin asked there. You should have noticed the giant ape under him, right? Want to expand the flying 6 cells, or squeeze out one person? In his opinion, not to mention others, that great ape King Kong. Definitely qualified to become a Fei Liubao. It may even be stronger than he imagined, and its aura is quite dangerous. Moreover, he is also an esper in the form of a fantasy beast and a titan, so maybe even Droughtjack may not be his opponent. What? Advertisement Sasaki, who was feeling unhappy at first, but because he didn't dare to disobey the will of Kaido, the beast, had to come over to keep him company. Sasaki's smile froze. He was extremely angry, stared at Jin with fire-like eyes, gritted his teeth and said, Hey, Lord Jin, isn't the joke a bit too big? A beast is worthy enough to become a flying 6 cells, side by side with the rest of us? Even one person has to be squeezed out for it? He was extremely dissatisfied. He put down the wine glass heavily and glared at Jin, the big name. I feel that Jin is simply humiliating them, the 6th generation. Ah, this is really amazing. Black Maria, who was sitting next to Ren, was so bold that she was almost leaning on Ren, full of surprise. The giant ape was wearing clothes but looked like an orangutan and was built like a small giant. Of course she noticed. Unexpectedly, Jin would pay so much attention to it. We must fight for the position of Fei Liubao for him. I'm just telling the truth, it has such qualifications. Jin looked calm and didn't take it seriously. Master Ren's position of big name was appointed by Master Kaido. As far as his monster-like strength is concerned, I personally have no objection at all. Sasaki stood up with a livid face. Somewhat furious, he glanced at Ren, who was smiling but said nothing. The whole person took a deep breath and sneered directly at Jin very rudely. But no matter what, we are Beast's Pirates, not the Fire Calamity Pirates. Lord Jin, you can't do it because of Lord Ren. He is your nephew, so just wait and arrange the positions of Fei Liubao for the people under him, right? In the final analysis, those guys are just newcomers who have just entered the new world. How strong can they be? It's impossible for everyone to be as strong as Lord Ren, right? He looked at Kaido on the main seat and said hurriedly, Master Kaido, this arrangement is really hard to convince the public. Saying that, Sasaki, full of dissatisfaction, looked directly at Black Maria. What do you think, Maria? There are only 6 places for Fei Liubao, and they are already full. Although he is confident that he will not be squeezed out, he definitely does not approve of such a thing. How could a beast be on an equal footing with me? This is simply unreasonable. 5.1. Me? I have no objection. It seems that he is not worried at all that his position as the 6th cell of the Fei dynasty may be squeezed out by others. Black Maria snuggled next to Ren and calmly stated her position. She smiled and said, whatever Mr. Kaido arranges, I will obey you unconditionally. She is confident that she will not be easily replaced. As for the position of the big sign, she has no interest at all as she has never had much ambition. Fei Liubao's power and status were enough for her. Whoever likes to fight, go and fight. Ren was also speechless. This woman was too proactive, so she almost sent her inside. Fortunately, Nami, Robin and others are outside. Otherwise, I'm afraid the jealousy will be overturned. HMPH. Sasaki's face turned dark. This stupid woman can't move when she sees a man. Isn't it just that he is younger than lousy, more handsome than lousy, and a little better than lousy? As for that, Chapter 272 Sasaki. The battle will be over soon. Open black lens bracket 5th update close black lens bracket. Oh, hey, where is Fei Liubao? In the hall. Finish the drink in one gulp. Kaido waved his hand. Okay, Sasaki, Ren is not that ignorant. He has 100% trust in Jin. After all, the other party had already started following him in conquests when he was young. He knows very well what kind of character Jin is. Although it is said that because Ren is his nephew, it is inevitable that he may be biased sometimes, but it will not be too much. Whether it was public or private, he believed Jin could still tell the difference. He naturally paid attention to that eye-catching orangutan, which was as big as a little giant. It was indeed not simple. The astonishing aura alone was actually stronger than the barbarian overlords under his command who were out on the field. He looked at Ren and was a little surprised. I didn't expect that you, the boy, could recruit so many people in less than a month. What kind of luck is that? Just being casual can make so many people willing to follow you. He has been operating in New World for so many years, and it was not easy for him to develop Beast's Pirates to this scale. Kaido had to admit that he was almost jealous. However, fortunately, we are now all members of Beast's Pirates. It's like they are all his subordinates. Boss Kaido, you have given me a reward. Ren put down his glass. He smiled and said, I'm new here, so I don't want to be too high profile. But just when Sasaki thought that the fourth natural disaster was already a little guilty and wanted to give up fighting for the position of flying sixth cell for his subordinates, Ren suddenly changed the topic. 05. However, since Sasaki is not convinced, then Letzi was convinced. If someone wants to give you a slap in the face, how can you have the nerve to refuse? When he first arrived, of course he didn't mind killing a chicken to scare the monkeys and establish his authority. Sasaki, the flying sixth cell, is undoubtedly the best candidate. Do you want to give him eye drops at Kaido's place? Do you really think that this fourth natural disaster is so easy to mess with? Oh, let's use our fists to do the talking. Kaido, the beast, looked directly at Sasaki, the flying six-legged brother, and said, Sasaki, if you can beat the giant ape under Ren's hand, the flying six-legged brother's proposal will be dropped. If it can't be beaten, it will take your place, and you will be reduced to an ordinary real beater. Although he doesn't care much on weekdays, most of the trivial matters are left to Jin to handle. But Kaido naturally knows very well what kind of virtues these flying six cells under his command are. Therefore, I don't mind taking this opportunity to teach these self-esteemed guys some lessons and let them see their status and strength clearly. Save yourself the trouble of improving your own strength. But every now and then, he is very ambitious and wants to challenge big signs such as fire disaster and drought and want to replace them. The whims only add to the jokes. What? Hear the words. Sasaki's expression changed. And if it is downgraded from flying six cells to real fighting. It's not just about being strong that you can overthrow someone immediately and become a Fei Liubao again. Even if you pay attention to the law of the jungle and believe in respecting the strong. But Beast's Pirates still has rules. The flying six cells can only be appointed by the governor of Baisho Kaido. Permission must be obtained before the real fighters below can challenge the flying six cells and replace them. Instead of saying, you want to directly challenge a challenge. That's called subduing one's superiors. It is an act of betrayal that is never allowed and is seeking death. This is why he has long wanted to challenge Jack, the big name of drought. But the reason for the delay in taking action. Advertisement. Then Kaido-sama, what if I win? Sasaki hurriedly said, you can't gain nothing, right? He is still very confident in his own strength. I think that even if I can't defeat Fire Calamity Jin and Labor Calamity Quinn, I may not be able to defeat Drought Jack. They are both ancient ability users, how can they be different? Then I will give you the qualification to challenge the big sign once. At that time, you can directly choose a big sign to challenge. If you win, you will replace it. Baisho Kaido said nonchalantly. He looked at Jin, Ren and the others. What do you think? I have no opinion. Jin naturally didn't take Sasaki seriously. Moreover, he knew very well that Sasaki would definitely lose. Arrogant, but unable to see clearly. A piece of trash is worthy of coveting the position of disaster. It doesn't matter, Ren shrugged, in Beast's Pirates. Except for Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates. The one with the highest status is the big sign, or big signboard. The second is Fei Liubao, and the third is real fight. As for the real fights, most of them are held by strong members, who can be said to be the cadres of Beast's Pirates. The others are givers, laughers, and waiters. This is a newly divided unit of the Beast's Pirates in recent years. The giver is a warrior who has eaten the artificial devil fruit and successfully gained abilities. The laughter is a warrior who ate the artificial devil fruit but failed to gain abilities. Instead, he lost other emotions due to the side effects of the fruit and only knew how to laugh. The waiters are the warriors who are waiting for the opportunity to obtain the artificial devil fruit. It can be said that if it is reduced to a real fight. For Sasaki, this is undoubtedly a big lesson. Of course, the premise is that the other party can survive. That guy King Kong has a violent temper and doesn't know how to be merciful. Oh ha 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 ha, then it's decided. Kaido of the Beasts laughed. That special giant ape that could speak human words could make Jin, who had always been serious and cautious, take him so seriously. It is even thought that it can serve as the flying sixth cell, which shows that it is definitely not a beast with only strength but no IQ like the barbarian tyrant. Therefore, he couldn't help but look forward to the other party's next performance. After all, being able to fight does not mean you are qualified to serve as a flying six cells. In addition to the artificial demon fruit power, the Bestower army has begun to take shape. Under the 100 Beasts Kaido, there is also a special force called the Barbarian Overlords, whose strength is far more powerful than ordinary granders. It was a failed product of the world government's ancient giant race experiment, and he spent a lot of money to buy it. The intelligence is low, but the strength is immense and powerful. It is the embodiment of destruction and destruction. However, those guys are obviously not suitable to be the cadres of Beasts Pirates. Can only be used as a thug. Kaido-sama, Lord Ren. Saw Kaido of the Beasts and Ren coming out. Everyone from Beasts Pirates, as well as Luo, Lucci, Kaku and others who were drinking together stood up one after another. Gathered over. King Kong, come here, on the high platform. Ren crossed his arms. He shouted directly at King Kong, who was getting along well with Lucci and others. Sir Ren. King Kong, who was drinking there, heard Ren calling him and hurriedly threw away the wine jar and walked over. Advertisement come 3 days, thanks to Fukuru's teachings. It has roughly understood the common sense of the human world and understood some rules. Some of the wildness has gradually been worn away by people, and overall it has become a lot docile. Of course, this docility refers to Ren, the master. If anyone provokes it directly on weekdays, the big boss of Ruskina Island became angry. But not many people can bear it. Boss Kaido wants to see your strength. Ren announced directly. Next, you will compete with Sasaki, the flying sixth cell. If you win, you will be the new flying sixth cell. What, is this orangutan going to challenge Lord Sasaki? Isn't it a pet of Master Ren? Is it a special cadre like the monkey in Red Hair Pirates? However, it is incredible that an orangutan can actually talk. Not only Nami, Lucci, Kaku, Robin and others were surprised. As for the Beasts Pirates, all the pirates were stunned. Some were speechless in disbelief. Boss Kaido, why don't we move to a more open place? Looking at the square, which was technically very empty, Ren said with a smile. Otherwise, if that guy King Kong loses all his power later, it would be bad to destroy this place. 697. Oh, Kaido, Jin, Black Maria and others couldn't help but raise their eyebrows when they heard this. Isn't such a big square empty enough? This is a very large square specially built by the Beasts Pirates to hold banquets and celebrations. Even the ancient giants like the barbarians can easily accommodate it. I don't think it's necessary, Sasaki finished. I couldn't wait to jump off the high platform and landed on the square. Roar. The whole person immediately turned into a human animal form. There are 3 horns on the head and the face is ferocious. He held the giant sword in his hand, looked at the great ape king in front of him, and said confidently, the battle will be over soon. He couldn't defeat Blood Prison Ren, and he couldn't defeat a beast under the opponent's hands? Being big doesn't mean you are strong. The ancient giants like the barbarian tyrants are not afraid of themselves. Are you still afraid of a giant ape that can only be considered a dwarf among the giants? The words have not yet finished. It sounded like a bell, deafening. You are right, it will be over soon, little doubting. Unceremoniously, he raised the fist that was so big that it was filled with astonishing thunder and lightning, making people's scalp numb. It was originally 12 meters tall, but it grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a giant titan ape that covered the sky and the sun. The huge figure had to bend down, but even considering the need to accommodate the ancient giants of the barbarian overlords, the height of the square must be no less than 100 meters. Boom boom. He blasted towards Sasaki who was feeling cold and frightened. Joke. Wah wah. Yan Su. The great ape king was extremely ferocious and astonishing thunder and lightning erupted all over his body. A deafening roar echoed. FK me. Roar. Huh. Even Haki didn't bother to wrap around and just crushed the atmosphere, arousing extremely fierce wind pressure. Huge fierce eyes looked down fiercely at Sasaki, whose eyes suddenly widened and his expression changed drastically. Everyone's color changed in shock and their eyes were filled with disbelief. It still nearly burst the ceiling, the extremely ferocious Titan ape. Chapter 273 King Kong. Cadres equals food plus wine. Boom. All of a sudden it seemed to have caused a big earthquake. The entire ghost island was trembling with wolves. The sea surface was boiling with turbulent waves. Woohoo! Smoke and dust billowed into the sky. The fierce wind pressure swept away countless pieces of rubble, raging everywhere. The astonishing airwaves released a large number of pirates and wolves who were too close. Let them fall with bloody heads and screams in terror. A long time, the smoke gradually dispersed, under everyone's shocked eyes. Wah wah GG, threads of lightning intertwined, illuminating everything in all directions extremely pale. An unbelievably huge and extremely ferocious Titan ape stood there with a height of over 100 meters. In the huge square, the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters cracked and collapsed, turning into messy ruins. Huge crisscrossing cracks spread directly to the wall of the giant skeleton building. A figure covered in blood, extremely miserable and inhuman shape. Lying there not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Goo, circle. Lord Sasaki, I must be dreaming. Gulu. Is this really the orangutan? It's too big to fit in the square. A person with abilities? They're actually bigger than those guys like the barbarian tyrants. Tear it up. Lord Sasaki, the sixth flying cell, was crushed in an instant. So amazing. A pirate named Beast's Pirates. Everyone opened their mouths wide, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. He stared blankly at the terrifying Titan ape that seemed to block out the sky and the sun, and was filled with astonishing electric light. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and some couldn't speak quickly. Advertisement, it was even more shocking, breaking into a cold sweat. This is truly an incredible monster. Black Maria followed Ren's side, looking up at the behemoth whose size was so exaggerated that people couldn't help but feel intimidated. He glanced again, and saw Sasaki, who was instantly crushed into a human shape by a punch. He didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Rao is her, flying sixth cell. I couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It created a lot of pressure. Oh, hey, a phantom beast type user. That's it. Witnessing this amazing scene, Kaido's eyes lit up. He was surprised and happy. Looking scorchingly at the Titan ape, which was intertwined with thunder and whose size was even more exaggerated than that of the barbarian tyrant, he looked at Flame Calamity Jin and asked directly, Jin, you kid has known this for a long time, right? Can become so huge, and can also control natural elements such as thunder and lightning. Only the rare and rare zone phantom beast species have such complex and diverse abilities. Well, this kind of guy who has no strength but is extremely arrogant should just teach them a lesson and give them a beating. Jin doesn't deny it. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to straighten out the unruly guys in the flying sixth cell. But I didn't expect that Sasaki, who was a user of the dragon fruit, ancient species, and triceratops form, and was not weak among the flying sixth cells, would be killed in one encounter. Looking at the huge Titan ape in front of him, his eyes were full of amazement, and he was filled with emotion. But I didn't expect its power to be so exaggerated. Such strength may even qualify it as a big sign. The mythical Titan can be said to be ridden as a giant hook. Although Jin had already guessed that this giant ape would most likely become bigger, perhaps no less than the ancient giants. But I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. This size directly far exceeded those barbarian tyrants. Especially, looking at the cracks that are visible to the naked eye as they spread up from the high platform below. Even though Jin was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be shocked. With such strength, more than just Fei Liubao, to be honest, being the fifth one Chong is enough. This is obviously a genuine, powerful monster, not comparable to those failed products of the barbarian tyrant. People can actually subdue such a guy and make him docile. It's really incredible. Boss Kaido, King Kong is the boss of a beast island, and he is also a person with the ability of the human fruit, phantom beast species, and Titan form, so he has wisdom no less than that of humans. Ren on the side crossed his arms, looked at Kaido, and said with a smile, I was shocked when I first met it. It's just that I have lived on a desert island for too long, retaining the habits of beasts. I have just arrived in the outside world, and I don't know enough about the habits of the human world. Just give it some time to adapt. Advertisement. If you serve as the flying sixth cell, I think it should be more than enough. Oh, hey, it's the same Ren fruit series as Marine Marshal Buddha's Sengoku. Is it the phantom beast Titan form? Kaido's eyes sparkled. Looking at the Titan ape in front of him, his eyes were full of appreciation. Backquote, Ren, you really gave me a big surprise. If you say so, Ren, let's let him hone his skills as a flying six cells for a while. He couldn't help but be filled with excitement, grinning and said, if nothing goes wrong, we can consider making it the fifth major sign by then. Oh, giggle. As for Sasaki, although his strength is mediocre, he thinks highly of himself and is a loser. If he doesn't die, he's lucky. If he does, he's dead. Okay, King Kong, change back, Ren Chao said to King Kong. Yes, Lord Ren. A bell-like sound echoed. The astonishing electric light gradually dissipated. The Titan ape shrank in size, and King Kong once again returned to his original human form. It scratched its ears, bared its teeth and asked Ren, Kaido and others on the high platform. Then am I the flying sixth cell, now? It is not clear how big a cadre Fei Liubao is. Ah woo. Master Ren is indeed our lucky star as Beast's Pirates. Oh, of course. Your name is King Kong, right? King Kong. King Kong. King Kong. For such a strong man, he certainly doesn't hesitate to be a mere flying sixth cell. But it knows that it should be able to make a lot of delicious food at any time. Red hair pirates can give a monkey cadre status. Of course they, Beast's Pirates, can also arrange for a giant ape to become a big cadre. Kaido looked at King Kong, laughed awesomely, and said, I announce that from today on, you will replace Sasaki and become the new flying six cells. By the way, there's also wine. Oh, King Kong beat his chest, full of excitement. The more the merrier. It's really awesome. Hear the words. We actually brought such a powerful guy. The kind of account that allows you to eat as much as you want. Chapter 274 Fiancé. Excited Yamato opened black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. Alas. The wings flapped. The tall figure swept to the ground. Looking at Sasaki embedded in the ruins, dripping with blood, fat and lifeless. Jin's eyes were filled with disdain, and he turned directly to Luo in the crowd and said, Trafalgar Law, are you an op fruit user? Please give this guy some treatment. Although he is a waste, at least he still has some value. No problem, carrying the field sword ghost cry. Luo smiled and stepped forward to check Sasaki, room scan. A hemispherical transparent barrier opened. It scanned Sasaki's physical condition directly like an X-ray. Tisk, tisk. All the bones in his body are broken. Thanks to him being an ancient esper, his resilience and vitality are far beyond ordinary people. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be dead. Luo was filled with emotion and said to Jin. I'm afraid I won't be able to recover until a few months. As for the healing tears, even their own people can't get enough of that stuff. Get the beasts pirates Fei Liubao in their turn. It doesn't matter, as long as it's not abolished, Jin shrugged. With the addition of Ren, he also brought a large number of powerful guys, including King Kong, a giant ape with the ability to form a fantasy beast and a titan. Although people like Sasaki still have some value, relatively speaking, they are no longer worthy of so much attention. Even next, there were other unruly and arrogant guys from Fei Liubao. Jin was ready to take this opportunity to fight hard. Let them know what the rules are. They have no strength, but each one is more arrogant than the other. They have whims and ambitions and covet the position of a big sign, but they don't want to improve their own strength. It's time to let these stupid and unreachable guys know what awe is. Therefore, he knew that Ren had a paramecia healing fruit user under his command. But he had no intention of letting him treat Sasaki. Ah, Sasaki, that arrogant idiot, on the high platform. Black Maria smiled brightly and reminded, Sir Kaido, just repairing this place will probably take a month. This is something I didn't expect, but it will be fine if it can be repaired before the fire festival comes. Looking at the dilapidated square and the shocking walls with cracks everywhere. Kaido, 100 beasts, also held his forehead helplessly, but even if he didn't care, he said boldly. In comparison, I can still gain an admiral, which surprises me even more. This skeleton building. But he learned from the Skull Mountain on Beehive Island and had others design it. Not only did they invest a lot of manpower and material resources, they also ordered Beasts Pirates personnel to supervise the work, forcing Wanakuna's craftsmen to work day and night. Even so, it still took several years to complete the construction. Fortunately, it was only a small area of damage, so it was not serious damage. Advertisement otherwise Kaido would really feel distressed to death. I've really recovered. Now, in the outer corner of Ghost Island, among the inconspicuous ruins. Yamato, who was half dead and bruised by the merciless blow from Kaido, became alive and kicking again. Surprised and happy, I looked at Nami, Robin, Karina and other girls in front of me with AJFJ, as well as the little man, Manchili in Violet's palm. It's amazing, thank you. You're welcome, it's all Manxili's credit. Nami looked at Yamato and asked curiously. My name is Nami, your name is Yamato, right? I recognize you. You're the navigator of the Strawhat Pirates formed by Ace's brother Strawhat Luffy. Yamato looked at Nami and quickly recognized him. He said with some surprise, I saw your heroic appearance in the war at Naval Headquarters. Everywhere, Luffy and the others are fighting, I will only hold them back. Nami blushed. Said a little embarrassed. No, you are already very courageous to risk your life and follow your friends into such a battlefield. Yamato clenched his fists and said seriously. But no matter what, you are still the daughter of Governor Kaido, right? Robin said with some confusion. Why don't you give in and insist on talking back to him? It stands to reason that as long as you soften up a little bit, you won't be like a prisoner no matter what, right? She pointed at Yamato's seastone handcuffs. That's not okay. Yamato held his head high and shouted. I am Kazuki Oden. I will never bow to that B************* D father. Isn't Kazuki Oden a man? Lan Shi reminded there. That's why I always regard myself as a man. Yamato didn't care and said it was natural. Speaking of which, something came to mind. She took out a dilapidated diary from her arms and said to Robin and others like a treasure. One day, I want to be as free as Kazuki Oden to venture out to sea, and witness the vast sea like his diary. Hear the words. Looking at this Princess Guiji who was a little abnormal in her mind. Robin, Nami, Karina and others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Before entering Wano-kuni, Ren introduced them to the general situation of Beasts Pirates. He even talked about the great name of Kuri, Kazuki Oden. Under the influence of Ren, they already had an overview of Kazuki Oden's deeds. The other party's experience seemed legendary, but at best, he is just a relatively powerful pirate who can read the text of history and was invited aboard the ship by the Roger Pirates. As the heir of Wano-kuni, or even the daimyo of Guri, the other party is obviously unqualified. That is to say, the deeds of dying generously are only slightly worthy of admiration. But in terms of Kazuki Oden playing a good deck of cards, but playing badly at 10 points. They don't think the other person has anything to admire at all. After following the Roger Pirates on their great adventure around the Grand Line, Kazuki Oden completely lost his former courage after returning home. Advertisement. He seemed to have become indecisive, completely different from his previous self. He could have easily expelled the beast's pirates, who were still in their infancy back then. No one else has the strength of Kazuki Oden, and as the successor to General Wanokuni, he is recognized by the daimyo of all regions. As long as we use our brains to manage our business, Wanokuni will never be in its current situation. It is a world power with huge power and strong military force that makes any pirates fear and dare not covet it, and can rival the 4 emperors. What an exciting adventure. Take the Oden Diary. After reading through it, I have to admit that it is indeed wonderfully written. It's a pity that it doesn't involve the truth about the 100 years of blankness that I most want to pursue. But for Robin, who has always been a pragmatic and rigorous thinking archaeologist, the private goods contained in it are naturally unlikely to affect her. You think so too? Yamato was full of excitement. Ever since that day, after witnessing Kazuki Oden's legendary hour execution as if he was ready to die, I have determined to become a great partner like Gochu. Return the Oden Diary to the other party, staring at the Princess Oni, who admires Kazuki Oden a little exaggeratedly. Robin was speechless, was about to say something. I'm sorry, Master Yamato. At this time, Black Maria's tall and sexy figure, Shirin, walked over. Holding the pipe in hand, he smiled and said, I think you may not be able to become Kazuki Oden. I heard that your father, Governor Kaido, has betrothed you to Lord Ren. In other words, you are now his fiancé. HMPH. Nami, Karina and other women made faces directly at him. Asterisk. Nani? Black Maria on the side smiled and said, I'm also looking forward to Master Ren's next performance. Don't worry, no matter what, she is still the only daughter of the Governor of Beasts. Yamato's expression changed. He jumped up in shock. Fiancé? Are you kidding me? She was filled with excitement. In other words, what she admires is no longer Kazuki Oden, but the fantasy named Kazuki Oden. I have been completely immersed in my own fantasy, thinking of Kazuki Oden as a perfect person. Robin, nothing will happen, right? Miss Robin, you were right. Looking at Yamato's disappearing figure, Nami asked worriedly. You can't persuade this kind of person, but it may be counterproductive. Only Ren can help her break this illusion and reverse her paranoid thoughts. Robin spread his hands and said helplessly, I was just influenced by Kazuki Oden's deeds since I was a child. In addition, the governor failed to guide me correctly. In the long run, the poison has been too deep. Carrying the mace, he ran towards the square. I will never approve of that. D father. Chapter 275 Ren, I'm just interested in your body. Come, cheers, in the hall. Drinking and drinking each other, Jin, Ren, Kaido. The 3 of them were sitting across from each other, drinking happily. Because there were only 3 of them, even Jin took off his mask and revealed his true appearance. Master Yamato, Master Kaido and the others are drinking inside, please don't disturb. Get away, bang bang, at this time. There was a commotion outside, along with several screams. Yamato became angry. He barged in with a mace. Hold dad, Yamato, you actually recovered so quickly? Looking at the lively Yamato, Kaido was surprised. In the past, I received severe beatings from him, and it lasted for 2 or 3 days no matter what. Although as his strength increases, Yamato, as a Phantom Beast type user, has increasingly amazing resilience and endurance. But he showed no mercy every time. In order to teach the other party a lesson, he would sometimes even inflict more harm without hesitation. This time this idiot daughter really angered him. He had no mercy before. Did that girl manchily treat you? Ren raised his eyebrows. You're such a kind little guy, there's nothing you can do about it. He was a little helpless, however, this is not a big deal. Not impressed. Oh, hey, it turns out it's the power of Paramesh's healing fruit. Kaido suddenly realized it and said, I thought you had awakened your abilities. Wearing a sea stone, even if you wake up, you can't see. Jin put on the mask without haste and said directly, moreover, the ancient species and the Phantom Beast species are not as powerful as ordinary zone species. It is not that easy to awaken. His strength has reached this level. Looking at this sea, no one is considered weak no matter what. So far, there is no sign of awakening. Let Jin feel really helpless. Hold dad. Yamato gritted his teeth, glared at Kaido, and said loudly, why do you decide my future without authorization? I don't want to get married. Advertisement, so that's why you came here. Did that Maria guy tell you? Kaido of the Beasts raised an eyebrow, looking at Yamato who was full of anger and emotion. He said expressionlessly, yes, Yamato, I have betrothed you to Ren. Because, Lousy has completely lost his patience with such a stubborn idiot like you who is as stubborn as a stone. Said. Kaido of the Beasts stood up. Looking down at Yamato, who was extremely stubborn and looking directly at him without any sign of weakness, he said coldly. So, I decided to give up on you, a fool who was tortured by Kazuki Oden. Let you and Ren give birth to the most talented offspring to be the future successor of Beast's Pirates. I do not want it. Yamato is full of excitement. Angrily, he glared at Kaido, the Beast. There he held up the mace and retorted loudly. Hold dad, I will never give in. This is your fate. The blood of ghosts flows in your body. This is something you cannot change. Kaido, the beast, stared at Yamato with terrifying eyes. He said without mercy, "You can't resist, you can only accept it." "No, I don't want it, I don't want it even if I die." Yamato gritted his teeth and cursed fiercely. "How can there be a B********* D father like you in this world? You should say, how can there be such an ignorant daughter as you in this world?" Kaido, 100 beasts, was so angry that the veins on his forehead popped out. "I couldn't help but pick up my mace again. I said, your resistance is invalid. I have decided that your wedding will be held on the day of the fire festival." Enraged beast Kaido. Holding the mace, he made the decision without hesitation. He looked at Ren next to him, bared his teeth and asked, "Do you have any objection, Ren?" No comment. Ren shrugged. He was given a beautiful and powerful Princess Guiji for nothing, so of course he would not refuse. "Although there is something wrong with my brain, it will be fine if it is corrected. However, since she is already my fiancé, let me personally persuade her." Ren smiled and asked Kaido, "Is that okay, Boss Kaido?" "Whatever you want, as long as you can make her obedient, it doesn't matter even if you break her legs." Kaido raised his eyebrows and said coldly. "Zero, please give me flowers. Who is your fiancé? B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** return to normal human form. Said hello to Kaido and Jin. Let's change the place where we talk. Advertisement in the surprised eyes of the two people. Ren directly stepped forward and picked up the frightened Yamato, who was waiting for him. He fluttered his wings and flew up. "A-hole, let me go." Yamato struggled there and kept yelling. With her strength, it's not true that she can't resist. It's because Ren once saved his friend Ace, and Yamato has a good impression of him. Don't want to be left unprepared, hurt the other person. Master Ren. That's Master Yamato, in the astonished eyes of those pirates. He took her straight and flew out of the skeleton building. Where are you taking me? Midair, Yamato struggled while being carried on his shoulders. There he glared at Ren and said loudly, I told you, I will not agree to this marriage. Call, coastside. Ren landed and put Yamato down. You guy, no matter what you say, I will never marry you, I am Kazuki Oden. Yamato looked directly at Ren, touched his pink fist hard, and said righteously. She is Kazuki Oden, how could she just get married? Besides, I still succumb to the will of that B************* D father. She wasn't going to be pushed around, don't get me wrong, I'm just interested in your body. Ren shrugged. Looking at the stubborn Yamato in front of him, he sneered unceremoniously. I have no interest in your boring soul at all. This guy with gender dysphoria. Just let her give birth to a child and educate her with a stick every 3 days. At that time, it will naturally and slowly reverse itself. He is not interested in talking about feelings with the other party. As long as it takes a long time to become in love. You shameless guy. Yamato was stunned for a moment. Immediately, the whole person went crazy. Swinging the mace, he struck hard. Explain to me what a boring soul is. Boom boom. Chapter 276 Yamato, you're just playing house, open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Kang. Sparks sputter. Wrap around Hockey's blade. It collided hard with the mace. Woo wwwwwww. Yeah. Astonishing wave of air, sweeping through countless rubble, ripples spread out. The waves on the sea roiled. Clang. Between the electric light and flint. Two almost identical figures collided there. 17-year-old Ren was originally only a little over 2.2 meters tall, and his height was still in the development stage. But since he obtained the ability of the phantom species, the unicorn form. In just over a month, his figure has continued to soar, and he is already about 2.4 meters tall. Compared to Yamato, who is 2.63 meters tall, he is only slightly shorter. As you can imagine, it won't be long. People's height will inevitably exceed the sum of 0.43. Yamato, you said you wanted to be Kazuki Oden? Holding the supreme sword ace, Ren stared at Yamato. Of course, it's rare to encounter an evenly matched opponent. The injury was healed by Manchili, and Yamato was inspired to fight. He swung the stick and hit it hard. Kang, yeah? Easily blocking the opponent's attack, Ren sarcastically said, I have never seen such determination and will in you. What do you mean? Yamato retreated, they're glaring at Ren. Advertisement. On my way here earlier, I had roughly seen Wanakuna's current situation, and I can only describe it as horrific, Ren said lightly. It's not because of the evil deeds of you beasts pirates that led to the current situation in this country. Yamato's body looks like electricity, he swung the mace fiercely and charged forward. She never considered herself a member of the beasts pirates. Chang. The blade and the mace struck each other and the two collided again. No, that's not what I meant. Ren said directly, even if you compromise a little bit, you can easily get out of your current predicament. No matter what you say, I will never give in to that B********** D father. Yamato kept swinging the mace. There he attacked Ren crazily, as if venting his anger and dissatisfaction. One day, I will fulfill Kazuki Oden's last wish, drive you guys out of Wano Kuni, and protect this country. Oh, you are really great. Ren smiled. He stopped and put away the blade. Yamato, who was reluctant to give up and prepared to attack again, couldn't help but stop. Some frowned and looked at each other in confusion. In this country, people die every day because of hunger and fatigue. So, may I ask you, Kazuki Oden, what did you do? Ren's sharp eyes looked directly at Yamato in front of him. As if he could see through the other person's heart, he said rudely without waiting for what he was about to say. You want to say that you were trapped here? The beast's pirates won't let you save their minister. Listen, everyone in this ocean lives within invisible rules and order. Even the celestial dragons, who claim to be descendants of gods and have supreme privileges. Even if they have endless wealth and resources and have countless slaves, most of them cannot escape the natural laws of birth, old age, sickness and death. Ren's observation haki. I had already noticed a lot of auras approaching, but I didn't pay attention. He looked at Yamato and said bluntly, since you can't change the rules, you have to adapt to them. What do you mean? You want me to surrender to that B************ father? Hear Ren say this. Yamato glared at Ren and said loudly and firmly, stop dreaming, I will never give in to him. Advertisement, I've heard everything about you from Uncle Jin. You've been trapped on this ghost island since you were 8 years old. It's been 18 years, right? Ren crossed his arms. He didn't refute directly, but asked calmly. Yes, it's been almost 18 years. Every day I stay here makes me miserable and makes me so depressed that I can't breathe. Yamato clenched his pink fist tightly. Looking at the seastone handcuffs that tightly bound her, preventing her from escaping from here, she gritted her teeth and said 0. Then let me ask you, you said you are Kazuki Oden? Do you want to save this country? With a sneer on his face, Ren said sarcastically, but what have you done so far? You don't even have the courage and determination to endure the humiliation and bow to your father for them? For more than 10 years, even if you, the Princess Oni of Beasts Pirates, show great kindness and only give out one steamed bun a day, you can still save a living life from the edge of death. He looked directly at Yamato, whose expression changed drastically and was hesitant to speak, and sarcastically said, even using your status as the heir of the Beasts Pirates, you can do far more than that. Not only can you save one life, but also save thousands of lives. Tens of thousands is no problem. Even if you want to liberate Wano Kuni and drive the Beasts Pirates out of Wano Kuni, you can slowly accumulate strength, wait for the opportunity, and save as much vitality as possible for Wano Kuni. Yes, as Blood Prison Ren said, she can obviously do a lot. Nami, Robin, Karina and other girls have already arrived here. Didai looked at Ren, and Didai looked at the 3.2 handcuffs on his hands. But he just watched from a distance and had no intention of coming to disturb him. Not far away, everyone couldn't help but be a little surprised when they heard Ren's words. Unexpectedly, the other party actually said such words. But it seems surprisingly reasonable. Are you really wrong? Ah, as expected of Lord Ren. Black Maria's eyes lit up and she said with a smile, I really haven't thought about this. To put it bluntly, it is not this country that you want to save. You just fantasize about being Kazuki Oden, and you want to complete the feat that he failed to complete and become a hero praised by the world. Because of the huge movement before, Yamato's whole body was shaken and his ears were shaking. Looking at Ren's eyes, they were full of unspeakable splendor. But she did nothing. But you haven't done anything, you're just here feeling sorry for yourself and playing pretend like a housekeeper. Ren's merciless cynicism. Chapter 277 Ren. Kazuki Oden is a loser. You're right, I'm a big fool. Coastside, 2 figures stood there. Yamato's face changed, and he fell to his knees, full of self-blame. I thought I couldn't do anything, but I didn't expect that I could do so much. She can obviously do so many things. What has she been doing all these years? He didn't do anything and just missed the opportunity to save countless lives. You said you admired Kazuki Oden? People looked indifferent? It's not meant to be comforting. Instead, he stared at Yamato and said coldly, I heard Pluton Rayleigh say that when he first came back from the sea, he already knew what happened to Wano Kuni. He even knew in his heart that every moment those innocent people in this country, the people are in dire straits. But for the sake of his so-called ideal, he chose to turn a blind eye and ignore everything. You're wrong. That's because he knows Roger's body and can't wait any longer. Yamato looked excited. There he said loudly, long before conquering the Grand Line, Roger had already suffered from an incurable disease and only had 1 year left to live. This was mentioned in Oden's diary. Others don't know, but she knows it very well. Roger's body can't wait. Ren said coldly, even if he still insists on going to sea, can the Roger Pirates really not be able to wait for the 10.5 days? With the help of the Roger Pirates, he can easily expel the Beast's Pirates, completely eliminate Wano Kuni's hidden dangers, and entrust Wano Kuni to the daimyo he trusts to take care of before leaving. To put it bluntly, isn't it true that the citizens of Wano Kuni are insignificant in his mind? No, Oden is not that kind of person. Yamato turned pale. Feeling agitated and wanting to argue, but Ren didn't give her a chance to speak. His tone was full of contempt, and he said bluntly, a guy who doesn't care about the life and death of his people, abandons his country and goes to sea for an adventure. When he completes his adventure and is tired, he shamelessly runs back and says he wants to be a general and found a country. Say to the people who, because of his selfishness, have been ruled by Kurozumi Orochi's tyranny, and their lives are becoming increasingly difficult and unbearable, that I want to become a general, what will be the result? I only saw a devastated country where the people were in dire straits. Ren's cold voice echoed in Yamato's heart. Little by little, she pierced her heart and imagined herself to be the perfect image of Kazuki Oden. Advertisement. It was a bit unacceptable to her. No, Odin tried his best. If it hadn't been for the B************* D father and Kurozumi who threatened the people they kidnapped, he wouldn't have given in at all. Yamato shouted there. You want to say that Kazuki Odin tried hard but failed, and that's why this country is like this? Ren raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically. So, was his failure because of his strength? No, it was because he was too stupid. Isn't this his responsibility? You said he was threatened because of the conspiracy between your father and Orochi? Ki does not command troops. As a qualified superior, you have to make choices. This is what he is born to bear as the successor of Kazuki. Ren looked directly at Yamato and said coldly, how can there be immortality in a war? This is not a fairy tale world. As the former captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates and a crew member of the Roger Pirates, he has been at sea for many years. Doesn't he even understand this truth? Based on his rich experience, he actually believed that the Beast's pirates would keep their promise and leave, being tricked around by others, sitting back and watching an enemy who was not particularly powerful, eating Wanakuna's flesh and blood bit by bit in front of him, and constantly strengthening himself. It's simply ridiculous. When Kazuki Odin chose to turn a blind eye and ignore Wanakuna's chaos, how many families were destroyed and people died? I'm afraid the number of people who were indirectly killed was more than this. Even if he guessed that the lives of his wife and children might be threatened, he could still make up his mind and leave with the Roger Pirates. As the only heir of the Kazuki clan, he returned from being at sea for several years and was not even willing to meet him. My own father, Kazuki Sukiyaki, even though my own father was betrayed in front of me over and over again, I couldn't recognize him or notice anything unusual. His sentences are like swords. It poked Yamato in the heart. She gritted her teeth and was so angry that she couldn't refute. I could only stare at him angrily. An unqualified son, an unqualified husband, an unqualified father, an unqualified monarch, an unqualified pirate. Faced with Yamato's murderous gaze, Ren turned a blind eye. Instead, he was unforgiving and unceremoniously belittled. You say he is soft-hearted, but he is as hard as iron and extremely selfish. You say he is decisive, but he is wavering and has no courage. In the final analysis, he is just an indecisive and incompetent person who was born with a golden key in his mouth, has a little talent for swordsmanship. Such a person is a complete loser, a-hole. Yamato's face turned red. Waving the mace, he rushed forward. He hit Ren hard and yelled, I don't allow you to say that Odin. Thunder 8 trigrams down. She would never admit that Kazuki Odin was that kind of person. Kang. Between the electric light and flint, the blade collided with the mace. Two figures with astonishing momentum were confronting each other there. Advertisement, Kazuki Odin, it makes me sick. People are not willing to be outdone. The whole person's eyes were extremely sharp. Show no mercy, turn defense into offense, crackling. The atmosphere is torn apart, black and red lightning flashes intertwined. A breathtaking cold light flashed and struck Yamato hard. Chang. The sound of gold and iron clashing was extremely deafening. The two figures were like needles facing each other, fighting fiercely. Not giving in to each other. Yamato glared at Ren fiercely, gritted his teeth and said angrily, it's just that the place is now destroyed by the B********** D father. Yamato was furious. You actually worship such trash, you've got your brain kicked by a donkey. Gets? As the monarch of Wanokuni, the people of Wanokuni support the Kazuki clan and tighten their belts to support them, so that the Kazuki clan can be high on the throne, rich in food and clothing, and have no worries about food and clothing. A-hole. The curry area used to be an abandoned, lawless zone where thieves were rampant. Gogaku once transformed it into a happy place where people could live and work in peace and contentment. With no danger, he blocked the astonishing haki, and continuously crushed the atmosphere and hid the mace. Ren looked at Yamato and said with a sneer, you said Kazuki 550 Odin died generously, but I still think he is a good man. I have no ability and no determination, but I just want to be shameless and keep saying that I want to become Liduku. You say he is a hero? Then I would like to ask, since he was born with a golden key in his mouth, what did he do as the heir to General Wanokuni? What did he do for this country? Who did he save? He grabbed the mace like crazy and rushed over with all his strength. An incredible trajectory. Ren looked indifferent and said coldly, and they have enjoyed the noble status and privileges for generations. They are aloof. They should protect the people from foreign enemies and let the people live a better life. This is their job, duties and obligations. But even if those people are still alive now, they are like walking zombies. Life is worse than death, right? People believed in Kazuki Odin, but what did he bring to people? Hope or despair? As a result, he killed himself, implicated his wife, children, and those who trusted him, and also killed the daimyo from various regions who trusted him until death and were loyal to the Kazuki clan, and dragged the entire Wanokuni into it. Abyss. The blade is as fast as lightning. Chapter 278 Yamato, you don't want anything to happen to Ace, right? Open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. A-hole. Yamato gritted his teeth angrily. Staring at Ren in front of him, he said loudly, no matter what you say, I will never give up on becoming Odin. I don't want to convince you directly, I just want to clean your mind. Ren shrugged. Too lazy to say anything more, the next moment, he stepped forward directly. In Yamato's somewhat puzzled but immediately astonished eyes. He directly grabbed the sea stone handcuffs on her hands and squeezed them hard without ceremony. Crack. The powerful armament hockey suddenly surged out. They will deform in an instant and destroy their internal structure. Throwed into the sky. Boom, boom, all of a sudden. 2 explosions echoed, and thick smoke billowed. Nani? Yamato was stunned, but he was more angry, and his chest was heaving with anger. She was shocked and angry, and her eyes turned red. That B************ D Minotaur Gorilla Dad, is there really explosives in it? Never thought of it. My own lousy actually set an explosive device inside the sea stone handcuffs. As soon as she leaves the island, an explosion will occur. Originally, she always thought that the other party was lying to her, and she still had some illusions. After all, no matter what you say, you are still the daughter of the other party. As the saying goes, a tiger's poison will not eat its seeds. But now, I witnessed with my own eyes the violent explosion that occurred after Ren removed the sea stone handcuffs and threw them out, and I was completely disappointed. Woo, wow, Yamato burst into tears and shouted sadly, "A whole father, I will never forgive him." Hiss, the handcuffs actually exploded. Gulu. Are they really biological father and daughter? Far away. Witnessing this scene, Nami, Robin, Karina and others could not help but be stunned. I couldn't help but feel a chill coming out of me. Some scalp tingling. No one can believe it. Kaido of the Beasts is so cruel. In order to prevent Yamato from escaping, he put sea stone handcuffs on his daughter. And it really had explosives inside. Looking at the power of the explosion just now, it didn't look like it was just a scare. Especially, according to Yamato, these sea stone handcuffs have been around for many years. It can be said that if Yamato had any chance to escape from the island in these years, he would be able to escape from the island. It is bound to be blown to death directly. What kind of father is this? Don't think that this will make me appreciate you. I am Kazuki Oden. Yamato wiped his tears. He glared at Ren and said loudly, "I will never marry you, and I will never agree with this kind of life." Although it made her sad because Kaido of the Beasts was so cruel and ruthless. But it also made her really cruel and completely cut off the blood bond with the bull gorilla. From today on, Tu is no longer her father, since you no longer have to be restrained by sea stone handcuffs. She wants to go out on an adventure to fulfill her long-held ideals and wishes. Advertisement, don't get me wrong. Looking directly at the stubborn Yamato, Ren said indifferently, "Just because I unlocked your handcuffs doesn't mean you were free." "What do you mean?" Yamato held the mace tightly. His eyes were full of vigilance and resoluteness, and he said in a deep voice, "Whether it's you or that B*********** D Kaido, don't even think about putting that thing on me again." Determined. Finally gained freedom. Even if it meant death, she would still have to grasp it. "No, I just advise you not to try to escape, because Fire Fist Ace's heart is in my hands." Faced with Yamato's hostile gaze, Ren was not angry, and had no intention of taking action. He just said calmly, "As long as I squeeze it gently, Fire Fist's life will be over." Ace's heart. Yamato was shocked and confused. Full of guarding, not understanding what the other party means. Ace's life card is still in good condition, which means that the opponent is still alive. Ren also proved previously that Ace is still alive. How could the other party's heart be in his hands? This is the ability of Op Fruit. It can take out the target's heart without damaging its life. However, as long as the heart is damaged by any external force, Fire Fist Ace will be in agony and even die. Ren said indifferently. In fact, he didn't do anything. After all, in the transaction with Pluton Rayleigh, the other party did not hide anything. He still has a bottom line and is not so mean, just bluffing Yamato. Just a Fire Fist Ace, it didn't make him so afraid. What? Hear Ren say this. Yamato was shocked and his expression changed drastically. I never expected that the other party would be so despicable and do such a thing to Ace. Damn B******************************************* D. Yamato glared angrily and glared at Ren. You guy. I thought you were different from the rest of Beast's pirates. At first, she had some favorable impressions of him because he saved Ace. But at this moment, her good feelings were gone. Whatever you think, I never said that I am a good person. A guy like Fire Fist Ace will be an enemy sooner or later. How could I not leave some backup plan? Ren shrugged. The corner of his mouth raised, and he said playfully, Yamato, you don't want anything to happen to your friend, right? If you dare to escape without authorization, I will crush Ace's heart. Despicable guy. Yamato glared at Ren. I can't wait to swing it with a stick. Mean? Ren raised an eyebrow. Without raising his head, he called out, Tony. Gia hee hee, Master Ren, give it. A tall and thin figure walked over with a strange smile. Under Yamato's shocked gaze, Brian Tunney called a strange cube-shaped object to Ren. And inside, the shape of a heart is vaguely visible, connected to nerves and blood vessels, and it seems to be sealed in jelly. Moreover, visible to the naked eye, this heart is still beating. Is this Ace's heart? Yamato's pupils shrank sharply and he was about to rush forward. A hole. However, people stepped on it. The figure looked like a ghost and retreated violently. Advertisement, aren't you Kazuki Oden? He looked directly at the anxious Yamato and said calmly. I heard that in order to save the hostages kidnapped by the Beast's pirates, he endured the humiliation and danced for 5 years. Now, you fake Kazuki Oden, you have to endure the humiliation for 2 or 3 years. Yamato's expression changed. His face turned red and full of anger. He clenched his fists tightly, glared at Ren fiercely, gritted his teeth and said loudly, "I will not give in." Yeah, people were exposed for fun. Suddenly, Dr. Brian entered the inner castle controlled by disguised form. A figure was thrown out. Yamato frowned. She didn't know that person. Weighing the heart in his hand, Ren looked coldly and squeezed it hard. Ah. I saw that figure curling up in pain and howling miserably. Isn't this Ace's heart? Yamato's eyes widened. This one is not, but the next one may not be. Ren showed a sneer. I just want you to see what will happen to its owner if the heart is stimulated by external force. Said. A ball of flame burst out from the palm of his hand. Under Yamato's cold gaze, his whole heart was on fire. Ah. The pirate who had been captured by Brian Tunney earlier as a test subject and used as a demonstration by Ren screamed in pain. The screams stopped abruptly, heart burned to ashes. And that pirate also completely lost his life breath. You guy. Yamato looked angry, he gritted his teeth in anger and glared at Ren angrily. Listen, from today on, if you want to save Fire Fist Ace, you'd better be obedient to me. Ren clapped his hands. Looking at Yamato, whose eyes were full of anger and who wanted to rush forward and give him a hard blow, he said calmly. Otherwise, as long as I lightly squeeze Fire Fist's heart, he will suffer terribly. You guy, I will never give in. Such a distorted character needs to be carefully trained. He smiled and bowed his head in Yamato's ear, and whispered. I have decided that from now on every night, you will come to my room on time to dance. Don't get me wrong, I'm not discussing with you, but giving orders. Looking directly at the other person's beautiful face, he met the fire-like eyes. Since you keep saying that you are Kazuki Oden, then just dance the way Kazuki Oden once danced. This is the process of the great Kazuki Odens, bearing the humiliation. Obviously, it may not be enough to rely on long-lasting love. His right hand directly hooked her smooth chin. Ren was full of playfulness, his eyes were full of irresistible strength, and he said with a smile. Do you understand? Silly. Melon. Your Majesty, F. His teeth were clenching and his eyes were murderous, glaring at N. Yamato's eyes were red. You be asterisk 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 D, he gritted his teeth and said angrily. This girl was tortured too much by Kazuki Oden. You have no right to refuse, unless you really want your friend Ace to be tortured to death by me. Despicable and shameless B asterisk 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 D, Ren has no worries. Just hearing such a script, Yamato, can't you help but tremble with excitement? Don't look at me with such affectionate and grateful eyes, I will be embarrassed. Yamato's pupils shrank sharply and his whole body was shaking with anger. He walked up to Yamato, whose expression changed drastically and he was feeling aggrieved. Chapter 279 Martial Marine? Aokiji's rejection open black lens bracket third update close black lens bracket. At this time, the top of the red line, Holy Land Mariajoy. Inside the magnificent office. Damn it, Fire Fist Ace might still be alive. Kong, who was in charge of temporary management of Marine's affairs these days, was extremely busy and couldn't help but look ugly. He just came back from meeting the five elders and was scolded bloody. It is true that Sengoku, an old subordinate who unfortunately died as Marine Marshal, took the blame. What? I heard Kong say this. Hero Garp and Admiral Aokiji, who had just arrived in the office, couldn't help but feel shocked. Ace. He's still alive. Hero Garp was shaken all over. Some were speechless in disbelief. Marshal Kong, are you kidding? Aokiji on the side was also a little unbelievable. He witnessed Ace being punched through the chest by a Kainu, and his internal organs were burned. How could it be possible to survive? CP has found some information. Kong glanced at Garp, who was a little agitated. Taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice. Not long ago, a fisherman who looked similar to Fire Fist Ace was kidnapped, and the life cards about Fire Fist in the hands of the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates did not burn into flames. Ashes, and even the surveillance of naval headquarters were suspected to have been interfered with for a short time, so they speculated that Fire Fist Ace might still be alive. The culprit is most likely Blood Prison Ren. After all, in the previous war, he directly demonstrated the famous stunts of One Piece Roger and Pluton, Silver Rayleigh. I think he probably made some kind of deal with Pluton 013 Rayleigh, so he secretly rescued Jongo Fist from under Marine's nose. Red-haired Shank's special identity was probably something he heard from Pluton. Kong didn't mean to hide it. Directly inform Garp and Aokiji of the situation reported by CP. In this case, it is really possible for Fire Fist to survive. Aokiji took a deep breath and said helplessly, this is not good news for Marine. Ace. Garp looked stunned, but my originally heavy mood turned into a bit of joy. But if the news is true, from the departure of Sabaldi Archipelago to the opening of Summit War. Speaking of which, with a serious face, he said without fear, in less than a month, that guy suddenly mastered the swordsmanship of Roger and Pluton Rayleigh, the Pirate Kings. These two talents are really terrifying. One can imagine, if you give the other party a few more years to grow. Blood Prison Ren, this young monster, is bound to become Marine's biggest problem. The team he leads has already shown the potential to become the next Red Hair Pirates. Stop talking about that, Garp. Kong looked at Garp and said in a deep voice. I can approve your resignation, but you also know the current situation. I hope you can retain your military rank, serve as an instructor in Marine, and train recruits. The failure of the war has caused huge turbulence in the situation in the sea. The whole world has been messed up. Currently, Marine has suffered heavy losses and is somewhat inactive. He rubbed his mohawk and said helplessly, although the world conscription can quickly restore Marine's strength, after all, it cannot only rely on this method. Marine's future. Advertisement. It must be supported by the new generation. For world conscription. Kong is in favor. Of course, he did not agree with recruiting strong men from the private sector in order to supplement their combat power, and to make such extraordinary promotions regardless of principles. After all, as a former Marine Marshal and later promoted to Commander-in-Chief of the World Government Army, he is naturally very aware of the harm and hidden dangers to Marine. But one can't change the will of the five elders. It's just that the current generation of Marine's performance is really worrying. There is no talent that can make people shine. It really made him a little worried. And the pirate side is supposed to be weak, but it continues to inject fresh blood. Not to mention young monsters like Blood Prison Ren. There are a dozen supernovas this year alone. That's not necessary. The new generation I value most has been killed by that radical guy Dao Bofu. Extraordinary. Garp refused outright. I never thought that I valued Kebi very much and was considering whether to truly accept him as my second son. He actually said such words on the battlefield at Marineford. Unfortunately, he came back a step late. A future rising star of Marine was killed by that idiot Dao Bo Nio. If he stays in Marine, who else can he train? Moreover, even his comrade in arms, Buddha Sengoku, who was as close as a brother, is gone. He really didn't want to be in Marine anymore. Garp, you. If there's nothing else, I'll go down first. Glancing at Aokiji next to him, Garp stood up and left. Regarding the recent changes in this disciple's thoughts. But he was vaguely aware of it, this guy. Kong frowned. Ajaj was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. He also knows that what the world government has done has caused dissatisfaction among many Marine generals, and even medical treatment. Moreover, the death of Sengoku's old subordinate was a huge blow to Garp. Marshal Nikong, you're not trying to persuade me to become Marine Marshal again, are you? See Garp leaving. Aokiji looked at Kong and said, there are more and more troublemakers, and I am getting ready to go to war. Him now. Because of the massacre at Sabaody Archipelago. Especially because of the cruel truths revealed by Ren in Blood Prison. Advertisement. It made him somewhat deafening and enlightened, and he was fully aware of the cruelty and cold-bloodedness of the behemoth world government. Justice for Marine is already full of disappointment. The five elders summoned me earlier and once again mentioned the candidate for the next Marine Marshal and asked for my opinion. Kong's face was solemn. Looking directly at Aokiji, he said in a deep voice, you know what kind of character Kizaru is. Once he becomes the Marshal, Marine will definitely be messed up. That guy Akainu is no longer here. Currently, among the Marine admirals, you are the only one who can do it, Aokiji. But I heard that the superiors originally wanted Akainu to come, not me. Aokiji wasn't particularly surprised, but his face was pale and he didn't express his position at all. It seems that he is not ready to take over the position of Marshal Marine. Looking at the expressionless Aokiji, Kong hesitated to speak. I know you have some opinions on world government, but if I are really asked to become Marine Marshal, if an incident like the Sabaody Archipelago happens again, and the big bosses above ask me to give orders like Mr. Sengoku, I can't do it. Aokiji's eyes were sharp, looking directly at Kong, the commander-in-chief of the army. He was completely disappointed with the actions of the world government. How has Marine's reputation been tarnished now? Is this kind of justice the justice he wants to pursue? On the battlefield that was previously broadcast live to the whole world, Blood Prison Ren's intentional or unintentional guidance and smearing are one and the same thing. But in the final analysis, the problem is that Marine's massive massacre in Sabaody Archipelago completely lost the bottom line of justice. Giving the other party a chance, he ruthlessly removed Marine's fig leaf of justice in front of the whole world. Since the world government regards itself as a superior god, then let them clean up this mess themselves. Aokiji, that matter. Needless to say, Marshal Kong, I will not be Marshal Marine. Aokiji waved his hand, in Kong's shrinking gaze. He placed a resignation letter on the desk in front of him. Moreover, I am also preparing to formally submit my resignation. The situation in the sea is currently chaotic. I can stay in Marine for a while to fulfill my admiral duties and do my part. But I will only stay in Marine for the first half of the year at most. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Wait, Aokiji. Finished. Regardless of Kong's call, he just turned around and left without caring. Looking at Aokiji who left without looking back regardless of his own shouting, Gang Kong couldn't help but turn dark. Frustrated, he slammed the table. Damn it, why are everyone so willful and stubborn? He originally wanted Aokiji to take the initiative to meet the five elders. Lower your head a little, be subdued, and show your strength. Unexpectedly, the other party was so decisive. I have made up my mind to leave Marine. Chapter 280 New Marine Admiral Aramu, open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. What? Not long after on the harbor below Mariajoy. Garp looked at Aokiji, who had his hands in his pockets in a calm expression, and was a little surprised. Did you submit the speech section? Please forgive me, Mr. Garp, for not living up to your expectations. Looking at the mist-shrouded red line, Aokiji said with a complex expression. I really can't stay in such a navy anymore. Ha 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 ha. If this is the choice you make after careful consideration, then I won't stop you, Garp laughed there. But where are you going to go next? I haven't thought about it yet. I promised Marshal Kong that I will stay in Marine for a while. I'll wait for a while before talking about it. At this time, a warship came slowly. A tall figure caught their attention. Zephyr, teacher. Garp and Aokiji were both a little surprised. The two looked at each other. Could it be that the purpose of his coming here is also? Garp, Kuzan. He has short purple hair, wears sunglasses, and has a strong build. I noticed Garp and Aokiji, he said calmly. Are you two there too? Zephyr, what are you doing here? Garp asked there. Resign. Zephyr's tone was calm, he was completely disappointed in Marine. Not long ago, I had a big quarrel with Buddha Sengoku over the Sabaody Archipelago incident. Unexpectedly, the other party died on the battlefield of Marineford. After careful consideration, he is ready to quit Marine, who has completely become a lackey of the world government and has lost justice. Lead those students who are willing to follow you to form a true army of justice. Keep fighting those damn pirates. Practice your own justice. Aokiji. Garp. So, that guy Aokiji not only rejected the position of Marshal Marine, but is also determined to resign? The magnificent and majestic Pongal Castle, between the powers, inside the cathedral-like hall. 5 elders is located there. Listen to the report from Kong, the commander-in-chief of the army. Everyone's expressions turned gloomy, a little angry. They didn't expect that Risky would not only reject Marshal Marine's promotion. Advertisement moreover, he also submitted his resignation directly. Isn't this just a slap in the face? Do you want to express your opinion on the world government, or the 5 of them? What a stupid guy. Looking at the first-generation ghost, Nashu Langsheng has a sinister look in his eyes. You don't even know how to lift yourself up, Mo Sheng, who had his hands behind his back, said coldly. Saint Wuchuli, who had a big mustache, had cold eyes and said indifferently, do you really think Marine will not be able to survive without him? 5 Excellencies, I have tried my best to persuade him, but he has made up his mind and there is nothing I can do, Kong said helplessly. He naturally knew that the world government ordered the massacre of Sabaody Archipelago. What a huge impact it was for Aokiji and other Marine generals. If the summit war is successful, then maybe the prestige of the world government will be further improved and the world will be shocked. Marine can still slowly recover from the bad impact caused by the Sabaody Archipelago massacre. It happened that this battle took place in Marine's home base, Marineford, where the naval headquarters was located. With the right time and place, it suffered an unprecedented defeat. Even Marine Admiral Buddha Sengoku and Marine Admiral Akainu were killed in front of Marine's own home. Such a situation is simply unheard of, coupled with Blood Prison Ren's extremely inciting and slanderous remarks. You can imagine how bad the impact will be. It is not surprising that the Marine generals who were already dissatisfied with the world government would waver. To be honest, even Kong himself is inevitably a little dissatisfied with the world government's decision-making. But he is old and doesn't want to bother anymore. I can't even bother, in that case, that's it. Mo Sheng said nonchalantly. In the final analysis, they are all guys who have nothing to do with the world government. Let them go. It doesn't matter. Saint Sarden wielded his cane and said expressionlessly, neither Marine Admiral nor Marine Marshal is irreplaceable. The new Marine Marshal candidate. Kong was silent for a moment, then asked. He, the commander-in-chief of the world government army, is more of a false position in name only. But he is getting older and really does not have the energy to take charge of Marine anymore. In the hall, it got quiet. 5 elders make eye contact. A tacit understanding was quickly reached. Then let Kizaru take over as the new Marine Marshal, Saint Satan said directly. Peter crossed his arms and said calmly, although that guy's character is a bit careless, strictly speaking he is more obedient than Aokiji. Just in time, let's give Marine a complete overhaul. Kizaru? Kong was not particularly surprised, he had already guessed such a result. After all, it is impossible to parachute a Marine Marshal from the world government. 0. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. If you directly promote people from among the people, it will be even more difficult to convince the public. And Aokiji even submitted his resignation, which shows that he has made up his mind. It can be said that Kizaru is currently the best candidate. In this way, all 3 Marine Admirals will be empty. He frowned and said, there are only 2 Admiral candidates, Momosagi, and T-Dolphin, and Momosagi is still slightly weaker after all. Then let that guy, T-Dolphin, make up for it. Saint Nisholing pushed up his glasses and said calmly, the other 2 admirals are vacant, we have our own ideas. I guess CP should also contact them, and at this moment. As far away as the Grand Line, on an inconspicuous island. Countless pirates. 0, screaming there. Each one is full of fear and despair, flee in panic. But it was too late. Brush. Swipe. Countless tree vines stabbed violently. It penetrated them directly, sucked out the nutrients in the body, and turned into mummies one after another. It's scary. Scalp numbness. You guys. An expressionless figure with his upper body bare and the words, Death Heart, tattooed on his body put his hands in his pockets and said lightly, it's really disappointing. I am in a very happy mood, vacationing here, I'm very sorry to bother you. In the corner, several agents in suits and ties walked out. The leading official took off his hat and bowed to apologize. This time, we are following the orders of the world government and are negotiating with you with full sincerity. He glanced at the pirates who were penetrated by the vines and turned into thousands of corpses. The leader of the CP agent looked at the man in front of him who was a little lazy, but also full of cruelty, which made people a little awe-inspiring, and said there, as long as Mr. Aramaki is willing to join Marine and serve the world government, the higher-ups have promised to promote you to the new position. Marine Admiral, oh, Aramu raised his eyebrows. Looking at each other in surprise, he grinned and couldn't help but laugh. Marine Admiral, I seem to be a little interested. Among the Marines, the one I admire the most is Akainu Admiral. His tough guy style that follows through to the end is so endearing. Unfortunately, he was secretly bought by that insidious guy from Blood Prison Ren. However, it would be nice if I could avenge that Mr. Sakazuki. Chapter 281. Yishao. I have no interest in the cruel world government. Boom at the same time. The first half of the Grand Line. In a remote village, a huge roar came from the outside world. It was as if the ground was shaken violently. Ah? What happened? Is there an earthquake? No, it's a pirate. Pirates are coming. Run quickly, a large number of people. There he screamed in terror. They were in groups, dragging their families with them, and fled in a hurry. All I saw was the vast sea. A pirate ship is vaguely visible. It's coming menacingly. What, damn it, are the pirates coming? Quick, ask Marine for help. No, I've already contacted you as soon as possible. Don't count on it. Several nearby Marine bases have said that they don't have enough troops to dispatch. They want us to find a way on our own. Those bastards. Are you kidding me? Damn Marine. Why bother to do some kind of public execution to cause trouble? In the end, even Marshal Marine died on his doorstep, humiliating himself in front of the whole world, and causing complete chaos in the sea of 490. It's all rubbish, it's all their fault. Stop talking and run away. No, my wife and children are still at home, for a while. Everyone's expressions changed drastically and they became panicked. They scrambled for a moment and fled towards the other side of the island. Others rushed home desperately. Trouble. Is the sea completely in chaos? The blind old man was holding an unsheathed staff and sword. Feel the panic, fear, dissatisfaction, anger, despair and other complex emotions of the people around you. The ferocious eyes turned slightly, revealing the ferocious and astonishing whites of the eyes. He used a cane as if he could see. Taking his time, he always turned slightly sideways to avoid people who were rushing to escape and bump into him. Walk towards the coast. Yeah ha ha ha, kids, on the two-masted pirate ship that just docked. The leader of the pirate captain, who was wearing a pirate hat and holding a western knife, said incredulously, snatch all this place for me. Remember to bring back some more beautiful women for Lousy, they have almost faded away recently. Oh, looking at the people running away hastily. A group of pirates sharpened their knives and showed cruel smiles. Is there anyone who is not afraid of death? No, he's an old blind man. It looks like he was in a panic and came to us. Ha ha ha, seeing that instead of running away like the others, he looked towards the future figure on the coast where he and others were. The pirates were a little surprised. Soon, it was discovered that he was a blind man. They all laughed strangely. A group of shameless villains. Advertisement coastside. The oncoming smile made the whites of his eyes roll. Rang. Without any nonsense, the ordinary staff sword was slightly unsheathed. A purple wave of light rolled toward the sky. The sea is your destination. Purple light? That guy, is he an Esper? Gia haha. What the hell? Are you trying to scare people? See this. The expressions of the pirates change. I felt a little uneasy and became vigilant, but there was no movement for a while, so it was just a false alarm. They put it down one after another. Damn it, I almost got fooled by you. The leading captain became angry and glared at the figure on the shore. Old guy, you can't be painting at. What is that? Is it fire? No, that's a meteorite. At this time, one of the pirates looked at the sky in shock. I saw a small black spot appearing in the cloudless sky. It grew bigger and bigger, becoming extremely red, as if a cluster of flames were burning there. But soon, the pirates' eyes widened and their mouths opened wide. Cold sweat broke out immediately. Ha. There was an extremely harsh sound that broke through the air, and the roar continued. A huge meteorite violently rubs against the weather. It hit them hard. I can't escape. Damn it, did that old blind man do it? Damn it. Nope, for a while. These pirates screamed in fear. But they found that the meteorite was getting closer and closer, and they couldn't escape at all. Each one of them looked pale, showing unwillingness and despair. They watched helplessly as the meteorite carrying blazing flames, getting bigger and bigger, crashed down from above their heads and others. Boom boom, in an instant, no surprises. The entire pirate ship was directly crushed. It was torn apart in an instant and was ruthlessly blasted into the bottom of the sea. Crashing. On the sea, large areas of water splashed, like a downpour. Wave after wave of huge waves, extremely turbulent, swept in all directions. It was indescribably shocking, in the blink of an eye. No one was spared from this group of extremely vicious pirates. All died in the sea. Meteorite? Suddenly, all those pirates, Gulu, were all killed? Advertisement all over the town. Countless people paid attention to this scene. Everyone opened their mouths involuntarily, leaving Jingwei speechless. I couldn't believe my eyes. Come out, some people from world government. The staff and sword returned to their sheaths in a gentle breeze. It seemed like he had just done something trivial. He smiled as if there were eyes behind his back, and said calmly, I don't know what happened to you, you want to find me, a mere nobody. Pa. There was a round of applause. Several figures wearing top hats, suits and leather shoes walked out of the corner calmly. The leader was there stroking his palms and praising, Mr. Yishao, you are really a powerful force. Even though they witnessed the unprecedented battle a few days ago and saw all kinds of natural disaster-like forces in the live broadcast to the whole world. Still, I couldn't help but be deeply shocked by the great power displayed by this ordinary blind man in front of me. He actually summoned meteorites from the sky directly out of thin air. It's incredibly strong, it's a small skill, nothing worth mentioning, it's an award. Yishao faced several people and said calmly, he had no intention of asking again and was waiting for the other party's response. We are here under the order of the Kauji government to invite you. Seeing this, the leading CP official had no choice but to get straight to the point and said with a smile, as long as Mr. Yishao is willing to join Marine and serve the world government is willing to treat him as an admiral. Oh, Yi smiled and raised his eyebrows, but he did not hesitate and refused directly, please come back. The next blind wanderer in the countryside is not worthy of such attention. Saying that, he turned around and left with a smile. Originally, he was still somewhat interested and was considering whether to join Marine. Realize your ambitions, do your part, and do something for the world. But in the previous battle, although he was blind, his ears were not deaf at least, so he naturally absorbed all the sounds in his heart. Let him completely extinguish such thoughts. Blood prison, the words of that pirate Ren cannot be believed at all. But judging from Marine's attitude, he can generally tell whether it is true or false. No matter he shouts hypocritical slogans of justice, in fact, he has completely become a lackey of the world government and kills innocent people indiscriminately. It is still a cruel world government that treats the entire world as a livestock farm and does not treat anyone as a human being. He's not even interested. Mr. Yishao, we are very sincere. The leading CP official's smile froze and he hurriedly said, sorry, I am not interested in cruel world government, 3.4. He said indifferently without looking back with a smile. You guy. A mere commoner dares to openly insult the world government. A CP agent's face turned dark and he couldn't help but jump out. With the world government on his back, he has always been arrogant and domineering. Apparently he was offended by Yishao's arrogant and rude attitude. But the next moment, he smiled, paused, and suddenly looked back. The pale eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent. The hairs on the hair of several CP agents stood up, their complexions changed drastically, and they broke into cold sweats. I'm very sorry, Mr. Yishao, it's my fault. The leading CP official broke into a cold sweat. Turning around, Langling slapped the CP agent in the face. With an apologetic smile on his face, he bowed to Yishao and apologized. My subordinates speak openly, I'm rude, please forgive me. Don't bother me again, he smiled and left. This made the hearts of these CP agents sink. The other party has clearly made it clear that he has an opinion on world government. How will they explain this when they go back? Chapter 282 Bubbles and Catgirl, Yamato's Dance. Evening. Wanokuni, the Island of Ghosts. Luxurious and spacious Japanese-style room. Oh, is this the place arranged for me? After dinner, Ren followed the maid here to stretch his muscles. Look at the spacious suite with luxurious decoration. The living room alone is 200 square meters. I believe in places like the master bedroom, not too bad either. Yes, Lord Ren. A beautiful maid there smiled and said, this is the place where Lord Jin specially ordered to stay specially prepared for you. All items are brand new, please feel free to use them. She was full of respect and added, as for those people under your command, we have also arranged other places to live, please don't worry. That's good, Ren nodded and waved his hand. Okay, you can go down. Yes, wait for the maid to leave. Ren turned around, smiled at the two tall and beautiful figures in front of him, one wearing black and one white maid uniforms, and said with a smile, Passia, Elizabeth, then I'll leave the rest to you. These two maids. Oh nine, surprisingly, they're the two beautiful slaves who were rescued from the auction house of Sabaody Archipelago and were willing to stay. Grand Line's supermodel Elizabeth and South Blue's popular dancer Passia. In order to guard against the flying six cells, Black Maria, the madam who was in charge of the Flower Street Arcade and had a large number of geishas under her command, arranged some beautiful maids for Ren. Robin simply asked them to come over and take care of Ren's daily life. Yes, please leave it to us, Patsia, who was wearing a white maid outfit, smiled. She opened her hands and swung them out, cleaning foam. Swiss. Suddenly, a large number of bubbles flew out. As if it has self-awareness, it washes over the living room, bedroom, toilet, bathroom. All of a sudden, the walls, floors, coffee tables, sofas and other home decorations will become smooth and shiny. In the blink of an eye, these bubbles followed the window and flew outside, disappearing. The whole room was extremely clean, extremely comfortable. It was done so quickly, it looked like there was no dust or stain at all, and the room was impossibly clean. Elizabeth, who was wearing a black maid outfit and was tall, couldn't help but exclaimed, "What a convenient ability. Advertisement, it's really incredible to clean a room of no less than a few hundred square meters from top to bottom so quickly." "Don't be envious, Elizabeth, your abilities are not bad either." Ren smiled. These two beautiful maids were both given devil fruit by him. Passia is a paramecia bubble fruit esper, while Elizabeth is a Katazumi black cat form esper. "Sir Ren, it's all done." The two women finished sorting Ren's clothes and other personal belongings. And Passia came over and asked with a smile, "After a long journey, do you want to take a bath?" After getting along with each other these days, they all know that Ren is not as scary as they imagined, at least to their own people. He has never been beaten or scolded by them, and he is a gentle person who is easy to get along with. Moreover, he generously gave the precious devil fruit. "Passia, Elizabeth, thank you for your hard work." Looking at the two maids who were both beautiful and charming in their own way, Ren smiled and nodded without refusing. There was a big fight with the angry Yamato before. He was indeed sweating. This is what we should do." Passia smiled. Elizabeth said there, "If it weren't for you, Lord Ren, we can't even imagine what the future will be like." Looking at the young and handsome tall figure in front of them, the two women's eyes were filled with gratitude and indescribable fascination. They naturally know what it means to be Ren's personal maid. "I was also mentally prepared, and I was completely willing to do so. I even said I was happy with it. Such a young, handsome and powerful man. No woman can resist his charm. Of course they are no exception. What's more, the other party is still his savior. Previous experiences have made them aware of the cruelty of this sea. Without beauty, they can only look for strong men to rely on. This Lord Ren is undoubtedly the most perfect and ideal candidate." Brush. At this time, outside the open window, a vigorous figure jumped in. The two maids, Passia and Elizabeth, were startled. "Yamato, it's very impolite to break into someone's room without permission. Look at the person coming." Ren couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Advertisement. He sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and said. Originally, he wanted to directly experience the bubble bath that he had been waiting for a long time, and by the way, he would guide Elizabeth, the catgirl, to develop her fruit abilities. See how many tricks there are. Anyway, he has a lot of blue wave balls in his hands. Not afraid of consumption. Hey, stop talking nonsense, eh? Yamato held the mace, glared at Ren, and said loudly, "What on earth do you want to do before you are willing to give Ace's heart to me?" "Then it depends on your own performance." Lean comfortably on the sofa. Let the two beautiful maids, Passia and Elizabeth, squeeze her shoulders. Ren looked at Yamato in front of him and said playfully, "After all, I have no interest in Fire Fist. As long as you are obedient, maybe I will give his heart to you when I am in a good mood." "You are so shameless." 740 Yamato gritted his teeth in anger and glared at Ren angrily. "Now I want to appreciate your dance. Just dance the way Kazuki Oden originally danced." Ren folded his arms and said with a chuckle. "Isn't it just dancing? I dance." Yamato's expression changed. "But she has always regarded herself as a man. In fact, I don't care about this, I just don't want to give in to Ren." Swipe. He was very sturdy and had a wide kimono, and he just flicked it away. Right in front of Ren's face, he started jumping up. Although the graceful dance is jerky, but it has a different style. Amazing. Axe. So great. Is it okay? Feet on the coffee table. The tough Yamato glared at Ren fiercely, however, he had no idea how tempting his behavior was. The two girls, Passia and Elizabeth, were a little stunned. "Well, not bad, let's continue tomorrow." After enjoying the good show, Ren nodded with satisfaction and asked with a smile. "But I want to take a bath now, do you want to come with me?" Passia. Elizabeth. "I don't want to be with a guy like you." Yamato, who finished dressing in a few seconds, groaned angrily, turned around and made a face, and jumped out of the window. Chapter 283. Training Yamato, long skirt plus hating the sky. Time flies. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Because Wano Kuni has been closed to the outside world for many years, it is isolated from the outside world. Even the world government was unable to learn the news that Ren had joined the Beast's Pirates as the 4th natural disaster, in a short period of time. Ren is the 4th biggest brand, also settled in Beast's Pirates. But Jin had already led his troops on the expedition the day after Ren's arrival. Although the Whitebeard pirates have not collapsed yet, they have lost their captain Whitebeard. The former, uncrowned king of the New World seems to be no longer able to deter those forces that are ready to move. For many people, this is a feast and a carnival. They occupy most of the New World, and now they are like a huge piece of fat. Everyone wants to pounce on it, take a bite, or even swallow it all. Not to mention the red hair pirates, at the very least, neither the Beast's Pirates nor the Big Mom Pirates would miss such an opportunity. Otherwise, Kaido would not have sent out big names such as Disaster, Quinn and Drought, Jack early. What a great effort, Lord Ren, Ghost Island. A stretch of coast. Ren, who had just finished practicing and was sweating profusely, wiped the sweat there. Looking at the tall and sexy figure walking towards me, she asked somewhat speechlessly, "What, Maria, are you, a 6th born, so free?" Some trivial matters can be left to the subordinates. Holding the pipe in hand, Black Maria looked at Ren and spoke with a smile. Next to them, Luo, Luchi, Huolun, Kaku and others who were also practicing here with Ren and were sweating profusely were already used to it. In the past 3 days, this woman had tried every means to get close to Ren. It looked like it was about to be stuck upside down. So free? Ren stretched his muscles and said, "It's been a long time since I've been here, so it's time to go shopping. We're going to Wano Kuni, do you want to follow us?" Naturally, Nami, Robin, Karina and other women would not be able to bear their temper and stay on Ghost Island. After all, generally speaking, they don't like the atmosphere of Ghost Island very much. As early as the next day, we had already formed a team to travel to Wano Kuni. However, Ren, the new, 4th heavenly disaster, was guarding them, and a Jurchen warrior with considerable strength and familiarity with Wano Kuni was specially sent to follow them as a guide. I believe that even the troops of General Kurozumi Orochi can only treat them respectfully. As long as they are not too willful, nothing will happen. That's not necessary. Surprisingly, Black Maria refused outright. She blew out the smoke, blinked her green eyes, and said with a smile, "If I were alone with you, Master Ren, I would be very happy." Advertisement, everyone, get ready, we will leave in an hour. Ren shrugged. He said to the others nonchalantly. It's not that he became a saint and ignored the charm of Black Maria, the 8-foot-tall lady. But just came here. There are really too many things to do and I can't keep up. In the past 3 days, in addition to daily exercise, Ren was either drinking with Kaido or taking Lucci and others, accompanied by members of the Beast Corps, to inspect the weapons factories and sea stones in Wano Kuni. Finally, the general situation of Beast's pirates is almost understood. Wait, I want to go too. Yamato ran over happily and said there. Although the sea stones on her hands were untied, Kaido still prohibited her from leaving the island unless Ren was accompanying her. After finally gaining freedom, and because the sea stone handcuffs contained explosives, Yamato was completely disappointed with Kaido and no longer regarded him as his father, so it was naturally impossible for Yamato to agree. A loving father and a filial daughter, the two of them directly activated their fruit abilities and had a battle. But there were no surprises. Yamato suffered another heavy defeat. If it hadn't been for Mangsali's presence, I'm afraid he still wouldn't have recovered. Then, Kaido ordered people to put new sea stone handcuffs on her, and announced that she was pregnant successfully and gave birth to an heir. No one is allowed to untie it, because Kaido knew very well if he left it alone, this stupid daughter with a brain problem might go to Wano Kuni and cause him a lot of trouble. If the facilities in the factory were destroyed and the prisoners were released, it would really cause a headache. So, he directly threw the key to unlock Seastone's handcuffs to Ren. If Yamato wants to leave Onigashima, he must stay with Ren, the 4th natural disaster. Otherwise, you are prohibited from leaving an island. You want to go too? Ren shrugged. Okay. He looked at the other person, chuckled and said, but, you must follow my requirements. Of course he wouldn't refuse. This is how Kaido works. It's like turning Yamato's impressive combat power on himself. However, it still needs some training. Is it dancing? No problem. Yamato raised an eyebrow. Advertisement in the past 3 days, she has completely adapted to that kind of dance, and she is not dancing in front of others anyway. Although I feel a little uncomfortable being threatened by others. But as she regarded herself as a man, she didn't care at all. I've even gotten used to it. No, it's another request. Come with me. Ren shook his head, his eyes full of smiles. Oh, I'm so curious. Black Maria next to her smiled, full of surprise. Unexpectedly, Master Yamato, who had always been stubborn, was actually submissive to Renji. She was really curious about how Zhang En would train him next. But, soon, she saw it, after an hour, outside the courtyard where people live. Not just Black Maria, but also the maids nearby. Looking at that beautiful figure walking out of Ren's room, her jaw dropped to the ground. These clothes and shoes are too troublesome, aren't they? Yamato, who had been freed from the seastone handcuffs by Ren, dragged his long skirt and followed Ren awkwardly, almost falling, and couldn't help complaining. At this moment, she was tall and well-proportioned. Wearing a gorgeous fishtail dress, she showed her graceful figure to the fullest. Moreover, she was not wearing clogs. It was designed based on her figure of 2.6 meters, no less than 20 centimeters tall. The way he walked was extremely unnatural. However, if you just look at it in person, it is simply too beautiful to say anything. Just be satisfied, this is specially prepared for you. Ren looked at her, touched his chin, nodded with satisfaction, smiled and said, remember, from today on, you must act like a woman, don't act like a man's wife all day long. Elizabeth, you will be responsible for teaching her from now on. 2 hours of training every night is enough. With that said, he turned to his supermodel maid Elizabeth. Yes, Lord Ren. Elizabeth nodded with a smile. I will train your Highness Yamato well and make her become a truly classy woman. What? Make me a woman, and train for 2 hours? Yamato almost stumbled and fell. He directly held his pink fist, stared at Ren and protested loudly. How can that be done? I don't want to be a woman. I am Kazuki Oden. Ace is so pitiful. Ren sighed softly, in Yamato's shrinking gaze. He took out a heart that was beating like a cube of jelly from his arms. A certain guy who calls himself Kazuki Oden is not even willing to play the role of a woman for him, and he says he is a close friend. You, no, I promise you. Chapter 284. Bikasa Village, Xiaoyu, 2nd Generation Kitetsu, 4th Update. Yuahuhu. Not long after across the rough sea. The arc proverbs traveling across the sky came to the village of Wily in the Giuli area. Is this Giuli? On the arc. Yamato is full of excitement. She has been trapped on Ghost Island for more than 10 years. Like a bird out of its cage, looking around, in front of an inconspicuous house. A little girl wearing a kimono, with purple hair and a pretty face, was knitting a bamboo hat, her eyes widened. Looking at the arc falling from the sky above, a huge Komatsu dog lying there lazily stood up there. Growling low, full of vigilance. Brush! Ren hugged Yamato, who was a little stiff, but was warned not to resist, and flew to the ground. But the arc's motto above continued to fly away to other places. Yamato blinked, a little surprised. Where are they going? They have other things to deal with, Ren shrugged. Naturally, it is impossible to take Yamato with him for some murderous and swindling matters. Anyway, with the strength of Lu Chi and the others, there will be no problem. 400 then you are. The little girl turned pale. Some timidly stepped forward and asked, Are you Xiao Yu? Ren was like a big bad wolf who specializes in abducting little rabbits, and said with a smile. We are Ace's friends, and we came to see you specially. Of course he knows. 2 years ago, Fire Fist Ace came here and met this girl. There is also an agreement between the two that when the girl grows up, they will pick each other up to go to sea in the future. Ace? The little girl's eyes lit up and she looked at the two of them with surprise and joy. Really? You know Ace too? Yamato was full of surprise. Advertisement. She didn't expect that this girl actually knew Ace. Who are you? At this time, a short figure wearing a red Tengu mask with a long nose and wearing wooden clogs came over. He stood in front of Xiao Yu, looking at Ren and Yamato. I was full of vigilance. Because at this moment, Yamato is wearing a gorgeous fishtail dress, and Ren is also wearing clothes from the outside world, which is incompatible with Wanakuna's customs. You can tell at a glance that they're from the outside. Maybe it's a pirate who broke in without permission and had bad intentions. Master, Ajbi. This big brother said they're Ace's friends, Xiao Yu said excitedly. What? Tengayama Fei-Te was surprised. Looking at the two people wearing weird clothes in front of them, they were a little doubtful. Your Excellency Tengayama, can we have a chat? Ren said with a smile as he looked at Tengayama flying over, his eyes full of meaning. A trace of powerful momentum was released. Precision enveloped Tengu Mountain Fighteroo. Trembling all over, Tengu Shan Fei-Che's expression changed drastically. Looking at the smiling young man in front of me, my heart couldn't help but jump a little. The opponent's strength is terrifyingly strong. That cryptic momentum was simply terrifying. Yamato on the side was confused. Is there anything else important to talk about between you two? Sir Tengayama, you are Wanakuna's leading swordsmith. I have something to ask you. Ren stroked Yamato's head. Habitually playing with the pair of red horns, he said casually, You stay here with Xiaoyu first. Keen gaze. Looking at Mount Tengu flying over. There is no threat, but the meaning is self-evident. Xiaoyu, please sit outside for a while I talk to this guest. Tengayama took a deep breath. After explaining, he took Ren out of the house. In the lobby, a sword that was enshrined there came into view. Ren raised an eyebrow. Second-generation ghost? Yes, this was forged by my ancestor Tengu Zengush. Tengu Shan Fake said in a deep voice, when you see Ren, take down the second-generation ghost directly. Advertisement. He couldn't help but frown, and reminded. It is an unknown demon sword. The owners who have held it in the past have all died inexplicably. Where? Ren didn't have any scruples. Under the suspicious gaze of Tengayama Fei-Te, he directly fired the second-generation ghost. A fascinating cold light flickered there. It makes people feel a little numb. It's indeed a good knife, but it's a pity that it's still a bit inferior to the ultimate sharp knife. Ren praised it without hesitation while holding a sword in his arms. The two knives on your waist seem very unusual. Tengayama Hitotsu looked at the two swords on Ren's waist and said, one of them seems to be the red snow left letter that once flowed out of Wanokuni. As a knife maker, I saw such an extraordinary place. He wanted to observe it. Good eyesight. Ren raised his eyebrows. Although I have modified the style, can you still recognize its extraordinary quality? After obtaining Ace, the supreme sharp knife, he did not carry Kiyoshui with him. He just carried Hongshui Zuoji and this Ace with him, and threw the black sword Shu Shui into Brian Tunney's castle warehouse. The ghost of second generation will be sheathed. Ren had no intention of satisfying Tengayama Hitoru's curiosity. He looked at the other party and said with a smile, I wonder where the legendary Yanmo and Tianyu Yuzan are. Can you let me see it? Tengu Shan Fei-Che's expression changed drastically. His pupils widened and he looked at Ren in shock. He felt vaguely uneasy. Did the other party recognize his identity? Your Excellency is joking. Tengayama took a deep breath. Sitting there on his knees, pretending to be calm, he said in a deep voice, Yama and Tianyu Yuzan are both the swords of the former Kuri daimyo Kazuki Oden. Since the other party was executed, those two once famous swords, the famous sword in the world has disappeared. How can it be here with me? Is it really? Ren's sharp eyes looked down at Mount Tengu Fake. Full of fun, he said word by word, Kazuki Sukiyaki Dono. You. Tengu Shan was shaken all over, and he looked at Ren in shock. Cold sweat broke out immediately. I don't know what you were talking about. Didn't the previous general Kazuki Sukiyaki die of illness long ago? His palms were sweating, and he denied it. There's no need to pretend to be crazy, it doesn't matter to me whether you are Kazuki Sukiyaki or not. Ren said nonchalantly. In addition to this second-generation Kitetsu, Yama and Tnu Yuzan are also included. Give it to me. It looked full of excitement. Kazuki Sukiyaki, who would directly reject himself and seems willing to die rather than surrender. He waved his hand to interrupt the other party, and said with a smile, don't be too busy to refuse, I think. You don't want your granddaughter, Kazuki Hiyori, to be recognized by the black-haired snake, right? What? Advertisement Chapter 285 Gyukimaru. Ren Fruit Phantom Beast Species Grand Entrance Form. And at this moment, Wanokuni, Suzugo area, at the Jiadao Bridge, Luo Kiyoshui, a black knife hanging on his waist, walked there leisurely. Who is coming? Without warning. A figure about 4 meters high, dressed as a monk soldier and with a hideous face. Waving a naginata, he rushed towards Luo, shameless knife thief, hand over the precious sword on your waist. Oh, did it really come out? Luo smiled. The famous sword Shu Shui at his waist was drawn out like lightning. Fighting with the other party, Kang, sparks sputter. Luo Bai looked at the other person and smiled. You are the Niuan who often appears in this area and steals other people's swords, right? As expected, it is Wanakuna's national treasure, Kiyoshui. Yukimaru stared at the black sword and couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Staring at Luo fiercely, he swung his knife and attacked with murderous intent. Damn knife thief, it turns out you were the one who stole the body of the swordsman Ryoma. Clang, his attack is fierce and extremely powerful. It was so shocking that Luo, who had just been subdued by Ren for less than a month, hadn't even had time to master Haki, and whose strength still needs to be improved, felt numb. Black Saber Chu Shui almost escaped. This guy, Room Slaughterhouse. Facing an extremely fast and lightning-like attack. With some difficulty, Luo decisively opened the room barrier visible to the naked eye with all his strength. Swipe. In an instant, a stone changed its position about 10 meters away. The whole person suddenly disappeared in front of Yuki, who was pursuing him relentlessly. What? Yukimaru's pupils shrank sharply, a moment. When he was shocked, brush, a swift figure suddenly emerged from the forest. Wappa is holding a very cool golden gatling, wearing special technical shoes that have been modified by Dr. Brian and equipped with Fengfengbei. Strong wind pressure spurted out from the soles of his feet, and the whole person floated in the air with awe-inspiring momentum. With his sharp eyes, coupled with the already awakened and increasingly proficient observation Haki, he immediately locked onto the opponent and suddenly pulled the trigger. Momo 30 times Gatling gun. Advertisement, da. The blazing flames kept spewing out. Densely packed, specially designed pointed bullets burst through the air crazily and poured out. Whoosh. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it is magnified 30 times. It was like a series of violent rockets, overwhelming the sky and covering the earth, continuously breaking through the air. Moreover, the speed also increased by 30 times, as fast as lightning. What? Yukimaru's eyes narrowed sharply. The hairs on his hair stood up, and his complexion changed drastically. With observation Haki, he instinctively dodges. His body was so fast that he dodged the bullets that kept coming. But the next moment, its pupils suddenly dilated. Boom. Boom. Those giant bullets that were dodged were like real rockets. They exploded violently the moment they came into contact with the obstacle. Ah! Loud noises continued. Thick smoke billowed and rocks flew. A bloody figure fell there. I don't know life or death. Tisk, tisk, Momo's fruit's ability is really exaggerated. Looking at Yukimaru, who was quickly beaten into a sieve. Luo, who had already retreated far away, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. His op fruit ability is mainly based on diversity. Wappa's strength is not as fast as him, but after obtaining the bug ability of Paramecia Momo fruit, it instantly increased many times. In conjunction with this type of thermal weapon, which was specially created by Brian Tunney, even the ammunition is explosive. It's indeed incredibly strong. Gia hee, if you use the laser gun I just built, it will only be more powerful, Brian Tunney said with a strange smile. These days, through a study of pacifists, he has figured out the principle of the laser system developed by Dr. Vegapunk. With the power of Munch fruit, it not only comes out in a flash. It can even be gunned down. Stop dawdling, Dr. Brian. Khalifa on the side said, the movement just now is not small. It may soon attract the Beast's pirates or Kurozumi's men. Hurry up and finish it. Advertisement open. Gia hee, leave it to me. Brian Tunney stepped forward. Zero, please give me flowers. Arriving in front of Yukimaru, very rude, he opened his big mouth with sinister teeth. At a speed visible to the naked eye, he swallowed the opponent. Tuntun Factory Fruit Recycling. Brush. Not long after, the carcass of a fox was thrown out. A piece of fruit was taken out from the Tuntun factory in his stomach. Tisk tisk, the main body is really a fox. Luo was surprised. Is this the ability of the Ren fruit, Phantom Beast species, and Great Entrance Form? In this way, we will have another BOSS level strongman on our side. Lu Chi put his hands in his pockets. On the shoulders, stood the pigeon haughtily. There was a smile on the somewhat calm face. Zero. Although it is not as good as that monster King Kong, the strength of the Lion King Simba is quite impressive. Kaku crossed his arms and said with anticipation. After all, he is one of the bosses of Ruskin Island. Greg Holland on the side nodded. However, how to make reasonable arrangements is a problem. Khalifa pushed up her glasses and said seriously. After all, 2 Phantom Beast abilities of the Ren Fruit series appeared in succession, and both were obtained by Lord Ren. This will undoubtedly easily arouse unnecessary suspicion in the eyes of outsiders. Jia hee hee, Master Ren has already made arrangements. Brian Tunney said with a strange smile. Just wait a few days and let the Kurozumi snake get it accidentally. When the time comes, I happen to be caught by Ren-sama, and through coercion and inducement, I can just trade it from Kurozumi Orochi. Makes sense. Everyone nodded in approval. They had already been to the flower capital and met the Wano-kuni general. After several days of observation, I found that Kurozumi is an out-and-out tyrant plus waste. If it weren't for Kaido, he would still be in charge of Wano-kuni. I'm afraid the grass on the grave is even taller than I know. But having said that, it's almost time for that guy Daipeng to start taking action, right? Jabra said there. You can't get anything done if you are impatient. Lu Chi shrugged. We are new here, so we should be more cautious. Chapter 286. Yan Mo and Tien Yu Zan, 2 supreme sharp knives? Edit the village, in front of a simple wooden house. In the surprised eyes of Shoudama and Yamato, after Tengayama Hitoru, or Kazuki Sukiyaki, walked out of the house with an expressionless face, he dug out a wooden box from the ground behind the wooden house. After opening it, there were 2 famous swords with exquisite scabbards, which looked very gorgeous. This is... Yamato's pupils shrank sharply. Master, this is not... Xiao Yu obviously recognized it. He looked at Mount Tengu in disbelief. She remembered that her master once mentioned that this was a treasure held for others. Why did it come out suddenly? This is the Enma and Tenhaha sword that Kazuki Oden once used. Tengu Mountain flies over the whole person like a rickety body, like a deflated rubber ball. After delivering 2 famous knives to Ren, he looked at Ren in front of him with fear, gritted his teeth and said, I hope you will keep your promise. Of course, I have always been the most trustworthy person. 717. Ren said with a smile. He accepted Yan Mo and Tien Yu without any courtesy. Nani? Yamato's eyes widened and he lost his voice in disbelief. Is this Oden's knife? With that said, he would directly step forward to snatch it. But people who are prepared can easily dodge. Wearing a sky-high skirt and a long skirt, she almost stumbled. Ren rolled his eyes and knocked on her forehead angrily. What, you still want to steal my things? I'm Kazuki Oden. Yamato held his red and swollen forehead. He stared at Ren dissatisfiedly, full of anger. What do you want from my knife? Xiao Yu. Tengu Mountain flies through. My wife is suffering from hopelessly severe delusions and often thinks of herself as Kazuki Oden, which makes the 2 of them laugh. Ren said apologetically. Severe delusion. Yamato couldn't help but become furious when he heard this. What is hopeless severe delusion? This be asterisk 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 D. Don't be too presumptuous outside, Yamato. Ren looked at her and said calmly. Be a lady, don't forget what you promised me before you came out. Otherwise, don't even think about releasing a CD with me next time. Snort, Yamato's expression changed slightly. He turned his head away angrily. Advertisement puffing up his cheeks, he glared at some hateful B asterisk 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 D from time to time. By the way, the sword on your waist is also a rare and famous sword, Choya Soko Tetsu, right? Ren pointed at the tachi hanging on the waist of Tengayama Fighteru, and said with a smile, please give it to me too. He recognized the knife, which was also a famous sword at the level of a fast knife. Naturally, he was not prepared to let it go. You are too greedy. Tengu Mountain Fight's expression changed. He glared at Ren in front of him fiercely, his eyes blazing with fire. But he still compromised. The knife has been given to you, please leave immediately. He took off the saber from his waist and threw it to the opponent. Tengu Shan Fei Te looked directly at Ren and said in a bad tone, this humble house is simple, so I won't entertain you. If the other party hadn't threatened him with his granddaughter Kazuki Hiyori. Even if he dies, he will not make the decision without authorization and hand over the knife left by Oden to the other party. However, he couldn't figure out how the other party knew this. Master. Xiao Yu was stunned. She had just slept happily with Yamato. It has been confirmed that the other party really knows Ace. However, this Yamato sister said that the elder brother is a bad person. Let her not trust each other easily. That's not possible, we came here specifically to take Xiao Yu away. Ren squinted his eyes, looked at Kazuki Sukiyaki, and said calmly, Your Excellency Tengayama, didn't you make everything clear just now? Don't go too far, Xiao Yu. Tengu Shan Fei Che's expression changed drastically. But when faced with Ren's seemingly calm gaze, it was full of coldness and could not be disobeyed. He couldn't help but tremble in his heart. For the safety of his granddaughter, he finally chose to surrender. He gritted his teeth, looked away and said angrily, Xiao Yu, just leave. Master, you are. Xiao Yu was full of surprise and excitement. He hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Tengayama Fight's clothes tightly. With tears in his eyes, he asked loudly, Don't you want me anymore? I'm very sorry, Xiao Yu. Looking at the little 6-year-old girl in front of him. Tengu Shan Fei Che's eyes were full of entanglement and struggle, and he was also deeply apologetic. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and said with a hard heart, "To be honest, it's already very difficult for me to support myself. I really can't support you. If you leave with them, at least you can live a better life. Stop dragging me down." Advertisement. Woo, wow wow. Less than half an hour. After rushing back from the Suzuo area, I met up with Ren and others on the arc. Because he is both his teacher and his father, Tengu Shanfage, who has always been extremely dependent on him, is determined to abandon him. Xiao Yu is extremely sad, where Lahua brings Yujun to tears. "Good boy, don't cry anymore." At this moment, Yamato was not as carefree as usual. Instead, his tone was very gentle, comforting the other person. Let the little girl's snot and tears wet her gorgeous long hair. She glared at Ren with a dissatisfied look. "You are so cold-blooded." She's not a fool. Of course you can guess that Ren must have threatened Tengayama Fate. However, she was also warned unceremoniously by Ren through observation hockey communication and was unable to stop her. "I can only swallow my anger and frustration. You should thank me. This girl hasn't had enough to eat for who knows how long. By following us, we can at least ensure that she has enough food and clothing, and she doesn't have to worry about being threatened by the Kurozumi snake or other pirates." Ren held his arms in his arms and spoke lightly. "Who do you think is responsible for her not having enough to eat?" Yamato gritted his teeth, although Ren just joined Beast's Pirates. But in her opinion, since she is a member of Beast's Pirates, she is an accomplice. He is the chief culprit of persecuting and oppressing the people of Wano Kuni. But even if he wanted to rule this country and squeeze the labor force of these people, at least he would not stick to it like this. Including Yamato, Lucci, Kaku and others looked at them in surprise. Brian Tunney walked over excitedly. In the hand, 2 swords with scabbards and handles are integrated, with exquisite patterns and extraordinary beauty. "Jia he he, Master Ren, it's already been built." Although, he himself has no feelings for Wano Kuni. After all, except for those warriors who are hiding in the dark and trying to accumulate strength to resist. At this time, as long as these ordinary people at the bottom can survive, they will no longer think about rebellion. Using the power of Munch Munch Fruit, the 3 famous swords of Enma, 2nd generation Kitetsu, and Tien Yuuzhan are perfectly integrated. His eyes were burning, and he bared his teeth and said with a strange smile, "Jia he he, these are definitely 2 unparalleled swords that can be ranked among the top 12 swords. By then, if he really takes over Wano Kuni, the sword ace used by Pirate King Roger during his lifetime, as well as Ren-sama's Hongyuki Zumon, and the famous sword Nagaya Sokotetsu, are also perfectly integrated. This has nothing to do with me." Ren shrugged. "If I were you lousy Kaido, I definitely wouldn't do it so brilliantly." However, Kurozumi Orochi is a better contrast to the tyranny of Kaido of the Beasts. You must also be grateful to yourself immediately and work harder willingly. As long as you show a little kindness, even if it flows out from your fingers, it is a good deed, and benevolent government that accumulates good deeds and has a measurable merit. These 3.9 Wano Kuni citizens experienced cruel tyranny, were tortured to the point of starvation, and were worse than dead. Chapter 287. The Emperor of Freedom and the Emperor of Yama, 3rd update. "What?" Yamato was filled with shock. "You fused Odin's sword into one." Even Xiao Yu, who was originally a pear blossom with rain in her eyes, couldn't help but be filled with astonishment and looked at Ren in disbelief. Then he stared blankly at Brian Tunney in front of him, or the 2 extremely gorgeous swords in his hands, integrating Yama and Tien Yuuzhan, as well as Master's 2nd generation Ghost Tetsu. Can this kind of thing really be done? She heard that if you were not careful, the original knife might be destroyed. Although she did not learn the sword forging skills from Tengayama Hitetsu, she was influenced by it and knew nothing about sword forging. It's not like you can forge 2 knives into one just casually. Especially 2 famous swords that have already been formed and have their own characteristics, it is even more impossible. Even if they are forcibly smelted into one body and forged again, it may not be possible to forge a more advanced famous sword. Every swordsmith's lifelong wish is to forge the legendary Supreme Sharp Sword. But a sword that ranks among the Supreme Sharp Swords can be said to be rare in the world. What is needed is not only materials but also corresponding opportunities. Even her master Tengayama Hitetsu is said to have created such famous swords as 3rd generation Kitetsu and Nagaya Sokotetsu. Neither can do such a thing. Tisk tisk, 2 supreme heavenly knives? This is really amazing. Can Munch Munch Fruit's ability still be used like this? It's incredible. For a while, Luo, Lucci, Kaku, Huolu no 9 and others beside him couldn't help but be surprised. They all came over with great interest and slapped the 2 swords in D. Brian's hands. "Oh," Ren's eyes lit up and he smiled. "Is it done so quickly?" He stepped forward and took the 2 extremely gorgeous swords, one white and one red. Where, the white sword was drawn out. The cold light is striking and extremely sharp. When people look directly at it, their scalp feels numb. No matter it's the blade or the pattern. There are vague shadows of the 3 swords of Ace, Hongyue Zuofuji, and Nagaya Soko Tetsu. But compared to the original knife, both weight and length have changed. The handle of the knife is also lengthened and thickened. The sharp blade is at least 2 meters long. This is mainly to match Ren's increasing height. In 2 years, Tien Yubaju will definitely break through the 3-level body shape. In this case, it will be easier to use. Jung. Flick the blade. The sound of gold and iron is crisp and sweet. Good knife. Ren smiled with satisfaction. Sheath it. As long as you are satisfied, Brian Jenny asked with a smile. Then Master Ren, should we rename it? Looking at this gorgeous sword, Ren said without thinking. Let's call it the Emperor of Freedom. Obviously, the name has already been thought of, as your own supreme sharp knife. Of course he couldn't call it, Ace, or anything like that anymore. The Great Emperor? Advertisement? This name is indeed hockey. Lu Chi, Wappa, Khalifa and others were all amazed. I didn't expect that Ren would give this knife such an imposing name. Put away the Emperor ZZ. Ren looked at the other sword. The scabbard and handle are both red, engraved with dazzling patterns, and integrated into one piece. Rang. Two hands held the handle and blade of the knife respectively, and pulled them out slowly. A wisp of scarlet light that was breathtaking and cold disappeared in a flash. It made many people feel cold all over for no reason. A shiver. But when I look at it again, the blade in front of him has returned to its original state. It became extremely bright, gleaming with cold light, and showed its sharp edge. It also has red zigzag patterns, and its overall length and size are comparable to those of the previous Emperor's ZZ. Vaguely, the entire blade was filled with a mysterious and eerie aura. It seems to be tempting others. Take it with you to kill. Demon sword. Luo couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. Moreover, more than one fusion. Kaku nodded, looked at the sword with burning eyes, and said there. I heard that Enma and second-generation Kitetsu are both legendary demon swords. In addition, there is a rumored Tianyu Yuzhan that can cut down even the sky. I can't imagine how exaggerated its power is, however. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, a flash of scarlet flashed in Ren's eyes. The extremely strange blade suddenly produced an unimaginable suction force, and chi surged out involuntarily. Crackling. The entire blade turned as black as ink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was intertwined with strands of black and red lightning. There is a frightening atmosphere in the air. Kai, Ren's eyes narrowed. He waved the blade brazenly and struck into the distance. The atmosphere was ruthlessly torn apart in an instant. Whoosh. A terrifying huge slash was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. It burst out like lightning. Boom boom. Distant forest. There was an unimaginable loud noise. Large areas of smoke and dust filled the air, and countless grass and trees were razed to the ground. Long, the smoke cleared. An extremely exaggerated, huge crack with smooth cuts. Spanning a distance of several kilometers, it appears like a naturally formed ravine. It makes one's scalp tingle. That is, shocking sight. Jean Lo, Yamato, Kaku and others. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, open his mouth, and change his color in shock. Sir Ren, Dao's hand. Advertisement. It's scary. Ren's entire right arm has shrunk a lot. Moreover, the powerful haki is still being released, which is frightening. It's just a knife, but you dare to release my haki without permission. Ren didn't have any anger, but his eyes were cold and extremely strong. Who do you think I am? The whole person's eyes were stern, full of strength and coldness. Brush. Crackling. The right arm expanded instantly and returned to its original shape. Terrifying flames appeared out of thin air and burned blazingly. The unparalleled conqueror's haki spreads out without reservation. Crack. Crack. Xiao Yu, who was stunned by the exaggerated scene and turned pale, immediately foamed at the mouth and fell down. The extremely monstrous blade shone with a scarlet cold light, burned with blazing flames, and trembled violently. The turbulent haki subsided at a speed visible to the naked eye. Return to peace. It was as if nothing had happened. But in the distance, there is that terrifying huge ravine. There are still 4 weeks, that amazing, hiss. Isn't this demon sword a bit exaggerated? If it were anyone else, wouldn't haki be drained and sucked to death? Looking at the blade returning to its original shape, Luo, Kaku, Lu Chi and others beside 887 couldn't help but gasp. There was some chill. Extremely afraid. There are pros and cons. His expression remained unchanged. There he said calmly, although it releases more haki without authorization, it can concentrate the user's excessive haki to release stronger power. Let's call this sword Yama the Emperor, he said with great satisfaction after sheathing this demon sword that was a fusion of second-generation Kitetsu and Tianyu Yuzhan, which seemed to be more exaggerated than the previous Yama. Emperor Yama? However, now we have these 2 supremely sharp knives? He is confident that even the highest combat power of naval headquarters can compete head-on and truly not fall behind. Everyone raised their eyebrows. Certainly, although there are many people who can defeat him. There are probably not many people in this sea who can leave him behind. With the capital that can truly threaten the opponent head-on. Ren's eyes were sharp and he chuckled. If we use them, combined with the power of the blue wave ball, plus the fruit ability of the phantom beast species, the unicorn form. In a short time, even if we face the 4 emperors again, I'm not afraid anymore. He had no fear. It really deserves the name haki. The Emperor of Great Freedom is extremely tough and sharp. The Emperor of Yama is extremely demonic and invincible. Whether it's Marine Admiral or the Pirates' 4 emperors. The battery life is short though. But under normal circumstances, if you want to leave. This is a terrifying demon knife. But it has strong explosive power and high damage. It is equivalent to Strawhat Luffy developing the 4th gear by relying on the ability of the human fruit, phantom beast species, and Nika form. pressing up all his haki, and bursting out in a short period of time, in general. 9 BP Chapter 288 Oiran Shaozi, Kurozumi Orochi's invitation open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. The capital of flowers. Arc Proverbs flew across the sky and landed there. Bang. The smoke filled the air and the arc disappeared. A group of people fell directly from above. Because of his strange clothes, he attracted attention. Let the citizens of Wano Kuni watch on the street. Or curiosity, or awe, or hatred, or fear, or uneasiness. It's Lord Ren. Gulu. The new addition to Beast's Pirates' signature, Blood Prison. That monster has a bounty of 3 billion belly, second only to Kaido-sama. Because Ren has been to the flower capital several times in the past 3 days. Those patrol officers responsible for street security naturally recognize this fourth natural disaster of Beast's Pirates. They all came forward with great respect and saluted, Sir Ren. Next, let's all go around the flower city and relax for a while. He waved the guards to retreat. Looking at the chaos and dilapidation in other areas, as the capital of Wano Kuni, it has unique architectural style and is relatively prosperous and bustling. Ren smiled directly at Luo and others and said, whenever you want to return to Onigashima, just let the people from Beast's Pirates take you back. Yes, Luo, Wappa, Hullian and others all smiled and nodded. Although I have been to the flower city more than once, I have never really had a good stroll around it. Anyway, there is nothing important to do. I just want to enjoy the delicious food and various customs here and relax. Gia hee hee, this is Wanakuna's money in circulation. Bailey doesn't accept it here, it should be enough for you to spend. Brian Tunney smiled strangely and distributed money to everyone. It's still early now, let's go to a good place later. Take the money. Jabra is full of excitement. He winked at Kaku, Fukuru and others, and said with a strange smile, before I came, I had already specifically inquired with other people at Beast's Pirates. The service there is definitely the best, and each one is prettier than the last. Really? Hey, that's great. Nishidori, Fukuru and others can't help but stare. Even Kaku, who is usually the youngest, and Bluno, who is always more serious, are no exception. They have become pirates, why can't they enjoy themselves? Lucky close your eyes and you can guess what Jabra is talking about. Captain. Sha-Chi, Paijin and others heard this. Each one of them looked at Luo eagerly with their eyes shining. Luo's head was covered with black lines. You just came to the flower city, and this is what you were here for. Advertisement, but he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. It's not impossible to indulge once in a while. After all, they're not ascetic monks. Ale? Is there a female bear? Bebo scratched his head and asked. Bebo, this is Flower Street. Geisha are all young beauties, people. Sha-Chi and Paijin bared their teeth speechlessly. Smimasai. Bebo bowed dejectedly. I heard that the most famous Oran here is called Shaozi. It is said that even that guy, Yuji, Quinn and Kurozumi Orochi fell in love with his charm. Jabra crossed his arms and said there, he had already inquired about these situations clearly. Oiran Shaozi. Ren raised his eyebrows and chuckled. He knew very well the true identity of this Oran. Although I agreed to Kazuki Sukiyaki, I will not reveal the identity of Kazuki Hiyori. But he didn't promise to let the other person go. No matter how you say it, she is the #1 beauty in Wano Kuni. It would be false to say that Ren is not interested. However, he was in no hurry. Oiran, Sha-Chi, Paijin, Jabra, Fukuru and others heard this. Everyone couldn't help but their eyes were shining. For a time, everyone was full of expectations. It's not that I fantasize about whether I can have a kiss or something. But at least, they all obviously want to see how beautiful the legendary Oran is. Oiran, that must be very beautiful, right? Oiran Shaozi, I have heard of her. I heard that she is a PR*street Ute rather than a PR*street Ute. At least she is a peerless beauty that is rare in the world, right? Of course, it is said that she is the most beautiful woman in Wano Kuni. Under Kurozumi Orochi, there's a royal money changer and bodyguard named Sleeping Maniac Shuru. I heard that the Yukakubo in where the Oran Komurasaki is located is the property in his name. But the word is good and the word is good. In broad daylight, Flower Street was not open for business. The group of people agreed to go shopping first and take a dip in the hot springs later. Wait until evening and then slowly go to the veranda to enjoy it. Jabra guy. Watching these guys disperse in small groups. In the distance, the sound of Jabra and others' heated discussion could be heard vaguely. Khalifa's eyelids twitched. It's all led Kaku and the others to bad behavior. What she didn't expect was that even Lu Chi, who had always been serious, didn't object. Advertisement, okay, don't worry about this. Ren shrugged and said with a smile. They are adults, let them go. After all, they're pirates, not saints. Naturally, you can go to the Flower Street corridor if you want to, there's no need to pretend to be sanctimonious. Fair trade does not mean not paying, Master Ren. At this time, a warrior hurried over. Respectfully, I sent you a gilded invitation. General Orochi heard that you were coming to the capital of flowers, so he held a special banquet to invite you over. Oh, Ren raised an eyebrow. After some thought, I was not ready to refuse. He guessed that the most beautiful Oran from Wano Kuni was also there, and he just wanted to meet her. Glancing at Yamato who was looking around excitedly, he directly ordered to Khalifa. Khalifa, just follow Yamato and the others later. He had no intention of taking Yamato with him. If this girl arrives, she will overturn the banquet. But I have a headache. It just so happened that he was also planning to establish a superficial relationship with Kurozumi. Next, let the ability of the Ren fruit, phantom beast species, and great entrance form fall into your hands. So as not to arouse the suspicion of Kaido guy. Yes, Khalifa nodded. You take Tama to get something to eat, Yamato. Ren habitually touched Yamato's horns. Eh? Is that okay? Yamato's eyes sparkled, full of excitement. Yes. Instinctively sensed that the teacher Tengayama Totetsu might have been threatened. He was originally a little afraid of Ren, so he grabbed Xiaoyu who was huddled aside by Yamato's skirt, and his eyes lit up. Goo. Sure enough, suddenly, my stomach made a sound. Little girl. Xiaoyu blushed. Holding her stomach, she turned her head away and said sheepishly, my little lady is actually not hungry at all. It's okay. If you are hungry from now on, just tell us and we won't let you go hungry. Ren squatted down, touched Xiaoyu's little head, and said with a smile. Yohu. Tongue, then let's go first, an excited Yamato. I couldn't wait to take Xiaoyu, who was also looking forward to it, and started shopping around. Although wearing high heels is a bit uncomfortable for a strong person like her, she obviously got used to it quickly. It's just that it's inconvenient to run wearing this thing and a long skirt. However, it is convenient for Khalifa to follow, so as not to lose people. Chapter 289. Monkey King and Crown, Kazuki Hiyori, first update. Ding, ding, General's Mansion. Located at the highest point of the Flower City. The rows of pavilions are elegant and exquisite, with luxurious decoration and quite ancient style. But the layout is a bit stingy, typical Japanese style. In the magnificent hall, several young and beautiful geishas were holding folding fans and dancing gracefully. A geisha wearing a gorgeous and loose kimono with long, smooth green hair was playing the shamisen and singing with a clear and sweet voice. Wearing a mask, you can't see your face clearly, but that kind of gentle and charming temperament makes people can't help but be attracted to it. Several figures of different shapes were lined up on both sides. Sitting there on his knees, there were fine wines and delicacies on the table in front of him. Ahahaha, Your Majesty Ren is willing to show off, it's really a blessing. On top of the throne, a tall, ugly middle-aged man with a huge head that took up half of his body. The geisha, who embraced her beauty unscrupulously, bared her teeth and said with a smile. Wearing a crown on his head, he failed to show the temperament of a superior. But no matter how gorgeous the clothes are, they still give people a sense of humor. On the contrary, the pretense of majesty makes people feel a little ridiculous. General Orochi was joking. Ren generously embraced two beautiful geishas. Looking at Kurozumi, the snake with an ugly face and vulgar temperament, 840 felt extremely contemptuous in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, I've been given a banquet with fine wines and be treated by beautiful ladies. How could I refuse? Sir Ren, have another drink, 33. He was not used to sitting on his knees, so he just sat there cross-legged. He also did not refuse the dishes and wine served by the two geishas from time to time, which was quite a bit dissolute. The two young and beautiful geishas leaned on his broad and strong arms and looked at the masculine and handsome face. They felt that their bodies were going soft and their eyes were a little stringy. One person brings wine and one person picks up food. Smiling and serving enthusiastically. It didn't look like she was forcing a smile at all, but instead she squeezed into Ren's arms involuntarily. That enthusiastic gesture made Kurozumi a little jealous. I believe that with the addition of Sir Ren, Beast's pirates will be even more powerful. One has light blue hair, the top of which forms a huge bun, and wears a dark blue kimono with circular patterns on it. The other man wearing a high-collared cloak kneels and sits opposite Ren. Advertisement. He squinted his narrow eyes, held up the wineglass, and said with a smile. General Orochi knows that Lord Ren always likes chaste virgins, but he specially ordered it, so please enjoy it. Oh. Ren raised an eyebrow, facing the temptation of the big snake. He did not refuse and said with a smile, General, you really know my heart. A palm has already unceremoniously penetrated into the warm embrace of the geisha, grasping the delicate softness. Sir, the young geisha coquettishly said, but she didn't mean to refuse. He glanced secretly and cooperated actively. Where? See this. Kurozumi grinned. Come, let's drink to a better future. These are fine wines and delicacies that those untouchables can't even dream of tasting. Ha 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 ha. In his opinion, as long as the Beast's pirates are around, he will be able to sit firmly in the position of general, firmly control Wano-kuni in his hands, and sit back and relax. Anyway, they just need to cooperate with the Beast's pirates and throw some untouchables to work in the factory. As long as he can enjoy a high and luxurious life, he doesn't care about the life or death of those guys. Even if they die, you can always replace them with another batch. So, for Bloody Ren, join the Beast's pirates. Take Beast's pirates to the next level. He was very excited. Your Excellency Ren is indeed a sweetheart. Looking at the young figure in front of me who is too young to be true, but cannot be despised. Kwang Shilong, who was kneeling across from him, squinted his eyes and smiled. But his heart couldn't help but sink. He had heard that this was a monster whose strength was second only to Kaido. Even Marine's top combat force under the world government, Marine Marshals Sengoku and Admiral Akainu, died directly or indirectly at his hands. If such a character really joins the Beast's pirates, it will undoubtedly be a good thing for Kurozumi. But his other identity is Denjiro, a retainer of the Kazuki clan and one of the legendary Red Sheath warriors. The reason why he changed his name to Kurozumi, became Kurozumi Orochi's official money changer and bodyguard, and lurked beside him. Whether it is to wait for the opportunity, defeat the Beast Kaido, overthrow the rule of Kurozumi the Big, BBCG, Snake, and regain Wano-kuni for the Kazuki clan who were kind to me in the past. Hence the emergence of Ren, the fourth major brand. For these samurai who are loyal to the Kazuki clan and always want to overthrow Orochi's tyranny and welcome back Kazuki, this is not a good thing. Drinking and drinking each other, the guests and hosts enjoy themselves. Advertisement time passes. In a blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. Some drunken snakes could no longer hold themselves back and hurriedly took the geisha to the next room. Your Excellency Ren, it's getting late, why don't you stay overnight? Seeing that although Ren was wild, he always maintained restraint and had no intention of directly enjoying the two geishas. Kwang Shilong's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, General Orochi ordered me to entertain you well. I'm very happy, but I understand General Orochi's wishes. Let's do it next time. Ren caressed the pretty faces of the two geishas. In their resentful eyes, they drove away the slight hint of drunkenness, stood up and chuckled. However, this time I brought out His Highness Yamato, I still have to look at her. If anything happens to this Princess Guiji, we will be in trouble. Oh, Master Yamato is here too? Kwang Shilong was surprised. He often follows Kurozumi and goes to Onigashima many times, so he naturally knows the problematic son of Kaido of the Beasts. He asked with a smile, I heard that Governor Kaido is planning to marry His Highness Onihime to His Excellency Ren. Is it true? There have been rumors recently that Kaido of the Beasts is planning to marry his only daughter to Blood Prison Ren, the young and promising fourth star. Well, the wedding date has been set, Ren shrugged. So, although General Orochi loves Xiaozi very much, he still can't get what he wants. Sound. Movement. In response to Kwangshiro's intentional or unintentional reminder, he smiled casually. Then I have to see what kind of magnificence this Oran is who is so popular in Wano-kuni that even General Orochi and Quinn are fascinated and unable to extricate themselves. Unparalleled. Not only is General Orochi very fond of her, he always names her to play at every banquet to cheer up the entertainment. Even that fellow, Disaster, Quinn is extremely fascinated by her. For this reason, he even talked to General Orochi how many times have we quarreled. He didn't mean to hide anything, on the night of the fire festival next month. Ren chuckled. Congratulations to Sir Ren. Worried that Ren would act recklessly based on his status and force, he added. The two of them also agreed to see who can win Xiaozi's heart first. Oh, is it so? Ren waved his hand carelessly, under Kwang Shilong's shrinking gaze. He calmly walked towards the beautiful figure who was wearing a mask from beginning to end and was quietly playing the shamisen without saying a word. I heard that there is an unparalleled beauty under your command, Kwang Shilong. The most popular Oran in Wano-kuni must be this one, right? Smile lightly at Ren. Kwang Shilong said with a smile. Xiaozi is my ace. Oh, has Mr. Ren even heard about it? Revealing a beautiful and alluring face. Sitting there on her knees, the gorgeously dressed geisha finally took off her mask. My little lady has met Lord Ren, easy to say. Chapter 290 Wano-kuna's Hot Springs, Ripe Fruits? Are you Xiaozi? In the hall of the general's mansion, Ren looked at the young and beautiful geisha sitting there kneeling dignifiedly in front of him. She has emerald-colored hair tied up, wearing a kimono embroidered with peacocks and gorgeous hair accessories. Looking at the beautiful city, it is gentle and moving. I feel pity for you, it is indeed a stunning sight. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he smiled faintly. No wonder those guys were fascinated when they saw you. He nodded slightly, not intending to communicate in depth. In Kwang Shilong's somewhat surprised eyes, he nodded to him and left. Xiaozi, the courtesan who originally wanted to use her beauty to charm the other party, showed a look of astonishment on her beautiful face. It's really surprising. Looking at Ren Sati-chan, he said with some surprise. He actually dismisses your appearance. Ever since His Highness Hiyori grew up, Chingchung's beauty can be said to be superior to that of his mother, Mrs. Shi. Not to mention a lecher like Kurozumi Orochi. Even he, who had watched the other person grow up, felt absent-minded from time to time. He didn't expect that Ren, who was a bit wild just now, didn't seem very tempted. No, this should be intentional. Kazuki Hiyori, whose pseudonym is Xiaozi, but is actually the princess of the Kazuki clan, has recovered from the shock on her pretty face, and said with confidence. He must just want to take advantage of this, just to attract my attention. Makes sense. Kwang Shilong nodded. Touching his chin, he agreed. It seems like he is still too young after all. Now that the banquet is over, let's go back first, Kazuki Hiyori said softly, looking at the room in the distance with disgust, where faint sounds could be heard. Yes, and the other side. After eating and drinking, people stretched their muscles and walked out of the general's mansion. It's not that he's playing hard to get, but he's really not in a hurry. Anyway, Kazuki Hiyori is there and can't escape. Moreover, he was not prepared to talk about feelings with the other party, which was a waste of time. After all, there are already many women around him who really talk about relationships. Others, if not particularly tempting, generally, it only takes a long time to become in love. Over there? Powerful observation hockey. the position of Yamato and others was instantly locked. He turned left and right on the bustling street and soon found J. Master Ren. Meet Ren. Advertisement. Khalifa breathed a sigh of relief. This Princess Guiji is too difficult to serve. He especially likes to fight against injustice, and almost caused trouble several times. Tired her out so much. Ren, you came just in time. Yamato holds 2 skewers in both hands. Her mouth was full of oil and bulging. I'm about to take Xiaoyu to the hot springs. Do you want to come together? She asked carelessly. Okay. Ren shrugged. Then go back after taking a dip in the hot spring. I heard that soaking in hot springs is good for your skin. Khalifa also has some expectations. Several people took him directly to find a hot spring hotel. When the boss was stunned, Ren threw out a bag of money. Directly and arrogantly booked the venue. Crash. Yo-ho. In a hot spring pool filled with steam. Finally able to get rid of those nasty high heels and tight long skirt. Yamato jumped in excitedly and made a big splash. So comfortable, hee. Regardless of her image, she lay down happily. Your Highness Yamato, the water is deeper over there, don't go over there. Wearing a bath towel, the beautiful Khalifa reminded helplessly, we are all capable people. Little girl, I also want to become so coquettish. Xiaoyu stared at Yamato's exaggerated curves in stunned silence, and then looked at herself, feeling a little envious. Xiaoyu, if you want to grow up quickly, I have a way. Soak in the hot spring nearby. Ren, who squinted his eyes, looked at the timid Xiaoyu and said with a smile. Hey, Ren, you guy, Xiaoyu is still a child. Yamato heard this. As the water splashed, everyone ran over. There he put his hands on his hips, stared at Ren condescendingly, and said angrily, I don't allow you to hurt her. Don't get me wrong, of course I know she is a child. Generously admiring the turbulent snowflakes, Ren shrugged. I'm just saying that some special devil fruit abilities can directly make people older. Please give me flowers, like growing up quickly into your teens and 20s or something like that. Don't say anything else. He remembers the power of ripe fruit. It can make people grow quickly and control time. Advertisement. There shouldn't be too many problems. What? To encourage the growth of seedlings, depriving the other party of 10 or 20 years of youth in disguise. For these, people will not have any guilty psychological burden. Anyway, he doesn't expect everyone to become the 4 Emperors Admiral or anything like that. If you can't do whatever you want, what kind of pirate is he? Eh? Do you still have such ability? There's something incredible about Yamato? Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Is he the same magician as me? In Wano Kuni, demon fruit power is called a magician. Zero. She herself is the user of the paramecia dango fruit and can perform the dango technique. You can make dumplings from your cheeks, and then any animal that eats the dumplings, no matter how violent it is, will become extremely docile and obey its orders. However, the effect only lasts for 1 month, but after a month, if she establishes a relationship with the animal. Some animals may still be fond of it, and won't leave. Master Ren, what is that ability? Khalifa came over. Rubbing the lord's back there. Those perfect muscle lines made her couldn't help but caress them gently, her eyes a little drawn. Subconsciously leaned on the other person's body. Paramecia ripe fruit. Ren closed his eyes and said nonchalantly. He has already asked people to search for the whereabouts of that little ninja. If he found it, he wouldn't mind letting Xiaoyu grow up to 10 years directly. Ripe fruit. Yamato was surprised. What a strange name. Hiss. All of a sudden. Ren was about to say something when he suddenly opened his eyes. Speechlessly looking at Khalifa, who was carefully rubbing his back. Where do you put your feet? Khalifa's pretty face turned red. But he still had no intention of stopping and said nonchalantly. It's not easy to find it, isn't it? No, I think there should be clues soon. Ren closed his eyes and soaked in the hot spring. Let Khalifa rub his back. Chapter 291. Hiyori. What if I devote myself to him? Open black lens bracket. Third update. Close black lens bracket. And at this time, Kiyoshiro and Kazuki Hiyori. He also left the general's mansion in a sedan and returned to the Varangfang courtyard. In the attic, Guangxi hurriedly chased away the other geishas and subordinates. Only he and Xiao Zi were left. Your Highness, you have worked hard today. The Guangxilong bowed there. Denjiro, there is no need to be so polite. Kazuki Hiyori shook his head slightly, thinking back to that young, majestic and high-spirited tall figure. She bit her teeth lightly and couldn't help but ask the Guangxilong in front of her. By the way, I remember you said that Blood Prison Ren is the nephew of Kaido of the Beast's most trusted confidant, Fire Calamity, Jin. There are indeed such rumors, and they are said to come from a special race. You must have noticed today, His Highness Hiyori, that he has a pair of black wings like Crow Tengu on his back. 703. Is not a decoration, but it's something you're born with. Jin also has it. Guangxilong nodded and said, in the past, I didn't pay much attention to it, and Jin was very shy about it. No one in Beast's Pirates dared to talk about it. But in the recent war in the outside world naval headquarters, their special racial identities were spread. It is said that they have very powerful special talents, which are equivalent to immortality and can render any damage ineffective. Change. Speaking of which, his tone was full of fear. There are such monsters. Even if it is the wife of his Lord Odin, the prophecy of the Lady of Time comes true. 18 years ago, other retainers of the Kazuki clan and Lord Momonosuke, who were transported away from that era by the power of the time fruit, successfully traveled through time and space. I am afraid that I will not be able to easily conquer the beast's pirates, overthrow the rule of Kurozumi Orochi, and take back Wano Kuni. Is that so? Kazuki Hiyori bit her finger. Her beautiful face kept changing, as if she had made up her mind, and she asked seriously, Denjiro, do you think that if I charm Ren, the fourth most famous person, can I make him go against Kaido? She felt that since the other party was Yan Calamity Jin's nephew, if we can instigate rebellion, it might cause internal strife among the beast's pirates. That greatly weakened the combat power of beast's pirates. If that were the case, it would be great. Huang Shilong was stunned, frowned and said, I'm afraid he's just like that guy Quinn. He knew very well that although Quinn was obsessed with Xiaozi, the courtesan advertisement, even Kurozumi didn't show mercy, and the two of them almost turned over the table and started fighting. But if he were to betray Kaido, it would be impossible. Then what if I devote myself to him? Kazuki Hiyori bit her lip and asked in a deep voice. She felt, if you really devote yourself to people with his own charm, he is bound to be able to completely charm the other person. Maybe it can make him, young and energetic, turn against Kurozumi, Kaido of the beasts and others. Moreover, if you commit yourself to such a young, handsome and powerful man, it's not like you're humiliating yourself. He has deceived countless rich and unkind people, causing them to spend all their money trying to redeem themselves. Kazuki Hiyori is confident enough in her beauty and scheming. I think that if I don't hesitate to sacrifice my life, I can definitely make the other party fascinated. Driven by her. What? Hear the words. Huang Shilong's face changed drastically. No, I will never allow it, Your Highness. I can no longer blame myself for asking you to commit yourself to dressing up as a geisha who sells her skills but not your body. He was filled with excitement. There he knelt down and grabbed the ground with his head. His eyes were red. He lowered his head and said loudly, if you really have to pay a higher price for this, then I really have to commit seppuku to have the face to see Master Yu and Tokimi. Please don't do anything stupid like that. But, Huang Shilong. Looking at Kwangshiru kneeling in front of him, Kazuki Hiyori gritted his teeth and said, do you think we can really fight Kaido alone? Even if Kinemon and the others can successfully travel through time and space like Mom said, their strength will not change at all. Even the Whitebeard pirates, who are most likely to serve as reinforcements, have lost Whitebeard, who is known as the world's strongest man. I heard that the beast's pirates and other forces are eyeing them, and they can no longer protect themselves. The Roger pirates have also been disbanded. Who can we rely on now? This, Huang Shilong's expression changed. Advertisement. But didn't know how to respond, because he really doesn't know how to defeat Kaido. Momonosuke-sama, who inherited the bloodline of the Kazuki family, might still be 8 years old. Under such circumstances, what should they do with Shagwo? This may be the only chance. Kazuki Hiyori said quietly, if I can recapture Wano Kuni, kill the Kurozumi snake, expel the beast's pirates, and save the people of this country at the expense of myself, I will be willing to do so. Moreover, if I lose my virginity to him, even if I can't completely charm that man. Her eyes flashed, and she added, but I believe that with a little trickery, Kurozumi and Serpent Quinn can create a gap between them, even causing them to draw swords against each other and completely break up, thereby weakening the beast's pirates. Don't forget, that Ren is not only the fourth biggest recruit Kaido of the beasts has just recruited, but he is also the nephew of Inferno. But, Huang Shilong's eyes were red. The chance of defeating Kaido of the beasts has been increased by at least half. He had something he wanted to say but didn't dare to say it. Far surpassing Lord Odin at the same age. Especially, I heard that the other party is currently only 17 years old. If you give the opponent some time to grow, he might not even be able to match that monster Kaido. Damn Kurozumi, damn Kaido. He knew very well that he could not stop His Highness Hiyori. Such potential is simply terrifying. His head hit the floor hard, and his eyes were filled with 0.4 bloodshot eyes. The oil and water couldn't help but disappear. Watching Kazuki Hiyori grow up in front of her little by little and become the stunning beauty she is today. But he knew very well that his status was humble and he did not dare to express his feelings. Because that might be the only chance to weaken Beast's pirates. For the revenge of Lord Odin, they had no chance of defeating Kaido. With Blood Prison, Ren is said to be stronger than the three disasters. His strength is second only to Kaido, the beast, and he is the fourth most powerful sign. He clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging out. In his heart, he had already fallen deeply in love with the other person and admired the princess. If you can really instigate Blood Prison Ren, let him 5 beasts pirates turn against each other and stand on their side. Chapter 292 The Transparent World, 4th Update, Crash la 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 la. No, Sister Yamato. HMPH, you are so bad. Look at me water-style water splash technique. It's so despicable, Xiaoyu, you actually attacked me. Inside the hot spring pavilion, in the huge hot spring pool. The mist is steaming and the water is splashing. Yamato is as happy as a child. There he had a water fight with Xiaoyu, who was only 6 years old. But Yamato's puzzled eyes looked strangely at Ren, who was there with his eyes closed, as if he was asleep and not participating. Why does the other person still have Khalifa's aura around him? Didn't Khalifa just say that something happened and he went out? Moreover, it seems that the splash is a bit big. There are also weird sounds from time to time. It was small, but she did hear it. Sir Ren, can you go next door? As small as the sound of mosquitoes and flies, people are begging for mercy. That's not possible, the scenery here is great. Open black lens bracket Khalifa, you girl is too courageous, I must teach you a lesson, close black lens bracket. Ren himself said nothing, but with the powerful observation Haki. Their 11 had an in-depth communication with Khalifa who was not present. Of course he didn't know that Kazuki Hiyori was conspiring with Kiyoshiro, trying to seduce his fourth most famous figure. He even tried to use this to cause internal strife between himself and the rest of Beast's pirates. If I knew it, I would probably laugh out loud. Who gave that woman the confidence, just based on her beauty? It is undeniable that Kazuki Hiyori is indeed very beautiful. But he coppers Ren's side. Nami, Robin, Karina, just pick one of these confidant. Who is worse than Kazuki Hiyori, the most beautiful woman in Wano Kuni? It's just that she wears a splendid kimono, dresses up a bit more coquettishly, and has the aura of an Oran. Actually, not worth mentioning. Although, this woman may have made a mistake, misinterpreted the process, and guessed the result correctly. He and the Beast's pirates, or Kaido, are indeed not of the same mind. Advertisement, but even the future Beast Kaido was really pulled down. The new Beast's pirates, too, are not leaving the country. Kazuki can never be Wano Kuni again, in the near future. Even the name, Wano Kuni, will cease to exist, there is no other reason. He does not like. It's that simple. Open black lens bracket, hold on tight, don't fall, close black lens bracket. Wow. The water surges, his eyes suddenly opened. He turned his back to Yamato, Showdown and the others and stood up. A pair of huge black wings brought up a large splash of water and spread out there. The exaggerated muscle lines are even more amazing. Brother Ren, what's wrong with you? Xiao Yu asked timidly. After getting along for a short time, she felt that the other person was not such a bad person. Ren, who was extremely comfortable, stretched there, turned around and said with a smile, I've been soaking for too long. Get up, regain your composure, and stretch your muscles. You just take your time and don't worry about me. If it weren't for the entire area being steaming hot, and his fallen angel-like wings cover him, I'm afraid that the mysterious water drops that drop out of thin air from time to time have already attracted attention. Weird guy. Yamato looked suspiciously, but he wrinkled his nose and ignored it. Still playing happily with Xiao Yu there, and Ren stretched his muscles and bones and walked there taking his time and bearing the weight. Master Ren, can you use Pato's transformation leaves to transform the CP agent from the Fruit of Silence? She is also a female anyway. Khalifa's voice was low and she asked tremblingly. And her abilities can also be used from afar. Of course she knows. How domineering this gentleman is in this regard. The key is that when she feels like she's about to soar into the sky, she uses her fruit power to make RMB invisible with her. Almost bitten to pieces. The CP agent who had the power of the silence fruit and was abandoned by the world government. Although his appearance is not flattering, when impelled down, even if he is directly disguised as a male prison guard, it is unrecognizable. But it is undeniable that her abilities are very useful at critical moments. Advertisement, then it depends on your next performance, Khalifa, close black lens bracket. Ren did not directly agree, but there was no refusal. Khalifa rolled her eyes. He hesitated for a moment, but couldn't hold it any longer. He lowered his voice and responded tremblingly. Open the third world, is it okay? Third world parlance. She learned it from this adult. Open black lens bracket, make a deal. Close black lens bracket. Woo hoo hoo. Evening. An arc sailed across the sky. Speeding towards the ghost island. After soaking in the hot spring, Ren felt refreshed. Even Yamato and Xiao Yu were full of energy and felt extremely comfortable. Holding the fragrant grilled skewers in hand, you are savoring them there. Sister Khalifa, what's wrong with you? He looked at Khalifa, who was limping and unnatural as he walked, following Ren. Xiao Yu asked strangely, It's okay, I accidentally twisted my foot when I went out to buy skewers. Because the amount of exercise is relatively large. My appetite was greatly increased, and I tasted the roasted meat slowly. Khalifa's pretty face turned red and she glanced at someone. There he responded as if nothing had happened. It's just a minor injury. Just go back and rest for 2 days and it will be fine. Of course she didn't buy it. After all the tossing back and forth, she couldn't even walk. It took a long time to recover. Really? That's good. Yamato's mouth was full of oil and his mouth was bulging. In his hand, he also held a large handful of grilled skewers that exuded an alluring aroma that made people drool. Looking at the radiant Khalifa, he said with some surprise, However, it seems that bathing in hot springs is still very effective. Your skin seems to have really improved. You're so careless, please be more careful next time. Ren touched her head. Caressing his golden hair, he reminded her with righteous words. At the end, he praised it without hesitation. But the performance is good, keep up the good work, the taste is very good. Yes, I understand. Khalifa's beautiful face. He suddenly became extremely rosy and nodded hurriedly. Chapter 293 Yamato's Challenge, First Update, Clang. Hateful. Ghost Island, in Ren's courtyard. Back to Yamato here. Reluctantly put on sea-stone handcuffs. Full of unwillingness, he gnashed his teeth and cursed. I will definitely defeat that Minotaur gorilla and regain my freedom. As for Khalifa, it was under Ren's instruction. After having been brought here, Xiao Yu, who was a little uneasy, left. After spending a short time getting along with each other throughout the day, Yamato, who is already very familiar with Xiao Yu and has a very close relationship, although he is a little reluctant. But she must admit that she is really not good at taking care of children. Moreover, it was discovered that Ren did not mean to harm the other party. Then he let Khalifa take Xiao Yu away. Then you have to work hard. Ren touched her horns and said with a smile. Carrying his own mace. Yamato looked directly at Ren with fighting spirit and said loudly. First, let's defeat Ren. You be asterisk 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 D. I will never marry you. You sure? Ren crossed his arms. He looked at her sideways and asked with a smile. Absolute. Yamato touched the pink fist. The beautiful face is full of determination and stubbornness. I can accept your challenge anytime. Ren looked at the other party. His tone was full of confidence, and he said nonchalantly. As long as you defeat me, I will ask boss Kaido to cancel the wedding. If even Yamato, who has not yet fully grown up, can't defeat him. Why is he so confident that he can defeat the beast Kaido in the future and replace him as the new strongest creature on land, sea, and air? That's what you said. Yamato's eyes lit up and he was very excited. Wait until you can do it. Ren shrugged. Then we can start now. Yamato was excited and was about to rush forward with the mace. That's not possible. Ren yawned. He ignored Yamato, who was impatient and wanted to challenge himself. There he stretched himself and said nonchalantly, I'll fight again tomorrow, I'm tired today. Oh well, Yamato is full of regrets. Advertisement. Reluctantly, he looked at Ren and reminded, you are not allowed to make excuses tomorrow. In your eyes, am I that kind of person? Renshi smiled. This girl really needs a lesson. If I lose, I will cancel the engagement. He raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Yamato. But if you lose, you can't give nothing, right? You mean? Yamato raised an eyebrow. He looked at the other person in surprise, full of vigilance. Don't try to ask me to sacrifice myself or anything. I will never agree. Although she considers herself to be a male, but that doesn't mean you really don't understand anything. This evil-minded guy sometimes looks at me like a wolf. Unabashed and fiery, definitely not good-hearted. What's going on in your head? Ren coughed dryly and said righteously, am I that kind of person? Tisk tisk, it seems that this girl is not too stupid, he was really planning to do that. A flash of regret flashed through my heart. He didn't hesitate and said directly without thinking. If you lose once, you must get up every morning and yell at Kazuki Oden as a fool 3 times in front of everyone in Onigashima for a month. If you lose twice, you will be scolded for 2 months in a row. If you lose 3 times, you will be scolded for 3 months in a row, and so on. No matter how many times you challenge me, I will accept it unconditionally. Nani? Yamato jumped up. He glared at Ren and gritted his teeth angrily. Absolutely not, absolutely not, I don't want to scold Oden. What? Ren looked at the other party sideways and said sarcastically. The invincible Kazuki Oden doesn't even dare to accept such a challenge? That's so disappointing. Who says you dare? I will never lose. Yamato's face turned red. Holding his pink fist, he looked directly at Ren and said loudly. Then if you lose, you will also call Kaido a bull gorilla in public for a month. She doesn't think she is weaker than the other person. In the previous brief battle, Yamato had already discovered that the opponent's armament hockey was not strong and was definitely not as good as his. However, Conqueror's purple energy is slightly better than mine. At most, he is evenly matched with himself. Moreover, the other party is still so much younger than me. If you unlock the Seastone handcuffs and unleash your full combat power, she is confident that she will not be inferior to her opponent. First of all, you are not allowed to use conspiracy or tricks, otherwise I will never approve it, Yamato added hurriedly, thinking of the fate of Kazuki Oden. She had seen it with her own eyes from the live broadcast of the war at Naval Headquarters. Advertisement Blood Prison Ren is a very insidious guy. Monsters as powerful as Marine Admiral Buddha Sengoku and Marine Admiral Akainu were all attacked and killed by him. It directly led to the reversal of the entire advantageous battle situation. Marine suffered an unprecedented defeat. Moreover, Kazuki Oden was defeated by her B********* D father because of the tricks used by Kurozumi and Orochi to distract her. In Yamato's opinion, this is simply the tradition that Beast's Pirates has inherited, and we have to guard against it. The corner of Ren's mouth twitched and he looked at her speechlessly. Who do you think I am? Just Kazuki Yamato. Does he still need to rely on intrigues to win? What a joke. Then I'll leave first. See you tomorrow. Yamato is about to leave directly. Wait, what's the rush? Stop the other party. Ren crossed his arms and said with a smile. One code is another code. Your mission today is not completed yet. HMPH, you shameless guy. Yamato was so angry that his teeth started to itch. But can't refuse. Follow Ren to the living room. The dance of Kazuki, which has no technical content, is boring after watching it twice. And tell this crazy girl is trained to be feminine. What? Yamato was full of resistance and said loudly. Hey, I don't want to learn those messy things. He decided that from now on, Passia, a dancer, would be responsible for instructing Yamato to dance, and Elizabeth, a supermodel, would be responsible for teaching Yamato how to walk the show. A-hole. Stop, you have to bear the humiliation. Haochenjiao, and dance a Kazuki dance. Wait a minute, let's do something different today. Yamato struck 3 times, 5 divided 2, and the overlord disarmed. Alas, Ace is so pitiful. Ren sighed softly. Pointing to those bikinis, she said with a smile. Put them on. Elizabeth, teach her how to walk on the catwalk. Putting some brand new bikinis aside, Elizabeth said with a smile. Master Ren, everything is ready. Visits to the island are rotated every day. Elizabeth smiled and nodded. He put his hand into his arms, as if he wanted to take out something. Ren stopped her. As a supermodel, Taiwan is her strong point. Chapter 294. Phantom Beast Species vs. Phantom Beast Species, Divine Foot White Snake Drive, second update. Ren. The next day. Early in the morning, in Ren's courtyard. Yamato was so excited that he didn't even knock on the door and barged in without even knocking. He stuck his waist there and said with confidence, I will definitely defeat you today. Your Highness Yamato, do you have to do this every time? The pair of maids dressed in black and white, Patsia and Elizabeth, who also woke up early, were startled. When they saw it was Yamato, everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Somewhat speechless. Yamato, you guy, do you need to be so restless? Yard. I have long been accustomed to getting up early to exercise. After washing, Ren was stretching there. The chefs of Beast's Pirates had already specially prepared and served a sumptuous breakfast for Ren, the 4th natural disaster. The alluring fragrance makes Yamato's index finger move and his mouth water. Goo-goo. Her stomach growled, and she turned her head away with a blushing face. Kong dang. Unlock Yamato's sea-stone handcuffs. Come and eat together. Ren had a smile on his face. He pointed to the dazzling dining table in the yard, which was fully equipped with fine wine and delicacies. He slowly said, if you're full, you won't have the strength to be beaten later. Character dictates. Generally when the weather is good. He personally prefers to dine on the patio, not in the lavishly decorated restaurant indoors. The essence of 617 is a person who does whatever he wants without trying to pretend to be a gentleman. Yamato was in a good mood and readily agreed. After hearing the second half of the sentence, he immediately glared at the other party angrily. It's not certain who will get beaten. Said. Not polite to anyone either. There was a lot of wind and fire, and he started gobbling it up. Soon, there were all kinds of gourmet desserts on the dining table. After being swept away by the 2 men, it became empty and a bit messy. For the 2 people who are Zone Fantasy Beast species ability users, this little food is naturally not enough to support them. We came directly to the coast far away from the skeleton buildings. I will definitely defeat you, Ren. Yamato pulled out the mace Takaru on his back and looked at Ren with fighting spirit. Looking at the confident Yamato, Ren also looked high-spirited and said with a smile, don't cry if you lose. The next moment, he looked sharply. A flash of scarlet flashed in his eyes. It seemed like he had foreseen something. Almost at the same time, Yinhe rushed up. Advertisement, Thunder 8 trigrams, the momentum is rising. He couldn't help but accumulate strength there, and the wolf swung the mace. Tangled with Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, it came over with a bang, BBBA. Rang. A frightening cold light flashed. The Emperor of Freedom on his waist was unsheathed like lightning. The heaven-destroying sword technique, the extremely sharp blade was intertwined with black and red lightning. With lightning speed, it tore apart the atmosphere. And the mace that was thrown, fighting together. Keng. The atmosphere is distorted. The mace and the blade are stretched out in the air. The terrifying sound of gold and iron clashing was sharp, ear-splitting, and deafening. Boom. Boom. The earth cracked and collapsed. Violent shock waves kept coming. An astonishing wave of air swept over the rocks and splashed away. What happened? Is there an enemy invasion? The noise came from the west blue shore. No, it's Mr. Yamato and Mr. Ren who are dating. Tisk, tisk. Master Yamato is really stubborn. Remember, you were taught a lesson by Master Kaido just now, right? I wonder who is stronger between Master Ren and Master Yamato. Nonsense. Of course Ren Tianren. That's a monster with a bounty of 3 billion belly. You're right. Even the Marine Marshal Sengoku of Buddha died at his hands. For a while, many pirates had just woken up, or were still sleeping soundly, and were awakened by the shock. They all couldn't help but their expressions changed drastically, and they were a little panicked. But it was discovered that there was not an enemy invasion, but that Ren and Yamato quickly calmed down after a fierce fight. They even discussed with great interest who was stronger between the two. However, they have learned from past mistakes and are very self-aware. He didn't dare to approach the battlefield directly. I only dare to watch from afar, surprised, clang. The sound of gold and iron clashing continues. The two figures kept clashing. It's like the tip of a needle facing the wheat on, refusing to give in to each other. Both mastered armament Haki with Conqueror's entanglement. Under the careful care of Kaido, the 100 teachers, since childhood, Yamato was often beaten until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he was half dead. Years of continuous training have allowed her to master the observation color, armed color, Conqueror's, and Conqueror's Haki with great proficiency. It can be said that she has no obvious shortcomings. After all, Ren is younger, having just practiced armament Haki for less than half a year, and is slightly weaker in this regard. Advertisement, but the strength lies in the fact that he has been awakened since he was a child and has been practicing diligently. As his strength improves, he defeats powerful enemies again and constantly breaks through his own limits. Compared with conquerors, who had already improved significantly before going to sea, the advantages in this area are offset by each other, and they are almost equal. And it just so happens that Ren is on the observation hockey side. He has a unique talent and has already been able to predict the future. Every time, the enemy plane was expected to take the lead, steadily overpowering Tianhe. The whole process seemed effortless. Kang, sparks sputter. Black and red lightning kept intertwining and shining. Two figures fought hard there, crackling. Two terrifying momentums kept colliding. The astonishing airwaves rippled out layer by layer, and even the cloud flow in the sky was faintly affected. Yamato, use your fruit power. Ren looked at the other party and said calmly. Otherwise, even if you untie the shackles of Seastone and free up more combat power, you still won't be able to defeat me. Damn it. Then as you wish, looking at Ren, who looked relaxed. Yamato's face was solemn, and he no longer had the previous calmness. The whole person is changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Huh. The cold air surged. Thick white animal hair grew all over his body, directly transforming into a human animal form. His face became ferocious, with sharp fangs growing out, and his hands turned into claws, with extremely sharp nails. I will never lose. She breathed out a cold breath. The mace pointed directly at Ren and said loudly, I'm going to attack, use your ability, Ren. Satisfy you. Ren smiled lightly. The whole person's figure suddenly grew taller, and golden horns sprouted from his head. Thick red dragon scales grew all over his body, shining with a metallic luster. Carrying jet black wings, it also has a scaly tail. And his own face still maintains a human posture. Holding the gleaming Emperor of Freedom in his hand. Ren, who was already ready to go, had a smile on his face, and his astonishing momentum could not help but rise. In an instant, an extremely astonishing speed broke out and continued to accelerate. Swinging the mace, he rushed towards Ren, Sacred Foot White Snake Zone. Boom boom. It overwhelmingly crushed the atmosphere and violently struck out. The next moment, Yamato suddenly rushed out. Crackling. The gleaming sword was intertwined with black and red lightning. God avoids, brush. Like a white stream of light. Like an evil demon. Well done, Shenzhou White Snake District. Suddenly it changed position from Ren's right front, and jumped to the left like lightning. A flash of scarlet flashed in Ren's eyes. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. Attack from the left. In an instant. As expected. Chapter 295. Foreseeing the future, Yamato was crushed. Third update. Boom. Between the electric light and flint, Yamato's hair stood on end. Jingshan. Her eyes were stern and cold, but despite using the fruit's ability to defend immediately, he was still blasted away. Bang bang. It's as devastating as decay. The whole person was like a flying cannonball, continuously smashing several 4 to 5 meter high boulders and dragging them a long distance on the ground. A long ditch was left. Shocking. Hiss, completely suppressed. Is this the strength of the fourth natural disaster? It's so awesome, it's so strong. Tisk, tisk, even if it is my fiancé, Master Ren has no mercy at all. Countless pirates saw this scene. Their pupils shrank sharply, and they couldn't help but gasp. No one expected that Master Yamato, who was quite powerful, could not stop Ren's offensive even after he released the Seastone handcuffs and entered the strongest human animal form. In the blink of an eye, he was easily blown away. It feels like Master Yamato is not fighting the big sign at all, but the Governor General. Damn it, that guy's observation hockey has reached the level of foreseeing the future. Have my actions been completely seen through? In ruins. Smoke and dust billowed. Yamato staggered. Crack, click, click. He climbed up in embarrassment, his body covered with shocking cracks. It turned into large pieces of ice and fell down. It seemed that the whole person was unscathed. Even if you use Mirror Mountain to defend yourself, are you still injured? She wiped the bloodline that spilled from the corner of her mouth and looked at Ren in front of her with a stern gaze. Yamato, don't think I will show mercy. Ren's aura was terrifying. He looked down at Yamato and said calmly. Anyway, as long as you have one breath left, even if your hands and feet are cut off, the abilities of Manchili and Luo can still save you. From start to finish, he had no intention of using the power of fire or the power of the earth. Instead, he must rely on his swordsmanship and the basic ability of the Phantom Beast, the unicorn form, to defeat the opponent forcefully. Yamato now, compared to her 2 years later, obviously has not awakened her fruit abilities. Not only is there no air conditioning streamer around it, but in the case of the human animal form, except for the protruding fangs, the other teeth are not as jagged as those in the complete animal form, and are far less sharp. Not so resistant to beatings. Even in the human animal form, all-round enhanced strength, speed, endurance, resistance, recovery, etc. It is also impossible to compare with him, who is a phantom species and a Kirin Form user, and is also a remnant of the Lunarian clan. Humph, I don't want you to show mercy. Yamato is full of stubbornness. Holding the mace, he ran out. I won't lose. If he loses, he must fulfill his previous agreement and call Kazuki Odin a fool in public. She doesn't deserve to be called Odin. Do you want to use Ming Dai? Advertisement. A flash of scarlet flashed in Ren's eyes. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he said indifferently, "Any attack you make will be in vain in front of me." Ming died, almost as soon as he finished speaking. Yamato holds a mace, coiled with astonishing lightning. It was blasted out from the air, shoo, a huge substantial bar gas. It immediately overwhelmed the atmosphere. It blasted towards Ren. Pluton. Ren looked sharply, holding the supreme sharp sword, the Great Emperor. The atmosphere suddenly tore apart. Swing out, call out. A dazzling cold light. The wolf blasted with the giant Yamato's powerful energy. There was a violent collision there. Boom, the loud noise shook the sky. The light makes it impossible to look directly at it. Woo-hoo-hoo. Swoosh. The collision between the two. An astonishing shockwave was produced. The airwaves were rolling, carrying countless gravels, and wreaking havoc there. On the sea, the waves were surging and churning. Boom, boom. But in the next moment, a terrifying slash. The stick energy has been torn apart. It easily tore the earth apart, and without losing its momentum, it blasted towards Yamato, whose expression changed drastically. Kang. The mace wrapped around Haki and lay in front of him. Yamato's whole body was pressed by the powerful sword, and he couldn't help but retreat violently. I felt the tiger's mouth was numb, and the mace almost came out of my hand. Shunpo. People stepped on it. The wings suddenly fluttered. The whole person is like a ghost. In an instant, he directly crossed a distance of tens or hundreds of meters and appeared in front of Yamato like lightning. She couldn't help but shrink her pupils and change her color in horror. Nani? Asking for flowers. Kai underscore. The next moment, a frightening cold light flashed. Emperor Dazi. Haunts Haki. Advertisement cracked down hard. Kang. A powerful and heavy slash. Kanken was blocked by the mace. The astonishing cold light was extremely sharp. Yamato's shoulder was torn open, visible blood seeped out. Damn it. Yamato, holding the mace that he almost lost his hand and feeling cold, tried to lift it. At the same time, he stamped his feet violently and the whole person rushed out. Try to distance yourself. Clang. However, don't show mercy to others if you gain power. The blade traced a strange and unpredictable trajectory, waving continuously. Split, tease, stab, chop, up or down, left or right. It's dazzling and hard to guard against. A pair of extremely sharp eyes, flashing with scarlet light from time to time. It was as if he had completely seen through Yamato's actions. Completely suppressing the other party. Keep him busy. Overwhelmed. Extremely powerful. Kang, sparks splashed. Yamato, who seemed to be struggling, held the mace tightly and defended dangerously. But the whole person was still shaken to the point of numbness by the powerful and heavy force. Kai. In the blink of an eye, the blade of the cold light stabbed at me. It made her hair stand on end and she turned sideways suddenly. Still a step too slow, Kyla. The ice cracked and blood splattered. Even if the Mirror Mountain defense is used, Yamato's abdomen was still torn and bloody. Shocking. A hole, do you really want to kill me? Yamato changes color. She could even feel the breath of death. If the wound is deeper, the intestines may flow out. Do you think we are playing house? Ren's eyes were extremely sharp. The gorgeous and majestic blade, without any trace of bloodline, pointed directly at Yamato. The whole person was full of unspeakable domineering and coldness, and he said coldly, "Since you dare to challenge me, you must be mentally prepared to die. If you die like this, it only means that you are too weak." Why, does the invincible Kazuki Oden also want his enemies to show mercy in battle? Chapter 296 Yamato. Kazuki Oden is a big idiot, open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Hateful. On the messy battlefield, holding his bloody and almost disemboweled abdomen. Even Yamato, who is an esper in the form of the phantom beast Obuchi Shingo, is in the human animal form and has amazing endurance and recovery power. He can't help but feel the severe pain and groan. But listening to Ren's merciless sarcasm, Shuizi was so angry that she almost exploded. During the turbulent waves, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and glared at Ren fiercely. Don't be so arrogant. You be asterisk 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 D. Not to be outdone, he rushed out immediately. The temperature of the surrounding air continues to drop. The cold air surged in his mouth and he spat it out hard. Wu Attendant Bingya. Amazing freeze ray, carrying the terrible freezing air. Ruthlessness penetrated the atmosphere and struck Ren. Pluton. Ren's eyes were stern. Although it is completely possible to directly manipulate the flames, or directly fire fiery lightning hell, thunder roar cannon, etc. to block it. But he had no intention of using these abilities. The gorgeous blade cuts a dazzling trajectory, cracked out violently. Boom, 700, underscore, in an instant, a huge, blazing slash struck out fiercely. It was shaken hard by the blast of freezing rays. Boom boom. The light is dazzling. The cold air is surging, and the rich air is steaming. The terrifying freezing ray was torn apart like a tornado. The blazing and terrifying slash continued unabated and struck straight at Yamato, who changed color in horror. Brush. The figure moved, narrowly dodged that terrifying slash. Horse phantom blade. She gritted her teeth and advanced instead of retreating. At an astonishing speed, he rushed towards Ren. The mace is wrapped in a surprisingly cold air. Swing it out hard. Brush, the terrifying freezing air couldn't help but surge out. In an instant, Ren, who seemed to have no time to dodge or block, was completely frozen. Make it unable to move. Ice Sue's on. Yamato jumped up and flew high into the air. Swinging the mace, it was entangled with black and red lightning, and there was an astonishing cold air. It was about to hit the frozen Ren with lightning speed. However, between the electric light and flint, Yamato's whole body suddenly stood on end. The pupils suddenly dilated, one sword-style purgatory. The dark red light flashed and disappeared. Ren, who was supposed to be frozen, appeared strangely in midair like an extremely fast ghost. Just pass it by. Kai, next moment, advertisement. Yamato screamed. Blood splattered on the cold body. The whole person felt as if he had been hit hard. Falling down helplessly. Dust filled the air. The gorgeous blade returned to its sheath, and Ren turned around. Looking down at the bloody figures lying there, he said lightly, "If I had just used the blade instead of the back, you would have been dead." Yamato gritted his teeth and looked at the figure standing proudly in front of him unwillingly, clenching his fists tightly. Damn it, it's just an afterimage. And inside the iceberg that was frozen by the cold air she had previously released. Ren, who was supposed to be frozen inside, has suddenly disappeared. Have you given up? Restored human form? Ren asked, looking at her. No, I haven't lost yet. Yamato, covered in blood, struggled to get up. I don't know if you can fight again, but your beloved Ken may not be able to hold on anymore. Ren pointed to the mace in Yamato's hand and said playfully. Takaru. Yamato was stunned. Subconsciously he looked at the mace in his hand. His pupils shrank sharply, and he saw that Aegean was already full of holes, scarred, and overwhelmed. The shocking cuts made one's scalp numb. How is that possible? Yamato's eyes widened and he was stunned. Her mace will not be damaged even if it is clashed with Kaido of the Beast's Baji Jai. The battle with Ren turned it into this. It is conceivable that if the fight continues, it will be cut off. It is undeniable that its material is indeed amazing. It can be said that it is not worse than Baozaiji. Ren chuckled and said, but blunt blows and slashing are two different things. Under the influence of Munch Fruit's ability, it perfectly combines the supreme sharp sword ace, plus the two sharp swords of Hongyuki Zuoji and Nagaya Soko Tetsu, as well as the extremely hard-shaped memory alloy. The supreme sharp sword, the Great Emperor, it can be said that it is extremely tough and sharp, which is no joke. What's more, it's armament hockey and conqueror's hockey. Each has their own advantages, cancel each other out, and are almost the same. My Aegean. Even though he was seriously injured and couldn't move, Yamato didn't cry. At this moment, the whole person seemed to have lost his soul and was full of sadness. He hugged Aegean and cried bitterly. Woo, wow wow wow. Extremely sad. All over Ghost Island. The pirates who really dared to care about her in the past had already been executed by Kaido of the Beasts. The only one who has really been with her till now is Aegean. The feelings towards it are not understandable to ordinary people. For Yamato, it's more than just a weapon, it is a partner that can be trusted and relied on. Don't cry. When that guy Tony comes back, I'll ask him to repair and strengthen Aegean for you. Then it will only be stronger than before. The person helped his forehead, said somewhat helplessly. Really? Yamato's eyes widened. The round eyes are full of surprises. Looking straight at Ren. Of course, Ren shrugged. He threw out a transformation leaf. Bang, smoke filled the air. Transformed into Manchuri, advertisement, traitor, Ren ordered. Yes. Mansili jumped up. Holding his little hands, he activated the healing fruit's ability. A few drops of crystal tears flew out and fell on Yamato. She was originally scarred, but her injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even on the shoulders, abdomen and other places, there were shocking bloody mouths. All restored to their original state. Oh, is the battle over? Inside the skeleton building, Kaido, the beast that just woke up. Listening to Secretary Bao Huang's report, he grinned and laughed. Oh, haha, it seems that Ren's strength is getting more and more amazing. He began to look forward to it. The other party couldn't hold himself back. The day has come to challenge yourself. Yamato, I'm willing to admit defeat. Coastside. Ren smiled and spoke. You guy, don't bother me. Yamato was in a mess and covered in blood. He puffed up his cheeks and glared at Ren angrily. I'm Kazuki Oden, I can still afford to lose. But she naturally knew that the other party had shown mercy. Otherwise, with the sharpness of that Emperor of Freedom, she was afraid that she had already been cut in two. He caressed his battle partner, Aegean, who was riddled with pits and shocking gaps and was almost broken in two. Full of unwillingness, he lowered his arrogant head. I lost this time, but I will definitely win it back next time. No one takes it seriously. Radiophone bugs are already prepared. Passed it to Yamato. Please. Yamato's eyes widened. It's so despicable. As far as I know, although Kazuki Oden is not a good character, he is brave enough to make promises worth $1,000. Ren remained unmoved and sarcastically said. Hateful. Yamato's pretty face turned red. 4.5. He grabbed the phone bug and pressed the broadcast button. Taking a deep breath, he touched his pink fist unwillingly, closed his eyes and shouted. Kazuki Oden is a big idiot. Without warning, her voice echoed throughout the Ghost Island. It made countless pirates startled and even a little stunned. Even Kaido, the beast, was a little shocked. Is this that Yamato guy? What, is this the voice of Master Yamato? Really, are you kidding? I recognized Yamato's voice. Many pirates' jaws dropped to the ground. In the past, Her Highness Guiji faced the threat from Lord Kaido, but she would rather die than surrender. Every time I was beaten mercilessly, sometimes almost to death, I still refused to change my words. Stubbornly claiming to be Kazuki Oden, but now, what did they hear? Is this sexual transition? Kazuki Oden is a big idiot? Kazuki Oden is a big idiot. Chapter 297. No love in life? Cruel reality open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. Woo. Damn B asterisk 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 D. Despicable Ren. Just kill me. I no longer deserve to be called Oden, Ghost Island, West Blue Ship. In the messy ruins. On the loudspeaker, he declared to all members of Beast's Pirates 3 times that Kazuki Oden is a big idiot. Yamato seemed to have lost all his energy and was lying there with no love. His eyes were lifeless, like a walking zombie that had lost all faith. Fool, what's so good about Kazuki Oden? It's better to worship the future king of the world, the great Copper's Ren. Ren sat aside with a smile and said nonchalantly. The future king of the world? You are so shameless, humph. Yamato's eyes widened, looking at Ren who shamelessly praises himself. He was so angry that he turned his head away, unwilling to look at the other person. She is still angry. You are kind-hearted and want to rescue Wano Kuni, I can understand. But that has nothing to do with Kazuki Oden. Ren touched her head and played with the 2 beautiful horns. The practical education class is over. Now it's time for the next class, the ideological education class. Nonsense, shaked his head. Avoid the opponent's claws. Yamato was so angry that he glared at the other person. You are a big bad guy, don't try to deceive me with your sweet words. Although in your opinion, the people of Wano Kuni are living in dire straits now. Ren shrugged. He retracted his palm indifferently and said calmly, but if I tell you, to a certain extent, they are protected by the Beast's Pirates, protected by your most disgusted and rejected father, Kaido. Do you believe? Yamato raised an eyebrow. He couldn't help but look at Ren mockingly. Do you think I'm a fool? Attitude. Don't believe it? Ren smiled softly. Let me tell you, the world government has always wanted to dominate this country since hundreds of years ago. A long time ago, Wano Kuni used to be called the Land of Gold. Kai Long and Marine tried to invade here, but they were stopped by one person. You may have heard of that person before. He is the dragon-slaying samurai, swordsman Ryoma, who is worshipped as the god of swords by Wano Kuni and is enshrined in the Suzugo Northern Ancestral Hall. Swordsman Ryoma? Advertisement. Yamato's eyes widened. She has been trapped on Ghost Island since she was young. I don't know much about these things. Well, in short. Although Wano Kuni is closed to the country and protected by a huge barrier, this cannot completely prevent the enemy from invading. Your father, the governor of the beasts, used the fruit power to move Onigashima to the entrance of Wano Kuni. It is for this reason. Both the pirates and the world government are also afraid of Beast's Pirates and the power of the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. It can be said that in disguise, we are guarding the country's gate. Stop making excuses. Hear Ren say this. Yamato was full of excitement and said loudly, if it weren't for that B asterisk 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 D father, Kazuki Oden would not have died. With his force and the warriors of Wano Kuni, they are enough to protect this country. Don't get too excited. Ren waved his hand. Looking at her, he said calmly, I know you may say that if it weren't for Beast's Pirates, Kazuki Oden would not have died or something. But, I can tell you, even without your father, Kazuki Oden will still die. Nonsense, without Kaido, Oden won't die. Yamato naturally didn't believe it and said loudly. Really? Ren wasn't angry, he just smiled and asked, so, before there were Beast's Pirates, how did Wano Kuni's previous general, Kazuki Oden's father, Kazuki Sukiyaki, come under the control of the Kurozumi family? This is Kurozumi Orochi's conspiracy. He used a guy with clone fruit ability to pretend to be Kazuki Sukiyaki. Yamato gritted his teeth and said without thinking. She is still very clear about this secret, is that so? But according to the information I investigated. Ren nodded and continued. Kazuki Oden's side has long been placed undercover by Kurozumi Orochi, and he has also become a close associate of Kazuki Oden, which is what you know as the Doomsday Maniac. Speaking of which, he looked at Yamato and said bluntly, if nothing happens, even without your father, Kazuki Oden will most likely die suddenly one day due to poisoning or something like that. What? Hearing this, Yamato couldn't help but his pupils narrowed. Looking at Ren in disbelief, she never expected that Kurozumi would be an undercover agent next to Kazuki Oden. No wonder, when Kazuki Oden crusaded against Beast's Pirates, news suddenly leaked. Beast's Pirates was prepared in advance, hateful. She gritted her teeth. Advertisement. He was shaking with anger. Holding his pink fist, he couldn't wait to ask Ren, who is that traitor? I don't know about that. Ren shrugged. Anyway, even if there are no Beast's Pirates, in order to maintain his power and rule, the cunning Kurozumi will also find ways to seek alliances with powerful pirates from the outside world and suppress the Wano Kuni daimyo who dissatisfy with him, with the samurai. At that time, the Kurozumi family obviously knew that their own strength was lacking and was not enough to deter the samurai. Even if they know that Kaido is ambitious, they may attract wolves into the house. In order to ensure one's dominance, one must also find a strong partner. That be asterisk 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 D. Kurozumi Orochi. Yamato's eyes were on fire. But she couldn't argue with Ren, because, being able to cooperate with Beast's pirates. Kurozumi can naturally cooperate with other big pirates. Wano Kuni still couldn't escape this fate after all. Whether you admit it or not, this is what has happened and it cannot be changed. Now that Kazuki Oden is gone, Wano Kuni currently doesn't have anyone strong enough to protect this country. They are completely scum and trash who don't regard anyone except themselves as human beings. In contrast, how does the world government treat non-world government member countries? I don't need to introduce it anymore, right? Is it actually quite acceptable? Currently, the Beast's pirates continue to enslave and exploit the citizens of this country. Yamato couldn't help but tremble all over, and a bone-chilling chill surged inexplicably. For fun, to seize resources. How cruel the celestial dragons are, Ren has made it clear in the previous war live broadcast. Ren, that calm voice. They don't even hesitate to kill a country's people. Touching Yamato's head, Ren said bluntly, "You have seen the live broadcast of the war at Naval Headquarters. You should remember what I said, right? 443. At that time, Wano Kuni will face a hell even worse than now. Those bastards who call themselves gods and are superior. Although Wano Kuni is no longer the world-famous gold country it once was, it is extremely rich in various mineral resources and is most suitable for opening a weapons factory. In particular, it is rich in rare ores like seastone and has the world's leading seastone processing technology. Even the world government must deal with the Beast's pirates secretly through underground intermediaries. Treat a country, an island, as a hunting ground, revealing a bloody and cruel reality. Once the Beast's pirates fall, there will be no powerful force that can truly replace your father Kaido, the Four Emperors, and no powerful force that can replace the Beast's pirates in this country. Organize an inhumane massacre competition until the last indigenous person is killed." Chapter 298 Yamato's Transformation, Second Update. "Oh, hey, Ren, you're right." Coastside, heavy footsteps echoed. A tall figure like a demon appeared there. "Good morning, Boss Kaido." The man was smiling and not surprised. His observation Haki has already noticed Kaido's arrival. And the other party didn't mean to be secretive, what you just said was very thorough. Kaido of the 100 Beasts looked at Ren approvingly, and looked at Ren with tiger eyes. The whole person was stunned, as if he had received a strong shock, which was somewhat unacceptable to Yamato. He couldn't help but grin and said, "Yamato, just give up on that day. Real idea. Without Beast's pirates, this country would have been invaded by the world government. The only strong man, Kazuki Oden, is dead. Even without Lousy, it is impossible for those spineless samurai to protect this country. Of course, this country is rich in resources and very special. Lousy will never leave. No one in the world can defeat me." Kaido is full of confidence. Whitebeard at his peak was still worth fighting. When he was at Marineford, he had already looked down on the old Whitebeard. Moreover, the other party is already dead. In this world, there is only one person who can truly defeat him. It doesn't exist at all. Oh. Hateful. He looked at Kaido, who was laughing and leaving. Yamato's face turned pale and he collapsed to the ground. She held her head and shouted feebly, "What kind of B********* D world is this?" His eyes couldn't help but turn a little red, full of grief, anger and unwillingness. "I felt like my heart was about to collapse, fell into deep confusion. Somewhat overwhelmed. Are these words that Ren said true or false? Of course she can tell. In this situation, just banishing the Beast's pirates. So what if we kick them out of Wano Kuni? Who can protect Wano Kuni? This is the nature of the world. The weak eat the strong, natural selection, survival of the fittest." Ren crossed his arms and said calmly, "Otherwise, why is Kazuki Oden, the one you admire the most, the heir of a general who is superior to others when he is born, and enjoys rich clothes and fine food, while others are the lowest and humble from birth, common people who don't have enough to eat? Even his two swords, Yanmo and Tianyu Yuzan, aren't they the same? Without the identity of the heir to the Kazuki clan, how could he own two famous swords like this at such a young age? Even the former dragon-slaying samurai Shimotsuki Ryoma only had an ordinary sharp sword, Shu Shui. Even if he relied on his powerful strength to refine it into a rare black sword in the world, he could only be considered outstanding. It's just a sharp sword, but it still can't join the ranks of the supreme sharp swords. Without the origin of the Kazuki clan, what is Kazuki Oden? Advertisement. The ancient writings passed down from generation to generation of the Kazuki family allow him to read historical texts, and only then can he be qualified to board Roger's pirate ship. In order to satisfy his own lust, a man robbed other people's wives and occupied the supposedly solemn temple by force, openly treating it as his harem and engaging in excessive debauchery. To be honest, for all the dirty things Kazuki Oden did when he was young, if he had not been the heir of the Kazuki clan, he would have been hunted down by all the Wano Kuni warriors. Those daimyo who value family background and rules the most would never condescend to associate with such a person. Yamato. From the beginning, you just dreamed of becoming the hero you thought everyone liked and admired, and what you kept saying, you wanted to become Kazuki Oden, it doesn't even matter half a dime. Pressing Yamato's shoulders, Ren looked directly into her eyes and said, "In the final analysis, you just want adventure, you want freedom, you want to witness the vast world and appreciate the wonderful sea. Are all the people in this sea who yearn for adventure Kazuki Oden? Adventure and freedom are not exclusive to Kazuki Oden. Although your freedom has been temporarily taken away by Boss Kaido. But I can give you all this. Yamato's eyes were a little dull. Holding his legs, curling up, sitting there. He seemed to have heard nothing about Ren's words, and didn't even mean to refute them. Her heart was full of entanglements and struggles, and she knew that no matter what she did, it was impossible to defeat the invincible monster Kaido of the beasts. Even if the opponent is really defeated, when the time comes, can I really defend Wano Kuni? In other words, will she make the same choice as Kazuki Oden? Should you give up your dreams and stay here for Wano Kuni, or should you simply make up your mind to go to sea, leave this country, and pursue your dreams? Stop saying these righteous words. In the end, you just want to rule this country just like Kaido. After a long time, Yinhe came back to his senses. He took a deep breath, looked directly at Ren, and said, "Your ambition is exactly the same as that B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** ambition. This man, with the burning ambition in his eyes, is even more powerful than Kaido of the Beasts. Even worse, call out, with a flick of a finger. An extremely sharp air blade. With lightning speed, he shot directly through a surveillance mouse that was trying to spy on him. Let it suddenly disintegrate, flashing with electric sparks. That depends on how you understand. Ren shrugged and didn't deny it. His right hand covered Yamato's head. He gently rubbed the other party's white hair and said with a smile. You may not know that although Wano Kuni can be self-sufficient, it has never been a wealthy country, or in other words, the entire country supports the Flower City. That makes the Flower City so prosperous. Other places are not as dilapidated as they are now under the tyrannical rule of Kurozumi Orochi, but they are actually not much better. Even when the Kazuki clan ruled Wano Kuni, it was already very difficult for other people at the bottom to survive. Starving to death is actually a common occurrence. Is that so? Yamato was a little surprised and doubtful. Did the people of Wano Kuni have such a bad life before? Advertisement, as a metaphor. Ren smiled and said, in the past, when the Kazuki clan ruled Wano Kuni, the people at the bottom could only eat 1 or 2 steamed buns every day, and they might starve to death from time to time. Now in Wano Kuni, which is under the tyranny of Kurozumi, the people at the bottom can only eat half a steamed bun every day, or even 1 steamed bun every 2 or 3 days, and people often starve to death. If it were Wano Kuni in the future, the people at the bottom could have 3 or 4 steamed buns every day, and no one would starve to death. But it would not be ruled by the Kazuki clan, and they might even be Kazuki's enemies. Ren looked at Yamato and asked with a chuckle, so, which side are you willing to support? He can guarantee that. That is to say, they can have some hope of survival and work harder for themselves. As for having 3 meals a day, is everyone qualified to receive a good education? Sorry, this country doesn't deserve it. You guy, are you talking about yourself? Yamato frowned. Looking at Ren in front of him, he said sarcastically, besides, why do you think you can do better than the Kazuki clan? Whether she wants to admit it or not, the man in front of me does have terrifying potential. Moreover, he is probably the only one who has the ability to defeat the beast Kaido. I'm different from you, lousy. Ren wiped the dirt on his face and said with a smile. I don't like to fish for nothing. If you want the horse to run, you have to let the horse run. Eat grass. Wanakuna's current situation is terrible. Strictly speaking, Beast's pirates can only occupy half of Wanakuna's exploitation. The other half is occupied by a noble group headed by Kurozumi Orochi, who is extremely extravagant and extortionate. As long as there are no middlemen to earn the price difference, direct centralized rule will be achieved. Many problems will be solved naturally. As for whether by then, no one will starve to death anymore. That's hard to say. Wang Zhao, so many people have not starved to death, but you have. In this situation, you need to look for your own reasons. Are you lazy? Have you worked hard? You are such a frank B*****************. D. Looking at the completely unabashed and ambitious Ren in front of him, Yamato was so angry that his teeth itched. But after struggling for a moment, she couldn't help but take a deep breath and said in a deep voice, if you can defeat Kaido and be better than the Kazuki clan, I can support you. Finally, she added, however, if those warriors are no longer your enemies, you are not allowed to hurt them. We can't force the people of Wano Kuni to work in those messy factories. She couldn't deny it. If that B********************* dad is really defeated. As Ren's 4th biggest draw, there is also his relationship with Flame Calamity and Ember. He is indeed qualified to lead the Beast's pirates, replace Kaido of the Beasts as the new 4 emperors, and frighten the powerful enemies in the outside world. Okay. Just wait and see, Ren laughed. He pinched her smooth and pretty face hard. Even this girl herself may not be aware of it. Unconsciously, she had the perfect image of Kazuki Oden in her mind. It has been torn apart bit by bit. Cracks appeared. Chapter 299 Master Hachiku's Skills, 3rd update. I can't wait any longer, please pay my Aegean first. Let me go first. This tugging between men and women is so inappropriate. Don't let me go, please help me repair Aegean first. Didn't I say that? Wait until that guy Tony comes back. Don't you still have that transforming leaf? It should also be able to use the ability of munch fruit, right? I just ran out of time to treat you, but that guy Pato ran out with Robin and the others, 11. Then give me Ace's heart. That's not okay. What if you disobey? Hateful. Two figures walked towards the skeleton building. Yamato was there holding Ren, following him. If you want him to use the deformed leaf, he must repair his Masagian as soon as possible. But Ren was helpless, because the transformation leaves given to him by Hualipato were limited and he had just used them up. Haha, the relationship between Master Ren and Master Yamato is getting better and better. A tall, sexy and beautiful figure wearing a kimono, with snow-white skin, Shirin walked over. Holding the pipe in hand, blowing out the smoke, he looked at Ren and Yamato with a smile and said, "Is this the case where beating is kissing and scolding is love?" It always felt like there was something flirting between the two of them. In a short period of time, Master Yamato's attitude towards Ren, the 323, fiancé, has changed dramatically from before. That look was filled with hatred, but as if he was being threatened, he was aggrieved and indifferent. Before, it was full of the smell of gunpowder, very different. Who was kissing him, falling in love with him? Yamato blushed and pouted. "I'm going to find Xiao Yu first." She had never liked the cadres of the Beast's pirates, so she made an excuse and ran away. At the end, he went back and added, "Remember to get the D. Brian back as soon as possible." "New." Ren rolled his eyes. "Haha, see this." Black Maria smiled lightly. Advertisement. A pair of green eyes, with undisguised passion, looked at Ren with a smile. "Master Ren, are you free today?" Blinking his eyes lightly, he said with a smile, "I have almost trained the 2 female slaves you asked me to train. I promise to be obedient and obedient." "Oh." Ren raised an eyebrow. This woman is really persistent. They have changed their reasons and invited him for several days in a row. "It just so happens that I'm free today," he chuckled and said, "I'd like to see your training skills." Those 2 female slaves. Naturally, those 2 celestial dragons. Angelia Palace and Shalulia Palace. On the first day he came to Ghost Island, he had already abandoned them to Black Maria, the madam. But let's be honest, before coming to New World, Ren had already asked Robin to train them to perfection. At least, the arrogance of the celestial dragons have been worn away. Throwing them to Black Maria's side was just to teach them how to serve others. That would be such an honor. See, Ren agreed. Black Maria looked happy. "I promise you won't be disappointed. By the way, how's that guy Sasaki doing?" Ren walked ahead and asked casually. "Still lying down," Black Maria said casually. "Kaido. But that guy was a little bit beaten by King Kong. Even if he recovers, he probably won't dare to provoke you again." As she spoke, her eyes were filled with wonder. Who would have thought that a gorilla was subdued by the blood prison people? He actually has such terrifying abilities. Ren Fruit Phantom Beast Species Titan Form. That exaggerated punch alone might be the 2 big names of Jack and Quinn. "Can't stop it, sister-in-law, Master Ren." In the veranda, Ren followed Black Maria, ignoring the young geishas who were all dressed up and looking at her from time to time. Master Ren is really determined. Seeing this, Black Maria smiled and said, "In the past, those men came here, but they couldn't even move." Advertisement. "No, I'm just not interested in vulgar fans." Ren shrugged. He never denied that he was an LSP. I just entered the ancient Japanese-style pavilion with luxurious decoration." Black Maria closed the door smoothly. "Maria, didn't you say look at them?" Ren folded his arms, looked back at Black Maria, and chuckled. "What, you, the flying 6th cell, are you trying to do something evil to me, the 4th natural disaster?" "It's my first time to train the noble celestial dragons." Black Maria pressed against the door. Looking at Ren in front of him with a smile, he licked his lips softly with his charming eyes. However, by doing this, he is taking a big risk. After all, if the world government finds out, it's not a joke. She stepped forward and looked down at Ren. The loose, gorgeous kimono fell to the ground, revealing a touching curve. "Before that, shouldn't Master Ren give me some encouragement?" "Do you want to encourage me?" The corners of Ren's mouth rose. When it comes to this, he will naturally not refuse. All of a sudden, the whole person expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, transforming into a special form over 8 meters high. But he still condescended. Black Maria smiled. She completely leaned on Ren, extremely charming. Her eyes are as charming as silk, and she is charming in all kinds of ways. The sharp nails seemed to scratch her flawless skin. Really? Black Maria understood and rolled her eyes at the man in front of her. Bang. He took advantage of the situation. Ren looked down at that beautiful and enchanting face with his beast-like eyes, and said playfully, "Compared to those vulgar fans, I am indeed more interested in you." He stared at Ren's handsome face and licked his red lips. "Please let me see Ren's bravery and hockey on the battlefield of Blood Prison Skus." "That's great. I really want it. Then we have to see if your skills pass the test first." He didn't mean to act rashly and let go of the other party. He gently lifted Black Maria's smooth chin. Ren smiled lightly. "Bow your head and surrender." His face didn't change much, but his nails were slightly sharper. In addition to the golden horns growing out of his head, his limbs had faint red dragon scales that looked like tattoos. Chapter 300 Onigashima's Announcer, Yamato's Jealousy, 4th Update. Time flies. A week went by in the blink of an eye. Kazuki Oden is a big idiot. Kazuki Oden is a big idiot. In my ears, a familiar radio sound came. Ren woke up from his sleep and couldn't help but open his eyes. And in his arms, Oh no, it was him in the warm embrace of a large one. Well, the alarm clock is ringing. Ren yawned, buried in the big snow of Black Maria. These days, he often indulges in the gentleness of Master Bachi. Yamato, who repeatedly wanted to come here to find him, couldn't help but protest with some dissatisfaction. But there is nothing to do. Haha, Master Ren, why don't you rest a little longer? Her golden hair was loose. The skin is better than snow, gorgeous and charming. Black Maria gently held Ren's face and gently massaged his acupuncture points. The corners of her seductive lips were slightly raised, and a pair of green eyes looked at Ren lovingly. Full of maternal glory. The day's plan starts in the morning, it's time to get up and exercise. Ren said so, but he was lying there lazily, not in a hurry at all. Carelessly, he buried his head there and piled a snowman. He even snarled a few times, "Stop making trouble, Master Ren." Chuckling. Black Maria gave a coquettish cry and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, Lord Ren's confidant caused quite a stir. If it weren't for you, the fourth most famous person, I'm afraid that General Orochi would have gotten angry a long time ago. Don't worry about that guy, he's just a puppet." He let go of the lovely Shwazi and stood up. He stood up tall, stretched his waist, and was full of energy. He patted Black Maria's face and said nonchalantly, "Maria, do you think the Beast's pirates still care about who Wanakuna's general is now?" "That's right, Black Maria understands." His eyes were full of charm. He rolled his eyes at the young celebrity, but still cooperated obediently. "Work hard and endure hardships. However, those girls ran away and made trouble for 10.5 days, and it's almost time to come back," Ren said with a smile, playing with the two horns on Black Maria's head. "Yeah?" Carefully. Black Maria smiled and said, "Then you have to be careful. If they find out that I have succeeded, they might become jealous." "Do you think they are not mentally prepared?" Ren patted her cheek and said with a smile. Advertisement: if those girls hadn't just arrived at Wano-kuni, they couldn't wait to play. He was certain that Black Maria would not find a chance to get close to him in a short period of time. Maybe, the daily schedule will be fully booked, then Master Ren is still capable. Black Maria smiled lightly. Looking up at Ren, he said vaguely, "He actually managed to make them docile." "Maria, no matter how much you compliment me, I won't let you get what you want so quickly," Ren said with a smile. "Sure enough, as time goes by. No matter how eloquent the evil Maria is, no one will be moved." In the end, Master Bachi had to go into battle himself. Wait until Ren comes out of the veranda, it's already 3 pulls a day. Ren. Yamato, who practiced there. The whole person turned into an afterimage and rushed over like lightning. What was surprising was that she actually performed, shaving, directly and easily. The huge mace wrapped around Haki and whipped it hard at Ren, who had just finished his morning exercise but was still full of energy and had no so-called sage time. Oh, shave, but people seem to be unpredictable. There, he easily dodged Yamato's attack. I see Lu Chi and the others practicing the 6 styles every day. After watching it so many times, it's not surprising that Yamato mastered it easily with his talent. "Yamato, is this how you greet me?" Ren said with a smile, looking at the broadcaster of Onigashima. "But his body is like electricity. Don't live there and dodge sideways." Yamato's offensive was like a violent storm, coming continuously. "You guy. You are completely fascinated by that bad woman," Yamato said angrily. "I have to wake you up." In her opinion, she had not been fascinated by the charming woman Black Maria. "Even if people are very messy, I still work out very hard every morning. You won't be absent easily. You're right, I've definitely relaxed a little lately." Ren admitted it generously. Everything has its own relaxation, and he is not a real cultivation machine. Strictly speaking, his constant pursuit of power is more about satisfying his own power and desires. Naturally, it is impossible to really devote all your time to it. Kang. Sparks sputter. The blade was unsheathed like lightning. "Please give me flowers," blocked the incoming mace. "You've fallen, Ren." Advertisement. Yamato protested dissatisfiedly. He was full of fighting spirit, and his offensive continued to increase. "Don't be defeated." After Dr. Brian returned, the mace Ken, which had been repaired and greatly strengthened by the Munch Munch fruit ability, was no longer what it used to be, and its toughness was indeed quite astonishing. Man's supreme sharp knife, although it can still leave traces on it. But the depth of the knife marks is obviously far less exaggerated than before. At least, compared to the original one, it is indeed quite durable. In the past few days, Yamato has been challenging Ren a lot. Not surprisingly, the debt owed is increasing. Every morning broadcasting work, at least half a year to be the Beast's Group broadcaster. Clang.00. The sound of gold and iron clashing continues. The sword edge was waved, constantly blocking the mace coming from behind. Purgatory flying dragon. Ren's eyes narrowed, an extremely sharp slash came out violently. Call out. A loud roar broke through the air. The dazzling slash turned into a dragon shape. Baring his teeth and claws, he suddenly attacked and killed. Naruto. Yamato pulled out the stick fiercely. The amazing awesomeness tore apart the atmosphere. Not to be outdone, he collided hard with the dragon-shaped slash. Boom boom. The airwaves are rolling. On the sea, huge waves rolled. The strong wind made it difficult to open one's eyes. If it's just this level, it's not enough. Holding the blade, Ren smiled and looked directly at Yamato. I'm just a little lazy, but that doesn't mean I'm completely relaxed. Although he is addicted to the gentle land, but it's not really a complete depravity. Shu Shi saw that his training on Yamato seemed to be somewhat effective. Moreover, this fourth natural disaster has just joined the Beast's pirates and has not yet had time to form his own fleet. The shipwrights of Beast's pirates and the craftsmen of Wano Kuni are working overtime to build the battleships needed by the fourth Kirin fleet. Kaido, the cheap father-in-law of the 100 Beasts, was not in a hurry to arrange for him to go on an expedition. There is basically nothing wrong with Wano Kuni, and he, the fourth natural disaster, needs to deal with it himself. It can be said that I have plenty of time, and I still take a considerable amount of time to exercise every day. Even if you put aside the bonus of the 2 supreme sharp knives. Compared to when I first came to Wano Kuni, his strength has improved a lot. Chapter 301 Powerful. The Reckless Yamato Open Black Lens Bracket First Update Close Black Lens Bracket. Crash. Ren, asterisk asterisk, it's approaching noon. Accompanied by a noisy engine sound. In the distance, 3 beautiful figures rode a small motorboat like Wei Ba from the rough sea. It was the 3 girls Karina, Nami, and Lanchi, like lightning, astonishingly fast. It stirred up a lot of waves. There they were competing fiercely, refusing to give in to each other, and no one was willing to fall behind. In the end, the 3 Weiba almost coincided with each other. They all stopped on the coast of Ghost Island, Yamato, who was practicing with Ren, looked over subconsciously and was very happy. Nami, Lanchi, Karina, you are back. Looking at the Sky Island specialty Weiba they were riding, their eyes couldn't help but light up, full of surprise. What is that? It's so awesome. That's called Weiba, and it's a specialty of Sky Island. Ren shrugged and introduced. Generally speaking, it's very fast to pretend to be an ordinary wind shell, but these 9. The 20 inches frame is not only equipped with a blast shell, but it has also been specially strengthened by that guy Tony, so it is incredibly fast. Tools like Weiba are really convenient. Karina, who was sitting on the Weiba, was all smiles and said with admiration, I didn't expect that it would be able to be used normally even in Shanghai. But it's really amazing. A small wind shell can produce such a big driving force. These days, she was really amazed by the amazing Sky Island specialty, Shellfish. In a short period of time, he was able to skillfully operate the very difficult to drive Vibrant, and his skills were not inferior to his own Karina. Lackey on the side, although he was a little impressed from the bottom of his heart, still hummed, Nami, I won't say it, Karina, your skills are not bad, you can actually catch up with me. This kind of powerful car is honestly very difficult to drive. Because this thing is relatively light and fast, the driver needs to master the changes in ocean currents, but he didn't expect Karina to be able to master it so easily. It took a lot of effort and hardship for her to master the driving method. But the talents of these 2 navigators, Nami and Karina, in this area are truly astonishing. Got it in no time. HMPH, it seemed like I was faster just now, right? Karina is not to be outdone. He lightly pulled his eyelids and made faces at Lanchi and Nami. In fact, they have become quite familiar with each other these days, and the initial hostility has long been gone. It's just that no one is willing to give in easily and always likes to argue with each other. This is just the other party. Obviously I am faster. I'm faster. I reached the shore first. Me first, at this time. Ren and Yamato came over. Looking at the 3 women quarreling there, he said with a smile, you two, your relationship is really getting better and better. Who has a good relationship with her? Nami, Lanchi and Karina said in unison. Advertisement immediately, they looked at each other. They each snorted coldly and tilted their heads arrogantly. As this way, Ba? It's so powerful. Full of surprise, Yamato touched the Viba that Karina, the leader, was riding on. His eyes shone, and he was a little eager to try. Can I give it a try? It's better not to try it. This thing doesn't have control over changes in ocean currents, so it's difficult to control. Ren knocked on her head and reminded her, it's no joke for a landlubber like you to accidentally fall into the sea. Yeah. Yamato tilted his head. Where are Robin and the others? Ren ignored her. He asked Nami and the others with a smile. Robin, Perona, and Violet are all riding Proverbs, and they're still behind. There was a flash of lightning. Karina jumped on Ren's back. He clamped his fair and tight legs together, lay down on them without hesitation, and said with a smile. Karina, you guy. Fox, you're so despicable, come down quickly. Lanchi and Nami's eyelids twitched. They all glared at Karina. They missed him very much after not seeing him for 10 days. I don't want it, Karina stuck out her tongue there. He rubbed Ren's cheek intimately and made faces at them proudly. At the same time, he bit Ren's ear and said happily, the 3 of us rode straight back on the Weiba and rode back from the other side, Vixen, you still have the nerve to say it. Nami was so angry that she glared at her and Lanchi with her hands on her hips, but if you two hadn't cheated, I would have won. 2 Logia espers. One uses electric current to push the device, and the other uses cloud gas to push the device. Moreover, almost all of them can reduce their own weight by virtue of their flying ability, and even become quite weightless. You haven't even beaten yourself yet, why do you still want to show off proudly? Simply shameless. Nami, this is wrong, ability is also a kind of strength. Somewhat reluctant to leave Karina. Lanchi was filled with resentment, and the elements turned into clouds and rushed up, and pulled her off Ren. After listening to Nami's words, she didn't feel ashamed. Instead, she held her head high and said proudly, "We also allow you to modify the Weeba. If it weren't for being a Logia user, moreover, it can fly on its own, and there is no fear that the Weeba will lose control, roll over, and fall into the sea." She and Lan Chi didn't dare to ride the powerbow in such dangerous waters even though they had become landlubbers. Moreover, it was an upgraded version modified by Dr. Brian using the Munch Munch fruit ability. Hateful. Nami gritted his teeth. "Don't be complacent, I will definitely find a fruit that is more powerful than you." Do it this time. Advertisement. Nami's words just fell. Karina's power suddenly surged out. "Ah!" Yamato, who was as curious as a baby and didn't listen to advice at all, couldn't wait to try it, exclaimed. He rushed directly towards the rough sea. "Help!" Water splashes. Wei-ba is crooked. I almost fell into the sea several times. And the speed was getting faster and faster, Yamato yelled in panic. Look back subconsciously. Nami, Karina and other girls were all shocked. Unexpectedly, Yamato unexpectedly activated the power and raced out. This idiot who doesn't listen to advice. Ren helplessly held his forehead. The black wings flapped. The whole person suddenly flapped his wings and flew out. It turned into a black stream of light and rushed towards the sea. Yuahuhu. The speed seemed to exceed the speed of Yamato, who was swaying left and right, screaming and bursting into tears, and the powerful speeding out. He couldn't hold on to Wei-ba, who was blown away by the powerful wind and was knocked over by the waves. He hugged Yamato, who was hurriedly screaming and about to fall into the sea. Rushed high into the air. "Woo, I'm saved." Although, this guy with a bad personality still likes to tease her every night. The whole person hugged Ren tightly, full of surprise. "Thank you so much, Ren." Woohoo, looking at the sea rushing by below, "And you have to wear that weird costume." Yamato was still a little elated. Let Passia teach her how to dance, and Elizabeth can do the show herself. Turning off the roaring Weeba, Ren was speechless. But overall, she doesn't seem particularly annoying. Yamato, who had burst into tears before, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Got it. Ren. He actually gradually enjoyed the other party's eyes of wonder and approval. On the contrary, I was vaguely enjoying it. The turbulent air current caused her white hair to fly. 3.3 in the blink of an eye. Yamato, who was very nervous, was no longer panicked and was dancing excitedly. Is this what it feels like to fly? It's completely different from sitting on the ark before. It's great. Hey, hold on tight, it's down, if those 2 or 3 pieces of fabric could be considered clothes. That feeling. Seems pretty good. Subconsciously, he turned his head and looked at the handsome side face so close to him. He couldn't help but feel a little lost. Chapter 302 Going to War? Fei Liubao's request for help, second update? Ren, boss, sir, not long after, far away. A huge arc came across the sky. Above, Robin, Manchili, Violet and others were waving to Ren. In the eyes of many beasts pirates, although they were a little surprised but not surprised, they soon arrived at the coast of Ghost Island. Yuahuhu. Installed one by one on it, there are unparalleled powerful wind blast shells. Strong wind pressure surged there, lifting the entire huge arc, preventing it from falling directly. It slowly landed and splashed a large amount of water. Robin, Pato, Manchili, Perona, Violet and others. One after another came down from the arc proverbs. Came to Ren and others. Ren. Robin looked at Ren with a smile. His eyes were filled with infinite affection. Wearing a blue kimono, she looks gorgeous and charming. Full of indescribable tenderness and intelligence. Striking. Are you back? Ren smiled and nodded. He also nodded to Manchili, Perona, Violet and others. Hey, we encountered a lot of interesting things this time, boss. Pato jumped on Ren's shoulders and said excitedly. I've heard all about it. Ren smiled and said, in the Nozomi area of Wanokuni, you made a big fuss and even hung up the official who was sent by the Kurozumi Orochi to manage there and beat him up. There is no intention to blame. He could roughly guess the cause and effect. Although there is a high probability of overflowing sympathy and a little bit of chaos, it is not a big problem. At least he knew how to behave and didn't directly kill people. That guy not only took away other people's wives, but also tried to take away their daughters. Heard Ren mention this. Nami couldn't help but angrily said, if you don't kill him, it's an advantage for him. Ren, I didn't cause you any trouble, did I? Robin asked with a smile. It's just a small thing. Ren shrugged, as long as you don't do anything too outrageous. There will be no problem. Found it, here, at this time. A cat wearing a paper mask ran over. The royalist's voice came out. Master Ren, Master Kaido lets you pass. Advertisement, oh. Ren raised an eyebrow. You guys are tired from traveling, go and take a rest first. He touched Robin's pretty face and said with a smile, if you have anything to do, we'll talk to you later. Said, flapping its wings, rushed to the top floor of the skeleton building. Ren, you're here. Kaido, the beast, was drinking there. What's the matter, Boss Kaido? Ren asked directly. That's it, Lord Ren. As the loyalist secretary to Kaido, the governor of the beasts, he directly explained to Ren. The Ulti siblings, one of the flying 6 cells, encountered a strong enemy while seizing Whitebeard's territory and had to send back a request for help. Originally, we were going to let Lord Jin go over to support us, but he was held back by Katakuri, the sweetheart of the Big Mom Pirates who was also unwilling to miss the opportunity and attacked us everywhere to compete with us and seize Whitebeard's territory. Considering that the mobility of your fourth natural disaster is not inferior to Jin, I am going to let you go there in person. He took a swig of wine. Kaido looked at Ren and said with a smile, just think of it as announcing to the world that you have officially joined the Beast's Pirates. Oh. What do you think, Ren? Going to war? Ren raised an eyebrow. He smiled lightly and did not refuse. I am already a member of Beast's Pirates, of course there is no problem. This is the life card of Lord Ulti of the Flying Sixth Cell. You just need to follow the life card to catch up. Lord Ren. The royalist handed a life card to Ren. Then I'll leave now. Receive the life card. After looking at the direction it pointed, Ren shrugged. Then I'll trouble you to make a trip. Kaido waved his hand and said with a big smile. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's headlines, oh ha ha ha. What he likes most about Ren is that he feels that he is more aware of current affairs. No matter whether you have ambition or not, the key is when you think you don't have the ability to challenge him, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. Copper's Ren, the walking scourge, will always be a member of the Beast's Pirates and will not easily disobey his orders. Not like those newcomers who have little strength, have their eyes set high, and are arrogant. Self-righteousness, treating yourself as a dish, alas. The black wings spread out. The man flapped his wings and flew to the coast. Briefly informed Robin, Nami, Yamato, Karina and others. It turned into a black stream of light. Just follow the guidance of the life card. Rushed into the distance, and at this moment, the second half of New World. Krobia Sea, Bakarna Island. Kill these guys. Advertisement, Gia ha ha ha, this island belongs to our Steel Diamond Pirates. Boom boom. The sound of gunfire and fighting continued. The coast was filled with gunpowder smoke and the smell of blood was extremely strong. Hateful. The two young figures looked a little embarrassed. In front of them was a tall and muscular bald man. Gia ha ha ha, the flying 6 cells of Beast's Pirates, is this really some strength? The bald man was 4 to 5 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body. He looked very powerful. The grinning teeth and the ferocious scars on his face made his whole person look extremely ferocious. Xiao Pei, can you still hold on? The leading girl? Probably early 20s. Wearing a blue bow and cape, a light blue skirt and red high heels. There is a pair of horns similar to those of a bull on its head, with thick sky blue and thin pink strips of long hair, and only a strand of white hair on its forehead. With extra large pink round eyes, wearing a light pink flower-shaped mask, and with that hot figure, she is vaguely identifiable as a beautiful beauty. She is in human animal form 457, her limbs are shaped like dinosaur claws, and she is holding a bolus-shaped mace. There are prominent edges and corners like dinosaurs on both sides of the forehead. With some bloodline on the head, Steel Diamond Oaks, who has a bounty of 479 million Baileys, is really powerful. The man next to him looked solemn. His eyes were fixed on the bald man in front of him. He also has horns on his head, purple hair, and a ferocious face. The humanoid dinosaur is inexplicably scary. Bang! The ferocious fist mark and the sharp drill bit collided there. Covered by armament hockey, it was spinning violently. Give up. You can't beat lousy. In front of my diamond fruit, any resistance is powerless. Don't show any weakness and attack forward. Boom boom. Without showing any signs of weakness, he punched out with his right fist. Steel Diamond Oaks smiled ferociously, seems quite young. Carrying the mace, he rushed out. They're at a stalemate with each other. Before he could finish his words, he gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely. It was extremely fierce and struck hard. Brush! The girl's eyes were stern and she stepped hard. But the next moment, the fist turned into a steel drill wrapped around hockey at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rushing out like lightning, his hands turned into steel drills at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sister, F***ed, Gia ha ha ha, 2 young brats. The fist wrapped around hockey hit the opponent hard. Chapter 303. The Ulti Siblings, Peggy Wan who was stabbed in the back, 3rd update. Steel Diamond Assault, between the electric light and flint. Steel Diamond, Oaks suddenly laughed ferociously. The dark and shiny drill bit started to spin violently, drilling wildly there. Boom! An extremely powerful impact suddenly burst out, directly tearing apart the fist print that was wrapped in armed colors and looked like a dinosaur's claws. The ferocious-looking purple-haired man, it was hit hard and flew away. Xiao Pei, the girl was filled with anger. The big bloodshot eyes were full of murderous intent. The mace wrapped around hockey and hit him hard. A hole, how dare you hurt Xiao Pei? Kang! The sound of gold and iron clashing was deafening. Steel Diamond Oaks did not dodge at all, his head was covered with hockey, and he was able to withstand the opponent's attack. The shock caused Ulti's golden mace to tremble, almost escaped. What? Ulti's expression changed drastically. I felt numbness and severe pain in the tiger's mouth. Lousy is a drill bit who ate the drill fruit. His whole body can turn into drill bits harder than steel. You can't hurt me. Steel Diamond Oaks laughed and rushed out. The drill-shaped right hand wrapped around hockey, spinning violently, and pierced Ulti fiercely. Gia ha ha ha, just accept your fate. Ulti headbutt. Ulti's entire body was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The limbs were completely animalized, turned into dinosaur claws, and turned into an ancient Pachycephalosaurus. The head is covered with jet black hockey. It hit hard and came out. Kang. The violent energy shook the earth. Uahuhu. The astonishing airwaves kept raging. The two figures collided violently there, but soon, Ulti suddenly retreated. The head was actually dripping with blood. Shocking. Tisk, tisk, what an exaggerated calendar district. At the same time, Steel Diamond, Oak's figure swayed. He was also shaken back, but quickly regained his balance. The confrontation between the two people was fierce, and the judgment was made. Yugai. He stroked his painful forehead. Advertisement. Looking at the extremely bright red bloodline on his hand. Ulti's eyes narrowed sharply, looking at the other party in shock. As a person with abilities in the form of dragon fruit, ancient species, and pagoda-headed dragon. Her iron-headed skills are invincible. No one has ever been able to challenge it. But he didn't expect that his invincible headbutt was actually blocked by the opponent. And the thick layer of skin that wrapped around Haki was torn apart. It hurt her. Gia ha ha ha, is it an ancient type of ability user? This is a very rare thing. Steel Diamond looked at Ulti, who was completely transformed into a beast and looked extremely fierce. His eyes were burning. He licked his lips and said with a grin, how about you stop staying in Beast's Pirates and become Lousy's woman? Lousy wants you to be the vice captain of the Steel Diamond Pirates. If you're going to NM, why don't you pee and look after yourself? I'm a member of the Beast's Pirates. Ulti cursed loudly and was extremely brave. He transformed into a human animal form, carried a mace, and rushed forward. He came over fiercely. You are far worse than Kaido-sama. Kang. Mars sputtered. Ulti was shocked to the point of numbness. Before Steel Diamond Oaks could rush forward, he immediately retreated. With her fiery temper, she was obviously not really brainless. After finding that she couldn't fight head-on, she began to rely on her own speed advantage to fight with the opponent. She is really a rough woman, but the rougher she is, the more Lousy likes her, ha ha ha. Steel Diamond Oaks laughed. There was constant fighting with Ulti. Roar, but this time. A beast roar echoed. A huge Spinosaurus appeared on the battlefield. There it roared violently. Ah, what is this? Gulu. Damn. Is it Spinosaurus? Is Zone an Esper of the ancient species? Kill him. Bang bang, looking at the huge, ferocious thornback dragon. A pirate from the Steel Diamond Pirates was a little panicked and felt cold. But there are also fierce pirates who open fire without hesitation. However, a large number of bullets burst through the air. For Peggy Wan, who is a user of the dragon fruit, ancient species, and Spinosaurus form, it is not painful at all. He went on a rampage. He rushed directly to the battlefield where his sister Ulti and Steel Diamond Oaks were fighting. Bang bang, the earth seemed to be trembling. Advertisement accompanied by extremely heavy footsteps. One of the Steel Diamond Pirates who had no time to dodge couldn't help but scream. He was roughly thrown away, and was even bitten into two pieces by those two rows of ferocious teeth, making it bloody. The sound of gold and iron clashing was extremely harsh. Ulti was full of ferocity, holding a mace like a meteor hammer, and fiercely fought with Diamond Oaks. And Peggy Wan rushed in. Without hesitation, he suddenly jumped up and attacked. It wrapped around Haki's teeth and bit hard at Diamond Oaks. The left arm was accidentally bitten directly. The steel-like defense was dented by those terrifying sharp teeth, causing blood to drip from it. Oaks, who was a little careless, changed his expression drastically. Struggling violently. Let go quickly. I, Lousy, am going to penetrate you. However, relying on the terrifying bite force of Spinosaurus. Peggy Wan bit his left arm and wouldn't let go. Moreover, Ulti did not miss this opportunity. He clung to the opponent tightly, waved the mace wildly, and smashed him hard. Forcing Oaks to deal with it distractedly, clang. But that's it. The Beast's Pirates, who were fighting with a cadre of the Steel Diamond Pirates, suddenly screamed, Lord Peggyman, be careful. Brush. In an instant, his eyes were about to burst, and he was screaming there. It's about to rush up. He rushed onto the extremely ferocious back of the spinnyback dragon. Roar, but Diamond Oaks looked hard. Xiao Pei. A piece of blood splashed up. Kyla. Ulti was shocked. What? Peggy Wan and Ulti couldn't help but change their expressions. Volt. The sharp blade entangled Haki and stabbed down fiercely towards Peggy. GG, you are so careless. Cold light stabbed down. Bang. Ulti, who was in a bit of a mess and caught off guard, was sent flying straight away. In an instant, wrapping around Haki's right foot, he whipped it hard. A swift figure flew over quickly. Xiao Pei, stop it. Chapter 304 The Fourth Disaster. Come on. Open black lens bracket. Fourth update. Close black lens bracket. Roar. On the chaotic battlefield. Because of the severe pain, the huge Spinosaurus howled miserably there. Opening that terrifying mouth also released Oak's bloody left hand, which had been bitten tightly. Brush. The huge Spinosaurus shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a human animal form. Peggy Wan's mouth was bleeding. He looked at the blade that passed through his chest from his back. His face was ferocious, his eyes full of cruelty, and his sharp claws suddenly grabbed behind him. You guy. The leader of the Steel Diamond Pirates who backstabbed Peggy Wan smiled strangely. He pulled out the bloody blade and quickly dodged Peggy Wan's attack. He retreated violently. Xiao Pei saw this scene. Ulti was kicked out, bleeding from his mouth, and his eyes were about to burst. The whole person ran out with murderous intent. You guy, how dare you hurt Xiao Pei? I will definitely kill you. Lord Peggywan, that guy, is the battle captain of the Steel Diamond Pirates. The Ghost Sword, Urkel Jason with a bounty of 155 million Baileys. On the surrounding battlefield, the Beast's pirates, who were fighting fiercely with the Steel Diamond Pirates one by one, were horrified. No one expected that Peggy Wan, who was one of the Flying Six Cells 713, at the age of 18 and had the ability of the dragon fruit, ancient species, and Spinosaurus form, would be severely injured twice. Gia ha ha ha, Lousy hasn't felt such pain for a long time. But this time, looking at his left arm that was bloody as if it had been bitten by a fierce dog. The furious Oaks looked fiercely. You guy, go to hell. Woo-hoo-hoo. He stepped on his feet and suddenly rushed out. The right arm directly turned into a drill, spinning violently. Hit Peggy Wan hard on the head, coming suddenly. Brush. Relying on observation Hockey's prediction. The hair on Peggy's whole body stood up, barely able to dodge this fatal blow. But because he was seriously injured, his actions were a little slow. Bang. In the blink of an eye, Hockey's right leg was entangled by Steel Diamond Oaks, and he was kicked hard in the abdomen, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball. Xiao Pei. Ulti rushed up. He swung the mace and hit Oaks hard before he could draw back his strength and stabilize his body. Gia, how can I let you succeed? Between the electric light and flint. The battle captain of the Steel Diamond Pirates, Ghost Sword, Urkel Jason, rushed up. Blocked Ulti's attack, but the blade was almost knocked out by the shock, BFDG. The whole person took a few steps back, only to feel that his whole right hand was numb. Advertisement. You are the one who dares to hurt Xiao Pei, I can't spare you. Ulti's eyes were on fire. Crazy, swinging the mace like a meteor hammer. The bombardment kept coming. Clang, but the next moment. Her hair stood on end and she turned sideways suddenly. But he still took a step slower, and the extremely sharp drill bit penetrated hard on his right shoulder. Blood spattered and the whole person flew out like a cannonball. Boom boom. The embarrassed figure hit the ground and collapsed. Large amounts of smoke and dust were raised. Lord Ulti. The surrounding pirates of the Beast group could not help but change their expressions. No one could believe that the famous Flying Six siblings of the Beast's pirates could not stop the attack from Steel Oaks and the others. Each student was seriously injured and defeated easily. Gia ha ha ha, the 6 flying cells of Beast's pirates, do you only have this much strength? Looking at Ulti, who was blown away by him, shaking the right hand that turned into a drill, the shocking bloodline appeared. Steel Diamond Oaks laughed arrogantly. Then, you will be buried here today. Damn B asterisk 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 D. Ulti got up in embarrassment. With blood bleeding from the corner of his mouth, he looked at the bloody wound on his right shoulder. Full of tenacity, holding on to the body, to keep fighting. Don't talk too much. At this time, in the distant sky, came a calm voice. Who? The expressions of Steel Diamond Oaks and Ghost Sword Jason change. Not only them, but also the pirates present could not help but subconsciously look over. Only a black figure was seen. It was like lightning coming from the distant sea. That's... Ulti looked at the sea and couldn't help but shrink his pupils. That rascal. Reinforcements from Beast's pirates? At the same time, Steel Diamonds and Ghost Swords can't help but make the hair stand on end. It felt like he was locked by some wild beast. His expression changed drastically and he became alert. Stand ready. Brush advertisement in the blink of an eye. That black flowing figure. He had already rushed in front of Steel Diamond and Ghost Sword at an astonishing speed. God avoids. No nonsense. Without waiting for the horrified Steel Diamond Oaks and Ghost Sword Jason to change color, they both rushed forward with murderous intent. The blade, which had been unsheathed like lightning, was intertwined with black and red lightning. It slashed out through the air. Boom boom, wow. The atmosphere was directly distorted. The terrifying blow was as fast as thunder and lightning, and it was impossible to guard against it. That unparalleled power made the captain of the Steel Diamond Pirates, Oaks, and the battle captain, Ghost Sword Jason, both vomit blood. Like a cannonball, it flew out directly. Bang bang. Continued continuously, smashing the huge rocks behind and raising large amounts of smoke and dust. Covered in blood and not knowing whether he was alive or dead, he fell there. It shocked the whole audience. Captain Jason. Hiss. There's Diamond Oaks with a bounty of 479 million Baileys, and there's Ghost Sword Jason with a bounty of 155 million Baileys. He was crushed all at once. Damn it, who is that guy? Isn't it Blood Prison Ren? The Walking Scourge? Why is he here? A pirate from the Steel Diamond Pirates and the Beast's Pirates. They all couldn't help but widen their eyes, looking in disbelief at the stalwart figure standing with a knife, wings on his back, and an astonishing momentum. But soon, many people opened their mouths wide and were stunned. Shocked and speechless. Blood Prison, Copper's Ren? The embarrassed Ulti. There was also Peggy Wan, who was seriously injured and staggering not far away. The two siblings couldn't help but feel a little dazed, and couldn't believe their eyes. Naturally, they paid attention to the unprecedented peak battle at Naval Headquarters half a month ago. The dark wings, the flames on the back of the head and neck, the gray hair, the handsome appearance. He recognized the other person immediately. Are you Ulti? Holding the gorgeous blade, Ren turned his head and looked at Ulti. Looking at this somewhat embarrassed beautiful girl, she couldn't help but chuckle. I'm sorry, it's a step late. The fourth natural disaster of Beast's Pirates, come on. Chapter 305. Gratitude from the Dinosaur Siblings. It's not just the two siblings Ulti and Peggywen. All the pirates present were shocked. No one expected that Ren, the blood prisoner who had shone brightly in Marineford, which was hailed as the Summit War by the World Economic News, and could be said to have single-handedly turned the tide of the entire war around, would actually join the Hundred Gates Sea Thieves. It became the fourth major signature of Beast's Pirates' natural disaster. Is this real? The fourth scourge of Beast's Pirates? This is a big shot with a bounty of 3 billion belly. Marvelous. Blood Prison Thunder, Master N. Long live, oh. Immediately, the countless Beast's Pirates were excited. Jia raised his weapon there and shouted excitedly. No one doubts whether Ren's identity as the fourth most popular person is true or false. Because, if such a character did not really join their Beast's Pirates, they would definitely not be able to lower themselves, claiming to be the fourth natural disaster of the Beast's Pirates. After all, that was a big pirate with a bounty of 3 billion belly, and he was even considered to be the most likely to become the new pirate emperor after the red-haired Shanks who successfully reached the top a few years ago. What? The fourth natural disaster? Damn it, did Ren join the Beast's Pirates? Why would such a guy be inferior to others? The pirates of the Steel Diamond Pirates are the complete opposite. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, they were trembling and sweating profusely. With a look of despair on his face, he slumped to the ground. It's over. Dead. Everyone, come on, kill them. Hey haha, kill all these guys. Bang bang, ah. For a while, Beast's Pirates are up and down, morale is high. Under the leadership of those real fighters, the givers, laughers, and waiters of the 100 Beasts group. They all waved their weapons and launched a frantic pursuit of the pirates of the Ginzan Pirates. Ahem, I'm saved. Peggywen, who was pale and seriously injured, vomited blood. Seeing that the situation of the battle had turned around and he was covered in blood, he couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The whole person could no longer hold on and fell to the ground with a plop. Directly exited the human animal form. It can be seen that the injury is serious. Xiao Pei. Ulti was shocked. Not caring that he was also seriously injured, he rushed forward. Full of worry, he hugged Peggywen, crying and shaking desperately. Xiao Pei, hold on. Doctor, where's the doctor? Please save my little Pei. She was shouting with anxiety on her face. This is the tear of a person with healing fruit ability. It has an excellent healing effect. No matter how serious the injury is, you can recover quickly if you take it. Ren came over. Looking at Peggywen, who was pale and covered in blood, he threw out a small bottle. Advertisement: these two siblings are already members of the Beast's Pirates at a young age, so they're worth recruiting. If you train and hone it well, I believe that in 2 years' time, your strength will not be too bad. Really? Subconsciously, he caught the bottle, which was no bigger than a thumb. Ulti was surprised when she looked at the tiny sparkling crystal water inside, which seemed like a sacred drop of water. Thank you so much. Immediately, her eyes lit up, full of excitement. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he hurriedly said to Peggywen, Xiao Pei, hurry up, drink it quickly. Ahem, sister, you are also seriously injured, I'd better give it to you. Although Peggywen was seriously injured, but seeing his sister was also hurt. I just want to leave the tears of someone with the healing fruit ability to my sister. However, the next second, Ulti glared fiercely. He strangled his neck roughly, let the blood gush from his bloody wounds, adding to the wounds. If it weren't for being an esper of the ancient zone species, with his exaggerated vitality, Peggywen would have died on the spot. Idiot Xiao Pei, drink as much as you were told. Ulti, who was unaware, opened the cap of the bottle and poured the 2 drops of healing tears inside into his mouth. Ahem. Sister, let me go. Asterisk 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 asterisk. People's heads are full of black lines. This Brocon is really frustrating. But looking at Pei Sao, who was so strangled that he rolled his eyes and turned purple, as if he was about to die. The corners of his mouth twitched, expressing deep sympathy for Peggywen. Having a Brocon sister is not a bad thing, but if this sister is too Brocon, it will be a bit miserable. Next moment. Peggy Vantone glows. The injury was originally quite serious, even shocking. Healing is visible to the naked eye, really recovered. All of a sudden, he broke free from Wormian's shackles. Peggywen, who was almost about to die, opened her eyes wide. After discovering his exaggerated injuries, he had already recovered in a blink of an eye. Not only him, but also Ulti couldn't help but look at the lively Peggywen in disbelief, inexplicably shocked. Is this potion so powerful, Blood Prison Ren, Master? Peggywen was full of excitement and hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Excuse me, do you still have the potion just now? Idiot Xiao Pei, such a precious thing is not a big cabbage. Ulti returned to human form and scolded her brother angrily. At the same time, his big eyes looked at Ren, who came over with disbelief. But, by the way, did you really join the Beast's Pirates? She couldn't believe it. How could such a big shot be willing to be subordinated so easily? Is it because he is of the same race as Fire Calamity, Jin? What? It doesn't look like it, Ren chuckled. Advertisement. Noticed her bloody right shoulder. He raised his eyebrows and threw out a small bottle. There's more here. Eh? Thank you so much. Ulti's eyes lit up and she was overjoyed. He hurriedly thanked Ren without refusing. Although she usually has a bad temper and a sharp tongue, even the governor of Baiju Kaido would not give her face, but she is certainly not an ungrateful person. Please give me flowers. Open the bottle the size of a thumbcap and drink the 2 drops of healing tears. Brush. Within a moment, the whole person's injuries were somewhat bloody. In the blink of an eye, he recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. First meeting, Lord Ren, I am Peggy Wan, and this is my sister Ulti. I saw that my sister had also recovered. Peggy couldn't help but be overjoyed, and he was busy introducing himself to people. He bowed seriously and said thank you, I am really grateful for your kindness. Although Kaido of the Beasts sent Ren over for support. But if it hadn't been for Ren's generous help, each of them would still be seriously injured, and it would never have been possible for them to do so quickly. Especially himself, he knew very well that his lungs were injured by the sword of Ghost Sword Jason. Even if the injury was healed, he was afraid that the root of the disease would be left. That's no small thing. I am Ulti, thank you for saving me and Xiaopei. His big eyes looked at Blood Prison Ren, who was said to be younger than his 2 siblings, but extremely powerful. Zero Ulti couldn't help but pat her proud chest and said loudly, if you need help in the future, please just ask. I had seen the opponent's monster-like power in that shocking live broadcast. Even though she was arrogant and thought of herself as a genius, she never even paid attention to the 3 disasters. In front of this newly promoted 4th natural disaster of the Beast Group, he had to lower his arrogant head. You're welcome, we're all our own people. Ren waved his hand. A few drops of healing tears can be said to be a rare treasure that even money cannot buy for others. Evening. Although I don't know what Ren wants to do, since they have become experimental subjects. He glanced at the half-dead Steel Diamond Oaks and Ghost Sword Jason. Thinking about it, it would be much more painful than being killed by them directly. There he asked respectfully, do you want to kill these 2 guys? If we can slowly win over these powerful Fei Liubao. Keep it for now. Ren shrugged and said calmly, it just so happens that my Tony also needs some powerful guys as experimental subjects. Ulti and Peguin, who were full of anger and wanted to step forward to vent their anger, immediately gave up the idea. A tall man with a right arm that turned out to be a living gorilla, which made people feel numb for no apparent reason, was really beaten by Beast's pirates, along with several givers, carrying 2 bloody figures, and threw them in front of Ren. Then they are really unlucky, it's still worth it. But for him, the most he can do is spend some more time, tell some tragic stories, and trick the little human princess Manchili into tears. For him who wants to replace Kaido and master the Beast's pirates. Looking at the blood prison in front of me, which is said to be 1 year younger than myself who just turned 18, and which has made countless people angry after hearing about it, my heart is filled with emotion. Master Ren. Experimental subject. Looking at this 4th biggest figure who is too young to be ridiculous, but cannot be underestimated, he is full of awe. Chapter 306. The sea is shaking, are you reaping the benefits? Open black lens bracket the 4th natural disaster of Beast's pirates. Close black lens bracket, shocked, Blood Prison Ren confirmed to join Beast's pirates. The joining of 3 billion pirates, the unstoppable Beast's pirates. The 4th natural disaster, overwhelming strength. 1 move kills the Steel Diamond Pirates in defeat. The next day, with brand new newspapers, sent around the world by Newsbird. The sea shook, hey, is it true? What on earth is it? The Blood Prison joins the Beast's pirates. How could such a monster be so easily willing to be subordinate to others? That guy actually joined the Beast's pirates and became the 4th most popular figure under Beast's Kaido. Damn it, that guy Kaido got the lead again. With the addition of Blood Prison Ren, Beast's pirates is even more powerful. Aren't they invincible now? Look at the latest, 197, headlines. All forces from all sides could not help but be shocked. I was a little shocked and couldn't believe my eyes. No one expected that the Blood Prison Ren would not lead the troops into the New World as they imagined, challenging the pirate emperors and trying to replace them. Instead, he turned around and joined the Beast's pirates. Transformed into the 4th natural disaster of Beast's pirates. With the Whitebeard pirates, once vaguely recognized as the strongest among the 4 emperors, losing Captain Whitebeard, their decline has become inevitable and has taken a sharp turn. At this time, the bounty was as high as 3 billion belly, and brave and resourceful young monsters suddenly joined the Beast's pirates. It is conceivable that the momentum of Beast's pirates, which is already at its peak, is bound to surge again, and the limelight will directly overwhelm the other 4 emperors. Kaido, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. It is even more logical that he is considered by many to be the man currently closest to the throne of the Pirate King. Now, Toto Land Sea Area, Big Mom Pirates Headquarters, Cake Island. Damn it, let that kid Kaido take the lead, inside the gorgeous Cake Castle. Looking at the newspaper that was just delivered. On the throne, the bloated and huge Charlotte Linlin, with frightening bloodshot eyes, said unhappily, that blood prison is too spineless, isn't it? He actually turned around and joined the Beast's pirates. Advertisement. That's not necessarily the case. Blood Prison Copper Ren can be said to be bold. Beautifully dressed and carrying a candy cane, but the eldest son of the Charlotte family, Candy Minister. Parasparrow, who was dressed like a circus clown, licked his long tongue and said with a strange smile, not only did he dare to attack the celestial dragons, he even did it in the Summit War. Attacking and killing Naval Headquarters Marshal Buddha Sengoku is not like someone willing to live under others. Speaking of which, he looked at Charlotte Linlin, who was at the top. Mom, I think Beast's Pirates will put on a good show sooner or later. Perhaps, that guy Kaido of the 100 Beasts is trying to lure Wolf into the house. Oh, Charlotte Linlin looked at her eldest son, a little unsure. You mean, that brat, can he kill that guy Kaido? Kaido, the most powerful creature in the sea, land and air, was not just blown away. How could he be pulled down so easily by a fledgling brat? That's not clear. Parasparrow's eyes flashed shrewdly, and he chuckled, but it is undeniable that the strength of that brat is indeed extraordinary. Don't forget, Blood Prison Ren is called the most despicable and insidious pirate in history by those guys from Marine. Even Sengoku, the Buddha known as the resourceful general, was plotted by him. All in all, I think no matter what the result is, it will be beneficial and harmless to us. Mom, where is Dao Dazhao, Summit War live broadcast? He saw with his own eyes the opponent's monster-like power and potential. Parasparrow had to admit, he was the culprit who destroyed half of Marineford, even attacked and killed Marine Admiral Buddha Sengoku, and plotted against Marine Admiral Akainu. A walking disaster. Blood Prison Ren is indeed worthy of this title. Once such a young monster really harbors alien intentions and rebels, he will not be able to defeat Kaido of the Beasts, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. It is bound to severely weaken the Beast's pirates and cause heavy losses. You are right, Parasparrow, mama, hear the words. Charlotte Linlin's eyes couldn't help but light up, and she laughed. That guy Kaido is probably going to shoot himself in the foot. If a quarrel breaks out, the Beast's pirates will definitely be severely weakened, and I might be able to reap the benefits. Blood Prison Ren's strength. Of course she saw it. Although compared to veteran powerhouses like them, they are still far behind. But if the other party is given some more time to grow, it might really be able to pose a threat to them. It is indeed impossible for such an ambitious, cunning young pirate to join the Beast's pirates without saying a word. Unless it is based on some ulterior purpose. What? Did that guy really join the Beast's pirates? Damn it, this is the right time. The Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates are now attacking everywhere, taking the opportunity to invade the territory of our Whitebeard pirates. In this case, there is a high probability that he will become our enemy. Advertisement at the same time. Far in the second half of New World. Whitebeard's hometown, the inconspicuous remote island of Sphinx. They just built a cenotaph for their father. The entire Whitebeard pirates held a funeral ceremony. Some were inexplicably shocked and couldn't believe it. That guy from Blood Prison. Dad's body should still be in his hands. We must take it back. For a while, his complexion changed slightly. Phoenix Marco, Diamond Josie, Foil Beasta and other captains. They all couldn't help but clench their fists, their faces full of determination. Anyway, they both have to get out of each other's hands. Retrieve the body of his father Whitebeard. He was returned to his native Sphinx for burial. Let their father truly rest in peace and return to his hometown. Is this real? That unruly little brat doesn't seem to be so easily willing to take advantage of others. Not just the Whitebeard pirates. Even the red hair pirates were invited to attend the funeral of Whitebeard, the former king of the sea. Looking at the latest newspaper headlines, everyone was a little shocked. For Bloodhell Ren, who openly shouted at the naval headquarters and was an enemy of their red hair pirates. Up and down red hair pirates, it can be said that I was impressed, even gritted my teeth. Because Copper's Ren 1.0 suddenly revealed the red-haired life experience, which brought them a lot of trouble. Not only the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were wary of them, but many low-level pirates among the red-hair pirates looked at the red-haired captain. There is something slightly abnormal about everything. I heard that even the pirates under red hair pirates are being tested. It seems that he is preparing to break away from their command. Staring at the photo of Bloody Prison Ren published in the newspaper. The red-haired Shanks had a solemn face and frowned. That guy, do you want to join the Beast's pirates? That brat's eyes are full of ambition. Ben Beckman on the side put out his cigarette butt and said calmly. That guy Kaido, I'm afraid he's going to be killed. He doesn't think so. Blood Prison Ren is such a young, energetic and ambitious guy. I really want to join the Beast's pirates, just to become the fourth natural disaster. Chapter 307 The Revolutionary Army and the Straw Hat Crew, first update. Boom, the top of the red line. Holy Land Mariajoy. Pongal Castle, between calendars. An expensive coffee table whined and fell apart. The five elders, who control the highest power in the world, look extremely gloomy. Blood Prison. That be asterisk D Brad. Damn, you actually joined the Beast's pirates. Or is it that he has already hooked up with Beast's pirates? Looking at the latest news, the five elders were extremely angry. I never expected that Blood Prison Ren would directly join Beast's pirates. Now, if they want to get rid of each other, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Moreover, a Blood Prison and a Beast, these two particularly troublemaking monsters add up to more than just 1 + 1. The threat to world government will also increase exponentially. That guy Kaido of the 100 Beasts is really overconfident. First-generation Kitetsu was beaten hard. Nashu Langsheng's eyes were sinister and he snorted coldly. How dare you even take such a guy under your command? Why does he think he can suppress Blood Prison Ren? Sane Wuchuli, who had a big mustache, couldn't help but sneered. Just because of his reputation as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. From the perspective of Kaido, 15, aside from the ability of the phantom species in unicorn form, in the final analysis, the Blood Prison Ren is just relying on the Lunaria tribe's innate abilities. Mo Sheng put his hands behind his back and said calmly, he arrogantly believes that his strength can suppress everything, which is normal. But if he ignores Blood Prison Ren's terrifying talent, he will definitely pay the price for his arrogance and carelessness. That unruly and daring kid can't be so peaceful. St. Peter crossed his arms and said in a deep voice. There must be someone who joined the Beast's Pirates so suddenly, kind of purpose. Then it's possible that he wants to dethrone Kaido and replace him. Saint Satan leaned on a cane and said expressionlessly, but it seems that he not only wants the throne of the four emperors, but also the Beast's Pirates. People's thoughts. In the eyes of superiors like them, it is naturally impossible to hide it. Even Kaido of the Beasts himself is well aware of Ren's ambitions. But he still thinks arrogantly that no one can defeat him and that his own strength can suppress everything. Given his sinister and despicable character, this kind of thing is indeed foreseeable. Advertisement Mo Sheng nodded. In other words, the Beast's Pirates will have civil strife sooner or later. Saint Voshuli raised his eyebrows. Although that brat acts unscrupulously, he is also very thoughtful and will definitely decide before taking action and will not launch a rebellion so easily, Nashu Sheng said coldly. If I were him, I would have to hibernate first, quietly improve my strength, and at the same time develop my own power within Beast's Pirates privately, Peter Saint said there. For the world government, this is not a bad thing, we can just reap the benefits. Saint Wuchuli nodded in approval. When civil strife breaks out in the Beast's Pirates, no matter who wins or loses, the Beast's Pirates will definitely be severely damaged. Stroking his beard, Mo Sheng said in a deep voice, by then, first believe that Marine has also been sorted out. After that, if there is an opportunity, just send people to take advantage of the situation to deal with them once and for all. But Wano Kuni has a special environment. It is not easy for warships to break into it. Even if the world government wants to dominate there, it will not be easy unless they establish a country. Anyway, just wait and see what happens. At the same time, a certain area of the Grand Line, Revolutionary Army Headquarters, White Earth Island. A windy and sandy place filled the air in a somewhat hidden building. Dad, have you found Nami? Inside an office, a figure wearing a straw hat ran in. His face was full of hope, and he asked loudly. It was the Straw Hat Luffy who was suddenly shot away in Summit War. And beside him, there were Sanji, Zoro, Chopper, Usopp and others. The members of the Strawhat Pirates seemed to have been sent here by Bartholomew Bear. All of them were wrapped in medical bandages. Apparently the injury hasn't healed yet. Sorry, Luffy. A middle-aged man wearing a green cloak with a resolute face and a calm temperament said apologetically. We haven't found her whereabouts yet. Surprisingly, there is a ferocious tattoo on the left side of his face, which adds a bit of ferocity. Astonishingly, it was Revolutionary Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army who was hailed as the most vicious criminal in the world by the world government. However, I believe she should be fine. Bears won't mess around. They must have their own ideas for doing this. Long looked at his son and said in a deep voice. Don't be impatient. Let's take care of him here first. Hurt. How could I not be in a hurry? Luffy's hands and body were wrapped in bandages in many places, and Luffy was seriously injured. He grabbed his father and said anxiously, Nami is my companion. Mr. Long, Miss Nami is the navigator of our Straw Hats. Sanji took a deep breath and said seriously, without her, our Straw Hats will be unable to move forward. Advertisement, I know, but Revolutionary Long was also a little helpless. Although the Revolutionary Army's intelligence power is not weak, it is not omnipotent. He really didn't know where Bartholomew Bear, who had lost his self-awareness, had sent Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hats. It stands to reason that since the rest of the Straw Hats have been sent here, then the other party should be no exception. Luffy, calm down, we will try our best to find them. On the side, Sabo, who was the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army and had just recovered his memory not long ago, was patting Luffy on the shoulder. At first, he learned about the death of his sworn brother Ace from the newspaper. After recovering his memory, he was devastated. But unexpectedly, Bartholomew Bear sent Luffy and others here again in the blink of an eye. The reunion of the brothers more or less diluted some of the sadness of Ace's death. Although the two were still very sad because of Ace's death. But they all managed to cheer up. Sabo, Chief, the latest news. What? We already knew this. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and others looked calm. But he didn't look surprised to see them. What? Is that so? Revolutionary Long frowned. This. Your other partner, Cyborg Frankie, he is still alive. No more naive illusions. The fourth natural disaster of the Beast Group? Revolutionaries Long and Sabo both couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. Don't wait for Long to finish. Immediately, they all looked at Luffy and others. A member of the Revolutionary Army hurried over with a newspaper and loudly shouted, Blood Prison Ren joined the Beast's Pirates and became the fourth natural disaster of the Beast's Pirates. No longer thinking about it, he looked at Luffy and others and said in a deep voice, Although we have not been able to find the whereabouts of the little thieving cat Nami, we still have good news to tell you. That guy once mentioned to us that he joined the Beast's Pirates. For them, Ren is no longer their companion. Chapter 308 The Regenerated Momo Fruit. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Bang bang. Sink them. Don't stop. Kill me. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. The middle half of New World, King of the Sea in Akris. On the sea, 2 large warships flying the Seagull flag guarded a ship flying the world government flag. Firepower was poured out there, frantically bombarding the 2 or 3 menacing pirate ships in front of them, flying the Beast's Pirates flag. It's the Beast's Pirates pirate ship. They're Ironhead, Ulti, one of the 6 flying cells, and Spinosaurus, Peggy 1, the dinosaur siblings. There is also the new addition to Beast's Pirates, the 4th signature blood prison, Ren. Rob Lucci and his CP9 members who were kicked out of world government are also on it. Damn, it's exactly this time. On a warship, looking at the pirate ship ahead. A naval headquarters rear admiral looked extremely ugly. I never expected that it was just an ordinary escort mission, but I encountered the Beast's Pirates pirate ship, and even though I deliberately avoided it, I was still actively attacked by the enemy. Yuahuhu. At this time, a violent figure, stepping on the air from the sea, running wildly. Lu Chi suddenly entered the human-animal form. 2 days ago, they had been on the Beast's Pirates pirate ship. Came over from Wano-kuni to meet up with Ren, prepared to go to the battlefield and hone their skills. That is, enemy attack, quick, shoot him down. Fire. Bang bang. Many Marines' pupils shrank sharply and turned pale with shock. They all raised their guns and aimed at the figure attacking on the sea. Keep pulling the trigger. Paw, paw. Moonwalk deliberately. It dodged the incoming bullets and landed on the side of the warship. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious-looking Lu Chi became extremely fierce. Tempest kick Guy Bird. Shoo. His right foot was like electricity and he kicked Shang out fiercely. A fiery slash transformed into a huge bird. It tore apart the atmosphere like lightning and struck violently. Unstoppable. Boom. Boom. No matter how hard the Marine Rear Admiral tried to block it, he was still blasted away. It wasn't just the warship beneath his feet, even another warship lined up on the sea. They were cut in half instantly, slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. Ah! Help! Gulu, the warship was cut open. Then what happened? Countless Marines were filled with fear. One after another they fell into the sea, where they kept struggling and screaming. Advertisement only the leading world government ship remained. Hateful. That guy. Rob Lucci, damn that traitor. Trouble. World government on board. Several CP agents were shocked and angry. He couldn't help but turn pale and feel a little uneasy. Not long ago, they luckily found a devil fruit. After investigation, it was discovered that it was the Paramecia Momo fruit that once belonged to Brindisi World, the World Destroyer, who was imprisoned in the 6th floor of the deep sea prison, Eternal Hell. It is said that not long ago, Shiryu, the former warden of Impel Down, massacred those prisoners with abilities in Eternal Hell in order to obtain the devil fruit ability. Use lots of fruits and try to recycle their abilities. As a result, after killing dozens of ability user prisoners in a row, the opponent really succeeded. Obtained the ability of the Ren fruit, Phantom Beast species, and Ashura form. And a vicious ability user like World Destroyer, Brindisi World happened to be among the prisoners who were hired to kill. This fruit was randomly reborn in the New World and was found by their CP. It was ordered to be sent to Mariajoy immediately. They even asked the G-14 branch to send 2 warships to escort them. Unexpectedly, I was intercepted by Beast's Pirates. It's disappointing. On the pirate ship opposite. Not only are there 2 Fei Liubao, and the monster blood prison Ren, together with his subordinates Rob Lucci and others. It's all here, too. A huge vulture fluttered its wings and came. Bang bang. Countless bullets poured out, but that swift and huge figure easily avoided the dense rain of bullets. Several figures stood on the back of Otonashi Fukuru. In the blink of an eye, they arrived on the world government ship. Tempest kick. Shave finger pistol, incendiary cannon. Kaku, Wappa, Jabra and others. All of them were extremely fierce and took action there one after another. Show no mercy. Bang bang. Boom boom. Ah, ah. Not long after the whole world government ship, there are no agents left standing. Rob Lucci broke into the cabin directly, and when he came out again, he had a treasure box in his hand. Damn it, this belongs to the world government. An agent who barely regained consciousness, full of unwillingness and anger, stood up staggeringly. Ah, it's really hard work. Lucci, who had already returned to his human form, put his hands in his pockets and kept walking. He passed him directly and said playfully, I'm sorry, we just accepted this devil fruit. Yuahuhu. Otonashi Fukuru turned into a huge vulture again. They all stepped hard and jumped high, jumped on Fukuru's back. Flying into midair. Bye now. Next moment, Wappa is holding a new type of incendiary cannon. Advertisement aimed at the world government ship below. The trigger was suddenly pulled. Boom boom. The terrifying blue fire is extremely dazzling. The entire world government ship was blown to pieces and was submerged by the expanding fire. The sea surface was directly reflected and turned extremely red. Large expanses of seawater evaporated in that astonishing heatwave. The fog is thick. Tisk tisk, these guys are really amazing. Far away, on the leader of the pirate ship, looking at this scene, Peggy Wan was amazed. He had to admit that these people under Ren were all very capable. A considerable number of them are already qualified to serve as real fighters. Like that Rob Lucci, I am afraid he is qualified to become a flying sextuplet. Sixth form? Just like that annoying guy Fozzie Fu. Ulti said there. She naturally recognized that Lucci and others were using Luwu. Well done. Wait for the huge vulture to fly back. Several figures landed on the pirate ship one after another. Standing at the bow of the ship with his arms folded, Ren, who witnessed the whole battle, smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work." "Where? This is what we should do," Lucci smiled. "Give the treasure box to Ren. Is this what they're escorting?" Looking at the box in Ren's hand, Ulti blinked her big eyes, full of surprise. "Is it devil fruit?" It seems that the information is correct. It is indeed devil fruit. Ren opened the box. Inside is a devil fruit with a strange pattern. He smiled slightly and said with interest, "I don't know what kind of ability it is. This, Momo fruit, is naturally a trap set by him. Arrange the plot based on the intelligence of Spandam, the top executive of CP9. Let a CP agent lurking in the second half of New World discover the Momo fruit, prepared in advance." He then used a phone bug specially designed to eavesdrop and intercept intelligence. "Zhao, these marines and agents were escorting devil fruit halfway. Be the first to seize it, under the premise that they can steal other people's devil fruit abilities." In the surprised eyes of Ulti and Peguin, no one expected that Ren would be so decisive. He smiled and asked, "Wappa, do you want to take a bet?" Of course, the ones who were really surprised were the two Ulti siblings and the pirates from the Beast Group. Vomit. See this. Ren took out the fruit directly and threw it to Wappa. Immediately, this tough guy from the Sandia clan showed his actions directly. At this time, Marine, who is already stretched thin and has to put out fires everywhere, is so busy that he has to send out troops to escort, which shows that it is indeed extraordinary. After catching the Momo fruit, Wappa couldn't help but be stunned. Make an appointment. Others are just cooperating and acting. Without hesitation, he grabbed the fruit and took a bite. Let Wappa, who is already a user with the Momo fruit ability, reasonably, obtain the calendar. He turned around and threw the unknown fruit he had just captured to his subordinates. Eat it. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 309. The Big Maelstrom Spider Pirates, third update. Momo 30 times cannon. Boom boom. Far away. There was a loud noise. An uninhabited island was directly hit. A fierce fireball shot up, with flames reaching into the sky and thick smoke billowing. The island and reef less than 300 square meters were blown away instantly and completely sank to the bottom of the sea. The entire island and reef was blown away. Tear it up. Is this the power of Momo fruit? As expected, it is the ability of World Destroyer, Brindy World. All of a sudden, the size and speed of the fired shells increased 30 times. Too exaggerated. On the sea, 3 pirate ships flying the Beast's pirate's flag. In the shape of pin, move forward slowly. Above, a pirate named Beast's Pirates could not help but open their eyes. My mouth opened wide, I was so shocked that I couldn't speak, and I was sweating profusely. Looking at it in disbelief, there was a fierce-looking guy with small white wings on his back. His eyes were full of envy, jealousy and hatred. What an amazing ability. Gulu. Isn't it a bit too exaggerated? Rao has 2 siblings, Ulti and Peguin. I can't help but feel a little dumbfounded and full of disbelief. The 2 siblings did not expect that. Lei Enzong is a specially processed phone bug. 193. A piece of world government intelligence was intercepted. I actually grabbed such an amazing devil fruit. After being confirmed by Rob Lucci, a member of CP9, and others, it should be the Paramecia Momo fruit that once belonged to World Destroyer, Naughty World. This ability, coupled with large caliber artillery, is terrifyingly powerful. Its role on the battlefield is self-evident. It looks like I've won the lottery. Wappa was smiling. There was a sigh in cooperation. This ability is indeed very suitable for you. Patting Wappa's shoulder, Ren said with a smile. Compared to other zones, Momo fruit is indeed a good match for Wappa, who is good at fighting with thermal weapons. It's not just the Momo fruit. Next, there are also abilities such as the Phantom Beast species and the Giant Buddha form, the Phantom Beast species and the Quetzalcoatl form, etc., all of which will be slowly intercepted and captured by him unexpectedly. But there's no rush. Advertisement as the time goes. Some common abilities that were plundered from the deep sea prison, but of little use. It will also happen to be obtained by other forces including the Cross Guild, thereby dispelling the suspicion of forces such as the world government and Beast's Pirates and avoiding premature alarm. It took a lot of effort to intercept this devil fruit. Looking at the vast sea, Ren asked the navigator directly, how far is it from the destination? Although the 4th Kirin fleet has not yet been formally established. But consider that the opportunity cannot be missed. Beast's Pirates are now on the prowl and have a huge appetite. Therefore, Kaido simply asked him, the 4th natural disaster, to take Ulti, Peguin and other flying 6 cells to continue to capture the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. The Beast's Pirates headquarters is also constantly mobilizing. Logistics supplies and combat personnel will be continuously replenished. This time, not many people came out to practice with Ren. Robin, Nami, Karina and other girls did not follow. There are only CP9 such as Lucci, plus Greg Holland, Hualipato, Wappa and others. Even Luo, Bebo and others did not follow him out, but stayed in Wanakuna's lair on standby. As for the scientist Brian Tunney, not to mention, he is currently busy studying the ancestry factor theory. Moreover, the super soldier plan is already showing signs of success. Naturally, it is impossible to come out, it shouldn't be far away, we should be able to reach the island of Kurdive in 3 hours. There the navigator shouted Kaido. Kurdive Island is an island belonging to the Whitebeard Pirates. There are abundant copper deposits there, and the reserves are easy to mine and the output is extremely high. Being coveted by countless forces large and small. It is also a resource island that Beast's Pirates is determined to acquire. In the past, with Whitebeard intimidating him, the Beast's Pirates have not been able to succeed. Now, without Whitebeard, the Whitebeard Pirates, whose vitality has been severely damaged, can no longer deter the forces that are ready to move. BFFA, Lord Ren. Suspicious target found ahead, at this time. Lookout hand above. There he reminded loudly. It seems to be the Great Maelstrom Spider Pirates under the Whitebeard Pirates. The Great Maelstrom Spider Pirates? Ren raised an eyebrow. And Lucci, Kaku, Huolun and others, they were all a little surprised. Looks weird. Nothing else. The current Great Vortex Spider Squiyard is famous in this sea. In the Summit War, he was deceived by Marine's few words, played around in circles, and stabbed Whitebeard in the back. It has almost become synonymous with being brainless, stupid, and rebellious. Advertisement, but he was spurned and reviled by countless people. That guy actually has the nerve to hang out. Ulti was full of disdain. Peggy Wan also sarcastically said, hey, if it were me, I'd want to hit him with a piece of tofu. Just in time, let's try the power of Momo fruit. Looking at the looming black spots on the sea in the distance. Ren chuckled and looked at Wappa. Leave it to you, Wappa. No problem. Wappa nodded. He skillfully adjusted the angle of the artillery and locked the target in front. His right hand lightly pressed on the cannon body, and at the moment of ignition, his eyes flashed. The fruit ability is activated. Momo 30 times cannon. Boom accompanied by violent fire. A cannonball shot out. It's amplifying at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it's constantly accelerating. Like lightning, it struck the pirate ship that became increasingly clear in the distance. Damn, it's Beast's Pirates. Those guys must be coming for us. Everyone is ready for battle, and on the distant sea. It's a cannonball. Young men, this time our Great Maelstrom Spider Pirates will risk our lives to protect Keldive Island for the Whitebeard Pirates. Squiyard was full of fighting spirit and shouted. Those bastards from the Cross Guild are now aggressively invading the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. We must let Marco and the others have no worries. All the pirates present could not help but change their expressions and feel cold. But that's it. Damn it, Squiyard's face changed drastically and he stood up. The blade in his hand was wrapped around Hockey. Captain Squiyard, think of a way. Looking at the huge cannonballs that hit at an astonishing speed. Damn it, there's no way to avoid it, but the Great Vortex Spider Scarred did not have any fear. He was holding a big sword there to encourage the morale of his pirates. The whole person rushed out. The roaring sound in the air continued. Hey, it's too big, isn't it? The Vortex Spider Pirates also discovered the Beast's Pirates ship. Crack it out hard. Boom boom. Chapter 310 Desperate Squiyard, Octopus Karma, 4th update. A hole. Boom boom. There was a loud bang. Between the electric light and flint, Squiyard yelled as he rushed out. The blade wrapped around Hockey barely cut through the huge cannonball. But in an instant, the shell that split into two did not completely turn into a dud. Instead, it exploded directly, although the power is countless times smaller. But the shocking aftermath still almost overturned pirate summons. Woo-hoo-hoo. Crash. The heat wave is rolling and the waves are raging. The entire pirate ship shook violently and was almost capsized by the big waves. At the same time, Squiyard's entire body was blown into disgrace and embarrassment. The exaggerated impact also made his blade a little awkward. Almost escaped. Call, saved, as expected of Captain Squiyard. Damn it, how come there are such big cannonballs? Is it the fruit ability? However, Squiyard didn't have time to take a breath. Another cannonball came over like lightning. Moreover, this cannonball was larger than the original, which was jaw-dropping. But it didn't land on the pirate ship accurately, it was just thrown to the side less than 10 meters away from the pirate ship. But what made these pirates change their colors in shock was this. It fell onto the sea and splashed with huge water splashes. The super cannonball exploded with a bang. Boom boom. Yuahuhu. The loud noise shook the sky, the waves rolled. The terrifying fire. There it spread in all directions at an astonishing speed. Squiyard's eyes widened and he shouted with all his strength, no. Boom boom. Destroy the ancients. Huge explosion waves, carrying endless heat waves, rolled in. It directly engulfed the pirate ship next to it. Tex. Damn it, let me go. When Squiyard woke up covered in blood and scarred. He found himself hanging on the bow of a pirate ship, dangling there. Are you, Blood Prison Ren? Looking at the young figure at the head with wings on his back, who could not be underestimated, the face of Scuyard, who was struggling desperately, changed drastically. Advertisement, you guys, what have you done to my crew? Scuyard was full of anxiety and shouted at Ren and others. Sorry, they have already fed the fish, Kaku responded calmly. When they rushed over, there are indeed some surviving pirates in the sea. But instead of arresting him, he directly fired a few shots. Just take the unconscious Scuyard away, circle. Scuyard's eyes were splitting. Showing pain on his face, he cried bitterly. Everyone, bastards. Damn guy, kill me if you dare. Scuyard's eyes were red, and he yelled as if he were dead. Come on, kill me, bastards. Once upon a time, he was killed by the Roger Pirates and all his crew members were killed. Completely falling into decadence, he was taken in by Whitebeard and was able to regain his strength. But he foolishly listened to Marine and stabbed the man in the back who regarded him as a family member and loved each of his sons from the bottom of his heart. Now, his pirate group has been destroyed again by the Beast's pirates. All companions were killed, he was the only one left. It's almost like retribution. It's so noisy. Ulti, who had a hot temper, put her hands on her hips, glared at Scarred fiercely and cursed. You are a guy who has been favored by Whitebeard and stabbed him in the back. Why are you pretending to be affectionate here, trash? Also a rebel. Blackbeard is annoying though, but at least they really made up their minds. For his own purposes, he did not hesitate to betray Whitebeard and seize Dark Fruit. Big Vortex Spider Scuyard, what the hell is this? After a few words from Marine, he was tricked into assassinating Whitebeard. He was completely fooled into thinking that he was a brainless idiot. That's all. In the end, Whitebeard was stabbed in the back, and in the end he looked extremely regretful and cried bitterly. Who should I show it to? She despises such a guy the most. You guy. Scuyard's face turned red. Gritting his teeth, he was a little angry. But immediately, the whole person was filled with dejection, and he laughed at himself in despair. Yes, I am indeed a waste, garbage, just kill me. What's the hurry? You will go down to accompany them soon. Ren's face was expressionless and he spoke calmly. Waste also has its uses. Being able to be trusted so much by Whitebeard, he even wanted to make him the commander-in-chief at one time. Strictly speaking, Scuyard's strength was at the level of the elite vice-admiral, otherwise it would have been impossible to block Waba's shot just now. For Lucci et al., it's a good whetstone, enemy attack. Damn. The Beast's pirates are coming, young men, fire with all your strength. Please give me flowers. Keep them away, bang bang. Advertisement soon Island of Kurdive, with the arrival of Beast's pirates. YF2F. The one responsible for guarding this island is the Octopus Pirates under the Whitebeard Pirates. On the coast, the fierce-looking captain, Octopus, Karma shouted there, commanding his pirates to build a defense line and bombard the incoming Beast's pirates' ships. He has an octopus on his head, but he has 6 hands. But what is surprising is that there are no suction cups like octopus claws on the arms. I don't know whether he is an esper or an octopus fishman. Captain, someone is hanging on it. A lookout stood on the lookout tower, observing the sea in the distance. He shouted to Karma. It seems to be Captain Scuyard who is supposed to come to support us. 0. What? Karma's expression changed drastically. Damn it, has that guy Scuyard been caught? However, on the distant sea, even if there are constant shells coming. On the sea, huge water splashes exploded, setting off waves. The pirate ship was shaking a bit, but under Ren's orders. 3 pirate ships from Beast's pirates. Still moving forward under artillery fire, they rushed towards the island of Keldiv. Fire. Kill those guys. At the same time, under the command of Greg Holland, the former Marine Rear Admiral. The pirates of Beast's pirates also launched a counterattack not to be outdone. One pirate ship after another kept firing at the firepower points on the coast. The shells poured down. Hide there. Wappa was simple and rude, and fired an artillery piece. Through the high power sight built by Brian Tunney, the target on the distant coast is locked. The muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at the high ground of Keldiv Island, and a range of ordinary artillery shells could not threaten their Kalma and others at all. I lit the fuse directly and activated the fruit ability. By 50 times the cannon. Boom, in the blink of an eye. A loud roar broke through the air. A pitch-black cannonball flew out. Moreover, it is constantly expanding and enlarging at a speed visible to the naked eye. With lightning speed, it hit the opposite high ground like lightning. What? For a moment, the hairs on my hair stood up. Octopus Karma, who was still commanding, suddenly changed color and his pupils suddenly dilated. Without hesitation, he abandoned the high ground and ran out. Boom boom. Chapter 311 King Kong is trying his best, first update. Boom. Boom. Destroy the ancients. Less than 10 minutes. Huge cannonballs came one after another. Almost all the firepower points on the entire Kurdive Island were easily eliminated by Wappa with the power of the Paramecia Momo fruit. On the coastline, only some pirates were left who were completely frightened and fled in a hurry. Lee. A huge vulture fluttered its wings and came. On the back, stood a figure holding an incendiary cannon. Excuse me, Fukuru. Don't worry, leave it to me, Chibaba, Fukuru responded confidently. At an astonishing speed, he led Wappa past the fleeing pirates and arrived at the sky above the other shore of the island. It keeps hovering there. Momo 30-fold incendiary cannon. Wappa locked several pirate ships and transport ships. Without hesitation, he pulled the 3-3 trigger. Whoops! In an instant, highly compressed blue gas flames shot out like cannonballs. Moreover, it was magnified twice in an instant. With lightning speed and no haste, it covers the ears. Blast down. Boom boom. The heat is rolling. The flames were blazing. The fire is soaring into the sky and the sea is boiling. Large areas of seawater were ruthlessly evaporated and mist filled the sea. Several pirate ships and transport ships docked at the dock. It was destroyed in an instant. Our ship. Damn it, it's ruined, those bastards, do you want to kill them all? Including Karma, the captain of the octopus pirates. The pirates under the Whitebeard pirates soon discovered. All ships have been directly destroyed, there is no way to escape. Looking desperate. Kill _ Giahaha, kill them. This island belongs to us beasts pirates, bang bang. Boom boom. As the beasts pirates pirate ship docked. A large number of givers, laughers, and waiters who were sharpening their knives began to rush to land under the leadership of those who were really fighting. Advertisement wielding swords and guns, they rushed towards the pirates who had already lost the courage to resist and fled in a hurry due to the continuous fierce bombing. A ruthless pursuit was launched, hateful. Saw the pirate ship destroyed. Octopus Karma gave up his escape. Waving his blade and leading his other men with despairing faces, he rushed towards the pirates from the Beast Corps camp without fear of death. Fight them. Damn it, fight it. Kill one to get enough money, 2 saints turn 1. Even if Lousy dies, you beasts pirates won't even think about it easy. Clang. For a while, under the leadership of Captain Kalma. Dozens of surviving pirates of the octopus pirates. Killed madly. Extremely fierce, I'm going to kill that guy Karma. GU teacher coastside. He stopped Ulti, Peguin and others who were about to rush forward excitedly. Ren shrugged. No, just let King Kong go, King Kong? That guy? Ulti and Peguin were surprised. Subconsciously, he looked at the huge and daunting red giant ape. Naturally, they all heard that this gorilla was the new Fei Liubao. Originally, I was a little unhappy when I heard that a wild beast was juxtaposed with my sister and brother. But I heard that the opponent was an esper in the form of the human fruit, phantom beast species, and Titan, and Sasaki, who had previously proposed to challenge King Kong, was instantly killed by him with one punch. The two siblings immediately shut up. After all, they are no less confident than Sasaki. But you can't easily crush the opponent, roar. A beast roared. The giant ape, wearing clothes and resembling a human, uttered human words. Get out of my way. It is extremely sturdy, holding a huge axe that is extremely sharp and gleaming with cold light. The terrifying momentum makes people feel a little scared. Taking heavy steps, he kept walking over. It's Lord King Kong. Quick, quick, the new flying 6 cells who have replaced Lord Sasaki. A pirate named Beasts Pirates. A few days ago, those who had witnessed the opponent's attack on Ghost Island seemed to be scattered in cold sweat. They were full of curiosity about those they had never seen before, but they all gave way subconsciously. That rascal. Advertisement, a gorilla. Whatever it is, kill it. Everyone, come on, open fire, some pirates from the octopus pirates. He directly raised his gun and fired at King Kong. Someone else raised a rocket launcher and fired directly at King Kong. Bang bang. Boom boom, The ground rumbled and loud noises continued. The huge figure ran straight out. He directly ignored the incoming bullets, showed terrifying speed, and rushed forward in an instant. Like a heavy tank, it was so violent that it easily tore through the pirates' defense lines. One of the pirates screamed and was mercilessly knocked away. He was even split into 2 by the huge axe. It is overwhelming and unstoppable. This monster. A hole, go to hell. Several pirates from the octopus pirates are unstoppable. Holding the rocket launcher, he fired directly at King Kong without hesitation. Whoosh. A loud roar broke through the air. Rockets were fired one after another in a violent attack. Shave. However, in their horrified eyes, King Kong stepped hard, showing a terrifying speed. Easily dodged the incoming rockets, causing their attack to fail. These days, Ren has spent a lot of effort on Ghost Island, taking time out to train it every day, making it miserable. Not only are his words, deeds, and other aspects becoming more and more indistinguishable from humans, but his mastery of hockey is also far more proficient than before he acquired the ability to acquire the form of the Phantom Beast Titan. Even observation hockey has awakened under the high pressure of Ren 5.7. The straightforward fighting style with no idea of dodge has also undergone many changes. Although it is still unavoidable, it maintains its violent wildness. But in the face of these artillery attacks, we no longer blindly confront the enemy head-on. Even with his amazing understanding and super high physical fitness. Even techniques like shaving, it can also be used easily. Chi blood splattered, broken bodies and limbs flew up. King Kong is like entering a deserted land, killing all directions. Under the command of Ren, the swordsmiths of Wano-kuni worked together to forge the Thunder God battle axe for the Vajra body, which easily tore the body of the famous pirate. Like an unstoppable beast, He keeps harvesting the lives of pirates like the octopus pirates. Chapter 312 Crush. Overwhelming power open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. Singing. It's really strong. Is this the new Fei Liubao? It's like a monster. No wonder Sasaki-sama was easily pulled down. For a while, on the chaotic battlefield, the beast's pirates present were excited. Their eyes widened one after another, some lost their voices in disbelief, and their scalps felt numb. That guy, Ulti and Peguin, two siblings, couldn't help but gasp. I have to admit that the opponent's strength is indeed terrifyingly strong. Qualified to become Fei Liubao, a whole, you guy. Saw his subordinates being massacred one after another. Octopus Karma's eyes were red, and he was waving several blades in his hands. Some of them rushed forward angrily. Octopus 6 sword-style crabclaw. Cold light flashed, several blades at tricky angles. They kept slashing and attacking King Kong's lower body. Clang. King Kong held 18 Thunder God's battle axes in his hand, and wisps of thunder and lightning were lingering. He easily blocked the incoming blade. With a strong pressure under his feet, the ground collapsed. The huge figure jumped up at an alarming speed. Wawa Suji Su. As the lightning flashed, the giant axe struck down hard. The momentum is overwhelming and unstoppable. Boom boom. Smoke and dust billowed, and rocks flew. The exaggerated blow caused the ground with a radius of more than 10 meters to crack open like a spiderweb. There are even more currents flowing out. The earth became scorched black and disfigured. It's scary and makes you sweat, this monster. Between the electric light and flint, Octopus Karma rolled out in a panic, barely escaping the unstoppable blow. Looking at this scene, I couldn't help feeling chilly. Want to escape? However, King Kong's eyes flashed. Already reluctant to give up, come straight, advertisement. Shave. He stepped on it and the ground cracked. The huge figure appeared in front of Karma instantly. He couldn't help but shrink his pupils and his complexion change. Kai. A loud roar broke through the air. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the giant axe struck hard. Unable to escape, Karma had to set up 6 blades and immediately entangled Haki. Try to block with all your strength. Kang, sparks sputter. The fierce wind was raging. What? Karma changed color in shock. Not only was the tiger's mouth torn open, it was dripping with blood. Moreover, the arms were bent irregularly. In an instant, he was crushed hard by the terrifying force, and the back of the knife pressed his body down, causing him to sink. Ah! Karma screamed, unable to resist at all. The whole person was vomiting blood and flying like a cannonball. Boom boom. Smoke and dust were flying. A mountain peak was knocked down. Karma, covered in blood, was embedded in the cracked mountain. I don't know how many bones in my body were broken. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead, and had already lost consciousness. Was directly crushed. Roar, the right arm holds the thunder battle axe high. King Kong's whole body shines with thunder, like a thunder god. His left hand was clenched into a fist and he kept hitting his chest. Roaring like a wild beast, showing off his victory to others. Tear it apart. As expected of Fei Liubao, too strong, Lord King Kong. King Kong. King Kong. King Kong. Oh, oh. Witnessing the other party's powerful strength, the pirates of a large number of beasts pirates couldn't help but shine with their eyes. Everyone was full of excitement, holding weapons and shouting. Morale is high. Tisk, tisk, what a tough guy. Watching King Kong kill a captain of the Whitebeard pirates in just a few seconds, Jabra exclaimed. Master Ren, you have really cultivated an out-and-out monster. Indeed, after these days of training, even in the human animal form, it has been able to perfectly display its combat effectiveness. Advertisement Lu Chi nodded. Some were also amazed. But at the same time, it also created great pressure. He has always been conceited, but he has to admit that it is almost impossible for him to defeat a monster like King Kong now. However, Lu Chi's eyes were filled with awe-inspiring fighting spirit. I am not discouraged at all, nor do I have any thoughts of giving up on myself. Although Devil Fruit is inferior in terms of ability, Devil Fruit cannot represent everything. Confidence relies on the gap between Haki and Taijutsu, Ganur. He, Rob Lucci, is as good as anyone. 10 times of effort is not enough, 20 times of effort is not enough, 50 times of effort is not enough. Then he will work 100 times harder, 200 times harder. Until I catch up with that man. On the side, Greg Holland and Kaku were also secretly comparing themselves. If it were them, could they defeat King Kong? No, this guy's potential has not been fully explored yet. Ren smiled. I'm quite satisfied with King Kong's performance. At the same time, he also paid attention to the changes in everyone's expressions. To be honest, their plans are too smooth these days. In order to prevent Kaku, Huo Lun and others from becoming complacent because of their powerful fruit abilities, he brought King Kong out specifically to put some pressure on these guys. On hard power. Even if King Kong has not become an Esper in the form of a phantom beast and a titan, it can also challenge Straw Hat Luffy, who has not mastered the use of fourth gear and has not yet developed the Great Ape King 223 gun. And now, he has truly gained wisdom and understanding that is no less than human beings. After his training these days, his strength has improved greatly. Lu Chi is indeed impossible to be King Kong's opponent at present. Needless to say, Jabra, Fukuru, Natsutori and others. As for Kaku and Horin, one is an esper in the form of a phantom beast, the Great Buddha. One is an esper in the form of the phantom beast Quetzalcoatl. Due to the issue of combat compatibility, we may still be able to maintain some advantage. In other words, Kaku can rely on the flying ability of the phantom species Quetzalcoatl to maintain an advantage and fly a kite to get entangled. Although the attack power of Greg Holland's Buddha form is not weak, it cannot threaten King Kong, who is a phantom beast and a user with Titan form abilities. And Wappa's words, because the ability of Momo Fruit is quite special. If you keep a distance, equip yourself with incredibly powerful thermal weapons. It may threaten Observation Hockey's King Kong, who is not strong enough yet and needs to be improved. Generally speaking, the people under him, including Copper's Ren himself, currently lack tempering and need time to grow. And then because of the death of Whitebeard, the former king of the sea, the new world was completely plunged into chaos, and it was bound to become the cruelest battlefield. That endless war, it is the best catalyst for them to improve themselves. Chapter 313 The Angry Whitebeard Pirates, 3rd Update. Bang bang, Kurdive Island, coast. Scattered gunshots and shouts of killing came from time to time. Leave it to the beast's pirates to deal with the remaining enemies hiding and gather the miners responsible for mining on this island. Ren took Lucci, Kaku, Wappa, Ulti, Peguin and others. Arriving at the unspoiled camp, Master Ren, I accidentally killed him. A bloody corpse was thrown up. Carrying a huge battle axe on his back, King Kong scratched his head and said, "It's okay, if you die, you will die." Ren shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Kick away the inhuman body of Octopus Karma and send it to the sea to feed the fish." Karma, schoolyard hanging on a pirate ship. Witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but feel dizzy. His eyes were covered with terrifying bloodshot eyes, and he yelled angrily, "Damn beasts pirates, you bastards. What's the rush? It'll be your turn soon." Ren smiled slightly. He pointed at Schoolyard, who was hanging on the bow of the ship and couldn't help but curse. "Bring that guy up." Yes. Fukuru and Midori nodded. He ran directly to the pirate ship. "Let's play a game." He sat down, looking at Lucci, Kaku, Wappa, Ulti and others with some curiosity. He asked directly with a smile, "I have a case of fine wine here specially for celestial dragons, a total of 12 bottles." Ren crossed his legs and said with a smile, "If any of you can defeat this guy, you will get one of the bottles of wine." Wine? Everyone's eyes lit up. They knew how rich Ren's collection was. After all the celestial dragons' lairs on the Sabaody archipelago were wiped out by them. Moreover, the taste of those fine wines is indeed extremely good and memorable. Advertisement. Fine wine specially provided to celestial dragons. Even Peggy Wan couldn't help but become interested. "It sounds good, but he hasn't tasted it yet. Is this the special wine of the Kingdom of Avkos?" Lu Chi asked with interest, his eyes burning. "He doesn't have many hobbies, just like red wine." "Of course." Ren chuckled and nodded. "One bottle? Is it too little?" Ulti curled her lips, feeling that it was not enough to fill the gap between her teeth. "Phew," Fukuru glanced at her. "I had to explain it there. Even though celestial dragons' wines are limited in quantity, chirp. That is the 100,000 acres of royal vineyards specially provided to the celestial dragons by the Kingdom of South Blue Ofkos. Only the best bunch of grapes are picked from each bunch, and only the top grapes are picked from each bunch. That one will also go through strict screening to eliminate the unqualified ones." Kaku crossed his arms and added yearningly, "Other process procedures are also very complicated and cumbersome. The annual output is said to be less than 3,000 bottles, whether it is color, taste, etc. In all aspects, it can be said that it has reached the pinnacle of what red wine can achieve. Because it is specially provided to the celestial dragons, even the royal family of the Kingdom of Avkos cannot withhold it privately, and must pay tribute to the celestial dragons. Even some defective products that do not meet the standards and have been eliminated are still highly sought after by countless high-class people, and they flock to them. Occasionally, some will flow into the black market, and a bottle can easily be sold for hundreds of dollars. The price of wanbali is often high but not marketable. Listen to Kaku's words. The Ulti siblings couldn't help but were dumbfounded and a little dazed. A bottle of substandard red wine is worth millions of Baileys on the black market? Wouldn't the tribute wine that meets the standard go to heaven? King Kong's eyes lit up. "My mouth is drooling. Sir Ren, I want to participate too." "You don't have to." The corners of Ren's mouth twitched. He waved his hand and said, "I can give you a bottle directly and treat it as a reward for the drink you just opened. With this guy's strength, if you still participate, wouldn't that be cruelty? But if you want to fight, I can fight with you." Ren added with a smile, "If you can last for 2 hours, let alone a bottle, just a box will do." No, I still don't want it." King Kong broke into a cold sweat. His head kept shaking like a rattle. Before joining the beast's pirates, he had already been tortured by Ren to the point of having a shadow. If it weren't for Manxili's healing fruit ability, I was almost beaten to death several times. Advertisement. "We'll join in too." The Ulti siblings looked at each other and said hurriedly, "Wouldn't it be a pity not to taste such a fine wine?" "What about you?" Ren looked at Kaku, Jabra, Fukuru and others. But look at their glaring eyes, as if they are determined to win. He already knew the result. Then 1 person per game. And this time, far in the middle half of the New World, in the unknown sea. One pirate ship after another moved forward slowly and menacingly. Among them, the leader of the large beluga-shaped pirate ship is the Moby Dick County of the Whitebeard Pirates. Damn. After receiving the signal for help from the octopus pirates, Phoenix Marco's face turned livid. But he knew that it was too late to rescue him. Moreover, it was not just one or two places that were attacked. Under the Whitebeard Pirates, many territories are occupied by other forces, large and small. What's wrong? Marco. Captains such as Diamond Josie and Foil Beasta stepped forward one after another. It's that guy from the blood prison, Ren. Marco, the Phoenix, looked livid and gritted his teeth as he said, Scarred and Karma were attacked by the Beast's pirates. Schoolyard was captured by the Beast's pirates, and Karma's lifecard was burned to ashes not long ago. What? Those bastards. Damn it, it's exactly this time. If those guys from the Cross Guild hadn't made trouble, Machians, would these bastards dare to make trouble while Dad was here? The captains of the Whitebeard pirate group couldn't help but change their expressions, and they were a little angry. I wish I could turn around immediately and take revenge on the island of Keldiv. Justice. Okay, let's deal with the Cross Guild first. Marco frowned and said in a deep voice, as soon as those guys broke into the New World, they couldn't wait to occupy a lot of our territory. I was busy with my father's funeral and had no time to deal with these guys. Now let's settle the general account with them. Moreover, several pirate groups under our banner have been destroyed by them. If we don't stop those guys, the losses will only be greater. Things should be prioritized. They must repel the Cross Guild's attack as soon as possible. Only then can we deter those ambitious guys who are ready to make a move. Therefore, Marco would not hesitate to lead all the captains directly to the first half of the New World. Chapter 314 The Actions of the Cross Guild. A fight? Open black lens bracket. Fourth update. Close black lens bracket. The first half of New World. Walmer Sea, Fox's Island. This is a beautiful spring island with spring-like scenery all year round. It used to belong to the Whitebeard Pirates, but now it has planted the flag of the Thousand Characters Guild. Ah ha ha ha. At this moment, the central hinterland. On a dilapidated castle, one after another, fierce figures of different shapes stood above. A group of extremely vicious pirates gathered in the square below. It was crowded and somewhat noisy. Young ones. The clown Buggy wears an ugly and hideous skull mask. His limbs were split, holding up his large red robe, looking very imposing. Facing the thousands of pirates below, he announced with infinite arrogance, in the past half-month, our Cross Guild has captured the 12 islands of the Whitebeard Pirates. What's next? Our plan is to double the size based on this. At that time, the 4 emperors will be Lousy's bag. Oh, Buggy, I heard Buggy say that. The pirates from the Cross Guild present were all full of excitement. He held his weapon high and shouted excitedly, incomparable fanaticism. Gulu, look at the excited pirates below. The clown Buggy swallowed his saliva, feeling extremely panicked. He carefully looked at the fallen angel Azazel beside him. He asked nervously in a low voice, is that okay, Lord Azazel? Yeah. Azazel folded his arms and nodded calmly. Captain Buggy, it's not good. At this time, a pirate hurried over. Full of panic, he said loudly, we just sent to Balacal Island and prepared to capture the 2 warships there. We encountered an attack by the Whitebeard Pirates. Got it. The last news that came back is that the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, together with most of the pirates under the Whitebeard Pirates, are all out. What? Buggy the clown was shocked. Once again, she performed her outstanding facial skills. I almost peed out of fear. Oh, Azazel's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect that the Whitebeard Pirates would be so decisive. I want to fight them directly with all my strength. Advertisement, those guys, they actually came out in full force? Hey, it's time to decide the winner. If we take down those guys, we will be the real 4 emperors, right? The cadres of the Cross Guild such as Shiryu of Rain, King of Evil and others on the side could not help but change their expressions slightly. But immediately, he sneered. Each and every one of them, had their eyes burning, full of hope. Although it's a bit early, but it's just right, let's take advantage of the situation and deal with them. Fallen Angel Azazel squinted his eyes and said calmly, it will save a lot of trouble then. As he spoke, he was extremely decisive and directly relied on the powerful observation Haki to give orders to the clown Zhangji, the nominal president of the Cross Guild. Prepare for a head-on battle with the Whitebeard Pirates. Decide the outcome. Anyway, the current Whitebeard Pirates. He suffered heavy losses in the Summit War, losing most of his troops. Especially under Ren's hellish flames that made no distinction between friend and foe, even the captains under his banner died a lot. Moreover, according to intelligence, the Whitebeard Pirates had to divide their forces to guard different islands in the face of various forces that were ready to move and kept provoking, and it was impossible to gather too many people in a short period of time. Their Cross Guild has no fear at all. The remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates, after losing that old guy Whitebeard, they didn't just hide and survive with their tail between their legs. How dare they be so arrogant? The clown Buggy, who was in tears and panic, quickly settled down. There he raised his right arm high and shouted, impassionedly, you guys, go kill them. Oh, kill them, countless pirates. There he held his weapon and shouted excitedly. As long as the Whitebeard Pirates are defeated, no one can stop them from ascending to the throne of the 4 emperors. Now, the middle half of New World, Balacal Island. Led by the Moby Dick, Pirate ships of various styles gathered there, filled with murderous intent. The sea was still filled with the smell of gunpowder, smoke and blood. The wreckage of some ships that were sunk is still floating there. There were even some bloody corpses, which attracted those sea beasts to gnaw on them, and the scene was extremely bloody. These guys who don't know how to live or die. That be asterisk 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 D, clown buggy, get rid of him sooner or later. Even if Dad is gone, the Whitebeard Pirates' territory will not be their turn to run wild. Coastside. The aroma of the meat is tempting and makes people want to eat. A large number of delicious dishes were served. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates and the captains could not help but look cold. Because it was almost noon, they were gathering there to have a meal. Eat happily and gobble it up, Captain Marco, advertisement. A member of the Whitebeard Pirates hurried over. Holding a phone bug, he was sweating profusely. This is the phone bug from the Cross Guild. They said they want to talk to you. Huh? Marco, who was having a meal, put down the bone and meat. I wiped my hands and took the phone bundle. Hear the words. Other captains and captains also put down their food. Looking over subconsciously. Moses, I'm Marco. Marco spoke in a deep voice. Ah ha ha ha, Sassy ignores Dana, Marco. I'm the clown Zhangji. Soon, a burst of arrogant laughter came from the phone bug. Mimicking the outline of the clown Buggy, the red nose is particularly conspicuous and looks a bit ferocious. Buggy, you be asterisk 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 D. Phoenix Marco looked gloomy and said coldly. What do you want from me? If you are asking for mercy, I tell you, it is already too late. They have made up their mind to attack the Cross Guild to show the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates. Declare to the outside world that even if they lose Captain Whitebeard, the Whitebeard Pirates are still untouchable and have enough strength to defeat all invading enemies. Severely shock those ambitious people who are ready to make a move. Begging for mercy? That's impossible. The phone bug imitated the clown Buggy's voice, and said quietly, Lousy is here to issue a challenge to you losers technique. War letter. Too arrogant. This be asterisk 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 D clown. Marco, promise him. Everyone wants a bite. Okay. Marco frowned, but still agreed without hesitation. Let's end it now. Ah ha ha ha, see you then, they all said loudly there. At this time, if the Whitebeard Pirates cannot show their strong strength and stabilize people's hearts. Next, I am afraid that all the pirate groups under my banner will have different intentions and will no longer obey the commanders of their captains. Okay, let's decide the winner. Moreover, the backbone of Whitebeard was gone. Seeing this, Phoenix, Marco did not object. Maybe the huge Whitebeard pirate group will be torn apart. Completely decayed. They all couldn't help but look ugly, and they were so angry that they gritted their teeth. When have we, the Whitebeard Pirates, ever been afraid of anyone? Then it will be said in 3 days. Oslick Sea Area, Hagen Marie Islands. Otherwise, the wolves around will only gather more and pounce on them one after another. A captain named Whitebeard Pirates and the pirate captains under his banners. Directly to the phone bug, he said coldly, time and place. For them, the sooner they resolve the TNZ Guild, the better. Chapter 315 The Transformation of the Empress, Rayleigh and Ace, First Update. The next day. Spread by Newsbird. Headlines of the Cross Guild's official declaration of challenge to the Whitebeard Pirates. At an astonishing speed, it spread throughout the world. It caused a great sensation, it attracted worldwide attention. All over the sea, all forces are paying attention. Waiting for the two major forces to truly determine the winner. After all, it was the Cross Guild that took advantage of the reputation of the Whitebeard Pirates and climbed to the top like no other. Or will the Whitebeard Pirates defeat the mighty Cross Guild in a devastating way, and use their absolute power to declare to the outside world that even if they lose Captain Whitebeard, they are still the unshakable pirate emperor of the New World? Is there going to be a war between the Cross Guild and the Whitebeard Pirates? And the first half of the Grand Line, the edge of the calm belt. A classic pirate ship, pulled by two venomous sea snakes, red in color, moved slowly there. Looking at the world economic news just delivered by Newsbird, Shaki, who was riding on the ship of the Nine Snakes pirates that was about to set off, left Calmbelt and was about to return to Sabawadi Archipelago to see the situation, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This is really what great news. Oh, Sandersonia, one of the three Gorgon sisters, was surprised and asked. Shaky, I remember that Fire Fist Ace is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, right? Well, the peak war at Naval Headquarters not long ago started because of him. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, Shaki read the newspaper and responded casually. You should have left a phone bug with Rayleigh, right? Do you want to notify them? Marigold, who was bloated, asked directly. It's not necessary. Now even if that guy Ace wants to rush to the New World to support the Whitebeard Pirates, it's too late. Shaki shrugged. He handed the newspaper he had read to Marigold, who was a little curious, and knowing this news, Ace's frizzy temper will make it impossible for him to calm down and practice with Rayleigh. Just let him practice there quietly. He flicked the cigarette butt, puffed out the smoke and said, after all, if the Whitebeard Pirates can stop the Cross Guild, even if there is one more of them, the result will be the same. Furthermore, with the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates, even if they cannot be defeated, they will not be completely wiped out easily. Speaking of which, she smiled brightly and spread her hair at the stern of the boat. That beautiful figure who was sweating profusely was exercising unremittingly there. In contrast, what really surprised me was Hancock. I haven't seen her work so hard for a long time. Yes, my sister has worked harder since she came back from the Summit War. Looking at Boa Hancock, who was fully immersed in training, indifferent to the outside world, and sweating like rain, Sandersonia smiled and nodded. Even when I went on an expedition, I didn't give up any time to practice. It's like a different person. It seems that Blood Prison Ren's words really had a great impact on her. Shaki sighed. Obviously, Summit War witnessed the power of those monsters. This made Hancock, the Empress, realize the gap between herself and those top experts. Advertisement, however, this is obviously not a bad thing for the Nine Snakes Pirates and Amazon Lily. Times are changing, and the development of science and technology always brings various problems. Marine warships can now enter the Calm Belt, which is the lair of the large sea kings and was once a restricted area for navigation at any time. In the past, there was a natural barrier such as the Calm Belt, which could ignore any enemy threats and allow easy advance and retreat of Daughter's Island. It is no longer safe. Amazon Lily really needs a strong emperor, and this time. Also in the Calm Belt, Ruskina Island not far from Amazon Lily. Boom! In the lush forest, an embarrassed figure was blown away. It broke 2 trees and raised a large cloud of smoke. What? He put away the palm wrapped around Haki. Pluton Rayleigh looked calm, looked down at the other party, and said calmly, "Is this the only strength you have without using the Mera Mera fruit ability? If it's just to this extent, even if you leave Calm Belt and return to the New World, you will be of no use to the Whitebeard pirates who are currently in trouble." Say so, but there was still a flash of exclamation in his eyes. For this age, the other party is indeed very good. As expected of Roger's bloodline, but at the same time, there are some cases. Ace is very good, this amazing talent, even the young Shanks is slightly inferior. Compared to the monster Ren in Blood Prison, it's not even bad at all. Hateful, looking at the arrogant Pluton in front of him. With a bruised nose and swollen face, Fire Fist Ace gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists tightly, full of unwillingness and anger. Is the gap actually so big? That B*** device captain is actually so powerful. However, this is the cruel reality. Pluton Rayleigh couldn't even use his best swordsmanship. He easily crushed him, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, with his bare hands. Half a month ago, after he woke up, he discovered that he was not dead. He also learned the cause and effect from Pluton Rayleigh's mouth. Some are incredible, and some are even more unacceptable. But at the same time, I felt sad because of Whitebeard's death. He was even more worried about the situation of everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates, and wanted to rush back anxiously. But he was stopped by the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. There was no other reason. The other party bluntly said that his strength was too weak. In addition to attracting attention and suppression from all parties, returning to the New World had no meaning for the current Whitebeard Pirates. After losing Whitebeard, what the Whitebeard Pirates need most now is a pirate emperor, who can lead them forward and protect them from wind and rain. Advertisement instead of Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division. So, Pluton Rayleigh gave him a choice to practice with him on this island for 2 years. Or, if you defeat him within these 2 years, you can leave early. Considering the current situation of the Whitebeard Pirates. After much hesitation, Fire Fist Ace agreed, but he only agreed to practice here for half a year and learn Haki's advanced techniques. If it's just to this extent, in just half a year, you won't be able to meet expectations. Rayleigh said calmly. Besides, your character is too reckless, I can't let you go to New York. World is sent to death. 0, come again. Ace's eyes were full of stubbornness and he rushed forward. Both fists are wrapped with chi, continuous slams into Rayleigh. Bang bang. Rayleigh condensed Haki with both palms and continued to field. Accurate and flawless, it steadily blocked Ace's offensive without leaking. From time to time, relying on the powerful observation Haki, he can easily dodge the opponent's violent attacks. It seems relaxed and freehand, and you have tea at your ease. Not enough. Armament Haki is too scattered and not condensed enough. Keep calm at all times and don't be carried away by emotions. Observation Haki can only become stronger when he is the calmest. There was a nosebleed. He fell there in embarrassment, covering his nose. He wondered if this old guy was deliberately trying to teach him a lesson because he hated Roger and was unwilling to admit that D Roger was his father. Rayleigh's body is as fast as lightning. Boom. Ace screamed. Come again. Bang bang. A punch flew out, hitting Ace in the face, who was caught off guard. I told you to stay calm at all times, you're too angry, Ace. The words have not yet finished. You guy. He looked at the smiling Rayleigh angrily. Gritting his teeth, he rushed forward again. Damn it, come again. Bang bang. Indivil. The attack is intentional. You must always pay attention to the changes in your breath. Chapter 316. Buggy the Clown. Let you see the awakening power of Chop Chop Fruit. While the outside world is waiting nervously, 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Oslic Waters, Hagen Marie Islands. The sun rises in the east, the wind is gentle and the sun is clear, and there are no clouds in the sky. But here, it is inexplicably full of depression. 2 pirate fleets came slowly from different directions. The numbers are almost the same, and they are all protected by Santian. Menacing and murderous. Marco, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come and die. The southern part of the main island, on the leading warship. The clown Buggy is infinitely arrogant and laughing there. Buggy, you guys, I'm going to make you pay the price today. And on top of the Moby DK opposite, Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, had cold eyes, full of murderous intent. Even if you beg for mercy now, we will not forgive you. Ah ha ha ha, that guy Whitebeard is no longer here. What gave you so much courage to actually dare to respond to the 747 battle? Buggy the clown was full of energy and said with a smile, then today I will let you guys see the true power of lousy chop fruit after its awakening. Said, he opened his arms. Clench your hands into fists. It hit the atmosphere hard. Sequake, boom, boom. The atmosphere made a sound like a drum, at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. Cracked all over. Click click, rough sea. It was distorted visibly to the naked eye. Crash la 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 la. But a moment's work. The seawater of the entire coast. As if there is self-awareness, coincidentally, it receded like a tide. Fallen angel. Azazel on the side raised the corners of his mouth. No one would have thought that there was a tall figure hidden in the clown Buggy's loose robe. He is doing the same actions as himself. Want to start a head-on war with the Cross Guild? Then it depends on whether you have the qualifications. Standing on the bow of the ship, the majestic clown Buggy looked arrogant and said with a strange smile, I will accept this greeting gift from Lousy, ha 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 ha. What, that move, could it be? No, it can't be right. Far away. Saw this scene. Phoenix Marco, Diamond Josie, Foil Beasta and other captains. They all couldn't help but widen their eyes and change their color in horror. Cold sweat broke out immediately. Crash, advertisement. In the blink of an eye. Unlike Summit War, you don't need to wait that long at all. Two extremely huge tsunamis, more than 100 meters high, surged toward the Whitebeard Pirates. Although the power is far less exaggerated than the supergiant tsunami caused by Whitebeard in Summit War, it is still quite terrifying and makes people break into cold sweat. Crashing. Crashing. One exaggerated wave after another. It was like an overwhelming force, overwhelming. Like the sky blocking out the sun, it struck hard at both wings of the Whitebeard Pirates' fleet. It's scary and despairing. Gong, is this Dad's ability? Damn, why would that guy do the same? After chop fruit awakens, is it really that powerful? It's over. This can't be stopped at all. Looking at the huge tsunami coming. The Whitebeard Pirates and their pirates. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. They were so shocked that they felt cold and their scalps were numb. Many pirates collapsed on the ground, looking desperate. Damn it, fight. Phoenix Seal. Armed color diamond wave elbow attack. Rose Rondo of the two tool style. Boom boom, between the electric light and flint. Facing the fierce waves. In the Whitebeard Pirates, captains such as Marco, Diamond Josie, Foil Beasta, and their pirate captains all jumped to their feet. All of them had ferocious faces, and they were yelling unwillingly. He used all his strength and blasted out with all his strength. Boom boom. Wallala. Wallala. Countless water splashes spread out. Like a torrential rain, it keeps pouring down. Gathering the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates and its pirate captains, the huge waves were blasted through and destroyed. However, Phoenix Marco et al., although his strength is impressive, he is not Whitebeard after all. There were still 7 or 8 pirate ships, which were directly submerged and capsized by the huge waves, and sank to the bottom of the sea. Countless pirates who have survived the disaster have not yet reached their homes. Tear it too. As expected of Captain Buggy. Is this the power of men who want to take over the world? What Whitebeard can do, Captain Buggy can also do easily. The Whitebeard Pirates suffered heavy losses in one fell swoop. So amazing. In the Cross Guild, the pirates' eyes all shone brightly. Looking at the clown Buggy with ardent eyes, full of excitement and excitement. Extremely adoring. Advertisement, ah ha ha ha, there's only a moment. Listening to the praise from the pirates around me. The clown Buggy secretly wiped his cold sweat, but on the surface, he pretended to be fine and calm. There he laughed arrogantly. But this is not enough. In the eyes of Phoenix Marco, Diamond Josie, and Foil Beasta, their eyes suddenly change. He reached out with his hands. The atmosphere suddenly locked. He pulled hard. Tear it apart, split it, the sea. All of a sudden, the atmosphere was directly pulled and twisted. Bang. At the same time, in his loose robe, there was a crisp sound, as if the person was exerting too much force and accidentally let go of his buttocks. A tall figure invisible to the outside world also began to completely turn into smoke because it could not withstand such power. Rumble. However, a moment's work. It's not just the islands. The entire sea area began to shake violently. A large number of pirates were caught off guard and fell to pieces with bloody heads. Under the extremely shocked eyes of the Whitebeard Pirates and the pirates from the Cross Guild. Boom. Rumble. The entire sea was completely capsized. It seemed to have cracked open, showing a huge bottomless trench. It turned into one piece after another, clearly distinguishable. Unspeakably shocking. The sea split open. Gulu. The sky and the sea are tilted. What a terrifying power. Is this Captain Buggy's true strength? The Cross Guild is fine here. There were countless pirates and there was no time to catch anything. Damn it. A dozen pirate ships actually slid down slowly towards the abyss-like trench. Grab the object and don't drop it, but the pirates of the Cross Guild all had their mouths open, and they were so shocked that they could not speak. Some of the 0.0 pirates in the Whitebeard pirates group are okay and have seen Whitebeard use his abilities. Crash. However, the pirate fleet of the Whitebeard pirates on the opposite side is completely different. Other personnel have also been notified long ago, and most of them have prepared their defenses in advance and grabbed hold of supportable objects. Although those warships were leaning a little, they were basically unharmed. Fell off the pirate ship. Some timid ones were even scared to the point of peeing. Quick, take the helm and start the outer wheel. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You must not fall. Chapter 317 Cross Guild vs Whitebeard Pirates, 3rd update. Rumble. Crash. Time passes. Sloping sea. He slowly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although Whitebeard has used such an ability before, the Whitebeard Pirates still have some experience in dealing with it. But after all, they were targeted, so the Whitebeard Pirates were eventually swallowed up by several ships. Tear it to Captain Buggy. Is this his power to destroy the world? Gulu. What a terrifying power, it's really too powerful. Captain Buggy, we will follow you for the rest of our lives. Buggy. Witnessing this amazing scene, the pirates of the Cross Guild could not help but open their mouths. Some can't get it together, shocked beyond measure. I never expected that their Captain Buggy's ability would be so exaggerated. It's like being able to do anything. For a time, these pirates, who had been rescued from the deep-sea prison, had no idea about the true strength of the clown Buggy. Worship and awe of Buggy the Clown to the extreme. Morale is high. Hey, it's such an awesome power. Gudong, it's really good, Jia haha, but is it already the limit? Meow. Are you going to get serious? Witness this scene? The officers of the Cross Guild such as Shiryu of the Rain, Big Barrel Chote, and the King of Evil. They all showed playful smiles, of course they knew what was going on. After all, before Ren left, he left a few transformation leaves for the Vice President, Fallen Angel, Azazel. I just didn't expect that it would come in handy so quickly. Hateful. Those bastards, damn clown Buggy. Did the awakened Chop Fruit completely copy Dad's moves? In the fleet of the Whitebeard Pirates, the captains couldn't help but look livid. While he was furious, he couldn't help feeling a little frightened and feeling cold. I never expected that Buggy the Clown could actually do such a thing, completely copying Whitebeard's abilities. It directly caused them heavy losses. Buggy the Clown. Advertisement Phoenix Marco's face was extremely ugly, his eyes were blazing. You be asterisk 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 D, don't you dare to fight head-on. Before the war even started, the Whitebeard Pirates had already lost more than 30% of their ships and manpower. On the sea, a large number of survivors who had previously been overturned by tsunami boats or accidentally fell into the sea when the sea tore and tilted were still struggling there. This made him a little frustrated. Since you said so, then let's use our strength to speak. The clown Buggy opened his arms and laughed arrogantly. The winner is king, the loser is speechless. Young ones, come on, under the instruction of the fallen angel Azazel. The president of the Cross Guild opened his arms and loudly ordered, destroy these lost dogs. Kill, destroy the Whitebeard Pirates. The throne of the 4 emperors is ours. Without Whitebeard, you are nothing. Let these guys see how powerful our Cross Guild is. Countless pirates from the Cross Guild are sharpening their swords. Full of excitement, morale has never been higher. They all raised their weapons and shouted, jumped off the pirate ships in groups, and began to land on the island. Keep rushing towards the Whitebeard Pirates, superior. Kill these guys. Give them some color and see. Kill all these bastards from the Cross Guild, for the glory of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates are naturally not to be outdone. Soon they landed one after another and jumped off the pirate ship one after another. Full of anger and grievance, he charged towards the pirates of the Cross Guild with murderous intent. Bang bang. Kill them, kill these guys. There were constant sounds of gunfire and shouts of killing. A large number of bullets and cannonballs continued to pour out of each other. Whether it is the Cross Guild or the Whitebeard Pirates, they have just experienced the tragic Summit War, and the survivors are all elites. People kept falling, but no one stopped. The men and horses from both camps charged bravely without fear of death. Keng. Bang bang. Boom boom the whole island. It became a tragic battlefield. The vanguard troops quickly fought together. Advertisement, go up. Shiryu of Rain and other major cadres of Eternal Hell, as well as those criminals on the 5th level of Freezing Hell who have bounties of hundreds of millions of belly, are very powerful, and have been promoted to cadres one after another. They also rushed out one after another. There, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates fought together. Clang sparks sputter. Rain Shiryu and Foil Beasta battled together. Wielding the famous sword Thunderstorm, Shiryu of the Rain's eyes flashed with bloodlust. Looking at the opponent in front of him, he kept attacking. The captain of the 5th division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Foil Beasta? Shiryu of the Rain. I've heard about the name for a long time. The two swords kept colliding with the famous sword Thunderstorm. Blocking the fierce offensive of Shiryu of the Rain, Sword Beasta bared his teeth. Really? That's such an honor. The two looked at each other, full of awe-inspiring fighting spirit. They are both swordsmen, and they obviously have a strong desire to win. No one will 393 be outdone. Clang! The two figures came together like lightning. The cold light is dazzling. It's like the tip of a needle facing the wheat on. Not giving in to each other. Get out of my way. Diamond Josie's eyes were stern. Most of his body turned into diamond, and he rushed forward wildly. Boom! A punch hit the ground. The ground cracked. The earth shook. Let me, it's Diamond Josie. Get out of the way. Looking at the huge black shadow that fell down very easily. Ah, such a big stone. I couldn't help but break into cold sweat. Under the shocking gaze of everyone, the body continued to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. You bunch of idiots, get out of the way. An exaggerated, mountain-like boulder was lifted by him with all his strength and thrown to the opposite side. I can't stop it. What kind of power does that guy have? A huge figure roared there. It was exactly the same as the previous behavior of throwing that huge iceberg in Summit War. Bang, bang, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. A pirate named Cross Guild was startled, yelled in horror. Chapter 318 Phoenix vs. Vampire. The plundered youth opened black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. All of a sudden, an extremely exaggerated boulder. He was easily supported by the huge figure that was getting bigger and bigger, as if it was covering the sky and the sun. That huge body was at least 180 meters tall, overlooking the entire battlefield. It made countless people break into cold sweats and some scalps became numb. There was endless pressure. Gulu, the boulder is blocked. That monster. Is it a giant? It's actually bigger than that Lil Oz guy. It's the gigantic battleship, San Juan Wolf. He is a giant, and he is a user with the ability of Paramecia expansion fruit. Everyone, be careful, looking at the figure of San Juan Wolf. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group couldn't help but be a little shocked and felt chills. Because the body of the evil wolf is so huge, it is even more exaggerated than the ancient giant race they brought, Little Ozer with demon blood. It is simply unimaginable how to defeat such a monster. Is there such a big giant clan? On the distant coast? In Summit War, Lil Oz, who had a lucky escape, walked into the battlefield with heavy steps. Looking at the unbelievably huge wolf that was far larger than him, he was filled with shock. He is more than 30 meters tall, compared with the 180-meter tall evil wolf. It's like the difference between a baby and an adult. This was the first time he looked up to someone else. That guy. Is he an Esper among the giants? Seeing that the boulder he threw was easily blocked, Diamond Doctor's eyes were stern. He. Give it back to you, a wolf that blocks out the sun. He rolled his eyes with an evil smile. He held up the huge stone and smashed it at the Whitebeard pirates. The faces of countless pirates from the Whitebeard pirate group changed greatly. Extremely frightened, embarrassed. A whole, Diamond Josie's expression changed. Instead of evading, he rushed out. Not to be outdone, he attacked. Boom boom. The loud noise shook the sky. The whole island seemed to be shaking violently. Large amounts of smoke and dust billowed into the sky. Jaws. Countless pirates from the Whitebeard pirates were shouting there. Even the captains who were fighting against the big cadres of the Cross Guild were no exception. Some expressions changed drastically, and they were subconsciously worried. Advertisement, rumble, at this time, among the broken boulders. The embarrassed figure ran out wildly. Like an invincible tank, it rushed straight towards San Juan Wolf. Shine crash. Boom boom. Ah, it hurts a little. The exaggerated body of San Juan Wolf. He was actually hit by Diamond Josie and was knocked backwards, causing the ground to crack. He was so angry that he raised his huge fist. He hit Diamond Joe's hard. Boom boom in the sky. The flames were blazing. The heat is rolling. One black and one green. Two figures fought together. Yuahuhu. The dark wings behind him vibrated violently. The tall body of fallen angel, Azazel, stood there. With cold eyes, he looked down at the Phoenix, Marco, in front of him. Brush. Suddenly, the flames on the back of his head went out. Huge right fist. The intense firelight condensed, causing the weather to distort. Black and red lightning intertwined with each other and struck Phoenix Marco hard. Fire Emperor. Immortal Thistle, high in the air. His wings were fluttering violently, and Phoenix Marco, who had already entered the human animal form, was not to be outdone, and roared there. The green regenerative flames couldn't help but gush out, turning into a huge round shield. Blocking the attack of fallen angel, Azazel. Boom boom. The violent air current swept across. It carries an astonishing heat wave that makes it impossible to open your eyes. The rain of fire in the sky continued to pour and scatter, causing the expressions of the pirates who were fighting below to change, and they had to dodge in a hurry. The cyan regeneration flames and the red flames were constantly pushing and squeezing there. Not giving in to each other. Accept your fate. Fallen angel. Azazel looked relaxed. With a cold expression on his face, he said calmly, without the Whitebeard pirates, you are nothing but a stepping stone for the Cross Guild. We must keep the glory left by our father, even if we risk our lives. Marco, the Phoenix, looked ferocious as he tried his best to block Azazel's attack, yelling unwillingly. Then you all go down and reunite with Whitebeard. Azazel's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Advertisement. The whole person is changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face became extremely ferocious, and in addition to the original wings, another fleshy wing appeared. Like a demon from hell, his body was blazing with flames and he said with murderous intent, "A family must be neat and tidy, right? You be asterisk 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 t." Marco fumed. Azazel no longer had a stalemate with the opponent. Brush. The blood-red light disappeared in a flash. His whole body was as fast as a ghost. In an instant, he bypassed the huge blue round shield and appeared behind Phoenix Marco. The extremely sharp claws, wrapped with black and red lightning, grabbed straight at him. What? Phoenix Marco's expression changed drastically, and he sweated. Rushing back to block, but it was too late. The shoulder was penetrated violently. Brush. Blood splattered. The blue flame is burning brightly. But even with the ability to regenerate in the form of a phantom beast and a phoenix, facing the entangled attack of conquerors, the somewhat careless Phoenix Marco was still injured. In the blink of an eye, his face was stern. Regardless of his injuries, he immediately launched a counterattack. The beast-shaped bird claws wrapped around Haki and kicked him hard. Claw. Boom. Easily blocked the Phoenix's counterattack. Woohoo. The flesh wings and feather wings suddenly flapped. The whole person retreated like lightning. I remember you will regenerate, right? He looked directly at Marco, the Phoenix, who charged forward again as if he had gained the upper hand. I noticed that the somewhat bloody wounds had blue regenerative inflammation, which was slowly healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Azazel said with amusement on his lips, "Then, if your youth is taken away, I don't know if you can have it again." The regenerative fire of the Phoenix and Phantom Beast form abilities is indeed very powerful. Even though he could suppress or even injure Marco with his powerful Haki, he could not easily defeat him. However, he can directly use the ability of the Phantom species and vampire form. Take away Phoenix Marco's lifespan. What? Marco's expression changed. I finally noticed something was wrong with my body. It was as if he had aged several years all of a sudden. His physical condition, which should have been in his prime, was actually declining and weakening. His face was extremely ugly, and he stared at Azazel. "You guy." Feeling that the lifespan cannot be restored by relying on regenerative inflammation, I wrote Jingshu with some courage. His invincible regenerative powers, he was actually restrained. Chapter 319 The correct use of meatball fruit. Bang, bang. The sun sets in the west, at dusk. The second half of New World, Keldiv Island. The backside of a large mine, the remote side. A handsome, tall figure with wings on his back, punching, elbowing, kicking, and kneeling. Hitting the ore in front of him, and even hitting it with his own body from time to time. A large amount of gravel is constantly splashed. It makes one's scalp tingle. Even though his whole body was already a bit bloody, he had no intention of stopping. Since taking over this island 3 days ago, Ren did not continue the expedition, but stayed here. In order to fully hone Rob Lucci, Kaku, Horan, Wappa and others, they were all deliberately dispersed and assigned to the 3 Flying 6 cells, Avolti, Peggy Wan, and King Kong. Let the 3 Flying 6 cells each lead a pirate warship and go out on their own. Sit yourself on the island of Kurdive. Be ready for support at any time. Call. I do not know how long it has been. Ren finally stopped. He took off the seastone handcuffs on his hands. Not far away, Huali Pato, who was enjoying his ice cream under an umbrella, shouted, 927, Pato. Lee Hee, boss, are you finished practicing? Under a parasol not far away. A civet cat jumped up and ran over. It grabbed its own tail, wrote, Bartholomew Bear, on a deformed leaf, and threw it out. Bang. Smoke filled the air. A tall figure about 6 meters high and full of oppression appeared there. Because in the past 3 days, this is not the first time that I have seen the other party use the magical ability of the Phantom Beast species to transform into a raccoon form. The beast's pirates around were not surprised. Pull out all the damage and fatigue from my body. Ren ordered to the Bartholomew Bear, in front of him. Learn. I saw Bartholomew Bear, nodding. He raised his huge right hand, and the bear-like ball of flesh pressed against Ren's body. A red bubble about half the height of a man, shaped like a bear's paw, popped out of Ren's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Call. Advertisement. Ren breathed a sigh of relief. I just feel that all the fatigue and pain accumulated throughout my body after practicing unremittingly throughout the day are gone. I feel comfortable all of a sudden. Relying on the exaggerated resilience of the Phantom species, the Kirin Form. In a matter of moments, the trauma was completely healed. The whole person instantly became energetic and comfortable. Although his body was stained with blood, he looked a little embarrassed. But in fact, it has returned to 99% of its usual state. Go. Bring some prisoners up. Ren turned his head and ordered directly to several Beast's pirates. Certainly, soon several prisoners in chains. Brought up by Beast's pirates personnel, at the behest of Ren. Bartholomew Bear directly transferred the damage and fatigue to these prisoners. For a while, the screams continued. Several pirate prisoners who were originally in a state of embarrassment and had not even endured severe torture turned into bloody men in the blink of an eye, and they fell there without knowing whether they were alive or dead. Let the Beast's pirates around. Everyone gets a scalp rash. The chill is rising. Is this the fatigue and damage that boss has accumulated throughout the day? Ripato has. For Ren, the injuries and fatigue he can easily endure are exaggerated for others. Pull him down, or throw him to the mine to work if he's not dead, Ren said calmly, glancing at the half-dead bloody man lying there. Yes, Lord Ren. Several members of the 100 Beasts group nodded hurriedly. They took the familiar route and left with the captives who were covered in blood and had fainted. Boss, the food is ready, Huali Pato said there. Thank you for your hard work. Ren nodded. Not long after. Pieces of exquisite food, BIDF, barbecue, etc. were all served. Ren was not polite and dismissed the rest of Beast's pirates. Sweeping there at an alarming speed, ta. A beautiful figure with blonde hair, wearing black silk secretary outfit, walked over on high heels. Advertisement. You are really working hard. Lord Ren. Looking at the tall and embarrassed figure in front of him, Khalifa, who was Ren's personal secretary and followed him on the expedition, was filled with emotion. She had never seen anyone so crazy. When practicing, it is simply life-threatening, using the mine as a blister. And he could actually come up with such a method to directly let Bartholomew Bear pop out his own damage and fatigue and pass it on to other pirates. Then, 3 meals a day became 6 meals, that intense workout. Simply inhuman. It won't work if you don't work hard. I took the drink from Khalifa. After taking a sip, Ren said, although Kaido is conceited, he is not a fool. I'm afraid he won't give me too much time. Although he is not a training machine, but I have to spend as much time as possible to practice again. After all, even if it is very clear that Kaido of the Beasts is very conceited, he will not be afraid of himself prematurely. But pin your destiny on the mood of others. That's not Ren's style. Is there any news over there? Quickly destroying the food in front of him, Ren asked without raising his head. The war between the Cross Guild and the Whitebeard Pirates has long been rumored. Countless people in this sea are waiting for the result, and it is naturally impossible for people not to pay attention. In particular, the development of the Cross Guild is related to his future plans. There is no room for error. There are already results. Khalifa smiled and said, Lord Azazel called, the Cross Guild won a great victory. The Whitebeard Pirates suffered heavy losses and were completely defeated. Only a small number of remnants escaped. Although there were many fish that slipped through the net, most of the pirate groups under it were destroyed. Even the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group, several of them were captured. Oh. Ren raised his eyebrows. Although a little surprised, it is not particularly unexpected. After all, even the clown Buggy, the president, is just an empty shell used to bluff people. The current Cross Guild is fully qualified to keep pace with the 4 Emperor's forces such as the Big Mom Pirates, Beasts Pirates, and Red Hair Pirates. It is definitely not something that the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates, who have lost Whitebeard's protection and have fallen from the altar, can fight against. Especially, Fallen Angel, Azazel, as an Esper in the form of a fantasy beast and a vampire. After these days of continuous fighting, the strength that was a bit rusty has been completely restored. It can even be said that compared to the time he was imprisoned and impelled down 100 years ago, he has reached a higher level. Coupled with the innate abilities of the Lunarian tribe, it can be said that they have true immortality. Fully qualified to compete with 4 Emperors, Chapter 320 Shock. The Clown King is born. Cross Guild vs. Whitebeard Pirates. Open black lens bracket shock. A murderous new era, the birth of the extremely evil generation. Close black lens bracket. The alternation of old and new, the birth of a new pirate emperor, Clown Emperor Buggy. Falling off the altar, the Whitebeard Pirates were defeated, and the Tien Shui Guild won a great victory. The man with a bounty of 3.189 billion Baileys, Cross Guild President Clown Emperor Buggy. Exchange of positions. The Cross Guild announced in a high-profile manner that it will officially launch a reward for all Marine generals and officers, and wanted orders for relevant Marine personnel will be released one after another. Clown King Buggy's life motto: if you can endure it, the world is yours. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The next day, early in the morning, along with countless newsbirds, carrying brand new newspapers, fly to all parts of the world. The Whitebeard Pirates and the Cross Guild fought in the Hagen Marie Islands, and the news of the winner spread throughout the world. The Whitebeard Pirates suffered a disastrous defeat. The world shook. Oh my god, is this real? Buggy the Clown, that man actually became the 4 Emperors. How is it possible? The Whitebeard Pirates were actually defeated. Hey, do the Cross Guild really want to publicly put a bounty on Marine? Gulu. I thought they were joking, just to make Marine angry. The trainee pirate in the Roger Pirates, who is as famous as the red-haired Shanks, has been lying dormant for 20 years since the death of Pirate King Roger. Is he finally going to show his fangs? Will there be any response from Marine? It's like the end of the world is coming? Countless people. Shocking. I couldn't believe my eyes. Although the Whitebeard Pirates have lost Whitebeard, they are not so vulnerable, right? Is the strength of that Cross Guild so terrifying? Moreover, what the world did not expect is, although in the previous Summit War, the Crusaders Guild had repeatedly said that they would put a bounty on Marine, most people felt that it was just casual talk. I didn't expect it to be played for real, advertisement. Some Cross Guild bounty lists have begun to spread. Currently, the target is Marine Elite Vice Admiral and above, all of which have 5 stars or more, with 1 star representing 100 million Baileys. It simply subverted the cognition of countless people. Those pirates who once had to be chased around by Marine actually openly put a bounty on Marine. The positions were directly reversed. Oh, did Phoenix Marco escape? And at this moment the second half of New World, Keldiv Island. Through the encrypted phone bug specially made by D. Bryan, he communicated with the fallen angel, Azazel from the Cross Guild. After learning about the relevant situation, Ren couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Early in the morning, he had just finished practicing. It has already directly allowed Bartholomew Bear to use the ability of the meatball fruit to pop out the damage and fatigue, and feast there to replenish consumption. Uncle Azazel, with your strength, can't you stop him? He said in surprise after swallowing a piece of bone and meat. Although, Phoenix, Marco is an Esper in the form of a phantom beast and a phoenix. But, fallen angel, Azazel is not only of the Lunarian race, but also an Esper in the form of a fantasy beast and a vampire, so his flying speed cannot be slower than his opponent. Logically speaking, if he is willing, it should be no problem to stop the other party. I was indeed a bit careless. I didn't expect Diamond Josie, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, to be willing to risk his life to cut off their rear. An accident caused him to catch me. The other end of the phone bug, the first half of New World. In an unknown sea, a tall figure spread its wide black wings and flew high. Looking around at the undulating sea and blue sky, fallen angel, Azazel said helplessly. I chased him all night, but he still let him run away. However, I have deprived him of 30 or 40 years of life. His body functions are no different from those of a 70 or 80-year-old man. His strength has been greatly reduced, and he can no longer make big waves. Forget it, just run away. I know he will definitely appear in one place. The corners of Ren's lips raised slightly and he asked, where's Diamond Josie? Although Phoenix Marco is not completely destroyed now, he is basically the same as the old Pluton Rayleigh, unable to do anything. Moreover, he knew that the other party would most likely return to Whitebeard's hometown. Trying to use his last life, silently protecting it. Although the hardness of diamond is impeccable, it cannot withstand high temperatures. Holding the modified and encrypted phone bug, fallen angel, Azazel said calmly. I burned off both of his arms. I have already had him locked up with Seastone. After all, Superman has the ability to map the diamond fruit, not bad. Advertisement RFTE, he is not a swordsman. As a strong man of the Lunalia clan, although the temperature of the flame he controlled was not as good as Ren's, it was still quite astonishing. It can be said that it has the ability to completely overcome the Paramecia diamond fruit. Even if it covers hockey, it can't block his force area. The captain of the 5th Division, Foil, Beasta, had his arm cut off by that guy Shiryu, but he was taken away from the bottom of the sea by the fishman Namur, the captain of the 8th Division. The captain of the 6th Division, Bramink, was captured alive by us. Because he is an ability user, we haven't killed him yet. The captain of the 7th Division, Rakyo, was killed with a big wine barrel. Captain of the 9th Division, captain of the 10th Division. So, the Whitebeard Pirates lost at least half of their men? Listen to, Fallen Angel, Azazel report the casualties of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ren, who was far away on the island of Kurdive, could not help but nodded with satisfaction and smiled. This battle was really well done. This battle is over. The Whitebeard Pirates are almost dead. In his opinion. Ren on the other end of the phone looked at the blue sky and chuckled cheerfully. In this sea, whatever we like will be ours sooner or later. Don't be too impatient, Uncle Azazel, while communicating with Ren. While on the road, it was simply prepared for them, the Lunaria clan. Moreover, he will not give the Whitebeard Pirates a chance to make a comeback. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Azazel. It will inevitably fall apart directly, and most of the pirate groups under its banner will also disband and go their separate ways. Even if Fire Fist Ace comes back, I'm afraid he won't be able to gather many people. Fallen Angel, Azazel said with regret. The ability of the bird fruit, phantasmal beast species, and phoenix form is quite good. Ability like the phantom beast species and phoenix form. If there are other Lunalia tribe members here, that fruit would be perfect. It's a pity that we couldn't catch Marco. Even his abilities in the phantom beast and vampire form are not that consistent. Chapter 321, The Old Marco, The Shocked Red Hair Pirates. The middle half of New World, a certain sea area. Red Force is there to ride the wave. The flag symbolizing the Red Hair Pirates, hunting in the wind. Has the Whitebeard Pirates been defeated? Those guys from the Cross Guild are really awesome? As expected, he is from the Roger Pirates just like the boss. I heard that the Whitebeard Pirates were defeated without even taking any action from the Clown Buggy himself. And I didn't expect that they would actually put a bounty on Marine. Look at the headlines in the newspaper. The members of Red Hair Pirates were a little surprised. In fact, the Whitebeard Pirates are no match for the Cross Guild. Those cadres who have followed the red-haired Shanks and have been fighting on this sea for a long time are still mentally prepared. After all, they know very well how heavy the weight of 4 Emperors really is. The Whitebeard Pirates who have lost Whitebeard really do not deserve the title of 4 Emperors. But what they didn't expect was that the Whitebeard Pirates would be defeated so quickly and miserably. It can be said to be a complete failure. Zero. Boss, what do you think? Ben Beckman smoked a cigarette and put down the newspaper. He looked at the red-haired man who was looking at the reward list for Clown Buggy and said solemnly, Clown, no, Clown King Buggy is your friend, right? Buggy? Although we have been on the same ship, we can even say that we grew up together. The red-haired Shanks fell into reminiscing and said with a smile, but to be honest, compared to me, he is a real pirate, greedy, cunning, cruel. Moreover, I really didn't expect that he could endure it for so long. He actually found the ability of the Phantom Beast and vampire form without telling anyone, and used it to make a deal with the fallen angel, Azazel, and let him work for him. Said. The redhead threw away the clown's bounty list. Looking at the undulating sea in the distance, he chuckled and said to himself, 4 emperors? In this case, we are competitors, buddy, these days. They had vaguely heard some information about the Cross Guild. It is said that the clown buddies somehow acquired the ability to take the form of a phantom beast and a vampire. Use it to trade with fallen angel, Azazel, asking him to join you and become the vice president of the Thousand Words Guild. Moreover, he was caught in the deep-sea prison known as the Iron-Walled Prison, and he was caught on purpose. It's really amazing, boss, on the observation deck above the mast. The Red Hair Pirates lookout was there shouting, there's a situation ahead. Oh, for a while. Advertisement. The members of Red Hair Pirates couldn't help but be a little surprised. It's a big blue bird. Through the monocular, watching the object getting closer and closer over the distant sea, the observer said in shock. It seems to be Marco, the pregnant death bird. What? The captain of the first division of the Whitebeard Pirates. That Phoenix Marco? Why is he here? I heard the other person say that. Everyone in Red Hair Pirates was shocked. They all stood up and looked at the sea in the distance. Even Red Hair and Beckman were no exception. Unexpectedly, they met Phoenix Marco here. Huh. A big blue bird came fluttering its wings. Under the gazes of red-haired Shanks and others, they fell on Red Force. Some common pirates from Red Hair Pirates, he was a little wary. Red Hair. The big bird, bathed in blue flames, transformed into a human form at a speed visible to the naked eye, and sat there helplessly. But whether it was the redhead or Ben Beckman and others, their pupils could not help but shrink. Gasped. Some couldn't believe it. Hiss, this is Phoenix Marco? They had just met each other a few days ago. Although he no longer has the high spirits of the past, he is not aging like this, right? Marco? The red-haired Shanks stepped forward and stared at the old Marco in front of him, a little shocked. What are you? Marco looked pale and obviously extremely weak, but this is not surprising. After all, the opponent just had a battle with the Cross Guild and suffered a disastrous defeat. What really made them unbelievable was that the other party's face was full of wrinkles, and the originally golden pineapple head turned gray. The whole person is no different from an old man in his 70s or 80s. How did you become like this? Ben Beckman couldn't help but look at him with awe. Could it be that the regeneration ability of the Phantom Beast and Phoenix form still has such a flaw that it will consume the vitality of the Esper? We, the Whitebeard Pirates, had a great battle with the Cross Guild, and we were defeated again. Marco said in a low voice with a pale face, clenching his fists tightly. We already know this. The red-haired man said in a deep voice. The World Economic News has already reported it. But he didn't deliberately mention Buggy becoming the 4 emperors, so as not to overstimulate the other party. The strength of the Cross Guild has exceeded our expectations. The old and frail Phoenix Marco no longer had the high spirits of the past and looked downcast. He clenched his fists tightly and said dejectedly, that B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** he defeated. Chop Chop Fruit's awakening power allowed him to easily do the same thing as his father, triggering a violent tsunami and causing us heavy losses. I was able to escape because Josie risked his life to cut off my back and block the fallen angel Azazel. Advertisement. That aging face, full of grief and indignation, and revealing deep unwillingness. If their father was still here, how could the Whitebeard Pirates be defeated by a mere cross guild? I became like this because he used the ability of the phantom species and vampire form to take away decades of life. Speaking of which, feeling that his strength had weakened significantly and was far inferior to the old body of the past, Marco laughed at himself. If nothing happens, I shouldn't live for a few more years. Originally, he wanted to sacrifice himself and stay to break up the family. As a result, unexpectedly, Josie rushed forward regardless of his own safety, hugged the fallen angels, and told them to run away. Seeing Chaozi's determined look, he was unwilling to miss the opportunity that the other party had bought with his life. He could only grit his teeth and run away, choosing to live in an ignoble existence. What, fallen angel, Azazel? Can't even stop your regeneration ability. It actually deprived you of decades of life? It's almost the same as the ability of that guy from Big Mom. That guy's ability is really terrifying. Hear Marco say that. Everyone in the Red Hair Pirates couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Even those cadres couldn't help feeling cold and their scalps were numb. It can make Phoenix become like this. It's really chilling. Bat Fruit Phantom Beast species vampire form. Especially if Ren wanted to escape from blood prison, he really couldn't keep him. In other words, it doesn't matter if 5.3 is harmful or not. As far as he knows. Thinking back to that cold and terrifying figure that made people tremble, Marco felt unspeakable fear. But he had to admit that he really couldn't kill the opponent in a short time. Ben Beckman threw away the cigarette butt and said solemnly, the Lunaria tribe's innate racial talent, coupled with these powerful fruit abilities, is really a headache. Even Big Mom's sole fruit ability. Looking at the somewhat frail and old Phoenix Marco, Ben Beckman was surprised. He is really a tough guy. Although the other party is still young, his strength is far inferior to his own. It was expected that Phoenix Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' first team, would not be so miserable. In short, if you have a conflict with the Cross Guild, be sure to pay attention to the fallen angel Azazel. He directly thought of Ren, the blood prison who dared to directly challenge him by relying on the Kirin form of the phantom beast species and the innate abilities of the Lunarian tribe. However, he was deprived of life insurance for thousands of years by the fallen angel, Azazel. Immortal. The red-haired man frowned. This clan really has some monsters. They may all be forcibly deprived of their lifespan by the other party. It is only effective for those who are afraid of it. It is naturally impossible for cadres like them to be afraid of Charlotte Linlin. Looking at the red-haired Shanks and others, he reminded in a deep voice. That guy is simply immortal and cannot be killed at all. Chapter 322. Old and New Four Emperors? The Will of Roger and Rox? A whole, damn clown buggy. You are so bold that you dare to publicly offer a bounty to Marine. The remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates are so useless. How could he be defeated so easily, in comparison? The top of the red line, the holy place Mariajoy. Looking at the world economic news that had just been delivered, the five elders were filled with anger. They never expected that the Cross Guild would defeat the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates so easily and replace them as the new four emperors. Marine paid such a high price and did not hesitate to launch an all-out war against the Whitebeard Pirates in order to disintegrate the four emperors pattern of the new world. Although there was an accident, Marine's losses were unprecedentedly heavy. But after all, it also brought down Whitebeard, the former king of the sea, and barely saved a little face. But in one fell swoop, the Cross Guild defeated the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates and proved its strength to the world. Clown Buggy, the president of the Cross Guild, filled the vacancy left after Whitebeard's death. Became the new four emperors. This is just 23. The other party actually dared to publicly offer a bounty to Marine's general officers. All of a sudden, the attitude of the past where only Marine offered bounties to pirates was changed. How can they tolerate it? This clown, Buggy, is really a scourge. Saint Moshe looked livid and said coldly. We must get rid of him completely before he has established a foothold in the new world. Right now, the world recruitment is still in progress, and Marine has not recovered its strength yet. Saint Pitt frowned and said in a deep voice, it just so happened that the originally scheduled admiral fell through with another one. Although full of murderous intentions towards the Cross Guild. But he had to admit that given the current situation, the world government wants to directly send Marines to encircle and suppress the Cross Guild, but it is afraid that it is unable to do so and will need to wait some more time. Not to mention that in eternal hell, there are villains who are full of evil and powerful, such as the fallen angel, Azazel, Shiryu of Rain, and the king of evil. Advertisement: the clown Buggy has released most of the prisoners in the deep sea prison, and they are all extremely vicious thugs. Even in a short period of time, the military strength is not as strong as that of the old four emperors such as Big Mom and Beast's pirates. The strength is far beyond that of ordinary pirate groups. Otherwise, the Whitebeard Pirates would not have been defeated so quickly. That one smiled. He didn't know how to appreciate praise at all, and all the several waves of people he sent were rejected by him. First generation Kitetsu was beaten hard. The gloomy-looking Saint Nishu Lang, his eyes under the lenses were full of coldness. It looks like there is no hope. The guy has already started to deal heavy blows to the CP sent there. It can be seen that he has no patience. Saint Satan leaned on crutches and said quietly, if you continue to force him, it will only be counterproductive and push him to the opposite side of the world government. According to the information transmitted by CP, the blind folk swordsman is definitely an out-and-out monster. It is incredible that he can pull meteorites from space. It's simply unbelievably strong. In such troubled times, even they are unwilling to cause trouble again. He rashly offends such a strong man and makes him an enemy. Obviously not wise. That's not the point. From the bounty list sent by CP. He pulled out the bounty lists with the highest bounties and placed them on the coffee table in front of him. Saint Wuchuli, who was originally grumpy, suddenly reminded him, you should take a look at who the four emperors of the new world are now. Hear the words. Saint Moshe, Saint Satan, Saint Peter and others present looked over subconsciously. I saw that those bounty lists were Beasts, Kaido, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, Red Hair, Shanks, Clown, Buggy. It is the latest arrangement of New World, four emperors. Moreover, the four reward lists are arranged in 2 rows, clearly distinguishable from each other. Did you find anything? Saint Wuchuli asked. Don't wait for Saint Moshe, Saint Pitt, and Saint Nisholing to speak. Advertisement he had already taken the lead in saying. The four emperors, who have the highest bounty and are firmly seated on the throne of the Pirate Emperor, Big Mom and Kaido are the founders of Rock's Pirate. And the 2 youngest, 4 emperors, Joker, Buggy and, red-haired, Shanks, are members of the Roger Pirates. The words have not yet finished. Saint Satan, Saint Moshe, Saint Pitt and others. They all couldn't help but shrink their pupils, staring at the 4 reward lists. Gasped. The remnants of the Rock's Pirate, which once occupied 3 seats in the 4 emperors, have been gradually replaced by the remnants of the Roger Pirates? Saint Wuchuli said in a deep voice. Does this mean that the will that once belonged to Rocks has been crushed? And the will of Pirate King, Gold D. Roger has not disappeared, but is being passed on and growing? It seems that he is not just betting on the red hair. Saint Satan squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice, the clown Buggy has been dormant for so long and suddenly became famous. I am afraid it is also part of that man's plan. An attendant knelt there and reported respectfully, 5 lords, Marshal Kong and Admiral Kizaru ask for an audience. If you hadn't said anything, I would have almost ignored these at first, $30. Nashu Langsheng frowned. Then let them in. Nashu Langsheng raised his eyebrows. Staring at the bounty lists of the 2 young, 4 emperors, the clown Buggy and the red-haired Shanks, he stared at first-generation Kidetsu. Gold D. Roger. That guy was so restless even after he died. And this time, oh, are you here? Sitting on the sofa nearby, St. Peter said calmly. Marine, we really can't delay it any longer. The inheritor of Roger's will? In this case. St. Maz's face was solemn and he said, if this is the case, the trouble will be big. When I think about it carefully, I really broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, Peter Saint crossed his arms and said quietly there. There was a slight sound of footsteps. Chapter 323. Shinsan Admiral? White Dragon? Open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. Sir Ren. News came from Van Buford. Admiral Kizaru has been confirmed as the new Marine Marshal. The world government will hold a press conference to officially announce the news. 3 days later, the promotion ceremony of the new Marshal and the investiture ceremony of the new generation of Admiral of Headquarters will be held in the Holy Land Mariajoy. The second half of New World, Keldiv Island. As Ren's personal secretary, Khalifa was dressed in a white silk secretary outfit. She had a graceful appearance and a graceful figure. She walked over on high heels. Screening away the other members of the Beast's pirates, they came to Ren who was sweating profusely and constantly hitting the mine, and said softly. Boom. Lots of gravel. It kept splattering. The exaggerated mountain body has a large dent. Khalifa, who was so close, could feel tiny gravel splashing on his smooth face, causing a slight sting. I was a little amazed in my heart. Wearing nearly 100% high-purity seastone, it may be difficult for a person with ordinary abilities to even walk normally. But this gentleman is still able to achieve this level and exert such amazing power. It's incredible. Bang dang. Ren raised an eyebrow. The seastone handcuffs on his hands made a clanking sound like gold and iron. Even though his fists, elbows, soles, knees and other parts were bloody, his expression remained unchanged. Shaking the sweat off his head, he chuckled. Has that Kizaru guy become the new Marine Marshal? This is not what I expected. I remember last time he reported that Aokiji had officially submitted his resignation, right? Then, Marine 3 Admiral's position will be completely vacant. He was curious. With the fall of Akainu, Aokiji resigned, Kizaru was promoted. Moreover, it is said that the blind swordsman named Yishao, who is favored by the world government, has repeatedly rejected the world government's invitations. Apparently affected by the Sabaody Archipelago massacre, his senses towards world government and marine plummeted, and he no longer had any hope. The future, Vine and Tiger, Admiral will most likely never appear again. Advertisement Khalifa nodded and responded, the new 3 admirals have also been confirmed. In addition to the originally scheduled admiral candidate, T. Dolphin, there are also 2 strong civilians who have stood out from the world's military conscription. The codenames are White Dragon and Green Bull. White Dragon. Ren looked strange. This codename feels a bit weird. I heard that he has a special status and is somewhat related to the celestial dragons. Khalifa looked solemn and said in a deep voice, according to Van Buford's speculation, he is probably the offspring of celestial dragons and a slave who was not recognized. Moreover, he is also a Logia airfruit user, extremely powerful. Relationship to celestial dragons? Ren was surprised. Some celestial dragons will indeed choose some women from among the people to become their wives. For example, the Saint of Celestial Dragons who was previously opened by him has more than a dozen wives. But strictly speaking, their status is similar to that of slaves, and as long as they get tired of being played, they may be relieved of their status at any time and return to the lower world as civilians. It is not surprising that the offspring born are not recognized by the proud celestial dragons. After all, if he remembered correctly, the titular daughter of Tyrant, Bartholomew Bear, gluttonous girl, Jewelry Bonnie. They are the offspring of the Tyrant Bear's childhood sweetheart Ginny and the celestial dragons. Ginny was once a slave when she was young. She escaped during the Valley of the Gods incident more than 30 years ago. When she grew up, she became the captain of the Revolutionary Army. Later, she was spotted by a certain celestial dragons and captured. Became the wife of celestial dragons. 2 years later, he suffered from a terminal disease called Jade Scale, and was released to the lower world by the Kailong people. His daughter Bonnie was also abandoned because she suffered from such a curse-like disease. His identity is also not recognized by the world government. It would not be surprising if, like the new Admiral, White Dragon, he was favored by the world government because of his outstanding talents, and would be focused on training. Logia Air Fruit. Ren's eyes flashed. But at the same time, I can't help feeling deep down that the foundation of world government is truly unfathomable. Even an illegitimate child not recognized by the celestial dragons has the qualifications to become the Admiral of Headquarters. The ability of Logia Air Fruit is quite amazing just by listening to it. It is completely comparable to Logia abilities such as Frozen Fruit, Sparkling Fruit, Lava Fruit, etc. It is also one of the top Logia abilities in this ocean. Moreover, Admiral represents the highest combat power of Marine and can be said to be the face of naval headquarters in world government. Advertisement in the Wisdom of 5 Elders. No matter how dissatisfied you are with Marine's current situation, you must strictly prevent it from falling out of the control of the world government. It is impossible to push a waste to such an important position as Marine Admiral, for no reason. He should still have strength. At least, it is not worse than Momoshage, who was ignored by the world government and failed to be promoted to Admiral like the T-Dolphin. Any other news? Ren asked. Over there at the Cross Guild. He has already formulated development policies. As long as Fallen Angel, Azazel takes the helm, adjusts the original plan slightly according to changes in the situation, and develops step by step. Don't worry about him. As for Beast's Pirates, because I'm new here, it hasn't officially started yet. It will take some time to slowly win over and break up those cadres who are really fighting and flying 6 cells. As for CP, it has also begun to slowly penetrate. Put your own people in. Besides, pushed up his glasses. Khalifa thought of something and hurriedly added, since most of Naval Headquarters Marineford has been destroyed, it is impossible to repair it in a short time, and it will require a huge amount of money, manpower and material resources. The world government has decided to swap the Naval Headquarters with the New World, Jiao, the G1 branch that serves as the gateway to the Red Line. This move will probably have a big impact on the situation in New World. Former Naval Headquarters, set up in the first half of the Grand Line. Although it is also close to the Red Line and can quickly reach the New World, it is still separated by the Redfield continent. Even if there are branch bases such as G1 and G5 as supply points, if there is any relatively large military operation and you want to send a fleet over to launch an encirclement and suppression operation against the big pirates in the New World, efficiency and other aspects will ultimately be poor. Quite a few. Now if Marine really sets up naval headquarters directly in New World, this means that their influence on New World will further increase. The threat to pirates is greater. That is to say, the new naval headquarters will officially be moved to New World 7? Ren smiled and said sarcastically, I'm afraid, it's also to target the 4 emperors, right? Chapter 324 Marine regroups, the surprised Empress, second update. Open black lens bracket Justice, never give up. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Marine ushered in a new era. Admiral Kizaru was promoted to the new Marine Marshal, close black lens bracket. Shock. White Dragon, Green Ox, T-Dolphin. Naval Headquarters new 3rd Admiral is born, close black lens bracket. 3 things to do when the new officer takes office. Naval Headquarters Marshal Kizaru announced that the Naval Headquarters and the G1 branch will be swapped to deter the New World pirate response, which is huge and threatening. Open black lens bracket the alternation of old and new, the folk monsters who stand out in the world recruitment, close black lens bracket. Shocked. The strength of the new Naval Headquarters has greatly increased, is it better than before, close black lens bracket. Latest news, the previous generation Marine Admiral Aokiji announced his resignation and officially retired, close black lens bracket. As expected. 3 days later, the world government held a Grand Marshal promotion and investiture ceremony in the Holy Land, Mariajoy. In addition to the former Marine Admiral Kizaru being officially promoted to the new Marine Marshal, there is also a new generation of Marine Admirals who have also been pushed to the forefront. There are 3 people, White Dragon, Green Ox, and T-Dolphin. Was officially awarded the rank and position of Admiral. One piece of shocking news spread all over the world with the newsbirds. East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue. The first half of Grand Line, New World. The world is shaken. The sea is in an uproar. What? Did Kizaru become the new Marine Marshal? That careless Marine Admiral, I can't imagine where you will lead Marine to. Indeed, I thought that Admiral Aokiji, who has a better reputation among the people, would become the new Marshal. No, I heard that Tensho 730 Aokiji resigned. The new generation of 3 admirals, except for the former Admiral candidate T-Dolphin, the other 2 are all strong civilians who have stood out in the world's military conscription. What? What's going on? Who knows, maybe it's Marine's medical treatment. After all, who in this sea doesn't know that Marine has completely become a lackey of celestial dragons? Justice and all that, it's just talk. In the end, since you can't disobey the world government's orders, what's the difference between being a Marine Marshal? You should think about it. What does the exchange of Naval Headquarters and new WORLDG1 branch mean? Gulu. The Marine who has sharpened his sword and regrouped, is he going to launch another action against the 4 emperors, and counterattack the New World? Don't, it would be best if you can maintain peace. Marine already experienced a big failure last time. If it happens again, I'm afraid the world will be in chaos. Who on this sea really cares about the lives of his people? Advertisement, damn it, this damn world. Look at the news headlines in the World Economic News. The whole sea was in a commotion, and countless people were a little shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. No one expected that the person who became the new Marine Marshal was not the highly anticipated Admiral Aokiji, who had high prestige among the people. CDCI. It is Admiral Kizaru who is usually idle and considered the most unreliable. As for the new generation of 3 admirals and 2 admiral candidates, only the T-Dolphin became the new admiral. The other 2 Marine admirals were civilian strongmen who stood out directly from the world's conscripts. However, due to Marine's rapidly declining reputation, its prestige was seriously damaged. Some people have already been disappointed with Marine, who used to shout loud slogans of justice. No comment. The new Marine 3 Admiral, the first half of the Grand Line, in unknown waters. The pirate ship of the Nine Snakes Pirates was moving slowly there. Shaki looked at the newspaper he just bought from Newsbird and sighed with emotion. Those guys in the world government have also started to make changes. Kizaru became Marine Marshal, and Admiral Aokiji resigned directly? T-Dolphin, Green Bull, White Dragon. These days, they were infected by their sister Hancock and had to follow the practice out of shame. Zunmi, Sonia and Marigold were swaying profusely when they heard this. He came closer subconsciously. He took the newspaper and started reading there. The pupils couldn't help but shrink. They did not expect that there would be such drastic changes in the top management of naval headquarters. Not only was Marshal Marine replaced by the Kizaru Admiral, but the new 3 admirals also changed. Oh, on the side deck. Hancock was practicing there early in the morning wearing seastone handcuffs. He looked at several people in surprise. Kizaru became the marshal? She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows as she recalled Admiral Kizaru's careless appearance. Can such a person really be a good Marine Marshal? I heard that Aokiji declined the position of Marshal and resigned directly. Shaki flicked the cigarette butt and guessed. I guess he is completely disappointed with Marine. After all, the world government ordered Marine to massacre the residents of Sabaody Archipelago. For many Marines who truly love justice, this is undoubtedly unacceptable. Among the 3 admirals in the past, he has always been known for being close to the people, and he also loves his subordinates very much. He is supported by many low-level Marines. He has extremely high prestige among the people. It stands to reason that Kizaru cannot compete with him. And Akainu died in the Summit War, and Aokiji has left, so the only person who can take over as Marine Marshal is Kizaru. So that's it, advertisement. Hancock nodded suddenly. She naturally doesn't have a good impression of world government. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he couldn't help but sarcastically said, it seems that the world government has to pay the price for its arrogance and arrogance. Even Marine Admiral can no longer tolerate their cruel behavior. Got it. Hancock, don't underestimate them. Shaki was there to remind. Although they lost Admiral Aokiji and Admiral Akainu, Marine also gained strong combat power and recruited 2 powerful monsters from the private sector and promoted them to the new admiral. I know, as that guy Coppers Wren said, I will personally take back the humiliation I have suffered. He clenched his pink fist tightly and hit the inhuman-shaped Iron Man pile in front of him hard, his eyes showing strong murderous intent and hatred. In addition to the members of the Kuja Pirates and Shaki, no one knew that the Iron Man stake that Hancock had hit was now somewhat deformed and completely unrecognizable. A few days ago, when the pouring was just completed. It's also an enlarged version of Celestial Dragon's Malga's Street. However, I do know about the T-Dolphin guy. He was the former admiral candidate. Hancock turned his head and asked curiously, but who are the White Dragon and the Green Bull? She just heard what Sandersonia and Marigold said. It became clear that the T-Dolphin, White Dragon, and Green Bull are the new naval headquarters 3 dolphins. She had met the T-Dolphin who was once an admiral candidate and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The whole person looked unattractive and looked extremely vulgar, which made her extremely disgusted. It is a monster that stands out among the people. Even another admiral candidate, Momosagi, was suppressed. It is expected that the strength must be terrifying and cannot be underestimated. Well, the name of the Green Cow is Huang Mu, and the name of the White Dragon is what? Said. Shaki spread out the newspaper and published a photo of the new 3rd admiral at the admiral conferment ceremony. He motioned to Hancock and introduced there. It is said that it is the same as the previous generation of 3rd admiral, including the T-Dolphin. They are all Logia's ability users. What? Hear Shaki say that. Hancock, Sandersonia and others were all a little surprised. When did Logia's so-called rarest ability become a piece of cake? It was enough that the 3 admirals of the previous generation were Logia, but the 3 admirals of this generation are actually all Logia-capable users. Not only that, the world government is also preparing to swap the G1 branch between the naval headquarters and the New World. It seems to be to guard against the growing 4 emperors. Shaki shrugged and said helplessly, but having said that, I really didn't expect. The strength of the Cross Guild was actually so exaggerated, and it easily defeated the Whitebeard Pirates. If that guy Ace knew about it, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to sit still anymore and would break into the New World, at first. Although she felt that the Whitebeard Pirates might fail. But I never expected that the Cross Guild would be so powerful. In a short period of time, the Whitebeard Pirates were completely defeated, killed to the point of defeat.